his face. He throws the left sideline at around the 30-yard line. A penalty marker flies as Chris Conti puts down Mario Manningham, and Manningham makes the grab. But Conti is staring at that official, wanting to know, what the heck did I do?
After the conclusion of the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense, number 47. 15-yard penalty, first down.
For what? Kaepernick with time, and I walked it to Vernon Davis, far side of the field. The catch is made in Bears territory at the 36-yard line. Major. The man's got receiver speed. Tommy made the play on Major Wright, again at 22 yards. Here's the snap. Pocket holds, but he's in trouble now, and down he goes. Dropped on third down. Aldon Smith and Justin Smith collaborate on the sack. Here's the snap. Blitz is on by the Bears. Picked up Kaepernick. Gonna gun it down the right side. Over the shoulder catch. Kyle Williams inside the 20. 10-5 and brought down from behind by Conti at the 3-yard line of the Bears. Big play. Kyle Williams Jr. It's a 57-yard hookup. Kaepernick, play fake, gonna throw. Right throw, end zone, touchdown. Vernon Davis beating Major Wright to the near side of the end zone, and the 49ers go up 9-0 on the Bears here in San Francisco. Kaepernick takes the snap, gonna run the option handoff to Hunter, breaks a tackle, the 10 to the 5, goal line touchdown. Kendall Hunter in, and the 49ers are blowing it open in the first quarter. Waiting the snap, takes, back to throw, sets, zips it, intercepted, 48-yard line, far side of the field. San Francisco's got the football on the takeaway, jumping the route, Terrell Brown. A snap, throw, over the middle, pass caught. Crabtree breaks a tackle, 25-20, breaks another one, and then a shoestring save by Jennings at the Bear 12. First down, San Francisco. They convert on 3rd and 11, a 19-yard pass play. Screening right, pass is caught, but Patrick Willis reads it beautifully and puts Matt Forte down immediately on a throw to the near side of the 29-yard line of the Bears. Campbell from under center takes back on 3, looks left, bump, sack, down he goes. There's just no time for that. Aldon Smith again, at least 2.5 sacks for him tonight. Back to Campbell. Campbell in the tight pocket, down he goes, sacked again. Another sack for San Francisco, the 4th of the night, and it's Aldon Smith again. Snap, Kaepernick quickly back set, now looking nowhere to go. Now he ad-libs, throws, left corner of the end zone. It's Crabtree running away from Tillman for the touchdown. Ad-lib work by Kaepernick and Crabtree, and the 49ers score again. It's 26-0.
And now it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. A Chicago tradition after every Bears game, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's radio home for Bears fans.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And the Bears left their asses in San Francisco. They got them kicked. The Smiths 32, the Bears 7.
What a
disaster. I told what?
Well, you
know what? I can't tell you to get mad. I never saw. I can go down to Rush Street right now, and right now I can go down to Rush Street and I'll find some linemen that can play. They'll be half stiff, half drunk, but I'll tell you one thing: they'll be able to play. Have you ever seen anything like in your life when you saw 2 tackles get run over, like our 2 tackles got run over tonight?
I've seen that the last few years.
Well, I saw that with the New York Giants. It happened to us. But how could that possibly be?
Doug, we're going to be on the air for the next 2 hours.
I know.
Can you imagine? And I know it's late at night, but I tell you what, can you imagine the callers? I am telling you, folks.
I've never seen nothing like it.
My God.
And Mike Tyson, that was the game plan? I can go get St. Rita to come over and whip the hell out of the Bears the way they played. Wasn't as if they even wanted to play. Number one. Number two, Campbell. I bet Campbell should have done the second half. Would take a knee every down. Take a knee, because it had been safer that way. There's no question about it. But all in all, when you take a look at the things that happened today, the fact that it goes back to that offensive line, which was brutal. There was what was our passing in the first half?
Minus 1 yard.
Minus 1 yard.
I'm not quite sure if I've ever heard of that before, but
never heard of that.
I don't know.
How can you have a minus 1 yard? No.
Well, Doug, let me just tell you something right here. I mean, I've got pages full of just yuck.
That's all it is yuck.
You know what, Doug? It's what you saw today and you talk about, teams being out coached, but what you saw today, you saw a team in the San Francisco 49, and they know, that team knows exactly where they're going and what they want to do. And what you saw in the Bears, they look like a team that is lost in space, Doug. And we have said it many, many times this year. What are we trying to accomplish offensively? For the first 30 minutes in almost every game we've had this year, even with Cutler, we couldn't convert on third down, we couldn't score points, and we couldn't gain yardage, whether it was Cutler or whoever we have. And that is very Doug, I got to tell you, you sit there and you look at the 49ers, and we talk about a hurry-up offense, running from different formations. The formations the 49ers run from, folks. And by the way, if you don't think the Bears really should have had the edge tonight, we had a starting quarterback that had 71 starts in the National Football League under his belt. The San Francisco 49ers, their starting quarterback, 0. And here's a quarterback, never started a game, folks. And guess the different formations they ran from. Excuse me. They ran from the ace, the I, the red, the green, the H formation. They ran from motion. I tell you what, it was incredible the job that Harbaugh and his staff has done with that young quarterback who never started a game before. And we know what an ace is. You know what an I is. A red formation is basically if it's strong left, you both the fullback and then so let's say the two remaining backs are strong to the tight end side. Green formation would be if it's still strong left, both backs are on the weak side. They ran from the green again, the red, the I, the ace motion with the quarterback that never started the football game before. We had a quarterback, 71 starts. We didn't know where we were going to go, where we were going to run the ball, where we were going to pass it. We had no idea. We're behind, and to come out in the second half, and again, you talk about being lost in space. We didn't know what the hell we wanted to do. It's right in front of you. You've got to work the field. You've got to pass. This is a professional league. There is no other league above this, folks. And nobody should get a pass here tonight. Nobody.
That includes the coaches, too, by the way. That game plan sucked. But here's the other thing, Ed. I mean, let's look at it. Our offensive line compared to their defensive line, stop it. Not even close. Not even anywhere near. Somebody said, well, what if Cutler was playing tonight? He'd have got killed, too. He'd have got buried also in this deal. I saw no continuity whatsoever in this offense. None. They come out, they think they're going to try to drive in and run the pass. Don't worry. I got in an argument last week about this, and when one girl called about it and said, well, take your time, watch him. No, you could see what was happening because it was depending on the defense to come up with all these big plays they're talking about. Did we get any takeaways tonight? Did we get any takeaways? Let me tell you something. We didn't get any takeaways. The fact is, when it's all said and done with our offensive line, not only were they getting beat, it was embarrassingly beat. They were getting run over, Ed.
Doug.
Karimi, Webb. I mean, just blowing them sideways.
Doug, in the fourth quarter, around that 9:30 mark, they came with a three-man rush. They destroyed us.
That's exactly
I believe it was around the 9:30 mark. They came with a three-man rush and got a safety. They took our entire offensive line, 3 down linemen, and we know we're passing the ball, so you gotta block them. The situation, we're back in our own area, and we got mauled in the fourth quarter. That is beyond a disgrace.
We got mauled in the fourth quarter. We got mauled in the third quarter. We got mauled in the second quarter, and we got mauled in the first quarter. We got mauled in all four quarters.
How about this? But before we go to a break, folks, there's just one more little tidbit. In the fourth quarter, again, with approximately about 2:25 to go, 4th and 1. And we run the ball, okay? Fine. 4th and 1. And the play we called is a delay? Are you serious?
To 120-pound back. That's exactly what we did. There's no question. This is so embarrassing. Well, we'll talk about it more. You're listening to the Score Sports Radio 670. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears getting brutalized by the San Francisco 32-7. And this segment is sponsored by Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611 or visit FazioInsurance.com.
This segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. There come highly recommended.
Let's go out to the phone lines, Ed. Let's go out to Wes in Georgia, I believe. Wes, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. Good evening.
Good evening.
Well, I mean, you guys summed it up as far as a scheme is concerned. I mean, the Smith boys exposed the Bears' tackles. I don't care if you have Roger Starr back there as quarterback. If you can't get your quarterback to stand up, it's a problem. I think it's time for the ownership. I'm talking about the McCaskies. If it's Virginia at 90-plus years making decisions, we need to revamp from ownership down because we have no identity. I'm here in Atlanta, and unfortunately, when I cut on the Bears game, everybody knows it's the same old Bears. The Bears are who we thought they were. We don't have a simple clue how to block one-on-one. We don't have an offense that has an identity. And I'm afraid to say it, but we're in a tough situation because Green Bay is breathing fire right down our back. And the only problem I have is the McCaskies have put Ted Phillips in charge. He's in my opinion, starting with Jerry Angelo and going to Emory. I still think, because I don't even think the wideout, Marshall, would be in Atlanta if it weren't for Cutler. And I can't blame Cutler. I see why Cutler is upset, because that offensive line they got, both of you guys know, you've seen much tougher men than what we've got on that front line. And I think it's got to start with ownership. They've got to come out of their throne and get down on the field and give us a product that we can all cheer for. Because right now, this team is in trouble.
Wes, well, let me tell you something. Just to go along with your thoughts, if it was a switch to a new ownership, I've got one guy in my mind, and again, he's a good friend of mine, and I'll tell you what, he is a no BS guy. His name is Mike Muller. He wouldn't put up with this stuff. He'd have put an end to this years ago.
Well, the whole point is you come back to the essence of the offense. The essence of the offense. Any offense is an offensive line. We don't have that. It's not there. And, let me tell you something. I predicted, at the beginning of the year, I thought the Bears would lose this game and lose Houston, okay? But not like this. You don't lose San Francisco like this. You don't go out. They got their ass whipped. I'm talking about not just whipped. They got beat up. They got trounced. They got embarrassed. They got run over. They got everything you can possibly happen to a team. And our defense was no much better, really, if we wanted to talk about this. The fact is that they got their head. They weren't ready to play again. The first quarter, especially, in the first quarter, San Francisco had 126 yards. We had a -1.
Doug, in the first half, I couldn't believe what I saw. Lance Briggs, who I think is about as fine a linebacker as ever played in this game, he got put on his back twice. Flattened right on his back.
And he's not the only one. They were getting beat every direction. And all of a sudden, now that offensive line just chewed us up. Gore come in there. They did those trap plays, those bam plays, all those things. They just get whipping the hell out of us.
Doug, you know what? I could see we had a ton of callers out there. Let me just go back again to one of my opening statements, Doug. How does this guy, this quarterback for the 49ers, Kaepernick, okay, how, Doug, does he never start a game? And they run. Again, they ran from an ace, an I, a red, a green, a H, motion. They did everything. How is it possible that he just been there and he's never started a game when our excuses are, well, Jay's had 3 offensive coordinators. Well, Campbell just came in. Well, what? He saw right in front of you. Folks, do you think it has anything to do with coaching? Do you think it has anything to do with coaching?
Let's go one step further, Ed. Let's just talk about coaching, which that the game plan wasn't there. St. Rita has a better game plan. I watched them play in high school. The fact
this
is
another game, Doug, we've talked about many times. What the hell? What is the pattern? What are they trying to establish offensively? What do they want to become? I mean, what are they trying? How many games and years have we said this?
We said it, but here's the thing, Eddie. It goes back to let's go back to where the problem starts. It starts with that offensive line. You can't even set up for a damn pass.
Because they believe a quarterback, that's where it starts. You go to Bill Belichick in New England, ask him where you start a football team from, 2 places, offensive line and defensive line. That's where you start a football team from.
And we're not doing it offensive line, right? You agree with me? That's part of the problem.
Absolutely, Doug.
That's where it starts, and then you go back to the rest of it, and yet again, the continuity of what is the offense trying to do. Maybe they can't do anything. Maybe everything they tried just doesn't work because you saw that. You saw what happened out there. It was embarrassing. It was totally embarrassing. It wasn't a guy getting beat or a guy having to get around him. They were running over him. There was like a stampede.
Boy,
wild
Doug,
cattle come flying in on the quarterback.
You know, Doug, you and I both played for a long
Never
time,
saw
and I'll
anything
tell
like
you
that.
what, I've got my ass whipped many a times, but I'll tell you what,
at least you're taking a bite out of him on the way down.
A point in time, I mean, I'm gonna clobber that guy and put him in the Monday in a heartbeat. You're not going to sit there and pound on me for 4 quarters. You're going to get whacked somewhere along the line. And even though I've had bad days and bad games, Doug, but I'll tell you what, to sit there and take a pounding, and this isn't the first time. Where is your pride as an individual? Where is your pride? And you see you get pummeled like this for 4 quarters? And you don't answer individually?
It wasn't 1 quarter. It wasn't 2 quarters. It wasn't 3. It was
4.
You've got annihilated. You got slapped around. You got punched. You got kicked. You got gored. You got everything happened to you. And what kind of fight did you put up? What did you do? What kind of fight did you put up? It got worse at the end. In fact, we wouldn't have got 7 points if that referee didn't make a damn mistake about the fact was, hey, you know what? He pushed him from behind and gave the Bears the football in the first down.
What
was that?
Jerk call that was.
Yeah. And we have finally scored off of that. But we got breaks. They even tried to give him a break on the sack in the end zone.
Dougie, you know, you sit here and the amount of money that these players have played to get out there and perform, and the amount of money that these coaches do, and at this level, and I'm going to tell you, folks, whether listen, when they do well, coaches, players, we tell you they do well. But when you get embarrassed like this,
it was embarrassing,
and you don't man up, and you get to the end of the game, and you're still getting your tail whipped, and you don't take anybody on, shame on you.
You know what's embarrassing? Because at the beginning of that game they started, they put Butkus on there, and they said, oh, yeah, you know, the Bears are rough and tough and this and that. Are you kidding me? Are you really kidding me that what you showed out there today? I mean, the white flag went up in the first quarter. The one went right up, and they all laid down on their backs. They said, here, take me. Do what you like to do to me. Anything you want to do, I'll be happy. Spit in my face, kick me in the nuts, do what you have to do.
Clearest thing would happen, Kaepernick comes in, Doug, never starts a game, running from all those formations, total in control of the game from the first play to the last. Us. If I hear one more time, well, you know, Jay or whoever the quarterback, they've changed 3. There's 3 coordinators, offensive coordinators. There's 4 of this. You have a kid that never started a game.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
All you had to do was watch the game and you understand what we're talking about. You're listening to Majestic Star postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug and OB on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears lost. I'm sorry, the Chicago Bears got massacred 32-7.
This segment is sponsored by Wild Foot and Ankle. For the latest in treatment and athletic injuries for the foot and ankle, call Wild Foot and Ankle today at 877-390-7666.
This segment also sponsored by Northwest Community Hospital Medical Group. For more information and locations, visit nchmedicalgroup.com. Eddie, let's go back out to the lines. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike on the Score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, guys, great to talk to you. But, you were part of an organization that was great back in the day when Palace owned, ran the show. You know what? I told your producer, I just said, this is ridiculous. And, I hate to say it, you got to scrap the whole damn season. I'm fed up with everything. I think if it was up to me, I'd fire Mike Tice now. I know he was a good, or else demote him back to his offensive line coaching because he doesn't have what it takes to be an offensive coordinator. All his play calls are vanilla. And like you said, Doug, St. Rita would have a better game plan. They probably have better plays in their pocket than this idiot does. I'm just fed up with the whole thing. And real quickly, I don't know if there's any possibility, but we can be like the Green Bay Pack organization, let it be a privately owned, where it's a shareholders. Get all the fans together to put up money and let's buy the damn Bears, get the McCaskies out of there because I'm sure George is rolling over in his grave, George Halas, and it's just ridiculous. And one last comment: I don't know about Alshon Jeffrey how hurt he is because they just said on the update that he was hurt, but I saw him standing on the sidelines walking around. So if he was really hurt bad, would he be walking around?
No.
Yeah, I don't know about that either. I don't know what his story was. But again, too, we could talk about organizations, which we have a right to talk about organizations, talking about what kind of players we bring in here. But isn't it strange to you? This is called professional football. And even in professional football, some guys are better, obviously, we know, than others. There's no question about it. But what I saw tonight was a total embarrassment. It wasn't even as if these guys were playing football, like they even wanted to play football, like they just took it. The guys just literally running over an offensive tackle to get to the quarterback. I never saw anything like that. It was like they're running sprints to the quarterback. The famous trick between the defensive tackle and the defensive end. That's been around since Moses. That's no big deal. How many times did you do that trick?
Oh,
I mean, come on.
Hundreds
of times. You mean to tell me as a ball player you can't figure that out too? Don't you have some instincts within yourself? Even though I think the play plan was stunk. But the fact was you still have guys up there that are going one-on-one to getting their ass whipped. I mean, not only whipped, beat, but I mean destroyed, humiliated, stomped on. That's the part that bothers me the most.
Dougie, I'm looking, I forgot one formation, by the way, that I saw from the T folks. Did you see that? They ran almost a straight real T, but it was, you could call it a T formation, and they ran that 70 times. And again, you think of all the formations that this kid who never started a game before with the 49ers ran it to right and absorbed and put it into action for 4 quarters. Hats off to the 49ers coaching staff. What a job they did. And like I said, I don't forget about it with offensive coordinators or somebody. For God's sakes, play Bear football.
You think about it, and I know why I'm aggravated, and I think I know why fans are aggravated. Playoffs, like the guy said, playoffs. Are you kidding me?
As lousy as this league is, Doug, they got to beat a couple of tomato cans. We're still going to play, and they could very well get in.
So I guess what it comes down to, and like you said, we're the best of the tomato cans.
We're the best
because
of the tomato cans.
Because we are a tomato can.
Because you love to call those teams tomato cans. Yeah. So I just told you today, I said, well, maybe we're the best of the tomato cans.
I think so. Let's go out to Charlie in Warsaw. Charlie on the score.
What a joke.
I
was watching the game with a guy tonight, and he told me, this is exactly what he told me. If the Bears had Peyton Manning, I said, if the Bears had Peyton Manning, they'd be sending him to the hospital. I said, let me tell you something about the Bears. This organization sucks, and I'll tell you why. Lovie Smith, if I hear one more time about his damn record, I don't care about his record. And like John Gruden said tonight, it doesn't matter what your defense does, scoring or not. If your offense can't protect the damn quarterback and your offense can't score, you're not going to win in this league. Why do you think Peyton Manning wins? Why do you think Brady wins? Because they can score on offense. Our offense, I don't even know what the hell that was tonight. I'm going to wake up in the morning. I'm still going to be a Bears fan, but this was so embarrassing to be a Bears fan tonight and watch that. It looks like they got off the plane, they forgot how to play football. And let me tell you something. Jim Harbaugh is a hell of a good coach, and I swear I wish the Bears would have went out and got him and fired Lovie Smith, because they wouldn't be having this problem that they have right now.
I got to tell you, and I can understand, how you feel. I really.
We understand all your frustrations out there, and when we're going to keep firing tonight. And if somebody doesn't like it, too bad. Because again, when they do well, we give them their kudos. We say what a good job they've done. But I'll tell you what, how in the hell you can let something like this go by? And by the way, this is the 10th game of a 16-game schedule. Shouldn't you have something nailed down offensively that you can do good?
I would think
so.
We
can't even convert on third down. And the greatest thing about converting on third down, obviously, you move the ball down, you eat up the clock, but you keep the other team, like Green Bay, you keep those people off the field. We can't even convert on third down, and that's been all year. The first 30 minutes of almost every game we've had this year, go back and see what I'm telling you. Lucky we can convert on third down.
And you were talking about this Kaepernick, the kid coming in at first start. Do you know what he had? You know what his yards per attempt was?
10.1.
10.1. You know what a 10.1 is? They have that, and those you don't look at stats and all that.
Astronomical.
That's astronomical. It's off the books. I mean, it's just so phenomenal. It's ridiculous. You say, well, geez, Manning can't even do that. You're talking about Brady can't do that. Well, that's what he did. And in the first half, the quarterback rating for our quarterback, we're talking about, Campbell, his quarterback rating was 16. Kaepernick's rating first half was 140. What was it at the end of the game, Ed, for both of them?
Doug, I had it written down here, and I got so many damn notes I can't.
Oh, I think it was like 54 Campbell, and this kid was like 133 for San Francisco. So that's what you're looking at. And then on top of that, I guess, again, too, this is what the burr in my saddle is.
52. Campbell was 52.7,
right.
And Kaepernick was 133.1.
It was the way they did it. It was this beating we took, and it was like, okay, we got sacked. There was no kind of fire, mad, meanness, nothing. I saw no emotion from a lineman. If I was a lineman, I'd be going hysterical. If I was even the quarterback, I'd be jumping down somebody's throat because it was embarrassing how they got beat. Not that they got beat, because everybody got beat. I got beat when I played. He got beat when he played. But it's how he got beat. After all, and you didn't tell me that you wanted to stand up and say, hold it, enough's enough. You didn't do that. Why not? National television. Chicago Bears going to the playoffs. Rough and tumble, big tough guys. Right here. Let's go out to Chris in Patterson, New Jersey. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, let me say this. One word I want to give you, accountability. It's starting to piss me off because this kind of play is almost starting to be acceptable here in Chicago, and I don't like it. It's at the point where it's a trend that the fans are starting to get immune to it. Do they?
You know what, Chris? That's a good point. Keep going. Did
they really watch what happened tonight? Like, I hear people like, oh, it's only one game, like the girl that called last week, some perspective. I like to give her some perspective. When I look and watch this game, and what's the problem? No one's going to get benched. No one's going to get cut. It's going to be the same thing next week. This kind of play, somebody needs to be cut, benched, or fired. I'm sick and tired of it. It's at the point now where people are just immune to this kind of play. Are you serious? Gabe Karimi was getting thrown on the floor. He didn't even touch the damn guy half the time. And everybody's talking like it's okay? Man, you know what? I can't even watch that damn football no more, man. That's not football. I'm sorry.
That was embarrassing. There's no question. It was embarrassing with Webb, Karimi, all the way up and down the line. And the kind of beating they took. I mean, like I said, the Smith brothers, they did what they wanted to do when they wanted to do it. And that's the part that, again, I'll go back to what I said before. The fact is that I saw nobody want to do anything about it. When I say about it, I mean, where was the fire? Where was the saying, hey, you know what, this is terrible. All they did was go mope back to the huddle. And then once again, come out of the huddle like it was nothing happened. Let's go. Let's move. Like you said, there's no sense of urgency. Number one, there's no tempo. There's no continuity. There's nothing. Hey, let's hand the ball off. We'll hand the ball off. We're a running team. Let's hand the ball off. We'll hand it off to Forte. Don't worry about it. Nothing. Zero. Nada. Then you see where Campbell throws 2 interceptions. Then you see all the pressure. Then you see the defense coming back and really getting themselves stomped,
well,
too.
What I'd like to see real quickly, and we'll go out to the callers, Doug, is offensive. I know when I had some good games, Doug, and what happened, let's say the offensive tackle started dropping back, and then he gave me time, that little 1,001 count to get some momentum and drop the shoulder or try to bull rush him or go inside. And when they figure it out, what I saw a lot of good tackles do, Doug, over the years when I played, is that if I was having a good day, they'd move up on me. In other words, at the snap of the count, they weren't dropping back. They wanted to engage me at the line of scrimmage. Stop me at the line of scrimmage and fight me from there, hand fight me from there, so I didn't get any kind of a momentum. So if you see our tackles, folks, they're lined up about 1.5 yards off the line of scrimmage, off our centers where the ball is. And those defensive ends, they got a step and a half, and going into the second or third step, they got a full bore coming at you. I'd rather like to see our tackles quit retreating, come up to the line of scrimmage, get 0.5 yard off, and engage the defensive lineman there. Fight them from that point, not engage them 3 yards back when they're almost in the quarterback's lap. I hope I can explain that correctly.
No, you did. And I saw Webb try to do that one time, and you said it before, and I'm going to say it with you. This guy's feet are not quick enough. He's not quick enough.
He is, Doug.
He's slow. He's nothing.
Doug, he's a nice kid. He's a wonderful kid. He's 6'7", weighs 330 some odd pounds. Kareem, he's 6'7", weighs 320 and 330. And you know what? Especially Webb. I mean, they're a nice kid or whatever, but I really don't see it. And the other thing, Doug, is that Garza is a better guard than he is a center. Garza's a good football player. But a way to fix that line, they had for a couple of, since Olin Coots left, Doug, there were a couple of centers that were out there in college somewhere that we could have drafted. We could have set that position with a young man, moved Garza back to right guard. At least should have fixed 2 spots on the line.
You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears' loss 32-7 to San Francisco. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears' loss 32-7 to San Francisco.
This hour is brought to you by Sports Clips Haircuts. Visit sportclips.com for the location near you.
Let's go out to Reggie in Bellwood. Reggie, on the Score.
I've never seen a team get dominated this bad. You know, I feel sorry for Campbell. If I was Campbell, I would have told Lovey, hey, I ain't playing no more. Get me out of here.
I went to one knee. Should have took a knee every down. You know?
Hey, Reggie, for $3.5 million, I think you'd have taken it.
Not the way he was getting hit.
No, it's, you know what, again, too, Reggie, and I understand, you know, we're all screaming. I'm screaming, Ed's screaming, the fans are screaming, but I never expected this. I understand that the line is not supposed to be that good. We all knew that. Not like what we saw today. Not like the fact that they just buckled up and said, okay, here, do what you want to do to me when you want to do it, and it's okay with me. That's the part that bothers me the most.
Well,
they didn't want to do anything about it.
Yeah. And these theories that are put out there that we've had 3 or 4 offensive coordinators, you know, it's this situation, it's that situation. It's the fact of the matter that they believe that if you get the quarterback here, you're going to win a Super Bowl. And again, Cutler's been here for what now, Doug? 3 years, 4 years, and been in the league about 7 or 8 years. And is he the quality quarterback? Yes, I believe. But Lovey's been here 9, Doug. And I'll say it again. I said it before the year began, in the beginning of the year, and I said it recently. If not now, when? What more do you need, or does this Bear team need, to win a Super Bowl. How much more? How many firings of coordinators and assistant coaches do you have to go through to find the right person? Obviously, we still haven't. How much time, if not now, again, when? When? What more do you need? Could your philosophy be flawed? Or the Bears' philosophy be flawed, Doug? That if you get the quarterback, you'll win the Super Bowl? You don't. Again, you build it up front. Has been, is being, always will be.
That was part of it last week when I went on that rant and you and I both got into it and talking about, the fans calling in and said, hey, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's not okay. It wasn't okay because you know why? Ed said it. I said it. I think people that watched the game said it.
Doug,
you can't depend on your defense to put you in position. You know how many takeaways we had today? How many do you think we had? 0. And when we get 0, we don't win. So that, depending on the defense to come up with that, it ain't going to happen every game. Somewhere along the line, the offense has got to come forward. And they got to make the plays. They got to put points on the board. Our defense was not good today. So the offense got to come back somehow. They got to score points somehow. They can't do it. They can't do it. And not only that, it was total embarrassment how that quarterback, Campbell, although he's coming in, he's not a Cutler, but the fact was he still couldn't even set up the throw. He threw that first interception because he threw it off his back foot because he knew he was going to get drilled.
Doug, by the fourth quarter, you could tell he was shell-shocked.
Well, sure, wouldn't you be?
Yeah.
They dragged him out one time on how they brought him back in again, without taking a timeout. Let's go to Rashawn in Hyde Park. Rashawn.
Gentlemen, I want to apologize to both of you Bear legends for having to endure what the rest of us Bear fans have had to endure the last couple weeks. This is the worst professional display of football I've ever seen from the Chicago Bears. And I want to address not only the defense, but the offensive special teams. Man to man, everybody lost a fist fight, one-on-one today.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Absolutely lost a fist fight, one-on-one. Alden Smith made the Hall of Fame by himself tonight. By himself. Now, and what really teed me off was Jim Harbaugh beat us in what was historically named their football. Strong, hard-hitting defense, playing fast, and you run the damn ball. And you run it with authority. Not this dink and dunk, 2 yards in a cloud of dust. No creativity from the offensive side of the ball. You guys touched on something I wanted to address, and I told your producers. This is what worries me going forward. You look at the recent history of the quarterbacks and the teams that won the Super Bowls. They haven't been top flight in running game, top flight in defense. They've had good quarterbacks and offensive teams that can win on the road. We haven't won one game this year offensively. The tendencies for this offensive unit are terrible. You have an offensive coordinator whose specialty is offensive line, and they can't block. And you tell me what are they going to do? Hell, at this point, change all your tendencies and go 5 wide the rest of the season.
Well, the point is that, somewhere along the line, is it play calling? I think that's a big part of it. The other part of it, too, is the fact that you said it was a fist fight. I didn't see a fist fight. I saw a punching bag, which was the Bears, and then I saw the guy that was throwing the punches, which was San Francisco. My point is we didn't fight back. That's my point. The fact is, if they might be a better football team, okay. They might have better offense than we have, okay. But to stay there and take it like a punching bag and just hang from the ceiling and let them wail away at you? What are you, Karimi? Webb? That whole offensive line. I even saw Forte through a half-ass block on a blitz. Come on. If you're going to go down, then go down fighting. It wasn't a fist fight. That's the part that's pissing me off the most.
Well, here, off the offensive line, I'm just sitting there, Doug, watching the game, seeing what you can do. And what I had, one of the things I had written down and mentioned about they're basically a yard and a half or maybe more in when they set up. And obviously when it's a pass, it's so obvious. Then when it gets in a run, Doug, they get in kind of a different stance, but they're too far off the football. They've got to get up, half yard max, off the ball, run or pass, get in a solid stance that you can pass block or run block. Don't be telegraphing, and engage defensive ends and tackles at the line of scrimmage and fight them from there. That's one thing that you could do to help the offensive line.
And that part, too, which I don't ever see us do. Most tackles, good tackles, it's called the punch. Both those hands are going out right into the chest of that guy that's coming at you. Because that stymies is, you probably hit 100 times that way.
Absolutely, Doug. And I'll tell you what, that's when you see how the hell can you be 6'7" and 300-some-odd pounds and get bull rushed by a guy that you outweigh almost by 80 pounds, and he picks you up and throws you back, and he bull rushes you?
Like a rag doll. Like you weren't even there. There's no sense even being there. You're listening to Majestic Star post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Hang in there, callers.
Welcome back to Majestic Star post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose to San Francisco 32-7. And we're waiting for David Schuster, who will be coming back. Somewhere he's out there in California. Schuster, you on the line, buddy? David. Not there right now, Herb. Let's take a phone call while we're waiting. Let's go out to Fat in Rock Island. Fat, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. You guys always cheer me up after a bad loss like this. My first thought is, why is it always seems like, I know this line's bad, but it always seems like whenever we got Cutler out there, we at least get some kind of production. Today, it just didn't seem like we got anything for Tampa. I just want to hear what you guys think about that.
Again, too, here's going to be the problem. And you're right. You're going to probably get a little more production out of Cutler because he can extend plays.
Plus, you played a real football team.
Right. But he's going to get hurt again. Anytime you got that kind of a pressure, anytime that kind of a pressure on the quarterback, I don't care if Cutler was back there. I don't care if Marino was back there. I don't give a damn who was back there.
It would have made no difference.
It would have made no difference.
None.
Because of the pressure that was put on her. So it would have done, probably Cutler would have been ruined somehow along the way. Because he would have tried to do something. At least Campbell took some of those hits and went down. So what we're seeing here is the fact that there's no protection. And this is the worst I've seen it. Again, too, this is the part, again, that bothers Ed and I. When you go against the good teams, there's always a problem for us. When we take the tomato cans on, we end up probably winning that football game. We beat some tomato cans. And like you said, I think we're the best of the tomato cans. Well, you saw a team today, a football team, a real football team, like Houston last week. And so that's where the problem lies. We don't have enough. We don't have the offense. And everybody says, well, the defense will carry us. It can't do that against good teams. And you saw that again tonight. So I don't know how they're going to change or what they're going to do because you're not going to go find linemen everywhere. It's not going to happen. But once again, it'll come down to the caliber of the team you play. Now, the caliber of the team they can beat Minnesota. They can beat Arizona. They won't beat Green Bay the way they're playing. So there's a good chance, sure, they may go to the playoffs. But as soon as they run into a good football team, they're going to get waxed again. That's what I see, what I saw again tonight.
Again, well, exactly what it is, Doug. San Francisco, that's a team that knows where they're going and how to get it done. And the Bears are a team that are totally and completely lost in space, coaching and players both.
And I think, the idea, too, the coaching is a big part of this also. I'm beating the players up because they deserve it. I'm beating the players up because they didn't fight back.
That's what bothered me.
Oh, sure. And that's why the caller called it was a fist fight. It wasn't a fist fight. The Bears were the punching bag.
It was a fist fight, but only on one side.
Exactly. You don't throw any punches back.
Right.
Let's go out to David and Schuster. You out there, buddy?
Hey, guys. Well, no truth to the rumor that the Bears went straight from here to the Golden Gate Bridge and all jumped off it. No truth to that rumor.
Wow, you should have drove them out there anyway, Schuster, and you pushed them off. Hey, Schuster, did you ever see anything like that in your life?
No, I was going to tell you guys earlier. I've witnessed a lot of embarrassing games over the years. Not with you guys, because I don't go that far back.
Right.
But I've witnessed a lot of bad Bear football games over the years. I honestly have to tell you, this was the most embarrassing of all of them because there wasn't one player, and I mean not one player, in my opinion, that was really positive out there in a Chicago Bears uniform tonight. It was embarrassing. It started off embarrassing for all three phases of the team, and it just got worse as the game went on. And it was just... I just can't find a silver lining in tonight's game, guys. Not at all.
That's what amazes me, Schuster. There was no fight in this team. this was supposed to be a nationally televised team that says, listen, we're on our way. We're going to go to the playoffs, and we're going to show you who we are. At the beginning of the game where they show Dick Butkus and how rough and tumble the Chicago Bears are and all this and that, we got destroyed. I mean, we didn't lose. We got destroyed.
Yeah, absolutely. It was 17-0 before you even blinked. And you know what? If you didn't know that was a young quarterback, at least in the first quarter, you thought you were looking at Joe Montana out there. He had all the time in the world. The defensive front four did nothing. That really set the tone. He was just basically playing catch with all his different receivers. His running backs were following his offensive linemen through the holes. And the Bears on the other end just couldn't do anything offensively. It just was a train wreck from the word go. I will tell you that Lovie Smith, which I've never seen before, when he came into the locker room, he kicked everybody out except the players and the other assistant coaches. The other team personnel, which usually is in the game when he gives some kind of speech, they were kicked out. The PR people, even Zach was kicked out of there, and he's normally in there. So I think he gave it to him. It was a very short, rant by the coach, but I think for once he recognized that his team stunk to high heaven, and he gave it to him for a couple of quick minutes.
David, let me tell you, his team stunk. How about him and his coaching staff? Let me tell you something, David. Let me tell you something. Our defense, what they looked at was a team that ran from multiple offensive sets. They gave you every positive look that you could even think of. And I've said it, this will be the third time, from an ace to a red to a green to an H, where they had motion. They had T formation. They threw everything in a professional manner with a quarterback that never started in this league.
Yeah, it's really unbelievable. I think, honestly, and some of them mentioned after the game, they were caught a little bit off balance at the beginning of the game because all week long we heard that if this guy was going to play, and certainly earlier in the day when we found out that he was going to play and Alex Smith wasn't, they thought that they would run the ball specifically with Gore up the middle like 100 times before this guy would even attempt to pass. But he came out throwing the ball, and like I said, he got protection. He looked like Joe Montana. He actually's got a really good arm, a lot better than the guy that we had out there tonight.
David,
that's for sure.
There's players and there's players and there's coaches and there's coaches. And tonight, now, on the bright side of things, we are 7-3, and we're still going to play a couple of, like Doug calls them, tomato cans. And maybe we got just a couple of more wins, and maybe we get in the playoffs, and who knows what could happen? Because there are no Megatrons out there as far as a football team. Anybody can get beat, and really on any time in this particular season.
Yeah, I'll agree with that, Eddie. But you know what? The way they played tonight, they could lose to anybody. I agree that, maybe they're the best of the tomato cans, but they can't compete against the three teams that have been better than them. They looked awful against Houston, Green Bay, and now tonight San Francisco. And Lovie was wrong. Lovie said after the game that his team is still on top of the NFC North. That is not true.
They
may have the same record as Green Bay, but they lose the tiebreaker as of right now. So as of today, as of this very moment, they're a wild card team. And again, if they play anything like this the rest of the way, they won't win many more games, if any. I mean, that was as bad a performance and an embarrassing performance as I've ever seen in a Chicago Bears uniform.
David, I hear you talking and I hear Lovie talking, but once again, if I looked at this football game and I saw certain things happen defensively, and you're right, they come out and they shifted it, but I never saw, except for maybe it was the New York game, that an offensive line could get whipped that badly. And I mean talking about whipped. I mean talking about running over Karimi, Webb. That's the part that really bothers me, because if you can't block, if you can't give that quarterback, I don't care who is back there, surely Lovie had to say something about that offensive line.
He did. He admitted that they were awful. I mean, he didn't use the word awful. He just said it wasn't nearly good enough for NFL caliber. I think that was his terminology after the game.
That's being kind.
That is being kind. And, you could say the same thing about the defensive line. They didn't do much better either. But it always starts, guys, at least with me, it always has, starts with the offensive line. And I don't care if it was Unitas, Marino, Bartstar.
Wouldn't matter.
The best of the best. It wouldn't have made a difference. No. Unfortunately, Campbell just adds to the mix because, no offense to him, he's got a puss arm. He's got no mobility. He didn't have much judgment on one of the two interceptions. And, like Cutler, he didn't know to get rid of the ball when he saw those guys coming. So he exasperated the situation, but there's no question. It starts with the offensive line, and I don't know if they're the worst in the NFL, but they're real close.
And the other thing, too, I mean, our special teams, Hester, it's like he's running. I don't know where he's running. That's not working out. We're not getting good field position. You see, when we don't get turnovers, when the defense doesn't go out there and get turnovers, on top of that, score, we were lucky to win a couple games just because the defense scored. So the fact is that now that luxury was not there today. Now it's time for the offense to take over, and they can't do it. They can't take over.
Help me out with this, guys, because, a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, Devin Hester was on his way to the Hall of Fame, the greatest kick returner of all time. And you know what, guys? He's not even in the top 25 of kick returners, punt or kick returners in the NFL today. He's gone so backwards, it's almost hard to explain. And on that one where he literally was going sideways and then he ran backwards towards his own end zone, almost like he's running the wrong way on purpose, I just can't explain it anymore. He's lost in the O-zone. Again, nothing redeeming. I will say that Brian Urlacher had a couple of nice hits, and he made a couple of nice plays, even though he's still really slow. But beyond that, the safeties were terrible, the cornerbacks were terrible, the defensive and offensive linemen were awful. Brandon Marshall played hard, and he got into it a little bit, so he showed some emotion. I'll give him a half a gold star. But that's about it, guys.
David, they played a better football team, man for man, and you cannot argue with that. And what you can't argue with is where was the fight?
That's the argument.
That's right. Where was the determination to fight back? They didn't fight back. They laid down and they got beat play after play, quarter after quarter, and never responded. Never responded. That's the problem. Mm-hmm. Is San Francisco a better team? If the Bears played them tomorrow, a week from now, a month from now, the Bears would get it handed to them every time. But to take a beating physically and mentally the way they did for 4 quarters and not respond, that is totally and completely unacceptable in any dictionary, in any football dictionary, and in any football coach's mind or any player's mind. I don't know what the hell, how they didn't fight back, come back somewhere in the third or fourth quarter, and take somebody on and fight. It was embarrassing.
Absolutely, and I know you guys, and I know you pride yourself not only from your own days, but from watching this organization of which you've been a part of for all these years. And I've watched games with you in person, so I know how you guys take it. When you were witnessing this yourselves, you must have been steaming. And you're right. Like I said, the only guy who showed a little bit of emotion and fight, and he was PO'd, to be honest with you, after the game and during it, was Brandon Marshall. But beyond that,
nobody.
You saw nothing.
Nothing. You saw nothing from nobody, not even the coaches. See, Lovey waits till the end of the game to talk to these guys. I'd have had them on that bench, and I'd have been ripping their ass from one way to another because of the fact was they were sleepwalking. I don't know why they were sleepwalking. This game was so built as far as going to be a rough, tough, physical game between two teams, and most of the prediction of the scores was 10-7, 3-2, 13-9, something like that. And the way it started out, exactly like you said, it was a rout. San Francisco maybe could have scored a hell of a lot more points.
Yeah, actually, you know what, guys? When it was at halftime, what was the score? I can't even remember. It was 20-0, I think, at the half.
Something like that, yeah.
It felt like it was
50-0, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the yardage was something like 250 to like 35 at the half. I mean, it was ridiculous. And, you know what, I'm going to ask you guys, because, again, I always defer to you because you played the game. We've talked about this for 9 years now that he's been the head coach. He shows no emotion. If their head coach cannot show you Firestone and Brim and Firestone, whatever the terminology is, at some juncture in a huge game like this, does that not rub off on your players? I ask you guys.
I got to tell you, if you do it all the time, you become immune to it. You just let it go over top of your head. But let me tell you something. There come certain times that you have to do that. And here's another one, a little tidbit, just above that. You want to talk to me about a leader? Let me talk about the football player, the player himself out in the field. And that's Urlacher. That's the guys they're leading this team. They're the ones. Also, they got to get their head out of their asses and start firing on these guys.
Didn't see it, Doug. Didn't see it.
No, I didn't see it at all either. All I saw was this sheepish look like, oh, woe is me, woe is me. They're beating me up, woe is me. There wasn't any kind of fight to nobody.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I sat next to a lot of the Bears brass up in the press box, and they knew this game was over about 5 minutes into this.
Yeah.
They were resigned to the fact also. They saw it.
You can see it. I mean, again, too, we go back and again, like you said, it's not over. The season's not over. I understand that. But so much more was expected out of this football team. You know, even if they would have lost, the fact it was, you know, it been a tight game, a tough game, a real physical back and forth. They did this, you did that. It was a one-way deal for San Francisco. And tip your hat to Jim Harbaugh because he had that football club ready to go, David.
I will say this, guys. They will still make the playoffs. They'll be a wild card. I think Green Bay will end up winning this division, but I can see them winning 3 more games, splitting the rest of the games. They'll beat Detroit because that's a dog of a team, especially at the end of the season when they got nothing to play for. They'll beat Arizona, like you mentioned, Eddie.
Yeah.
I think they'll take 1 of 2 from Minnesota, but everything else is a possible and probable loss. So at 10-6, they'll be a wild card, finishing second to Green Bay in the division, and after that, God knows.
Then get wiped out in the playoffs.
Probably so.
Yeah, the way they play tonight. Thanks, David. Have a safe trip back.
Be safe.
All right, buddy. All right, let's go out to Matt in Las Vegas, Nevada. Matt, you're on the score.
Hey, looking OB. How you guys doing?
What's up, Matt?
Rough night tonight, fellas.
Oh, terrible.
Oh, man. It was tough, man. Long-time Chicagoan. Thank you for putting us on, dude. Really appreciate it. Hey, all I wanted to say, man, a couple of things, actually, a couple of quick points. The offensive line is terrible. We knew that was going to be the case. I mean, tomato cans, that's our offensive line, isn't it, Doug?
No, there's no question. You know what, though? Did you honestly believe, I knew they were bad, but do you think they were this bad? What we saw tonight, I mean, I never saw anything like that. It was like they had no kind of football training whatsoever, blocking, whatever. I never saw guys get run over, literally run over.
Doug, I paused the DVR and snapped a pic of Jamarcus Webb and Gabe Carini both getting pancaked.
Yeah.
And I couldn't even find Jason Campbell.
I know.
That was rough stuff. So we knew that was going to be. But what I really wanted to talk about was the first half was so miserable because, like Schuster said, it was 20-0 at the end of the first half. The game was over, effectively. I mean, I know it's never over until it's over, but it was pretty much over at that point. And all I'm saying is that why in the first half did we target Brandon Marshall one time?
I guess maybe they thought the fact that let's go and get the running game going because they come out running. We have to establish the run. We're going to take the run, then we'll do this and we'll do that. Well, they fell down for so many points so quickly because San Francisco went the other direction. They went with the play action, and they started using the tight ends, and they caught the tight ends. And Hayden made an extreme mistake and let Williams beat him for 57 yards coming out of the slot, and I don't know why they benched DJ Williams. So the fact is Hayden screwed up there, so that's 57 big yards. But they moved the ball at will. And that kid Kaepernick looked like he was an all-pro quarterback. There was no doubt about it. And there was no pressure. We got very few pressure, especially up in the inside. That offensive line from San Francisco are mean, hungry.
Yeah, Matt, it's just not what happened today, the first half, Matt. All you have to do is go back, almost the entire season, past 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games, and take a look offensively what we've done. We really haven't done a lot running the ball, passing the ball, or putting points on. If it hasn't been for our defense, there's no question about it. We wouldn't even be where we're at. We still have a fighting chance, but boy, I'll tell you what. Again, the whole number one disappointed thing to me, Matt, is these players did not respond.
That's it, Ed. Majestic Star, that's it. The post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767.
You callers out there, I know we spent a lot of time with Dave.
John, Matt, Gary, Phil, Bill, Mike, Chris, we'll get to you.
Hang in there, we're going to get to you.
This hour is brought to you by Family Hyundai. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears loss 32-7 to San Francisco. Let's go out to Gary in Palatine. Gary on the Score.
Gentlemen, how are you this evening?
All right,
what's up, Gary?
I respect you guys more than anything. You have the greatest post game anywhere in Chicago. Love the Bears. Love the fact that you guys played for the Bears, and I didn't go anywhere other than high school football. But anyways, I'm kind of trying to figure this out. You know, the Bears were embarrassed in this game. The Bears were. Callers have been calling, say they've never seen a Bears team more dominated in any other game ever. Are you joking? Come on, they were dominated, yes, but not more. They've been dominated. I mean, the Carolina game this year, the Bears won the game against Carolina, and they were embarrassed. I'm telling you, they were embarrassed against that game with the Panthers this year. You can't go and fire everybody. You can't. You had Campbell starting the game tonight. There was. I mean, on either side, there wasn't an NFL caliber quarterback tonight. That just hands down there wasn't. The Bears are the second best team in the division. Green Bay will win the division, but you got to look at the last 5 years. What was it? New Orleans, Super Bowl 44. They were 13-3. I think Giants and Pittsburgh had 10 wins. I think the Packers were an outside wild card. Mm-hmm. I think they were the 6th seed with 10 wins. Last year, the Giants. They had 9. I think they were 9-7. 10. I think they were 9-7. I mean,
9-7.
The Bears are 7-3. They're not looking that bad. They were not that embarrassed. They didn't show up to the game tonight. They weren't prepared for the game, but they have not been. They've been embarrassed many more times in the history of this franchise than they were tonight.
Well, yeah, again, too, we can give you games that even I played and I was embarrassed, and Ed played and he was embarrassed. But the point is, when we're looking at it, see, the key is here in this town, we're always saying to ourselves, boy, they'll get to the playoffs. Is that what we're really looking for here? I'm not looking to get to the playoffs, okay? I'm looking for, do we have a shot to go and take it, the big brass ring, and go and play good teams and play teams well? And what indication of it is when you play a good team. Now, we played 2 teams that are good teams back-to-back and lost both of them. That's the part that's bothering me because I say we'll get to the playoffs because you got Arizona coming up, you've got Seahawks coming up, you got 2 in Minnesota, 1 in Detroit. That's not the problem. I think that'll happen. But again, too, every time we seem to face a good team, it all goes up in smoke. And not the fact that, okay, it goes up in smoke, but how it went up in smoke. We got destroyed. It wasn't a football game. If you thought that was a football game tonight, it wasn't a football game. It wasn't a game. We got ruined. And so I think that's what puts doubt into the back of everybody's mind, saying, hold, what the hell is going to happen to us if we do get to the playoffs? When we do meet a good football team, what do we become? Where are we? And there's that offensive line, like I said, I only saw it one time worse, was when Cutler played against the Giants a couple of years ago, and he almost got put in a body bag. But other than that, I never saw anything like that. You can't continue to play that way.
Well, just the key, what we're talking about here, is that they didn't respond. The players individually, just talk about the offensive line, did not respond. They did not. They took a beating for 4th quarters, and that's exactly what happened out there. And why, I don't know. But I'm sure that hopefully Mike Tyson, Lovey, can figure it out and straighten that one out. If you're going to get beat, if you're going to go down fighting. Don't go down like this.
I mean, and I myself didn't see this coming this badly. You know, there's a good chance that they'd have lost to San Francisco because they're playing on the road. You're going from the East Coast to the West Coast, and that's always a big factor. But not like this. I mean, this was, we're destroyed. The game was over 6-7 minutes into the game. Let's go out to Chris and Lyle. Chris, you're on the score.
Hi, how you guys doing?
All right, Chris.
Hey, I just wanted to get your guys' opinion whether the Bears can win another Super Bowl under their current ownership, where our former mayor thinks it's a great idea to increase revenue, and he thinks that Chicago could have another sports franchise that could, potentially get enough revenue, build another stadium, because I don't see this franchise going anywhere underneath the McCaskies. They're not making the proper adjustments. They're not going to let go of Lovie Smith with money on his contract. They basically pulled the hose on Jerry Angelo, and they're still in the hole. So what do you guys think?
Oh, I don't know about another team here. I know with George Halas when he first, again, too, and Ed can talk a little bit about that. There was no way another team was going to come into this town.
No, I think, they talk about, you hear from other people, Al Davis and some other people started, and talking about who started the merge. There was one man clearly that started the merge, and he saw it coming, was George Halas. He basically was the starter of the history of the National Football League was due to George Halas, and I think he saw that merger, that coming down the road, that these teams are not going away, and the reason why, Doug, because all the owners in the new AFL, when they started, the AFL, when it started, Doug, those were guys who had a lot of money. And I think as far as I know, and I'm pretty sure I'm correct on this, is that the person that started the merger between the two leagues was George Halas, and the reason why he did it, there will never
unwritten rule
be that's right. There will never be another NFL franchise in the city of Chicago. Period.
I think what it is, Emery just came in. He just got looking at what's going on here. I had him take a look at the rookie situation. Most of the rookies that, we drafted, they're hurt. Again, too. But they brought guys in that were supposed to help. Campbell was going to help because we got stuck last year. Remember, we were 7-3, and we just went down the tubes and lost 5 games. And Campbell was supposed to be a guy to come in here to help us out, having a quarterback. But tonight's game wasn't the quarterback. Again, too. Sure, you can have a better quarterback. Cutler would be a better quarterback. But it didn't matter because I never saw a quarterback that could play back there that way under that much pressure, Ed.
Yeah.
And continually being pounced around.
Let me tell you something. Here, folks, the bottom line is here. You saw that performance tonight, okay? You saw what they did, and you saw what we did, or we tried to do. Folks, this was the 10th game of a 16-game schedule. The 10th game of a 16-game schedule, and you tell me, folks out there, what the hell were we trying to do offensively? What pattern, what did we try to do? Running the ball, passing the ball? What was our philosophy? What has been our philosophy? And it's week after week, and you saw it out there today. Take a look at the other team we played tonight with a kid that never started a game in the National Football League and ran from, 4, 5, 6, 7 different formations and ran it efficiently, moved the ball, converted on 3rd down. He didn't panic and scored points. And then look at what we did in the 10th game with a $3.5 million backup quarterback who started 71 games. If that doesn't make you sick, I don't know what will.
Again, too, the fact is that anytime you look at offenses or defenses, you look to the defensive line, you look to the offensive line. That's where it is. That's where it starts. That's where it happens, and they create plays. Defensively with sacks, offense with protecting your quarterback. Neither of that stuff really happened tonight. We didn't have neither of that. Offensive obviously never looked that bad. I'm talking about the offensive line. And the defensive line didn't do that well. So when it's all said and done with it, not only would the continuity of the plays what is called, but actually the players out on the field. But I think we'll all go back to the same thing. We're going to go back to the fact is that are they that confused that they're lost all their fight in themselves? That when they want to go out there and say, listen, you know what? These guys are slapping us around. This guy's doing this guy's doing that. Let's buck up here. We didn't see that. Wow. I didn't see that. I didn't see a player step forward and say, okay, enough's enough. I'm not going to take it anymore.
And I never thought I'd see that from these kids, especially when you have leadership like Briggs.
I never thought I would see that. Never.
And Peanut. I thought that, like they didn't see that they were getting knocked the hell from one end of the field to the other and to sit there and take it for that long.
I didn't see the fight.
No.
Let's go out to Bill in Palatine. Bill, you're on the score. Billy.
Ask you a question about question on coaching judgment by the Bears.
Uh-huh.
I just have to make a comment as well. Going back to that Tennessee game where, the Bears were winning, you had the offense and the defensive starters on the side of the field, everybody celebrating, happy, smiling, it was a great game. but they're acting like they're in the playoffs already. Okay, even in that game, the offense came on, but not till the third quarter at the end of that game. They
Exactly.
were still riding the coattails of the defense. They were riding the coattails of the defense.
Exactly.
Now, tonight's game, as you guys have said, everybody's been saying tonight, it starts with an offensive line, starts with a defensive line. That is what football is about, okay? We all know that. Now, my question for you guys is, after all this pathetic offensive line by the Bears that we all know about, my question is,
this hour is brought to you by Family Hyundai. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears loss 32-7 to San Francisco. Let's go out to Gary in Palatine. Gary on the Score.
Gentlemen, how are you this evening?
All right, Gary.
I respect you guys more than anything. You have the greatest post game anywhere in Chicago. Love the Bears. Love the fact that you guys played for the Bears, and I didn't go anywhere other than high school football. But anyways, I'm kind of trying to figure this out. You know, the Bears were embarrassed in this game. The Bears were. Callers have been calling, say they've never seen a Bears team more dominated in any other game ever. Are you joking? Come on, they were dominated, yes, but not more. They've been dominated. I mean, the Carolina game this year, the Bears won the game against Carolina, and they were embarrassed. I'm telling you, they were embarrassed against that game with the Panthers this year. You can't go and fire everybody. You can't. You had Campbell starting the game tonight. There was. I mean, on either side, there wasn't an NFL caliber quarterback tonight. That just hands down there wasn't. The Bears are the second best team in the division. Green Bay will win the division, but you got to look at the last 5 years. You know, what was it? New Orleans Super Bowl 44. They were 13-3. I think Giants and Pittsburgh had 10 wins. I think the Packers were an outside wild card. Mm-hmm. I think they were the 6th seed with 10 wins. Last year, the Giants, they had 9. I think they were 9-7. 10. I think they were 9-7. I mean,
9-7.
The Bears are 7-3. They're not looking that bad. They were not that embarrassed. They didn't show up to the game tonight. They weren't prepared for the game, but they have not. They have not been. They've been embarrassed many more times in the history of this franchise than they were tonight.
Well, yeah, again, too, we can give you games that even I played and I was embarrassed, and Ed played and it was embarrassed. But the point is, when we're looking at it, see, the key is here in this town, we're always saying to ourselves, boy, they'll get to the playoffs. Is that what we're really looking for here? I'm not looking to get to the playoffs, okay? I'm looking for, do we have a shot to go and take it, the big brass ring, and go and play good teams and play teams well? And what indication of is when you play a good team. Now, we played 2 teams that are good teams back-to-back and lost both of them. That's the part that's bothering me because I say we'll get to the playoffs because you got Arizona coming up, you've got Seahawks coming up, you got 2 in Minnesota, 1 in Detroit. That's not the problem. I think that'll happen. But again, too, every time we seem to face a good team, it all goes up in smoke. And not the fact that, okay, it goes up in smoke, but how it went up in smoke. We got destroyed. It wasn't a football game. If you thought that was a football game tonight, it wasn't a football game. It wasn't a game. We got ruined. And so I think that's what puts doubt into the back of everybody's mind, saying, hold on, what the hell is going to happen to us if we do get to the playoffs? When we do meet a good football team, what do we become? Where are we? And there's that offensive line, like I said, I only saw it one time worse was when Cutler played against the Giants a couple of years ago, and he almost got put in a body bag. But other than that, I never saw anything like that. You can't continue to play that way.
Well, just the key, what we're talking about here, is that they didn't respond. The players individually, just talk about the offensive line, did not respond. They did not. They took a beating for 4 quarters, and that's exactly what happened out there. And why, I don't know. but I'm sure that hopefully Mike Tyson, Lovey, can figure it out and straighten that one out. If you're going to get beat, if you're going to go down fighting. Don't go down like this.
And I myself didn't see this coming this badly. You know, there's a good chance that they'd have lost to San Francisco because they're playing on the road. You're going from the East Coast to the West Coast, and that's always a big factor. But not like this. I mean, this was we're destroyed. The game was over 6-7 minutes into the game. Let's go out to Chris and Lyle. Chris, you're on the score.
Hi, how you guys doing?
All right, Chris.
Hey, I just wanted to get your guys' opinion whether the Bears can win another Super Bowl under their current ownership, where our former mayor thinks it's a great idea to increase revenue, and he thinks that Chicago could have another sports franchise that could, potentially get enough revenue, build another stadium, because I don't see this franchise going anywhere underneath the McCaskies. They're not making the proper adjustments. They're not going to let go of Lovie Smith with money on his contract. They basically pulled the hose on Jerry Angelo, and they're still in the hole. So what do you guys think?
Well, I don't know about another team here. I know with George Halas when he first, again, too, and Ed can talk a little bit about that, there was no way another team was going to come into this time.
No, I think, they talk about, you hear from other people, Al Davis and some other people started, and talking about who started the merge. There was one man clearly that started the merge, and he saw it coming, was George Halas. He basically was the starter of the history of the National Football League, was due to George Halas, and I think he saw that merger. I mean, that coming down the road, that these teams are not going away. And the reason why, Doug, because all the owners in the new AFL, when they started, the AFL, when it started, Doug, those were guys who had a lot of money. And I think as far as I know, and I'm pretty sure I'm correct on this, is that the person that started the merger between the two leagues was George Halas. And the reason why he did it, there will never
unwritten rule
be that's right, there will never be another NFL franchise in the city of Chicago, period.
I think what it is, Emery just came in, he just got looking at what's going on here. I had him take a look at the rookie situation. Most of the rookies that we drafted, they're hurt, again too. But they brought guys in that are supposed to help. Campbell was going to help because we got stuck last year. Remember, we were 7-3, and we just went down the tubes and lost 5 games. And Campbell was supposed to be a guy to come in here to help us out, having a quarterback. But tonight's game wasn't the quarterback. I mean, again, too. Sure, you can have a better quarterback. Cutler would be a better quarterback. But it didn't matter because I never saw a quarterback that could play back there that way under that much pressure,
Ed. Yeah.
And continually being pounced around.
Let me tell you something. Here, folks, the bottom line is here. You saw that performance tonight, okay? You saw what they did, and you saw what we did, or we tried to do. Folks, this was the 10th game of a 16-game schedule. The 10th game of a 16-game schedule, and you tell me, folks out there, what the hell were we trying to do offensively? What pattern, what did we try to do? Running the ball, passing the ball, what was our philosophy? What has been our philosophy? And it's week after week, and you saw it out there today. Take a look at the other team we played tonight with a kid that never started a game in the National Football League and ran from, 4, 5, 6, 7 different formations and ran it efficiently, moved the ball, converted on 3rd down. He didn't panic and scored points. And then look at what we did in the 10th game with a $3.5 million backup quarterback who started 71 games. If that doesn't make you sick, I don't know what will.
Again, too, the fact is that anytime you look at offenses or defenses, you look to the defensive line, you look to the offensive line. That's where it is. That's where it starts. That's where it happens, and they create plays. Defensively with sacks, offense with protecting your quarterback. Neither of that stuff really happened tonight. We didn't have neither of that. Offensive obviously never looked that bad. I'm talking about the offensive line. And the defensive line didn't do that well. So when it's all said and done with it, not only would the continuity of the plays, what is called, but actually the players out on the field. But I think we'll all go back to the same thing. We're going to go back to the fact is that are they that confused that they're lost all their fight in themselves? That when they want to go out there and say, listen, you know what? These guys are slapping us around. This guy is doing this. This guy's doing that. Let's buck up here. We didn't see that. I didn't see that. I didn't see a player step forward and say, okay, enough's enough. I'm not going to take it anymore.
And I never thought I'd see that from these kids, especially when you have leadership like Briggs.
I never thought I would
Urlacher
see that. Never.
And Peanut. I thought that, like they didn't see that they were getting knocked the hell from one end of the field to the other. And to sit there and take it for that long?
I didn't see the fight.
No.
Let's go out to Bill and Palatine. Bill, you're on the score. Billy.
Ask you a question about question on coaching judgment by the Bears.
Uh-huh.
I just have to make a comment as well. Going back to that Tennessee game where, the Bears were winning, you had the offense and the defensive starters on the side of the field, everybody celebrating, happy, smiling, and it was a great game. But they're acting like they're in the playoffs already. Okay, even in that game, the offense came on, but not till the third quarter at the end of that game.
Mm-hmm.
They
Exactly.
were still riding the coattails of the defense. They were riding the coattails of the defense.
Exactly.
And now tonight's game, as you guys have said, everybody's been saying tonight, it starts with the offensive line, starts with the defensive line. That is what football is about, okay? We all know that. Now, my question for you guys is, after all this pathetic offensive line by the Bears that we all know about, my question is...
But I was totally shocked with Karimi tonight.
I tell you what, I'm really puzzled about Karimi too, Doug.
Yeah, man.
And to our listeners out there, I mean, my Lord, to see that kid play after play out there and get absolutely plummeled inside and out and run over. And that's not only this game, Doug. His last few games have not been too good.
They have not been good.
I don't know. I mean, how big does somebody have? My God, the kid is 6'7" and weighs, 320, 330? How big do you have to be?
And that kid at Wisconsin, they were pretty damn good.
Yeah,
they had that offensive line.
Doug, and not only that to get beat, but to get put on your back 2 or 3 times.
Embarrassed.
Put right flat on your back and run over you like you're a doormat.
Yeah.
Wow.
That shocked me too, Ed. Like I said, Webb doesn't shock me anymore. Whatever he does not shock me.
He's that guy. Forget about it.
Yeah. Let's go out to David in Germany. David, you're on the score.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, David?
Hey, I just wanted to throw it out there. I'm a diehard Bears fan. I obviously stayed up till 2:30 in the morning to watch this absolutely 100% pathetic game.
You got it.
I called my dad on Skype, and I basically watched the game with him, and I told him the only reason I watched the end of that game was just because, I stayed up that late to watch it. But, wow. I'm almost 24, so I came up through that late 90s era when we went through the real garbage years, the 3-13 years, the 4-12 years, the just absolute trash when Craig Boniel was our kicker and couldn't make a kick past 35 yards. Like those were the years I grew up as a Bears fan. Okay.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. I still had heroes back then. Okay. That Mike Wells blocked field goal in Chicago when they beat the Packers at the end of the year.
Right.
We still, like you said, we still had heroes back then. We still had fighters. The sad fact of tonight, gentlemen, is that we're seeing that this league is coming to be about paychecks. It's all about a paycheck now. It has nothing to do with the game. Just like you said, the only one who only had any kind of emotion was probably Marshall. Urlacher a little bit, but you know what? Urlacher is a general on that defense. A general. That's his job, to go out there and get these guys pissed off enough so that, like you said, maybe we start slapping them around a little bit. But Monday Night Football, come on. And then we complain when ESPN doesn't talk about the Chicago Bears. Gee, I wonder why. Maybe it's because whenever we're at a national level, a national stage, we completely and utterly embarrass ourselves. But anyway, the things I want to talk about are things that you could sit here and you could talk about the line all night. I agree that defensive end draft was an idiot choice. We've been saying direct linemen for how many years now? But this is what brings me into my point, okay? Number one, tonight, there were 2 backup quarterbacks playing for both teams. One of those quarterbacks came to play. The other didn't. You know what I put that on? Not the quarterbacks. I put this on the coaching staff.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Absolutely.
Like you said, how this guy was able to run through this playbook with all these different schemes and whatnot, I have no idea. Okay? For some reason, the Bears, it's like a 1 step forward, 2 step back. Okay? We get rid of Ron Turner. We get rid of Ron Turner, we get rid of D'Angelo, but we keep Lovey and this Mike Tice offense. Like, I could run a better offensive scheme than this guy. It's so predictable. It's back to the same old. It reminds me of Ron Turner. That's why I wrote that down.
Well, David, the thing that you're seeing is, and Lovey tells you, whoever they're going to play. They want the defense. They don't want the defense to give the ball away, convert, kick a field goal or 2, or get a touchdown, and the defense and special teams will win the game. And I know you're David. It's hard to believe, but I mean that's his philosophy. You look at other teams around the league. You look at the New England Patriots. Boy, if you watched them yesterday, what a show they put on. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. And what a show they put on, too. For that Kaepernick, I'll tell you what, for that kid to run from so many different formations with efficiency, move that ball up and down the field, calm and cool, that's a tribute, obviously, to that kid, but to their coaching staff. So that kid, did he absorb an offensive system that never started a game? And look at us. Look at us after 10 games. That's what's disheartening.
Well, hopefully next week, Ed, a little different. We play the Vikings, and hopefully
that team that team that we can beat, Doug. Yeah,
they could do some damage, but hopefully that this team is embarrassed when they come back and they take that film. Usually they do something like that and they burn it, and they jump all over these guys and say, "Listen, you know what? Let's see what we can do."
You know what I would do, Doug? And normally I'd agree with you on something like that, to take the film and burn it. Sometimes you got to do that, but I'm going to tell you what. To not stand up on a man-to-man, and I'm especially talking about the offense, okay? To stand up and to take a beating like that, to get put on your back time after time, and you're the size of a mountain, and you get slapped around like that, and you do not retaliate, you do not fight back.
I think that's the theme of the whole evening, and I think
that's
why
what absolutely galls me. I can't.
Everybody's
how the
mad.
Hell?
That's why.
Exactly. It's got to be why.
Because you know what? We're not here to say, okay, fine. Sure, they were better. Our point is, where was the fight? There was no fight in the dog, Ed. I mean, that's a fact.
Yeah.
So hopefully
Did
next
you hear
week,
a draft going to come in the studio?
Oh, wait a minute.
Who is that guy?
Who is that guy?
Who is that masked man?
Hot air.
Who is that masked man?
Who is that guy?
This was not the worst game the Bears ever played in Candlestick Park, by the way. In 2000, Cade McNown didn't even get across midfield once, and they had a mutiny because they all went to Dick Duran and said if he plays the finale,
that's right.
We don't want to play.
Give it to him.
Les, how did you know that?
Your boy that you loved so much, Shane Matthews, started the game. He got hurt the second series, look who replaced him, Cade McNown.
Yeah, there's another guy. Well, anyway, at least we know that. Thanks to
that
Herb
is
Lawrence.
The walking encyclopedia.
Brett Lyons, Zach Withers, Rick Camp. Up next, Les Grobstein. He'll tell you the whole story. Thank you for listening.
Listen to Les.
Next week, Minnesota Vikings. Bring them on.
Go Bears.
With 5 options and nobody in the backfield, he is hit, he is dropped, and down he goes! Inside the 10 to the 8-yard line by Henry Melton. A first snap sack by Melton, his 6th of the year to tie Julius Peppers. Shea on the takeaway. Cutler's in it. Hands off to Matt Forte. Forte gives up the football, and Chad Greenway covers it up, and the Vikings have it inside the Bears 30. First and 10, 32-yard line. He gives left. Adrian Peterson gives up the football on the scoop, far side of the field. Bears have taken it away. Adrian Peterson, they thought he had fixed his fumbling issues against the Bears. Not right there. Bears take it away. It's Charles Tillman on the recovery. Michael Bush, Cutler the handoff, giving left, standing up, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Into the left side of the Vikings defensive front. Michael Bush is in, and he runs to the north end zone and hands the football to a fan. Snap placement, man, it's blocked from the 20-yard line, and a 30-yard try. The Bears knock it down, no good. Blocked by the Bears, and again, they are superb at doing it. Nobody does it better than the Chicago Bears.
Devin Hester officially diagnosed with a concussion, out for the rest of the game.
Cutler takes, turns, gives Michael Bush, goal line, end zone, off the left side, touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Michael Bush in from the one, his second TD today. Ponder on the takeaway, played fake, Ponder in the pocket, hit by Nate Collins, throws, intercepted, Chris Conti. Conti running right to the 40 of the Vikings. Conti to the 30, with blockers at the 25. A cut inside the 15. The Bears in business with under 2 minutes to play. First half, Chris Conti on the interception. Snap, Cutler being chased by Jared Allen, rolling to the near side on the cross, caught, and it's Brandon Marshall inside the Viking 40. Another great hand vice grip catch, but he hangs it out there, man. It makes you nervous. Jasper Brinkley on the tackle. That's a Bears first down.
You're paying attention to three things: the pursuit from behind Jay, the target he's getting ready to throw through, and then the accuracy and need to be able to make it catchable by the receiver.
Jay's letting it rip today.
Yeah.
20 of 24, 165 yards, and 79 yards on that catch. Puts Brandon Marshall over 1,000 yards, the first and ninth Bear with 1,000 yards in a season in a long while.
And now, live from Rookies, 4607 West Higgins and Hoffman Estates, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, a Chicago tradition after every Bears game, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's radio home for Bears fans. Brought to you in part by UV Vodka. When you celebrate with UV. And look for the 3 new flavors coming soon.
Those highlights courtesy of WBDM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Rookies in Hoffman Estates on Higgins Road. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone.
Quite a place.
Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears' 28-10 win over the Minnesota Vikings. That's what we're looking for. That's what we wanted after last week's debacle. In today's game, Eddie, the fact was the Bears put up 25 points in the first half, only 3 in the second half. But once again, it goes back to what that defense does, and it's called takeaways. And they had 3 takeaways, two turnovers by fumbles and 1 interception. And the Chicago Bear defense, I thought, did a heck of a job on Peterson. I believe they had 1 run of 13 yards. But other than that, they held everything in control. And I got to tell you, you watch Cutler out there when he's playing, the guy really can extend the play. The guy really has a sharp arm. It was live today, and he and Marshall were just unbelievable. And in fact, to make the day a pretty good day, our tight ends even caught 2 passes, which was shocking as hell. But they did. They got the passes. The run game was there. The fact was the Bear defense, again, did what they had to do. Not a particularly good football club, the Minnesota Vikings, in my mind, but that doesn't matter. What matters is the win. And Lovey didn't say that it was a must game, but it was a must game. And it was a must game for the Vikings, and it didn't work out for them. It worked out for the Chicago Bears, Ed. So they win that football game 28-10.
Doug, I don't think that was a mystery. He said it wasn't a must game.
It was a must game.
Yeah, he's whistling Dixie, pal. I can tell you that right, because if they'd have dropped this one, that'd have been 4 losses. And you got Seattle coming in, who's a halfway decent football team. You got to play the Packers again. You got to play Detroit at the end of the season. In Detroit, you got to go up and play Minnesota. This game was of vital importance. But what you saw is, again, the way Lovey likes to play football and win football games, Doug. And what was the difference from last week and the prior week, Doug? A commitment to the run game instead of a helter-skelter offense. You know, we would come on, we couldn't even figure out what are they trying to do? What's the purpose? How are they going to get a first down? What are they trying to do? Well, guess what? They went back to a commitment to the running game, Doug. Right back, the short passing game, the runs, play action. And I'll tell you what, number 3, Doug, Cutler keeping the plays alive, and pinpoint accuracy was really the main thing. He got away, I don't know how many different times, but he put the ball right where it had to be every time. He can do it on the run, and that's why I've been saying since he's been here, when he's had all these problems getting these sacks because of the porous offensive line, move the damn pocket.
You know, talking about the offensive line, too, think what they did. Karimi ended up at right guard. Now, maybe that's the position he should be playing, you know, because Lance Lewis got decked on that interception. And so the fact is that, you know, Karimi came in there, and I thought they gave pretty decent protection. But like you said, when the protection would break down, Cutler got out of trouble.
Doug,
he got out of trouble many times.
Thing, Doug. Here, it's a short passing game, and, you know, can you hold the defensive line out, or if they're blitzing linebackers, hopefully, my God, you can do it to throw a 6, 7, or an 8, or a 12-yard out, okay? Hopefully they can do that. And by the way, still using max protection. Now, what's going to happen from here? I think what you're going to see, Doug, week after week after week, there will be no deviation from the way Lovey likes to play football. They're not good enough to stretch the field. Obviously, it's going to be the short passes, the dink and dunk, and a commitment to the running game. So hopefully they can complete some passes, and that's what happened today. Is it going to be flashy football, exciting football? No. It's going to be the defense coming back to who they were. They took a little vacation for a week or two. They came back against the Vikings, did a hell of a job. All over it, Doug. They were all over the place. Yeah, offensively, again, doing what they had to do to win the football game, and you're going to see that next week, the following, whatever. The next 5 games going out, folks, what you saw today, that's what you're going to see.
And that depends, too, Ed, to get this kind of offense, which they did. They only went deep once. They went into the end zone, and I thought maybe they could have made that play, but they didn't. But the fact is, to play like that, to play conservative football, in other words, where you control the clock, their one play drive they had was 14 plays in 8 minutes.
For almost 8 minutes.
Right. So 14 plays in 8 minutes. That's good. You control the clock. But the one thing, when you do that, you have to have a defense that's going to give you back to football or takeaways. We have 3 takeaways, and that's how the Chicago Bears win.
Can you do that against the Packers?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know.
You know, can you do it against the 49ers? Can you do it against Atlanta? Can you do it against the Giants? Can you do it against New England? Time will tell, pal.
Yeah, and the thing here is the fact that your offense then does let Cutler open up a little bit. And the one encouraging thing, we saw 2 good catches by our tight ends. You know, Spaeth made a nice catch. Kellen Davis made a nice catch. But that was probably the only nice catch they made. But the fact was it's there. Maybe that's going to improve, because I'm telling you, you'll take a look at any football team that's any good in the National Football League offensively. They have a tight end that can catch the football and make those plays.
On a consistent basis, right. Doug.
This hour is brought to you by El Pomani Ford. Eddie, and what do you got for me? I know you have something for me.
This segment is sponsored by Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611 or visit FazioInsurance.com.
It's Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 28-10 over the Minnesota Vikings.
Jay Cutler in a victory formation. With less than 20 to go, takes a knee on the final play of the game. Your Bears knock out the Vikings 28-10. Another division win, a one you had to have here at home at Soldier Field to go to 8-3 on the season. The Vikings drop to 6-5. Seattle in town next week, and the Vikings take on the Packers next Sunday as well.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Rookies in Hoffman Estates on Higgins Road. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Bob in Oklahoma. Bob, you're on the Score. Bobby.
How's it going, guys? Great game, huh?
You got it. We won.
Yeah, now what I need to do is I need to hire Big Doug.
Yep.
Because someone's going to have to go deal with the Fox Sports Management. Apparently that's where all the replacement refs went. I'm in Oklahoma. I'm watching the Bears game. 2 minutes into the second half, they left the game for a more competitive one.
Oh, they didn't. You're kidding.
They did.
They really did. Where'd they go to? What game?
Pardon?
What game did they go to?
Tampa Bay, Atlanta. And from there, I went to Miami. I can't remember who Miami was playing.
Seattle. Miami, Seattle.
And then from Seattle, Miami game, they took me back to the Bears game with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I read a letter.
Yeah, no, I want Big Doug down there. I need some knees broken.
All right, I'll put it on my list.
All right.
Thanks, Bob.
guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
You know, the game itself, once again, the Bears come out that first half. They score 25 points, Eddie. And I'm going to, you think, well, this may be a 50 or 45, 50-point game. Well, actually, there's only 3 points scored by the Bears in the second half.
Yeah.
But they had control of the game.
Well, here, Doug, they had 39 rushes. I mean, they haven't rushed that many times in a long time. For 113 yards, for roughly about a 2.9-yard average. I don't care if it's 2.9, but they had to run the football. We had to establish something, Doug, and we sure as heck are not going to establish a passing game, not with the receivers, some of them being hurt, and Cutler being a little iffy. You don't know when he's going to get whacked, and especially the offensive line. So what we had to establish was reestablish the run game, and I think they did it today, and they're going to keep with that, and that will help open up the passing game, even, Doug, if it is for an 8 or a 10-yard out.
This segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended.
This segment is sponsored by Northwest Community Hospital Medical Group. For more information, locations, visit nchmedicalgroup.com.
And the other thing, too, I think was very important was third down situations for the Chicago Bears. They were 11 for 19 for 57%, which means they held the football 37 minutes and 30 seconds.
Right. Well, it's kind of nice to see those numbers in convergence. Like, again, 58%, almost 60%, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a bad deal. I'll take that from week to week.
There's no question, again, too. It wasn't one of those games where I think it was that exciting. It was not exciting. But the game was under control. They had the control. And like you said, that's what Lovey does. He wants to control it with the defense control it, get the takeaways, and get first downs.
Exactly. He came out the second half after we had that lead, and
taking no chances.
25, and he was taking no chances.
Right.
Come hell or high water, it was not going to happen. You were not going to see people going downfield and loosey-goosey plays and try to open it up and finish them off. No, it was going to be conservative. Why? Number one, his defense was working, and number two, they were pounding away, didn't give up on the running game.
Well, you know, when the game started out, the first play defensively for the Chicago Bears, Henry Melton sacks the quarterback. He sacks Ponder. And then you have a fumble by Peterson, which the Bears end up with 3 points off of. Then you had the blocked field goal by Peppers, which was huge. And then Conti interception, which turned into a touchdown. They had 2 turnovers that led to 2 Bears touchdowns. And in the game, too, you found out that the Bears found Bennett a little bit. They started using him a little bit more. I know the main thing was Marshall. There's no question about it with him and Cutler, but Bennett got involved in the game. They even got, like I said, the tight ends involved a little bit with a touchdown to Spaeth, which is a hell of a catch, by the way. And then you had a 1-yard catch by Callan Davis on the 1-yard line.
And in the first half, Doug, he hit 7 different receivers.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little unusual for the Bears, but he had 7 different people coming out of the backfield, tight end position, or from the wideouts.
Like you and I talked about many times about Cutler, he can extend plays and we can roll out. We like him getting out of that pocket and setting up that pocket outside of that tackle. And that in itself was good. Sometimes you get a little nervous because he's coming off that concussion. But I thought Cutler handled himself pretty well today. And I'll tell you one thing, Doug, he put that football on the window that was tighter than I ever saw in my life.
His pinpoint passing, and a lot of it was done on the move, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you what, sooner or later, Doug, this offense is going to have to go with a hurry-up offense, a no-huddle offense, move the ball. Try to confuse the defense. They're going to have to, in a game plan, in every quarter, start bootlegging, moving him out. They've got to get some more versatility. If we're going to be, a couple of yards in a cloud of dust and little short passes, We got to start making that pocket, move that pocket, giving them different looks, different formations, and different snap counts. If we can't stay like we're going to, if we do, Doug, then your defense, has to play flawless for 4 quarters. Offense has got to open it up a little bit. And again, what I mean by open it up, move that pocket, go with a no-huddle offense, go big time a little bit.
We saw that right before the half. They were moving the football. They went out there in that hurry up. I love that hurry up like you were talking about. They got up to the line of scrimmage, but unfortunately they missed the field goal on that drive. But still, it was there. You could tell the tempo was picking up. You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Rookies in Hoffman Estates. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Callers, we'll be right with you right after this break.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug and OB, live at Rookies, 4607 West Higgins and Hoffman Estates, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's radio home for Bears fans, presented in part by UV Vodka. When you celebrate with UV, and look for the 3 new flavors coming soon.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Rookies in Hoffman Estates. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win over the Minnesota Vikings, 28-10. And this hour is brought to you by Al Pamani Ford.
This segment is sponsored by Wild Foot and Ankle. For the latest treatment in athletic injuries for the foot and ankle, call Wild Foot and Ankle today at 877-390-7666. And speaking about that, Doug, there's a shout out to a couple of dear friends of mine, doctors, and I'll be seeing a lot of them here in the next few weeks. And Dr. Pat DeCillo and Dr. Eugene Lopez, I got to have a little work done on the body, and both of those guys have kept me going for quite some time. So Dr. Lopez and Dr. DeCillo, I will be seeing you shortly.
These guys must be good to work on your body.
Oh, excuse me. That was a low blow.
Sorry.
It's slightly beat up, pal.
Well, talk about doctors. Let's go out to Dr. Patrick in Barrington.
Hi, Ed. How are you?
All right.
Feel good. How you feeling?
Pat. I'm feeling good. Outside a little bit of the pain in the hip, and I'll see you shortly.
I know, and I'll be seeing you.
Okay.
Looking forward to it. Ed, my question is this. Do you think the Bears really won that game, or do you think the Vikings just kind of blew it? It seemed like the Bears were primed and ready loaded for bear, no pun intended, and seemed to realize the importance of this game, even though Lovey didn't seem to think so. But the Vikings didn't seem to be quite as enthusiastic. And I'm just wondering, do you think that this was a real win?
Yeah.
Because it was an important win. It really was. I agree with you. But it seemed like the Vikings weren't quite ready. What do you think? Did we win it, or did they just lose it?
Well, Pat, here, I tell you what. If you're going to ask me, looking at that game for 60 minutes, what the Vikings, how they performed quarter after quarter, you know what? I saw they look like the Bears of the last week or two, okay? They're lethargic. I couldn't see any rhyme or reason, and exactly, Pat, what in God's name were they trying to do offensively? You know, nothing seemed to work for them. Obviously, our defense had a lot to do with it, but I think Lovey underplayed this out to the press. I'll guarantee you, after that game last week, when he had everybody get out of the locker room, I'll guarantee you more than a riot act was taken to his players. They knew how important this game was. If they blow this game and they have 4 losses with Seattle coming here, and again, I mentioned Green Bay, and we have to go to Detroit, we have to go back to Minnesota. If they would have lost this football game, it would have been game, set, match. The season would have been over with. This was about an important game as you could have had at this particular time of the season. The Bears saw it, the coaches, staff saw it, and they had a game plan, and they were not going to deviate from them, and it worked. So did the Bears win the game? Yeah, I think they did.
I agree 100%. They did win it. No one's going to give you anything. And the fact was, we saw that second half where the Bears only scored 3 points. They scored all those 25 points in the first half. And they did it. What they did was they shut down their main weapon. That was Adrian Peterson. there was no question he's the guy they're counting on, because since they lost Percy Harvin, the wide receiver for the Vikings, it took away some of their offense.
Doug, the Bears defensively had great pursuit, Doug. They really did. That's why, I mean, even if he broke through the line, he got there. I mean, there were people zeroing in on him, taking the right angles, and they brought him down.
I think the other thing, too, you have to give some credit to is Karimi coming in there and playing guard. Now, Lance Lewis gets knocked out of the game. Edwin Williams comes in. Now, Lance has to, I mean, you're talking about Karimi now has to play right guard. He's supposed to be a right tackle, but I saw him make some nice plays. I don't know how good it was or when he grades out, but I don't know. I mean, you've got guys that are that flexible that can jump in there and play a position like that. That's some kudos to Karimi, because after last week, the beating he took.
Oh, my God.
You know, and now he jumps in there guard. You know, credit to him on this one.
Well, here, Doug, and again, you saw how many times they had max protection. You know, is this team just good enough to play 5 guys, and I don't care if they're all healthy? No, they are not. Period.
Well, the thing about it is that, you know, I guess you take each game, you decide what you have to do for that game to win that game, and it's exactly what they're doing. And there'll come a time, though, when you're going to have to let loose, but not now, because the Vikings, I'll tell you, I thought they were not a very good team, but after I watched them today, they are below good.
And again, Doug, this was a giant game for the Bears.
Huge.
Everybody can foo-foo exactly what it was or whatever. BS. This game was a giant. Must. Yes, it was.
It was a must, and I'll tell you another thing. I think it was a must game for the Minnesota Vikings also, because they needed this football game to stay in the run of things, and they didn't get it. And the Bears come out, and obviously, like you were talking about, Lovey thinking, well, you know, not a must game, but he says that because of the fact.
I believe he
there's
knew
no
in his
question.
Heart, and those players,
no question.
They knew exactly what. Hey, Doug, you didn't play 14, I didn't play 11 years to figure this one out. I mean, come on. I'll guarantee you. This was a giant game for the players and the coaches.
It was do or die.
Absolutely.
Let's go out to John in Glendale Heights. John, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey now, guys. Great show as usual.
What's up, John?
2 quick questions. Is there any reason why they continue to throw the ball to the tight end, Kellen Davis? Matt Spade did a great job. He seems like he towers over any defender that tries to guard him. I don't see why they don't have more offensive plays drawn up for the guy, especially in the red zone. Seems like he towers over anybody. There should be more plays given to this guy, I think. What do you say, guys?
John, I tell you, I'm all for getting to the tight end, and we saw Spaeth make a great catch. That was a great throw, too, by Cutler. There's no question about that, and I want to go to the tight ends. We saw Kellen Davis make that catch on the 1-yard line. We also saw them both drop passes. So, I mean, there's some things here, but I got to tell you, and I said it before, and I'll keep saying it, all the teams that are very successful in the National Football League offensively have a tight end that can catch the football. That's a fact. And that really helps out that quarterback tremendously. And so when the fact is, if they ever shut down Marshall, now where do you go with the football? Because we were wide receivers. Hester got hurt. We were short. We were short wide receivers. And so that tight end has got to come around, and we got to make the plays. And I don't know if these guys are capable of doing it consistently, but today they made a couple nice plays.
You know, Doug, even with the short passing game, and it's right in front of you. I mean, it was quite obvious. But you just made a good point there. Even if a short passing game, Doug, you know, they play under and over on Marshall.
Yeah.
And they really shut him down. Where do you go? Do you really have a tight end that you can go to that can make up for it?
That's the question, Ed, and that's what you're going to have to have.
Because you know you're not going to stretch the field, and if they shut him down, then you better really have a great running game. Because I'll tell you what, you're going to have a hell of a time converting on 3rd down, and that will not be pretty.
And the other thing we saw too, Bennett took some of the pressure off. He made some catches.
Yeah. He made some catches,
so
but again,
that's what you got.
I'll tell you what, they all stepped up to the plate, and it was nice to see that victory, especially at home.
You're listening to the Majestic Star post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Rookies. We'll be right back.
Jay takes, giving to Michael Bush off the right side. Bush looking for a little help, and he off to get it himself. He gets the first down across the 42. Michael Bush with the Bears' first down. And I can honestly say at this point, fade to black, right?
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Rookies in Hoffman Estates on Higgins Road. Obradovich and Buffone, you got that right. 312-644-98 6-7, the Chicago Bears 28, Minnesota Vikings 10.
Ton of callers, Dougie. You want to get to them, brother?
Let's go, brother. Out to Dale and Alsop. Dale, you're on the scoreboard. L.B. and Doug.
Hello.
Hello, Dale. You're on, buddy.
Hey, Ed, Doug, man, I've been watching you for 50 years.
I'm happy.
Of course,
Yeah.
I'm not even that old.
Yeah.
Well, the thing I got to say about today is I'm a quarterback. Well, just from college and then slow time. But I'll tell you, Doug, Jay Cutler today hit the passes that he had to hit. He threw the ball 100 miles an hour to space, and he catches the ball, gets his feet in bounds. He made the big passes to, our big number, Wilbur Marshall. I love him. I'm going to hang up, and you guys tell me to comment on it, okay?
Well, there's no question. Ed and I talked about it, and I never saw. I mean, we know the guy has an arm. We know he's quick. We know he can extend. But I thought today he put that football, especially a lot of places where Marshall came up with the catch. Now, you're going to have the guy to make those catches, too, to use his hands.
Right.
But he put that football right there.
I'll tell you what, but the key to the whole game again, the running game. Again, we had 39 attempts. We didn't get a lot of yards, but we kept it going. We kept the whole thing going. But I'll tell you what, the magic today, Doug, if you don't have Cutler out there, and if he doesn't extend those plays, if he doesn't, Doug,
we got a problem.
We got a big problem, and I don't think we're talking about a victory today. But I'll tell you what, he hung in there. He hasn't played in a couple of weeks, Doug. I'll tell you what, you got kudos to the guy, Doug. You can't take it away from him. And to put that ball where he did and extend those plays.
He had only one gap, Ed, and that was when the sidelines, when he flipped that football to the guy when he ran out of bounds.
But that's Jay Cutler. That's Jay Cutler.
That's also 15 yards. It cost us a touchdown. We had to take a field goal.
Let me give you another clue here, brother. Yeah. He doesn't give a damn.
Well,
if he did it today, he'll do it again next week. It doesn't matter.
I hope it's not a game that's that tight and that close that it really counts, because that 15 yards cost us maybe from scoring a touchdown, then we got a field goal. That's all I'm saying.
I understand your point.
Let's go out to Juan in downtown. Juan, you're on the score.
Hey, thanks, guys. I was wondering if you could explain to us the advantage of going for the 2-point conversion there. We couldn't figure it out in the stadium.
There was no advantage. I think it was something they saw. They knew it was going to be a surprise, and they wanted to do it, and I think they were looking for a lift.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what happened, because it was there.
And it's a setup for everybody else that they're going to play the next 5 teams. They're going to have to watch it and play it, and they're going to have to work on it.
It's something right, again, too. A lot of times you see that it happens. It happened to the Chicago Bears, by the way, when it was a fake field goal. So I think, and Green Bay did it. I think what's going to happen here now, like Ed was saying, the guys next week will look at it. Maybe you won't get the rush you were going to get because they're worried about you running that trap play inside and the holder, Potlush taking the football and running for a first down.
Absolutely, Doug.
And you know what? It's fun. Don't take the fun out of the game. There's certain things you want to do, have a few chuckles and say, hey, you saw the look on Potlush's face. It's something else. I mean, it's just something different. And it maybe gives you a little spark.
Sometimes, that Weems, he had a couple of big smiles on his face, and our kicker too when he scored that extra point.
Sure.
Hey, let me give you guys a quick clue. Okay, you got to go up to Minnesota, boys.
Turn around. But you know what? When you got the hammerhead, use it.
I told you we played. If guys did that to us and they flaunted it or something like that, guess what's coming, pal?
I guess so.
It ain't a Christmas present.
Mr. Sharp in Oak Lawn. Mr. Sharp, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
What's up, Sharpie?
All right. You know what? I just hope the Bears stay humble. I know they had some really big defensive games, in the past and stuff, but I want them to stay humble, stay grounded, be confident, go out and attack those guys, but also, I just want to know, what do you guys think about that shot that Lance Lewis took from Allen? What's going on with that? It was a call for.
Myself personally, and this is the way I look at football. Always protect yourself. I don't care what time or what day it is, what's going on that field. You protect yourself. Look around. But that shot was to the head, and I wasn't particularly happy when I saw that shot. Now, you could take that same block and you bring it down a tad, and then you go into the ribs with the shoulder, okay. But when he went to the head on that shot.
Well, Sharp, the thing about it is, you could sit there and we could point that out probably, I don't know how many times every week in the National Football League, no matter what city or what teams are playing. It's probably a standard answer. But I'll tell you what, It's part of the game, boy, and they are not over. It's not over till that whistle's blown, pal. So you got to keep your head on a swivel, especially when plays like that are happening, because you never know where it's going to come from.
Let's go to Richard in Hyde Park. Richard, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
What's going on, gentlemen? How
right.
fair win?
What's up, Richard?
Hey, guys, I wanted to say, I really think that this was a must-win, like you guys touched on earlier, but I think without Percy Harvin out there, there was absolutely no way possible we could lose this game.
Good. I agree with you,
Good
Richard.
point.
Yep.
Good point, Rashad.
No question.
Absolutely. They had no big playability, so the only thing you had to do was key on AP. But my thing that I took out of this game is we got banged up. You guys touched on it. Mm-hmm. Now, if I'm not correct, Brandon Marshall had about 15 targets. We saw Earl Bennett make an appearance, but with that receiving core, we only had 3 guys to run out there. Who we're going to have to throw the ball to going forward? Forte out there, he hasn't looked right all season, but now he's lagging with the injury. It's going to really be tough these next few games. What you guys think about that?
You're right, too. And we talked about the wide receivers and, the fact that a lot of these guys are banged up. Jeffrey, I don't know what's going on with him with his knee, but we're dependent on him at the beginning of the year. The tight ends we saw a little bit today, but enough that maybe down the road they'll be okay. But Bennett's got to be the other guy that's going to has to come up. Bennett's got to be the guy that's got to take up the slack right now because, like you said, we don't know what's going on with the other guys. How bad are they hurt? What's happening? So if you take away, Marshall, you got to go to the tight end, to the back, or you have to go back, to Bennett. And I think Bennett's got to be part of the guy that has to do some of the, the catching the football.
Absolutely, Doug. And it's just going to be. And the reason why you don't see this phenomenal passing game, I'm just talking about teams like the New York Giants, New England Patriots. We just can't afford it. We've got to keep people in the block. So you're going to have 2-man patterns, maybe max 3-man patterns. Once in a while, 5 go out, but I'll guarantee you, like the opponents don't know, all 5 receivers, it's going to be a real short pass.
That's good. I mean, the fact is good as long as your defense comes through.
Yeah,
you got to have your defense.
That is, there's no question about it, Doug. They shut Marshall down, though, even if you have a good defense. Now you're talking about a dogfight to win the football game.
You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Rookies, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 28. The Minnesota Vikings 10. We'll be right back.
Offensively, I thought, throughout the day, had a good mixture. Of course, we were committed to the run. I think we had like 39 rushes or something like that. The commitment to the run really helped us today. Jay Cutler, I thought, was outstanding with his play, coming back after a week off. And, of course, Brandon Marshall caught a lot of balls, and just like what the offense was able to do, even though we didn't have a lot of yards, but just keeping us, where we needed to be in the football game.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug and OB, live at Rookies, 4607 West Higgins and Hoffman Estates, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's radio home for Bears fans, presented in part by UV Vodka. When you celebrate with UV, and look for the 3 new flavors coming soon.
That was Lovie Smith talking about the run, 39 rushes, setting up the pass, and controlling the football. And they held the football for 37 minutes. Third down situations, they were just outstanding. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Rookies in Hoffman Estates at 4607 West Higgins Road. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number. 312-644-6767, and also talking about the Majestic Star, Eddie, John Sheldon. He's doing a hell of a job down there.
I tell you what.
What a job he's doing with that place. It's just unbelievable. I mean, you can go down there, and I'm telling you, they're doing so much stuff now, so many giveaways, and so many cash, so much cash.
They got a Mercedes, cash going on. Ann and I stopped on the way going up over the weekend. We went up to the house in Michigan, and we just stopped in and pop in to say hello and leave a couple of bucks there.
Yeah.
But, no, the Majestic Star, I'll tell you what, folks, it's incredible what they have going on over there. And, kudos to them.
Absolutely.
They're trying to put the place back on the map, and I think it's working.
Let's go out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Jeff in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Jeff.
Hey, OB, how's it going?
All right, Jeff.
All right, I got a question here. Since the line is starting to suffer a little bit, everybody knows that. Can our second or third string defensive linemen possibly transition to the offensive line when they're like hurt, or I mean, is that an option or not?
It has happened before with the Bears, and the gentleman was Big Cat Williams. He was brought in as a defensive tackle. Of course, Big Cat is what, I don't know, what is he, 6'7", 330, 40, 50, whatever. I mean, Big Cat was big, but they took him, and obviously, I mean, that's why they brought him, was to bring him, Jeff, in for defense, and they saw enough talent in him. Well, it's not working out here, so they flipped him over to the other side of the line, and he adapted, and then Big Cat had a hell of a career for himself. So can it be done? Yes.
And the other possibility, and I don't know about this, and I don't know the circumstances, they could give Rochelle a call. And I know he came back, he left, they came back and they told him no deal, and they got, they said that was it. They basically cut him. Maybe there's a phone call to the guy. I don't know how Lance Lewis, how he is. I know this Karimi was playing right guard. We know Spencer got banged up. Could that possibly be that he go back and grab Rochelle and bring him back to the fold?
I'll tell you what, Doug, I think there's a little bit more to this story than any of us or the press knows. And I would say, a guess from the outside looking in, as much as I know about it, Doug, I would say he is, as far as the Bears organization concerned, I believe he's gone bye-bye.
Well, it depends on the injuries. I guess how hurt these guys are, if they can bounce back, if they get ready to play. But I'm going to give kudos to Karimi for jumping in at right guard, and especially after last week.
Well, I don't know about him volunteering jumping in there. I'm sure you're asked to play, pal, and we needed you, and you better go in there and you better perform too.
Let's go out to John and McHenry. John, you're on the score. It'll be in Doug.
Hey guys, nice talking to you.
Thanks, all right, John.
I've always enjoyed your passion. Doug, there's one thing you said that I have to disagree with. Sure. You mentioned how the Bears shut down Adrian Peterson today. Mm-hmm. I think Minnesota shut down Adrian Peterson. There's no way that you go into a game with a guy like that and you don't run him 25 times. He's a horse. I mean, he gets better as he goes. And there was an instance in the game where it was 28-10, but Minnesota was on the 5-yard line, and it was 3rd and 2.
Yeah.
Now, they're going to go for it on 4th down also. So I don't know how you don't just run that guy twice.
You know what?
To me, he's a cinch to pick up the 1st down. Instead, they tried passing twice to the corner of the end zone. And
hey, John,
I just think they're. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the Vikings for the 4 quarters they only had 20 rushing attempts. Am I correct on that?
Mm-hmm.
So they really didn't. They really didn't do it. As a matter of fact, they threw the ball. God, I don't know how many times they attempted. Doug, 43 passes?
Yeah.
And
there were a lot of drops too.
It should be the other way around.
But John, you're absolutely correct. I said the same thing you said. I said, what? It doesn't take a genius to figure when you got a guy like Peterson back there, and it's 3rd one. If you think you're going to go to your 4th down, you're going to use your 4th down, then not run. Why don't you run the guy twice instead of trying to throw the same play into the end zone, into the corner for a touchdown? And I agree with you 100%. To me, that was a bad call.
Well, absolutely.
Let's go out to Paul and Lyle. Paul, you're on the score.
Paul, you're on. Yep. Paul,
hello?
Yeah, Paul, you're on.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good,
Let me
Paul.
tell you, the Bears' offensive linemen, they just got pummeled in San Francisco's front last week. And you know what? Have you thought about going in free agency with these guys or even bringing back? I know you guys talked about Raquel, but you know what? Brandon Marshall has been used as one heck of a weapon. You get Cutler protected, he'll hurt you real bad. You get Earl Bennett utilized as more of a weapon. And I'll tell you one thing, these Bears are going to go deep in the playoffs. I'd love to coach them in Tampa.
Well, the thing about it is that, you said, when do we get the offensive lineman? It's too late. You should have thought this way ahead. Well, you should have thought of this in training camp. You should have thought of it, but they kept saying.
No.
What did they kept saying?
There you go, Doug.
What did they say, Ed?
They're all on the record. Lovey's on the record. This year, last year, and the year before. When it came down to starting the season, and he's been questioned about the offensive line year after year after year. Nope, these are our guys. Jamarcus Webb, these are our people. We're staying with them. They're good, and that's who we're going with. Well, in the meantime, you got about Jay Cutler about half killed out there.
And again, too, that's going to come down to certain teams they play. And again, if it happens to be San Francisco, the Bears are going to go to the playoffs. I don't think that's.
Doug, there's no way they can miss them.
Right, but the idea, can they win in the playoffs? I don't think we should maybe be looking forward to that. Be taking one at a time, as we always know. But once again, though, today's game was a must. This game had to be won by the Chicago Bears, or all hell would have broken loose.
You know what, Doug? I think I believe it was John, made a good point about Peterson. You know, again, I think they only had like 20 rushes. But how do you have a running back who's absolutely having a phenomenal year in Adrian Peterson, Doug? How the hell do you not showcase him? How is not he the focus of what you're doing and take from it? Then go to the play action. Run him 40 times in a game. Then, and use your play action off of him instead of throwing 43, 44 times and using him as a decoy or something. I mean, how dumb could you be? That's the guy that should have been a focal point. That's the guy that the game plan should have been around, and the game plan worked from there. The passing game. But see, a lot of times what happens is that whatever the defense is called, and they played a lot of single man, okay, what they call a free safety. The only time we saw them play the cover 2 more than normal was when they had the lead. And then you saw Peterson running the football. Why? Very simple. Because there isn't a guy in the box. They come out, you double up on the outside. That means you can run the football. Now, when you're at single safety, you have the strong safety up because the game plan for the Chicago Bears was not ponder. It was take away Peterson. That's exactly why Minnesota comes back and says, well, they're going to try to take away Peterson, so we're going to throw the football. If you remember correctly, I thought Minnesota Vikings dropped a lot of footballs. I thought a lot of times they should have made catches. There were tips in the air. Absolutely.
They were just absolutely terrible. And they didn't have Percy Harvin. They didn't have the wide receiver to do what they wanted to do. So, again, too, the Bears went in with the right deal. Take away Peterson. When we get the lead, we'll go back to the cover 2. They'll try to run him, but we won't let him get big yardage.
Well, Doug, the only thing that I disagree with you a little bit on that is, and I understand your philosophy and everything, but we're only talking throwing the ball 43 times and running it basically 20. The Minnesota Vikings, with the premier back in the league, flawed policy.
And the other two, they didn't have the football. I mean, the Bears had, I don't know how many first downs, a ton of first downs, Eddie. What did they have in first down-wise, the Bears? They had 23 first downs. 23 first downs. They held the ball for 37 minutes. That means Minnesota Vikings didn't have the football to even do half that stuff. So, yeah, it was a game plan, and it's like you said, it was a game plan designed for teams like Minnesota Vikings. We will not take, because they only went down deep once. They went into the end zone one time. Remember they went to Cutler?
Yep,
that was
right.
it. That was it. Let's go out to Nick in Wisconsin. Nick, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on the show. First-time listener. Just actually coming back from Pennsylvania, covering the Badgers, losing another one in the Big Ten. As a Green Bay Packer fan, let's just forget about those chumps to the Northwest. The Vikings have never mattered in this division. Let's talk about Bears and Packers in a couple weeks. Will Jay Cutler still be in one piece with the way his offensive line is playing by the time that the Packers play them? And, what do you see for the result in that game at this point?
It's hard to tell. I mean, because, first of all, the Packers, the way they've been playing, they're no trip to Hollywood, buddy. I mean, they've got their quarterback sacked quite a few times, and their running game is not any good. Their defense, they've had a lot of guys that were injured. And last week against the Lions, you trying to tell me that they beat the Lions? You don't want to talk about a team that beat themselves? The Lions did that last week. With 1 minute and 58 seconds left to go in the end zone, the Packers go into the end zone and for a touchdown, and the Lions lose. So I'm not that hot on the Green Bay Packers until they get some of their guys back.
Well, Doug, they've got problems in the offensive line, too.
Sure they do. And they got problems in the defensive line with Clay Matthews beaten up. So we'll see what happens down that road, but it's kind of early to tell. We'll see who's got what guys are left to play in that football game. You're listening to Majestic Star Postgame Show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Rookies in Hoffman Estates, 4607 Higgins Road. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears, 28. Minnesota Vikings, 10. We'll be right back.
I normally don't write down the injuries on a sheet here. There are so many. I had to remember them all. Devin Hester has a concussion. And of course, all the players I'm going to call out, none of them came back in the game. So that's always a concern when you don't come back in the game. Charles Tillman and Matt Forte both have ankle injuries, and Chris Spencer and Lance Lewis have knee injuries, knee sprain. So don't know the extent of the injuries, except for they weren't able to come back in the football game.
That was Lovie Smith talking about the injuries, and there were a ton of them. And I guess concern is the offensive line. Concern would be the wide receivers. So we'll see what happens this week. You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Rookies in Hoffman Estates on Higgins Road. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Eddie, we were asked to talk about real quickly to promote this Welcome Home Parade for the post 9/11 veterans. It's going to be December 15th, 2012. All the veterans from World War II right on up through Afghanistan, and it's going to be a heck of a deal. It's Saturday, December 15th. The start time is 12 o'clock. The parade route is the Columbus Drive between Balboa Drive and Monroe Street in Grant Park. And I got to tell you something. This is, we talk about football and we talk about what's going on in our lives and what's happening, but this is one way of remembering these guys who gave a lot for us so we could be here to be free to do what we have to do.
Doug, when we were playing, my brother Mylan, who's 2 years older, been in the service and retired a full colonel, full bird. He was in Vietnam twice and basically seek and destroy, and then he was in Desert Storm. So that's something that's very near and dear to me, and I love my brother and these people that give up their time and dedicate their life to the service to keep this country safe, and so we can all get on with our lives. God love them. God bless them.
Absolutely. I also had a brother who was in Vietnam in the Marines and came back, and luckily he got back. But once again, this is the Welcome Home Parade for postal 9/11 veterans.
What's the date again, Doug?
December 15th. That starting time will be at noon, and the parade routes will be Columbus Drive between Balboa Drive and Monroe Street in Grant Park. I think it'll be a terrific parade. Let's go out to Donnie in Homewood. Donnie on the scoreboard, O'B and Doug.
Hey, guys. Great to talk to you. Listen, as I watch the Bears, and if I was just a fan from another team, the main thing that would draw me to the Bears is the fact that you never know what's going to happen with Jay Cutler. He's got some of the best feet I've ever seen in a quarterback. And if I had to compare him to a quarterback, and I know you guys saw this guy pretty much, I would compare him to Doug Williams from Tampa Bay back in the day. What do you think?
Again, too, Doug Williams had the arm, and the other thing, you talk about, and you're right about Jay Cutler's feet. I mean, the guy, to be a good quarterback, I mean, you can't possibly think that you're going to have the protection all the time. It's not going to be there. It's not going to be there. So you got to depend a lot on your quarterback, too, to get out of trouble. And once you get out of trouble, to be able to throw the football on the run, which he can do. There's no question about that. I mean, he has that, and you got to have a strong arm. And he does have that. So the one thing, though, you have to watch out for is the fact that, he's had some of these concussions, and he's taken a lot of blows, and you just can't do that. So, yeah, I don't. I look at Cutler as far as I'm concerned. Now, Campbell he's a great backup, just a good backup. But you're not going to go. You don't have no shot. You have a shot with Cutler. But once again, too, though, as Ed was talking about, you got to do a lot of max protection. If that's the case, then, don't forget, you only have maybe one or two guys in routes, and so you better be accurate on it.
Well, Doug, I think there's Donnie, there's a lot of quarterbacks, and Williams is a good one, but I think there's a lot of players that have played the game through the different decades and that have had the ability to extend the play. With having said that, we haven't won a world championship since '85, and then before '85, Doug, we did it in '63, and before that, I think it was around 46 or 47. So there's only been basically in the last 50, 60, 70 years, whatever it's been, 2 world championship football teams in this town. And you talk about the greatest fans on the planet, they're all right here, my friend. No matter it's hockey, baseball, no matter what it is, these fans love these Chicago teams. and hopefully with Cutler and getting some help here, and maybe, Doug, because the league the way it is, maybe we might have a shot at winning another world championship. I mean, it's not out of the realm, believe me or not, the way things are going in the National Football League, but they will get into playoffs, and I'll tell you something, I like our chances with Cutler.
Again, too, your chances are better, a lot better with Cutler. There's no question about it. The other thing you have to look at is what happens to other teams with injuries. If a quarterback goes down, for example, if, New England lost Brady, there's a team that's a plus 24 turnover ratio. What if Manning was lost to the Giants? What if Peyton Manning was lost for Denver? So there's a lot of things that adds up and say, listen, you got to stay healthy too. But there is no question, in my mind, we'll get through this year. We'll get through it and see as far as the Bears can go. But they're going to have to do something with that offensive line.
Doug, there's no question about it. And they had a shot this past year, and they drafted the kid from Boise State, a defensive end. We needed a defensive end like we needed whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, you've got to go out, address the problem. There is a problem in the offensive line, and you are going nowhere without one.
This hour is brought to you by Northwestern. Let's go out to Myron on the northwest side. Myron, you're on the score.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, Myron.
Yeah, the two things that really hit me about the ball game was, number one, the fact that Weens, I didn't know they had a player named Weens, and he took on Minnesota. He looked like Andre the Giant. He stayed with him, and he took him down. That's number one. Number two was the holder. He scored a 2-point conversion. I don't know his name.
Podless.
Barman, thank you. But that's probably the only 2 points he's ever going to score in his NFL career.
Well, that's pretty good, Myron. I mean, you want to score those points, but, you talk about Reams. I think he got a penalty on that dude, didn't he? Something about hitting afterwards. But, again, too, he stepped in there, and that was another thing. The Bears had somebody to take care of Hester's spot, and he came in, and he did take care of that spot. But the offensive line, to me, I have to look at, and Ed has to look at, because I thought it was in not very good shape going into the game. And now you tell me you lost a couple other players.
Yeah, Doug, you're thinking about the offensive and defensive lines here, Doug. How many years did we sit on this show, post-game show, since maybe back in about 07, maybe 08, when we lost Tommy Harris, where the pass rush comes from. And if you can't, move the line. Stronger weak, trick the line. Trick your tackles and ends, and come with the linebackers. And they would not do it. They were so stubborn year after year after year, and they finally figured it out. And now, this particular year, Doug, where is the help coming from? The middle of the line. Folks, all great pass rushing teams, it comes from up the middle. You can have good defensive ends, great defensive ends, but if you don't get that push, that cave in, like a Dan Hampton did for 12 years and crush people up the middle, it's not going to happen. So we finally got people to move from the 3 technique to 1 technique, move them maybe a little much, but Doug, maybe to the strong or to the weak side, and trick them. And keep tricking them, and that's why we're getting this pass rush that we're getting. And why? Because we're tricking the defensive tackles up the middle, and that's where the pressure's coming from, and that's why we have a better look and putting pressure on the offensive quarterbacks.
There's no question that defensive line is doing more twists than I've ever seen
them
do.
Oh, my God, Doug, you remember they wouldn't do it, and we just beat on it, and you've got to do that.
Try to line up and say, here we are, beat us?
Yeah, you
can't do that anymore.
Not anymore, and you're sitting there in that 3 technique, game after game, year after year, Doug, and like the other team doesn't know that, so they could scheme around you being a statue right there.
That's right. You're listening to Majestic Star Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Rookies, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644 6-7-6-7, Chicago Bears 28, Minnesota Vikings 10. We'll be right back.
Absolutely. When you got a lot of new guys in there, I want to get rid of the ball fast, find my first out and take it, and limit sacks, because sacks really kill those guys up front. So the more I can do to get rid of the ball quickly, run the ball, if we got to design routes and shorten some things up, so be it. But limit sacks and keep their confidence high.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug and OB, live at Rookies, 4607 West Higgins and Hoffman Estates, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's radio home for Bears fans, presented in part by UV Vodka. When you celebrate with UV, and look for the 3 new flavors coming soon.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Rookies in Hoffman Estate on West Higgins Road. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 28, Minnesota Vikings 10.
This hour is brought to you by the convenience stores of Speedway.
Another play that I thought was so important in this football game, it was in the first quarter, was when it was 4th and inches, I think, on Minnesota Vikings 42-yard line, and we went for it. And all of a sudden I say to myself, that's what I want to see. Be aggressive, go forward, show them who's boss. And I tell you, they come off running the game with Bush, we pick up the first down. I thought that was very instrumental in saying that here we are, we're coming after you, we're going to play football. And it was a Lovie Smith call, and I thought it was a great call.
It's a good confidence call.
Absolutely. Let's go out to Brian in Valparaiso. Brian, you're on The Score. Brian. Maybe.
Valpo.
Hello.
Valpo.
Hi, Brian.
Ryan.
You're on, Brian.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Brian, you're on.
Yeah, hey, I agree. I like the play calling today, but my question was, I saw Forte whiff a few times on blocks, and, I've seen that all year. Is there anything in particular that he can do to get better, or maybe next week? And he just seems like he can't block at all, really, for Cutler.
Well, Brian, that's a pretty good call.
It's a great call.
I'll tell you what, Doug and I talked about it.
Yeah, it's a great call, Brian.
I don't know if it's technique or him being lackadaisical, but a couple of times, I remember on the one time, Doug, it was a blitz. I think it was a corner came around the end, and he just touched his hand, just put his hand out there, and luckily Cutler didn't get killed.
This happened before, too, in other games. Once again, those backs got to be able to stick their head right into that whoever's coming in.
He whiffed on one of them.
He whiffed, yeah. And that's a good call, Brian, because that's true. They have to come up better with blocking by those backs. When especially, I know somebody's coming in bigger than you are, tougher than you are, stronger than you are, but still, you want your quarterback to get killed, stick your head in it. You may get knocked down sideways, but the fact is you'll slow
Doug,
him up.
It just happens to be part of his job.
Absolutely.
Okay? You're going to play at this level, and you're a running back, even though, let's say you're a great breakaway runner or whatever have you. Pal, you better be able to stand in there and block and help your teammate.
Well, that's it. Did you see last week, Eddie? Did you see what Gore did to Lance Briggs?
Oh, my God.
Huh? That's what I'm talking about. And talking about Lance Briggs, Jensen was saying...
Picked him right off the ground and flat on his back.
Talking about Jensen is reporting that he had a walking boot on after the game. They saw him walking out with a walking boot on. So
you're talking number 55?
Yep. Lance Briggs, and I don't know how serious or what the story, because Lovey never mentioned that, but he was seen with a walking boot on. Maybe a lot of times they put that boot on to protect it, and maybe it's not as serious as you would think, because I think he finished the football game. I didn't think he'd come out of the game. But there's some guys that are banged up there. Let's go out to Dick in Lansing. Dick, you're on The Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing? OB, I love what you just said about, the frontal pressure, but the problem is, guys like that, they just don't come along that often. You go back to the old days when you played like Joe Green maybe or Ellen Page, and nowadays Ndamukong Suh. But I agree completely. You do that edge rusher is completely overrated. The Bears should have took DeCastro, who the Steelers took a guard. What I don't like is where's this rule that you cannot pick a guard in the first round? That would have helped establish this offensive line if they would have took him. I know the guy's out, he has a knee surgery and he's out for the year, but he would have established this line for years to come. Thank you.
Dick, let me just say, this might sound a little over the top, but I really don't care, Doug, because I truly believe our defensive line is not of top NFL quality, and we do need some help here. Doug, that was a perfect draft. This last draft, there were a lot of offensive linemen out there, a lot of them that were available at the 19th pick, and we should have picked first round, second round, third. I don't care how many rounds. Go offense, offensive line, wide receiver, offensive line. And what do? We pick a defensive end from Boise State, which I think was not a very smart move. And a lot of people think it might have been. I absolutely, totally, and completely disagree with that move. It made no sense. Where you're hurting the worst at, and you just paid $1 bazillion for a quarterback, and you have a draft coming up, and you don't try to cover that offensive line, you don't try to cover that quarterback.
You know what was amazing, though, Ed? And that is the case, obviously. We didn't go after anybody. But the thing was that they kept saying how good, Mike Tice kept saying it, how good Webb was.
And Lovey, well,
and I maybe it was just rhetoric. Maybe it was just something to say to give the guys confidence. I don't know. But the fact was, did they have that much trust in what was going on with Webb? See, the guy that surprises me the most is Karimi. Because I never thought in the wildest dreams he could be that bad as I saw him against San Francisco.
Let me, Doug, quickly before we go to break here. You know what? Mike Tice, I love Mike Tice. I think what he's been had to deal with as an offensive line coach is not very good, to say the least. And I just look at Karimi coming from Wisconsin, and I thought it was a hell of a pick at the time. But here's a kid, he's 6'7", and he thinks he's playing basketball or something. He's got to get low, Doug, and he's got to move those feet. And Mike Tice knows that, and Jamarcus Webb the same damn way. These guys play high. You can't play high in this league on either side of the ball and think you're going to win out every other play or every play, Doug. It's not going to happen. That's why he's getting knocked back over tea kettle, Doug. On his backside, he's too high.
Not only too high, but the fact that the footwork has a lot to do with it, and the fundamentals are not there. Now, I know Mike Tice knows the fundamentals, but I got to tell you.
That's the mystery.
That's the mystery.
That's the mystery. Why aren't those guys low? Why aren't their feet moving? And why aren't they engaging them closer to the line of scrimmage instead of dropping? What are they, a yard and a half off already, Doug? And then they sit and they drop back further. All they do is give that defensive end room and time to come in and full charge him or go inside or outside.
Especially if you got your quarterback doing a 3-step drop. You don't do that. I mean, you take the guy on right away because it's 1, 2, 3,
You're
throw.
already in the quarterback's lap.
Exactly. I mean, all you're doing is giving it up. So if you got a 3-step drop, be a little more aggressive. Anyway.
Engage him at the line.
You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We are live at Rookies in Hoffman Estates. O'Bradovich and Buffon will be right back.
Honestly, Jay was fiery. I mean, sense of urgency. The most I've seen all year. He was ready to go. He's fired up. His balls had a lot of zip on him all week. He wanted it perfect in practice, and I think it showed in the game. It transferred over because he was on fire today.
That was Marshall talking about Jay Cutler, and Cutler was on fire. Cutler's arm looked strong, quick, fast, and obviously accurate.
Doug, I didn't think he'd be as sharp as he was today.
He was sharp.
I tell you what, he made the plays, and sometimes I never thought he'd, he had the time to make a play and get out of the situations that he was in, but he did. And, kudos to him. The kid is quite a quarterback, Doug, and why the hell they don't surround him with the talent to take us to the top of the mountain. I don't know, and I don't understand it.
And again, too, Marshall made some nice catches. He made some catches and were guys hanging all over him, but the ball had to be put in a certain spot. Cutler put it in the spot, but you also had to have the guy that could make that catch. And he did make that catch, but you're right. Eventually what's going to happen here, I don't know where they're going to find him, but they're going to have help. They're going to have help in that offensive line one way or another. Let's go out to Chad in Effingham. Chad, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, hey guys, thanks for taking my call. The offensive line is getting a lot of heat, rightfully so. But we're going to have to do something with Kellen Davis. I mean, the guy hasn't been able to block, and if you're going to run the football, you need a tight end that can block. He hasn't been catching the ball. In your guys' opinion, is Spaeth good enough to take those snaps from Kellen Davis? Thank you.
I don't know. I saw Spaeth make a catch today that was pretty damn good. It was in the goal, near the goal line for a touchdown. And of course, Cutler had to put that football right on the money, and he didn't, and Spaeth made a nice catch. We have problems with the tight ends. There's no question about it. Kellen Davis and Spaeth, and then it comes to blocking and catching the ball.
Yeah, it's just what I was going to say.
Yeah.
They got problems catching the ball
and blocking,
and huge problems blocking. And one of them has a huge problem trying to stay on his feet. We're not making this up. It's right there. It's right in front of you.
But the thing about it, you see that when they are successful. Don't forget, last year, Kellen Davis had 5 touchdowns. 5. I think he led the team with catching the football. The fact is, that's down in the red zone. That's when you need these big guys. You need them also on play action. You need them also when they're doubling up on Marshall. So, can they get better? I don't know that. But I saw a little instant today that they made some catches that I thought they couldn't make, but they made them today. But they need to be more consistent for that offense to be moving and using that tight end. Let's go out to Gio in Elmwood Park. Gio, you on the score?
Hey, Paisans, how you doing?
What's up, Gio?
I got 3 things I like to say. First, there's this guy who called about Cutler's feet. He shouldn't be worrying about his feet. He should be worrying about the offensive line. Number 2, we should be worrying about the whole offensive line and how they react to the ball. And 3, I just want to give a shout-out to Laura Usky and rookies. I'll wait for your answer.
All right, Gio, I missed your number 2, but number 1, you still have to have the feet of a quarterback that can maneuver himself in and out of pockets, getting himself outside on the rollouts, getting out of trouble, and when the play breaks down. That's what Cutler can do. He can extend the play, and that's so important for an offense. And then you have to have the accuracy when you're making those moves to throw that football on the run.
Yeah, the only problem with that, Doug, the only problem.
Concussions?
He does it, yeah. You're setting yourself up. When you're out there all by yourself running around trying to make things happen. And God forbid somebody comes in and really clocks you, takes you out.
Got to slide, Ed.
Or take absolutely. But, eventually, Doug, folks, if that's what it's going to be game after game, or him extending the plays for 60 minutes, something's going to happen, folks. It's just a matter of time.
Again, too, you get back to it, you want more protection, there's no question. But again, the other thing, too, is you saw 3-step drops. You didn't see anything deep. You didn't see him to have to take his time back there because nothing went deep. They finally figured it out. Hey, hold on, we're not going to do this anymore. We're not going to get this guy killed. We're not going to take 7-step drops. We're not going to go deep. We're going to control the football. We're going to go 80 yards in 8 minutes. And we're going to use 14 plays. And we're going to eat up the clock. That's what they're doing. And Ed said it last week, and he's absolutely correct. That's the game plan when they think they can beat a football team. Now, there's going to come a time when you're going to have to unload, when you're going to have to do more than that. Can they do that? Can they go against a team like New England, who scores a lot of points? That we don't know.
Especially,
but you have to get to that point.
Yeah, when you play against a Frisco or a Giants or somebody, and they put those points up on you in the first quarter, we're not a team that can come from behind. Not in any sense.
And that's why you saw today, we went up 25 points in the first half. Okay, and we only scored 3 in the second half. Let's go out to Mike in Plano. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Big one today. I'm glad the Bears rebounding got the job done, but I want to talk about Chilo Rochelle with you guys and him leaving the team earlier this week. Now, as a Bear fan, that's really bumming out because this is something that can hurt your football team, having a distraction like this. And this is a team that's in the middle of going for a championship right now, so I wanted to hear thoughts from both of you guys. Did you guys have any problems with this, with any teammates of your own back when you were playing? Or if you were teammates with Rochelle now, would you be willing to trust him again and let him back on the team with you? I mean, could you trust him playing next year behind you and having your back?
As as Ed and I talked about this, I don't know what happened. I don't know what his problem is. I don't know if it's a family problem, it's a personal problem, a psychological problem. I guess he was upset because he got demoted. I really don't know why. Why he just took off and left. Most guys would stay there and say, okay, fine, I'll fight my way back,
Yeah, I don't, Mike, I'm going to tell you something. There's so many different ways you could look at this situation, and Doug just mentioned them. But I know one thing. If you had a teammate and you're in your 11th game, and we need all hands on deck. And this guy opted to take out for his own, whatever, for reason. He's going to do it his way. You know what? You're going to do it your way, pal. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Rookies in Hoffman Estates, 4607 West Higgins Road. At O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Absolutely. When you got a lot of new guys in there, I want to get rid of the ball fast, find my first out and take it, and limit sacks, because sacks really kill those guys up front. So the more I can do to get rid of the ball quickly, run the ball, if we got to design routes and shorten some things up, so be it. But limit sacks and keep their confidence high.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug and OB, live at Rookies, 4607 West Higgins and Hoffman Estates, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's radio home for Bears fans, presented in part by UV Vodka. When you celebrate with UV, and look for the 3 new flavors coming soon.
That highlight courtesy of WBN Radio, talking about Jay Cutler, and Jay Cutler saying what Ed has been saying all along: run the football, quick step drops, get rid of the football and get it out of my hand, and less sacks. And that's exactly what happened.
That's exactly what happened. That was a game plan.
You listen to Majestic Star postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Rookies in Hoffman Estates on Higgins Road. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767.
Yeah, quick shout out. I see 2 lovely people I love very, very much out here. This happens, the name is Louis Icavelli, and a very lovely lady by the name of Gigi. Just happens to be my son-in-law and my daughter. Thank you for coming, guys. Love you much.
Yeah, I saw them. I haven't seen them in a while, but
Yes.
They are lovely people.
Yes, they are.
Let's go out to Patrick in Chicago. Patrick, you on the Score.
Hey, how you doing, guys? I'll take the win, but I just got a couple of points. I agree with OB. I mean, Leslie Frazier got to be one of the dumbest coaches I've ever seen. Oh, wow. You got Adrian Peterson, and you come out throwing the ball, and then there was one point where they were down in Bear scoring territory, and they never gave him the ball once. Not once. And I'm like, are you kidding me? You roll it out 3 times, and then the Bears, in my opinion, and I'd like to really hear you guys talk about this, Brandon Marshall was in the end zone, and he's arm barring this guy. And then the guy breaks through the arm bar, and they throw a flag at him. I thought that was a terrible call. Come on. The receivers, the defensive back's got to get a shot to play, and he just pushed them away the whole time because Cutler was scrambling, and then at the last second, this guy, breaks through, and they throw a flag at him.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there was a call. I thought it was a bad call also.
Well, Patrick read it correctly.
Yeah, right. You're right. Right.
It was. He's holding him at arm's length. Mm-hmm. I don't know for what, a 3 or a 4 count. Unbelievable. Referee standing right there. What the hell is he looking at?
And the other situation you were talking about when it was 3rd down on the 6-yard line, and they decided they're going to throw it, and then they decided they're going to throw it on the 4th down, and Ed and I talked about it during what was happening. Why not run it twice? You got Adrian Peterson back there.
God.
Get a first down, then you go in. But again, too, their stupidity, I'm not too worried about that. I got enough problems worrying about the Chicago Bears. Let's go out to Black Physicist from Avalon. Black Physicist, you're on the Score.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, Mr.
Let
Physicist.
me wish you a happy holiday season. The madness has started. We got rid of the turkey, and we got rid of the monkey on our back of losing the past 2 games to Houston and San Francisco, which we were embarrassed. We made an account of ourselves, but, gentlemen, I'm kind of still concerned. Where we did have a lot of good plays, I saw some shortcomings. Again, the tight end. And again, you can crap me on who you're crapping because I said, let's get our tight ends involved. They've got to catch the ball. Kellen Davis, get some stickum or something, whatever. On our defense, we have Julius Peppers making a fantastic play as a special teams contributor. And then where we have maybe some change in the game plan now that we have key losses with Devin Hester and Charles Tillman. I mean, I'm still kind of concerned. We got beat up. We won the game.
Yeah, physicists, we did win the football game, and there's no question. There's questions. I mean, let's face it, especially
how
with questions in the offensive
severe
line.
the injuries are.
Exactly. We don't know. We know Lance Lewis got banged up. We know Spencer got banged up. We know Hester got banged up. We even heard that maybe that Lance Briggs was walking up with a walking boot on his foot, and so on it goes. We'll see what they say this week. But the key is one at a time. They beat Minnesota. There's no question. And there is, hey, hold it. I'm not jumping up and down saying, hey, tremendous. I expect them to win this football game. In fact, there was only 3 games I did not expect them to win. And you know what they are. They were Green Bay, of course, on Houston, and I thought San Francisco. So they're where I thought they would be at this point in time of the year. So we'll see what happens down the road. But the fact is, they come through and they beat the tomato can they're supposed to beat. That's exactly what they did. Let's go out to Eddie and Portage. Eddie on the score.
Eddie,
hello. How you doing, fella?
Good.
I got two. I guess questions. The first one is I was listening to the score earlier this morning, and they were saying that in training camp, Karimi's technique wasn't good in training camp. So did we just expect it? Did we hope he was? We just the kings of wishful thinking, or we paid the money, so we got to get the best out of the deal. If his technique wasn't good in training camp, then if his footwork, if everything wasn't good, because he looked so bad against San Francisco that you wonder how he even became a first-round draft pick. And the second thing is, maybe it's just me, but does it seem like sometimes people were so happy to get rid of Mike Martz as the offensive guy that now we got Mike Tice, but sometimes it seems like Mike Tice plays not to lose instead of playing to win.
Eddie, if you take a look at it, and I don't want to get into this too deeply, but the fact is, if you want to look at the stats, our offense was better last year than it is this year. Take any one of the stats. Take anything. Any one of the stats you want to pull out. The offense was better. Now, again, too, it comes back down to the fact that, Color obviously got hurt this one game. But when it's all said and done with, when you talked about Karimi was injured. And I think a lot of them, they were saying to themselves, wait till that knee gets better. Wait till that knee gets better, and he could be better. Well, once again, we haven't seen it. But I like to see what they say, how he looked at guard. Now, I didn't see anything that was out there that says he was that terrible at a guard.
Yeah, the mystery to me, and I like Eddie's question, is, again, getting back to Mike Tice, he knows how to block. He knows how to teach it. Mm-hmm. And he knows that at this level, you got to play low. You have to play low. And it's amazing to me when you watch Karimi, both our offensive line, especially our tackles, they stand straight up, Eddie. And I know damn well that Mike Tyson knows better than that and can teach better than that. So why this is happening, why this kid stands straight up and people flip him around like he's a little puppy dog, I have no idea. The kid is 6'7", weighs about 330. He should be dominating people. And why his technique is awful. It's just awful, and that's what it is. And how could that be after last year and this year going into the 12th game, and this kid can't figure it out, or he's not being coached, or what? It's like a mystery.
It's a mystery.
And that goes for Jamarcus Webb, too, by the way.
Yeah, it has to be solved. I mean, there's no question about that. It has to be solved. Anyway, the Chicago Bears win today, 28-10. I want to thank Ethan Shaw, our producer, Rich Wyatt, our engineer, Wayne Randazzo with updates, and the beautiful Stephanie Gilbert. That's our promotions. And the beautiful Melissa Rokaitis in promotions. And the beautiful Emma Bowman in promotions. And the beautiful Rick Camp on site.
Well, now, wait a minute. You just went a little too far there, Doug.
Did I push it? Did I push the envelope?
You pushed that one a little too far, but the three lovely ladies.
Yes.
Vivacious.
Up next, Lorenzo Holmes. That's right, the star of radio,
Lorenzo.
the star of TV, the star of movies. He does it all.
That's right, man.
That's right, man.
Lawrence.
The questions that night couldn't answer, Lorenzo will do that. Thank
or
you for
he
listening.
may tiptoe.
There you go. To the tulips.
Lynch off the left side and a power run to the 50-yard line and a gain of 5. It'll be 2nd down and 5 for Seattle. And this is not going to be a one-man job today. And the Bears have taken it away. Up with the ball is Kelvin Hayden. And the ruling is Bears football. Where the Bears have taken it away from Marshawn Lynch and the Seahawks.
Get ready for them to replay this.
And here's the call.
Good luck, Jeff. After review, the ruling on the field stands.
Here's the snap. Play fake, bootleg, red, now thrown left. Caught at the 11 by Bennett to the 5. Bennett tumbles high in the air, somersaults in. He's in for the touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Earl Bennett, 12 yards from Jay Cutler. Snap, handing off up the middle, and it is a stonewall effort by Seattle on Michael Bush. Let's see where they surge and give him. It would be great to get a first down.
And they are indicating they did not get it.
Nope, Seattle stops him on 4th and inches. The Bears turned away from the 37. Jay to throw, stepping up against pressure. Jay got a launch deep. He's got Bennett. Turn him around. Dropped it inside the 15-yard line. He was twisting and trying to turn to the ball. It was on the hands. He had beaten his man. An ad-lib throw downfield and almost connected deep. Here's the handoff. Marshawn Lynch dodging Melton, missing the tackle, Major Wright, and into the end zone for the finishing blow and a touchdown for the Seahawks within a point of tying the game with 2:15 to play in the first half. Cutler to throw in the gun. He's got Forte on the slant. 1-yard line. They're not saying he's in. They put him down inside the 1-yard line, but Hay is laying in the end zone. They're going to discuss it here. Let's go, guys. Throw him up.
The runner was across the goal line when he was touched. Therefore, it was a score.
And let me just say, for the sake of saying it, a mere formality, but touchdown Bears for the lead. Cutler on a handoff, lost the football, picks it up, now in trouble, and he goes all the way back to his own 44. It got knocked out of his hands. Bobby Wagner on the tackle. Bears going backwards now. Loss of 8.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Edel Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Seattle 23, Chicago Bears 17, and we can really try to tear into this game and what happened. And part of the reason you take a look at this football game like it ended up, there's no question that our offense has a long way to go. And I know you're going to tell me, you're going to say, okay, well, about the defense, and you're absolutely correct. I mean, they took the football. Seattle did, 97-yard drive, and then they also take another drive for 80 yards to win the damn game. But once again, too, though, when we take a look at what we're doing and how we're doing, what that offense is doing, is not enough. And we got away with some stuff in the first half. We got the breaks on the fumble recovery, and obviously we scored on that. But when it's all said and done with, you can't win the games like you're supposed to win the games by playing this way all the time. You're going to have to put some points up. You're going to have to score. And again, the defense, and you want to count on the defense all the time. That's what we do. That's what the Bears are. That's who they are, right? But you're not going to count on them. I mean, again, not going to happen all the time. And it didn't happen again. And the Bears did let down defensively. The announcers talking about they're tired, they're beat, they're whipped. I don't want to hear that. The fact is, though, I don't know what we were playing. We were playing that spy defense the first 97 yards. You're taking only 3 pass rushers. You're taking McKellen. You're having them back there spying on the quarterback. Well, why didn't you spy maybe with a linebacker? The rush wasn't there. So many things happen in this football game. Of course, yeah, you'll talk about Bennett dropping that one. It should have been a touchdown. There's no question about that. You're talking about our run game. The first half sucked. We only had like 41 yards running the football. And you got to give Cutler credit for what he did out there. He moved around. He tried to make something happen. At the end of the football game, they're throwing that football down to Marshall. That was him moving around. That was him making plays. That was him making plays, a lot of plays. But we can't score. We can't put points up yet. We just don't have that ability, and you can't win all these games the way we won before. You can't just keep it down to the nub and say, okay, we're going to keep it tight. If that's the case, then you should have went for the damn field goal the time we went for 4th and a half an inch if you know you're going to be a tight football game.
Well, Doug, we were sitting there watching the game in the first half, and we're looking at the score, and the Bears got, about every break you could think of, about after a quarter and a half or so, if not more. And we were just leading by what? Few points, touchdown or whatever. And you know what, Doug? What did I say? I said, normally when you see this, normally when you don't put these people away, up pops the devil. Also, Doug, you cannot ask your defense for 16 games to be unbelievably phenomenal. You cannot expect every game to get pick sixes, to get forced fumbles. It's too much. The offense has to go out and win the football game, Doug. And I know, Matt Bowman, we were sitting in the conference room watching the game, and here we go. It's Lovey's, it's management. This is a team we can beat this way, and this is what we're going to do. And by the way, Doug, if it wasn't for Jay Cutler for 4 quarters,
you wouldn't even be close.
Oh my God.
Wouldn't even be close.
If you people that don't think Jay Cutler is an athletic quarterback or is an accurate passer, I'm telling you, this kid, if Cutler wasn't in there, who knows what the hell this game might have looked like. Doug, some of the calls offensively in the first half, I believe it was around the second quarter. I think it was somewhere around the 12-minute mark or so. It's 4th and a half a yard? 4th and a half a yard, folks. And what do? We come with a lead block. And where do we run the football? Over Karimi and Scott. Did we make it? No, we didn't. That play, number one, takes too long to develop. Period. What you do, you hit a quick opener or go with the quarterback sneak. And what do I mean by that? You've got Cutler, our best offensive lineman, just happens to be our center. Get under center. When you break the huddle, the count is on the first sound. Garza snaps the ball, and he goes for a half a yard. Bang, right now. Because the problem with that lead block, it takes too long. What happens, like they don't know what's coming, the opposition, their defensive linemen either line up head up or line up in the gap. They go into the gap. Your linebackers, your safeties, they have their reads on the backs, first, second back, who it is, and they come and they fill. It takes too long. You can't ask an offensive lineman to block 2, 3, 4 seconds and sit there and wait for the back to come. You've got to go with a quick opener, or again, the safest, smartest call should have been a quarterback sneak on the first sound with Jay Cutler. And then, Doug, we run behind Karimi and Scott, who Karimi played a game or half a game, whatever it was last week. Scott has even seen a play before this, Doug. We run behind the 2 least experienced guys that we have on the field and call basically a lead block, which is kind of a late, and they run and they don't make it. My, I wonder why.
And the other tidbit, too, and before we go to the break, the fact is everything you said is absolutely correct, but here's the other deal. You got rid of your fullback. If you think you're going to be that team that wants to run the football from the I formation and empower, you got rid of your fullback. You don't have a legitimate fullback.
Because they want to go with the 3 or 4 tight ends that are 6'7".
That ain't going to happen.
And one of the problems that they have, Doug, is they can't block.
To run it. It so pisses you off to take a look at something like that. Well, Bradovich and Buffon will be right back right after this.
Snap, handing off up the middle, and it is a stonewall effort by Seattle on Michael Bush. Let's see where they surge and give him. It would be great to get a first down.
And they are indicating they did not get it.
Nope, Seattle stops him on 4th and inches. The Bears turned away.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. That highlight was courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call, talking about the Chicago Bears' loss to Seattle 23-17, which was disgusting.
Doug, you think there's not going to be a lot of aggravating calls?
I'm telling you, you know what?
And rightfully so. You know what?
When you
if
take
that's
a look
the way
at
you play and you lose and you go down, you know what? Take the heat. Tough.
And the thing about it is we'll go back and rehash it and you take a look at what's going on. The fact is that, again, too, you asked, we know this, and this is when we got into it. Before, remember with some people that called in, we said you're dependent too much on the defense. You want the defense to do this. The defense didn't do it.
Doesn't matter. You can't, Doug. No. Sooner or later, they're going to fail.
97-yard drive, 80-yard drive. I mean, that's exactly what happened to your defense. And then I think, I wasn't agreeable with the spy all the time. But anyway, that was there. And there were situations, like I said at the beginning of the show, Bennett drops a touchdown, which could have been a touchdown pass. Our running game wasn't worth a crap when we saw in the first half. But when you take a look at the overall process of the game, you're saying to yourself, something's got to change. You're not going to be able to battle it out with these guys. The Bears should have won this game.
Offensively,
there's not even a question about it. They should have won this game.
We just got to get physically tougher, okay?
Well, I got to tell you
physically tougher, Doug, and mentally tougher. Here, Doug, you got, I believe it was Bruce Irvin.
What, zero does? Yeah,
I'm going to tell you what, about 50 seconds ago, folks, I don't know if you saw this. Jamarcus Webb, he got hit so hard by Irvin, who's about half his size. He went flying backwards. I'm talking about Jamarcus Webb.
And that's when Cutler ran for a first down.
Cutler, and my God, if it wasn't for Cutler, we wouldn't even, we never would have even got to overtime. But my God, how many times does this have to happen? How many times? And defensively today, you think people, again, there's going to be some breakdowns. We're looking at Izzy Adonishé. We're looking at our defensive ends.
That was terrible.
Do you know how many times they got caught inside?
Outside? I mean,
caught inside?
That's a rule, number one rule of football, outside pressure.
When you have containment,
please,
you never go to the inside. The guy may invite you, but you do not bite. You don't take it. You put the pressure from a half a man out and force yourself in. And that's how you play defensive end, when you have containment. And it happened, 2, 3, 4 times?
Sure.
I mean, come on, folks. This is basic football here.
Especially when you got a quarterback like Russell Wilson. What you want to do is you want to stay outside. You want to stay there. You want to force that play. You want him to make him come back inside. How many times did he sneak out on either side? How many times did he roll out and get the hell out of trouble? It's just too many damn times when you take a look at it.
You know, Doug, I game after game, I talk about manning up, and we got to get better physically and mentally. I mean, how are we going to get better going into next week? I believe we go up to Minnesota, Doug. We better, I tell you what, physically and mentally, pal, you better come out and you better get ready to play football. And another thing is it possibility offensively, when we're winning a game and it's close, can we try to score a touchdown and try to bury our opposition and just put the game away?
No, it was
instead of playing tic-tac-toe.
It was the old game plan. You know, I called the Kyle Orton game plan. The game plan where we, you know what, we'll get time of possession, we'll smother it, we'll smoke it. Meanwhile, defense, you come through, you get the football, you can score too.
They figured they could do that with Seattle again.
Exactly is what they did. I mean, that was a big part of it. But when it was all said and done with, again, you got down to the nubs there. And then I tell you, the key play was that fourth down play with 6 inches to go. That, to me, is the key play of this football game, because if you get that, you're going in either at least get 3 or you got 7 coming up on the board. No. And you get stopped for 6 inches. You can't get a first down with 6 inches. Stop it.
Well, it was a stupid call, ran behind the wrong people. Very simple, Doug. That was such a simple call to me. I almost fainted when they ran that play. I couldn't believe it. A half a yard. And you've got the best lineman on that team as our center, and you've got Cutler, 6'3", 220, and you've got a couple of backs behind him, run in behind him and push him forward.
Well,
and you don't call that play, and you run behind 2 guys that have basically hardly even played, and they're playing different positions, and that's what you do with a lead block. You give the defense all that time to come off a block and stuff you, and that's exactly what happened. It was a dumbass call.
Well, dumbass call, dumbass play, dumbass game. If you want to take a look at the whole picture of what happened out there today, because the fact is the good teams come back. And again, too, I'm going to blame the offense. I'm going to blame what they did, not scoring. There's no question about that. But till your defense, you don't give up 96-yard drives, 80-yard drives. Ed, you just don't do that. If you got a good defense, a damn good defense, it doesn't happen. It won't happen 2 times in a row. We take the football off of the punt. Bowman sticks it down there on the 2-yard line. We're in great shape. And you let this team move the football all the way down the field, and the guy that did it was the quarterback, Wilson, who you let him outside the pocket I don't know how many damn times.
Doug, here's there is listen, without reading, it's going to happen with this defense. They can't play stellar defense week after week after week. It was going to happen. Now, there is one good thing about what happened out here, folks, and don't faint when I tell you. What are we, like 8-4 now? And tied for the division?
Yeah.
You know, well, wait a minute, Dougie. We got 4 games left, okay?
I understand that.
And
we're not going to win and playing like we did today.
That we can beat, and we can still get into the playoffs, pal.
You're listening to the Majestic Star post-game show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
This will be officially 46 yards. Manley on the ball. Podlish kneels down, ready for the snap. Extends his right hand. Snap made. Placement made. Kick by Robbie Gould. Is good for the tie. No time left. Robbie Gould. Good as gold.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. And talking about the Chicago Bears loss to Seattle. Seattle 23, the Chicago Bears 17. And before we get to the phone lines, Ed, I got to go talk about this segment. It is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended. And you talk about the Bears again. Once again, we take a look at this game, and we're going to start nitpicking maybe. And the fact is, again, no tight ends. I don't even know, and I don't even think, and I haven't seen the stats yet on this, but I don't even know if the tight ends ever caught a pass today. If you're going to run that type of offense, where you're close to the vest and you're tight and you want possession, you have to have your tight end involved somewhere along the line. He's got to make some catches. He's got to be involved in this. You want to go everything on Marshall. Everything goes on Marshall. You got some other things. The one thing they did, they finally put Forte out in the slot and they hit him. But there's so much things that need to be done with that offense. And then let me come back to this. And I said this before, and you and I talked about it. I said from the beginning of the year, don't put all the pressure on the defense to do this, to do that. The defense this, the defense that. The defense will get us here, will get us there. They can't do it all the time. But I will say this. If you're a damn good defense, you don't sit there and let a team take the football and drive 97 yards and then in turn the next possession drive 80 yards for touchdowns. That's a fact. And I don't want to hear about this tired crap either. Because during that drive, there should have been somebody that made a play to stop that damn thing from happening. The offense, we know where they are. That shouldn't be with the defense.
Defense of the defense.
I want to defend them, Ed. It's 2 damn plays.
I don't care either. But in defense of them, you cannot go and play game after game after game and play just absolutely unbelievable football and also get the breaks coming your way. It's not going to happen, Doug. And by the way, passes, I think there was only one to Kellen. I don't even think he caught the ball. I think they targeted a tight end maybe
didn't catch any
one time.
Catches, right?
One time, I believe.
I mean, we
not
know,
unless you're calling Rodriguez a tight end.
Yeah,
but
he's coming out of the back, though. You're right. No, what I'm saying, Ed, is we know what the offense is. But I'm saying if you have pride in your defense, and we're not expecting that defense to make all these plays because we know it couldn't happen. But let me tell you something, Ed. For somebody to take the football 97 yards and to drive it down your throat and come back and go back another 80 yards to drive you down your throat, there's something wrong here because that defense should be standing tall somewhere along those drives.
Well, I can tell you where part of it was there was individual breakdowns.
Yeah, well, yeah,
on the outside. On the defensive line.
On the
you
ends.
let a scrambling quarterback get outside.
Exactly.
Get outside whoever is containment. If it's a blitz coming and it's a linebacker or a safety or a cornerback coming, they have containment. And if it's not, the defensive end has containment, and you never, ever let that quarterback wheel out around you.
Never. And the fact is, when you take a look at them doing that, by them wheeling out, they went to the spy. They take one of their guys who's supposed to be one of the quickest guys, McCollum, and put him back there as a spy. So that means now you're only rushing 3 guys. So there's a lot of things that defense has to own up to. But again, we'll go back to the major problem with this football club is their offense. That they can't score. And don't say anything about Cutler either. Because that kid couldn't have done nothing more than he did.
My God, if we didn't have Cutler.
Please.
Here. We're 8-4. If we haven't had Cutler, Doug, the beating that kid has taken and the escapability and the courage of that kid and how the hell on the run. I mean, he throws a bullet in there right where it's supposed to be. If it's supposed to be low to the out, he does it. I'll tell you what, you know what? No fault with that young man.
No, and Marshall neither. But other than that, there's some major problems here. Let's go out to the phone lines, Ed. Let's go out to Floyd in Glenview. Floyd, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey,
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Everything you guys have said is 100% true. I couldn't agree more with you, but the thing that I find most upsetting is the coaching staff, okay? From Lovey on down, it's like every time it comes to a big game, these guys are going to lose because they get out-coached. They get out-coached because I don't care what his record is. The guy is not a head coach. And the management of the team is, it's like the best thing that could happen to the team is if they sold the team, if McCaskey sold the team to some football people who know football, because McCaskey's on it. These are bean counters. Ted Phillips is a bean counter. He's not a football person.
Well, when you talk about football people, I mean, again, we'll go back to what we saw out there, and that's all I can report on. But the fact is what I saw. And Lovey should know better. And again, too, coming down to there's situations in football games that really you have to make a play. When it comes down to 4th and 6 inches, to be stopped when you got a 245-pound back running and you're running right there, trust me, and that's right. I mean, I've seen Gore do it 100 times for San Francisco, straight ahead. Don't even take an angle. You're going to go straight ahead.
Bang.
And then, or the quarterback sneak. Do something like that.
Absolutely.
Either or. So that was a big part of it. But once again, too, I said, when you take a look at this game, you said to yourself, and we said it, they had a chance to put Seattle in the water at the first half.
And that's the point that you and I keep talking about.
Right.
But it's not going to happen because that's not the way the head coach wants to win a football game. When he, like you say, use the word tomato cans, Doug. Mm-hmm. When we play tomato cans, there is no way on God's green earth is he going to start flipping that ball all over the place and really trying to put somebody away. Conservative and pray to God our defense doesn't falter and we get the hell out of there with a win. Well, guess what?
It backfired
blew up
today.
in your face tonight. This afternoon.
Big time today. It backfired. Let's go out to AJ in Bloomington. AJ, you're on the score.
I just want to thank you guys for picking up the phone and also being able to speak with a couple of legends, first of all. Number one, I have something to say, sir. I'm a Bear fan. I'm 51 years old. I was there in Chicago, grew up on the South Side. But the only thing that I can't stand is that all we deal with is defense. We never, ever had anybody can deal with the offense. And I'm looking at Tice. I'm saying, you way over your head. Because any time that you let two rookie quarterbacks shred your defense, and then you depending on defense, going back to Lovie Smith. Man, you need to go ahead and say, hey, listen, we need to go ahead and get some offense because Cutler is the man. He have great toys. All of a sudden, you give Mr. Bennett a 3-year contract or a 2-year contract. He can't produce. Now, all of a sudden, he's injured. And then we got our best specialist out there with a concussion. And now we done lost a lot of individuals that played hard against weak teams.
Well, that was it. We're talking about, you're supposed to beat tomato cans. And tell you, Seattle's a good team. I'm not saying they're a great team, but they're a tomato can. They're a team that you should beat. And they're a team that when you're at home and you're coming to your place, they're a team that won one game. We're 1-5 on the road. Come on. They were 1-5 on the road. This should have been a lay down. And that's what happened, too, because the fact was we go into the shell right away instead of trying to put points on the board and say defense will handle it. The defense could not handle it. And this segment is sponsored by Northwest Community Hospital Medical Group. For more information and locations, visit nchmedicalgroup.com. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Ed Ravitch.
Lit up.
Doug Buffon. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
This segment is sponsored by Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611 or visit FazioInsurance.com.
Headed through all this and all the grief today when watching the Bear game, Mar, congratulations out to Northern Illinois.
Oh, wow.
For the Orange Bowl. That's
I watched
terrific.
that game the other night, Doug. I tell you what, that quarterback, I believe he went to Mount Carmel.
I think so, yeah. I think Mount Carmel. But anyway, to get to the Orange Bowl, that is terrific. Congratulations, Northern.
Big time Northern Illinois.
Let's go out to Calvin in Maryville, Indiana. Calvin, you're on the score.
Good evening, gentlemen. Glad that you're taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know, I'm under the opinion that I thought coaches were supposed to coach during the game, too, not just during the week. I don't see any coaching going on for the Bears during the game. When they lose containment, I don't see them saying anything to the guys to stop them from losing containment. And then when your defense is gassed, even though I heard Doug say he don't believe in that being tired, you can't call a timeout. You go just let them stay out and be gassed and get run over. I got my Bear flag outside flying. I'm going to turn it upside down like they do the American flag and show that it's in distress.
Kelvin, Kelvin, let me just ask you a quick question right back to you. Are you referring to when they showed Pete Carroll on the sidelines interacting with the guys on offense and defense, coming on and off the field?
I see a lot of coaches doing that.
Uh-huh.
He's not the only coach, except our coach. Our coach look at the Jumbotron. He said he watching the game like me.
Yeah, they. As a matter of fact, we saw that they were waiting to get a play in, and Mike Tice was looking at the Jumbotron.
The other thing too, and if they were gassed, like you said, timeouts. You could have called a timeout. There's so many things. Again, too, I hate when the Bears go into that defense mode, when they're winning a game or they're playing not aggressive, they're not trying to make something happen. And usually the worst thing happens against them.
Doesn't matter, Doug. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Period.
It is. But again, too, there's so much stuff that can be talked about, especially the offense. Let's go out to Wayne and Racine. Wayne, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys, man?
Hey, Wayne.
What's up, Wayne?
Hey, man. 50,000 watts, man. I'm telling you, man, it's really pitiful. It's pitiful. Every week I got to call in and complain about tomato can quarterback.
Yep.
And this team is gassed. National TV, man. It's the O-line. I mean, to me it looked like it held up a little bit. But here's the thing that killed me. That guy Wilson, man. I mean, any high schooler I know that. I mean, like the guy said before me. I mean, the man is running out of containment. He's on the edge. You got a spot. The spot's supposed to get on out there. You don't get on that edge with him because, I mean, he just had cupcakes runs, man. I mean, it's just, I don't understand it. It's just like 1 week they Super World beaters and everything, and next week, man, they straight lemons, man. I don't understand it, Doug and OB. It is what they need. I don't know how this rookie quarterback got outside of containment. Shane McCullough, I don't really got no problem with the offensive line today. No sacks, color created. So they did pretty good. Bush got a good run in, a couple good runs in, but Doug, please explain to 50,000 watts, man, how this happened. I'll hang up at this as you call.
Part of the problem, and they came out, and you saw in college all the time, it's called the veer offense. Where the quarterback takes the football, rides the back with it, and then if the defensive end comes down really hard, he pulls it out, and he runs the football. Now, if the defensive end comes out, then he lets him take the football. Did you see one time, there almost was struggling between Wilson in the back because he wanted to take it out in the back. They wanted to give it up. But that's exactly what they were doing on that part. The other part were broken down plays where defensive ends, and it's taught and it's said, do not give up your containment. You are the guy that's outside. You take care of that outside position. You think you can come inside, but it's going to cost you because, first of all, the guy you're playing against can get outside, and when he does get outside, he can kill you, and that's what he did.
Even if they're spying him, Doug, if that quarterback, if he wheels out around whoever has containment, if he gets out around there, who's ever spying him, you better have a lot of speed to get him because it's just not going to happen. All you have to do, whatever defense is called, play what is called, what you're supposed to do. That is not a mystery. Mental mistakes.
Every defense has what we call contain and fill. There's a guy that fills and there's a guy that contains. And every defense has that. And you have to you have to run it that way, or else if it breaks down, it's going to kill you. And once again, too, I'm not that, popular with, like I said, with these defenses, sometimes when the Bears are on top, all of a sudden, they're going to lay back. And, you saw them do the first drive. Let me tell you, you know how hard it is to drive the football 98 yards? 98 yards and score a touchdown, and then come back and drive it another 80 yards for touchdowns?
That's pretty hard.
That's pretty tough to do.
Yes, it is.
Let's go out to Mike in Clinton, Iowa. Mike, you're on the score.
Hi, Ed, OB.
Yeah, Mike.
Doug.
Hey.
Let's talk about the guy that really lost the game.
Let me think. Who
Coach
might that
Lovie
be?
Smith.
Yeah.
Nobody said anything about him. The 3 points he could have had, there wouldn't have been no overtime.
That's correct.
Well, why does nobody talk about that? I like Lovey. I really, his players play for him, but that was a brain lock there. They had this game. I just don't get it. Why do you give away 3 points?
Well, Mike, we talked about it, Ed and I. We talked about it. First of all, the kind of offense you have, you get the points or you take the points as fast as you can get them because it's very difficult for you to put points up. So I thought they would kick the field goal. Okay, now you decide not to do that, fine. Now what play did you go? What play did you run? And Ed explained to him again what you saw on that play.
The play made no sense. No sense whatsoever when you know the personnel that's out there on your line and what positions they're playing, and it's 4th and a half a yard. And I mentioned this early, Mike, that your best football player on the line is Garza. You got a quarterback that's 6'3", 220. If Cutler fainted, he could fall forward and get a first down. And it made no sense to run behind two kids that really haven't played there a lot, period. And then you get a lead block, which is a longer play, a longer timing play before they hit the line. It was a bad call. Bad call.
And you're only talking about 6 inches. You're talking about 6 inches here.
How the hell do you not take Cutler coming out of there and the first sound, bang, whatever it is, bang, go, and quarterback sneaking?
Mm-hmm. I mean, you could fall over for 6 inches.
Oh, please, Doug.
That's all a big part of it. There's no question that whole football game, really just. And here's the other point too. You're in a position. The Bears are in a position, a tremendously good position. If they would have won today's football game, in the back of their mind, what the position they would have been in to get to the playoffs. I'm not saying they could have won anything after the playoffs because the offense hasn't shown me anything yet.
And plus,
they can do anything.
Next week we got to go up to Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that ain't going to be a picnic up there, pal.
Let's go out to Mike on the north side. Mike, you're on the score.
Guys, thank you for taking my call.
Thanks, Mike.
Listen, I wanted to say, first of all, what a great point you guys made about the fullbacks. I mean,
yeah, he's gone.
Who are you fooling with this fullback Evan Rodriguez thing?
Mike, when I think about I formation, when I think of power play, they call it power O, I think about a fullback. I think about a fullback that looks like a Coke machine, a guy that's like about 260 and he comes in there and he just beats people up. We don't have that. I mean, they got away from that. They think we don't need that, okay? Now when you come to this play that we were talking about to get the first down, I would have loved to see like a big fullback. It's up to me, I'd put one of those other guys back there.
You know what, Mike? And another thing, Mike, what you look at, what Doug is talking about, to have a one of those kind of fullbacks. The fact of the matter is he is running from the backfield, from an I set, okay, or an 8 set, and he knows what to look for. You put a tight end back there in that particular position, or somewhat of a tight end, and there's going to be a different look at who he's to block. I hope I'm making this clear, Doug.
Well,
when you get the fullback, he knows where the play's going. He knows where to look for, who to block. You come, buddy, you don't have a fullback. You don't have somebody coming out of that backfield, Doug, knowing exactly where he has to go and what he has to do. It's a different story.
There's no question. There's twofold in that play. One, should they have done it? Normally, the way their offense goes, you take the points. That's what they're all about. Number two, you decide to do it. And then again, too, you couldn't move. You had a 245-pound back.
I don't fault him. I don't fault him going for it. It was such a short. I mean, what was it? Half a yard, a foot, whatever it was.
6 inches. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't blame him for going for it, but boy, oh boy, the play they called was well, guess what? Doomed to fail, and it failed, Doug.
You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame. The Score. Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. The Chicago Bears lose to Seattle. Seattle 23, Bears 17. We'll be right back.
That hasn't happened to us very often around here. Terrible job I did getting our football team ready. Thought we were ready to go. Some decisions I made really hurt us early on. Should have taken the field goal in a game like that. Felt like we had momentum, wanted to really kind of try to knock them out and get them on their heels a little bit. That was a big play in the game.
That was Lovie Smith talking about the field goal, talking about the mistakes he made. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose to Seattle 23-17. And Lovie, the reason why I think that the fact that you should have went for the field goal was the fact that what kind of team you're trying to produce out there. And you got a team that needs all the points it can get. And you got a team that you want to play close to the vest, and you have a team that you want to have the defense to. So you go for the 3. But on the other end, if you did go for it, it was the play call.
That's exactly correct. He's saying, well, I should have went for the 3. Oh, if I was him, I'd say the same thing too, because that call was about as bad a call as any head coach or anybody could ever do, period.
And the other thing, too, watching, and you know my complaints about the tight end. We don't use the tight end. We don't even need a tight end. I don't know why we have one out there. I mean, we don't throw to him, and the blocking's not that great. But the other thing, too, that bothers me, we did it one time. Screens.
They ran one.
Screen. You won.
Yeah, one.
You won screens. You got a guy like Forte in it. I mean, you put pressure on guys, saying you're going to come real hard. I'm going to dump a ball. And you get one miss on a guy like that, and Forte can take it to the house. We did one screen. We didn't even try the bubble screen. I don't think I even saw that one whatsoever. Then you did a wide receivers.
Doug, you've been saying that for the last 2 years. Period.
Yeah. All right, let's go out to Tom in Carpentersville. Tom, you're on The Score.
Thank you, guys. You guys are awesome.
What's up, Tommy?
I listen to your show all the time. It's great football.
Thank you, Tommy.
And the whole thing is the end of the game, the defense. Why did they go to letting the guy catch the ball wherever he wanted to catch the ball? I mean, they never even stood up and made a play. It was they just let him catch the ball, and I just don't understand that. Lovey defense, he's the guru.
Well, a lot of again, the fact is they always play that and say, you make the mistake. You make the mistake. That's what they're telling the offense. We're going to lay back here. You'll make the mistakes, and we'll capitalize. Well, Seattle didn't make the mistake, number one. Number two, we didn't get any pressure on the quarterback. And number three, we didn't contain him, and we did get pressure. And so a lot of times, how many times did Russell Wilson get out of that pocket that hurt us? On both drives, on the 98-yard drive and on the 80-yard drive. You let him out of the pocket. You didn't get pressure on him. And meanwhile, the defensive backs are playing down by the Museum of Science and Industry. That's how deep they're playing. That's what they do, Ed.
I know. I hear you. Go ahead.
So, I mean, to me, I always thought, well, let's get a little more aggressive here. We got to make a stand. It's especially the second drive. You say to yourself, if they get a touchdown, the game is over. So we got to make something happen. Let us go now on the attack. Well, it never did happen. Let's go out to Jeff in Mantino. Jeff, you're on The Score with OB and Doug.
Doug, OB, thanks for taking my call.
Okay, Jeff.
I've been a Bears season ticket holder for a lot of years now, and I can tell you I've never been more disappointed. And not disappointed, I've been disappointed before, but I am mad today just because of what you just spoke to, Doug. We had them say what you want about Lovey and the coaching and the offensive line and, bad calls and, not taking a field goal. But the bottom line, we had them right where we want them. 3.5 minutes left, a long field, and we let them march down on us like we're a bunch of schoolgirls. Then miraculously, the offense comes back to tie it up. We get overtime, we let them march down on us again. Like we're not playing hard. We're playing soft, and I think we've played soft for years. And I'll let you guys comment on that, but I'm done. And thanks, guys.
Yeah, there's no question you should be mad. I'm mad. And I know Ed is mad, too, because that game, you said to yourself, okay, fine. When they got blasted out by San Francisco, I was mad. But again, I understood that San Francisco's way a hell of a lot better football team. Even at that, and you take a look at this and you say to yourself, and at the beginning of the year, Ed, you know how you take the teams? And I went lose, win, lose, win.
Right.
I picked 3 teams. That's how I started out with. 3 teams. I said, well, the Bears right now will be 8-3 at this point in time. They will lose to San Francisco, they will lose to Houston, and they will lose to Green Bay. They did. Because those teams are better. I had them winning at Seattle, being Seattle here. So when it comes down to it, the teams that they're not playing, let's say they're better than tomato cans, they can't beat. But today's team was on the borderline of tomato can. And that's the team they should have beat. And they couldn't beat it. And yet on top of that, Seattle wanted to give the Bears the games the first half. They wanted to give it to him. They'd be the first fumble recovery. We get it, Bam Urlacher strips it, Bam,
the bounce of the way the ball bounced right back into their bear. It was
after the fumbles.
Incredible.
Yep. They got all the breaks. And they didn't take advantage of the breaks.
Jeff, let me tell you something. If you go back and take a look at this game again and just watch, you want to watch one player for the Bears? Watch Cutler. He was, you can say what you want about him or whatever, but I'll tell you what. If he doesn't do again what he did out there again, his escapability, his accuracy, and I'll tell you what, almost like a never dying attitude. This could have been slaughter on 10th Avenue out there this afternoon.
And I will guarantee you that last play, that 66-yard play he had to Marshall, that was on site. I guarantee he booked him from the beginning, looked around, and he watched him until he could finally get the football to him, and he lasered it to him
Jeff,
for that 66 yards.
He threw it on a rope, I don't know what, 40 maybe, because it was 60, 40, 50 yards on a rope.
And he knew he was going to. There was no question about it. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Guys, you know the ibuprofen for my football hangover. I'm so aggravated right now.
It is aggravating, Mike.
Guys, 3 points here. The first thing is I'm sorry, Mike Tice, you're not the answer. What is this idea of 2 third and longs and you run the ball on both? There were 2 of them. That's the first one.
I remember the one time, yep.
Yeah. The second one, obviously not going for the field goal. But, guys, let me ask you a question. Is it just me, or are we starting to see at the end of this year, now Hubarkish mentioned something a couple of weeks ago, and I'm going to say he was right on the money. I think we're seeing an aging Bears defense show their true colors. I think it's a long season, guys. It's the end of the year, and I think they're starting to look gassed. What do you guys think?
Mike, hey, let me just jump in here real quick. Mike, we've all said that. Beginning of this year. And I've said, if not now, when? Because I tell you what, they are getting a little bit older, and things, Mike, happen. Believe me, Doug played 14, I played 11, and when you start to get in those latter years, things just happen. And they've had a spectacular defense, and guys have performed. The difference makers have been difference makers. They stepped up week after week after week. Eventually, it's going to go away. And the point is, in this situation, let's say this year we don't get in. What do you do next year? Do you come back again with the same thing, with the same belief that you have your offensive line is fine, your tight ends are fine, and your defense will do it, and your special teams? It's over. If they don't do it now, when?
And the sad thing is the fact that offensive line wasn't that bad today. That offensive line wasn't bad. I'm talking about protection-wise. Again, too, you talk about maybe guys getting too old on defense, and maybe that's a fact. But the fact is this, though, you got to take the pressure off of them, and you take the pressure off of them by having an offense that can put points up. And when you get the opportunity to do that, that's when you have to do it, and we didn't do it this first half. So that's where the problem lies also. And again, too, and I say, and this defense has taken us a long way, but today they made mistakes that you should not make mistakes. Old, young, in between, it doesn't matter. It's called containment, and that's where the problem was.
Totally on offense. to run the ball, to utilize the tight ends, to utilize your wideouts, your slot back. I mean, to all the different things, different kind of runs that you can do, and different pulling in the line. And I'm going to tell you something. The first game, against Indianapolis, we put up, 42 points? It has been a struggle, Doug. It has been. And I'm going to tell you, Mike, the last caller, go back and think, folks. Our offense struggles even with Cutler. And thank God we've got him, I've said. But even with Cutler, we struggle to convert on third down, and we struggle to score points.
Eddie.
There's a problem here, folks.
The fact is, you take a look at it, and I don't know how much you believe in stats, but we are ranked offensively 32. 32.
Well, that wouldn't be bad if you were playing in
if you had 40 teams.
There are 1,000 teams out there. Right. That wouldn't be too bad.
So there is something wrong. There is something wrong with it. There's no question about it. And,
Doug, it's week after week. It's not there.
Yeah.
You can look at the stats. You can carve them and cut them up any way you want, pal.
Right.
But I'll tell you what. We don't. Our offense is not a juggernaut, pal.
And they'll say, Doug, we're just talking about we score a lot of points. Well, if you take a look at those points were scored by the defense.
There you go.
And you add those together, and that's the difference.
And the other thing to go along with that, Doug, is field position.
Yeah.
From interceptions, from fumble recovers, and from special teams. The offense has had good field position, and, buddy, we just don't convert the 6.
You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio, 670 Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose to Seattle. Seattle 23, Chicago Bears 17. We'll be right back.
Here's the snap. Back to Jay, stepping up. Jay now late pressure coming, dodges. Now throws. Open. Marshall makes the grab. Turning it upfield to 40, 35-yard line. Out of bounds. And the Bears are still alive in Chicago. Brandon Marshall made the grab, stops the clock with 9 seconds left. That's a 36, make it a 55-yard pass play.
Brandon, run as fast as you can down there, and I'll throw it to you and make a play. And that's what he did. I just got to try to buy some time in the pocket, bounce around a little bit, and found him and put it up. He did a great job of coming back for it.
Now back to...
That's what I thought. Again, like Sandlot, you go down to the garbage can, take a right, and I'll get you to it, and they do it. There's no question about it.
When you're in that kind of a predicament,
that's what you do.
That situation, that's what you do.
That's right. Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. And talking about the Chicago Bears loss to Seattle.
This segment is sponsored by Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611 or visit FazioInsurance.com.
Now, if you're interested in quarterback ratings, Russell Wilson had a 104.9, which is pretty damn good. Then on the other hand, Jay Cutler had 119.6, which is pretty damn good.
He had the first quarter, Cutler had about a 147 plus.
Yeah, he did. There's no question. So no blame there, folks. Let's go out to Ken in Wrigleyville. Ken, you're on the Score.
Doug and OB, always a pleasure to listen to you playing the results and analyzing what happened.
Thanks
Kenny.
for calling, Kenny.
I just want to say one thing. Everyone compares this defense to the 85 Bears.
No way.
Let me tell you something. The situation, I'm not kidding you. When it was 14-10 with 3 minutes ago, that game was over with the 85 Bears. Over. There's no way they're coming down the field. No way. Unbelievable. I don't want to hear it again. I want that in the record book. Don't ever tell me this defense is as good as the 85 Bears.
No, whoever said that is...
that's what's so disappointing. I mean, to me, I always touted our defense. I said our defense is good. And it is good. But I'm telling you something. You give up drives, 98, Ed, and 80, and once for the winning touchdown.
And I know, Doug, you don't want to see him do that. But then again, Doug... I really don't want to go into it again. Let's go to the next call.
No, I mean, there's no question. I mean, all the pressure's on the defense. There's no question about that. The offense, is not taken off, let's face it. I mean, you can't be ranked. I think there's either 30th or 32nd offensively. That, can't be that damn good if you're ranked that low. Let's go to Uncle Meatball in Fox River Grove. Uncle Meatball.
O.B., Uncle Fuzzy, great to talk to you. Look.
What's up, mate?
I think we've got a bunch of fans here who don't know what they're talking about. Mm-hmm. Now, Lovey is 8-4, okay? And just because we lost to the Green Bay Packers going to the playoffs, and we lost to the Texans who are going to the playoffs, and we lost to the 49ers who are going to the playoffs, and we lost to Seattle, who's probably going to the playoffs. That doesn't mean nothing because we win the other games, right, that we're supposed to. And we've been told by everybody for so long that we know what Lovey's doing. And that we understand that a coach's demeanor does not necessarily represent how the team performs on the field. You know, the fire and the passion, that's not supposed to be there. As long as we can look at our Jumbotron and we can sit there and we can make decisions like, we're going to go for it on 4th and inches when we should have kicked the field goal. I mean, we know that at Cary Grove, that we kick the point and we get the points on the field. We don't do that. So I think we just have a bunch of people here who are getting over excited. They're just off on the ranch. And in Lovey we trust. Don't worry about it, guys. Sit back. It's going to be all right.
You know, Uncle Meeple, I don't know if you're being sarcastic or I really couldn't figure that one out, Uncle Meeple.
But I'll tell you one thing. He's talking about Cary Grove. Cary Grove, what a football program they have out there. Doug, every year they're in the 7A or 6A or whatever. They normally get to the finals, and the town right next to them, Lake Zurich. Both those teams are powerhouses.
I guess, listen to Uncle Meatball talk. The gist of the basically is the fact that, sure, we can beat the tomato cans. We can't beat the elite teams. Our teams are going to the playoffs. He mentioned them. Houston going to the playoffs. San Francisco going to the playoffs. Green Bay going to the playoffs. Maybe Seattle going to the playoffs. And we lost all 4. So what does that tell you? Let's go out to Ron in the loop. Ron, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
I love listening to you, but I got a dilemma is that I hate talking to you because that means the Bears had just laid an egg on the field earlier.
There it is.
But in all seriousness, I'm wondering if this team, especially with the changes on the offensive line, have become a pass-first team. We've talked for years and years how the Chicago Bears football was a run-first team, but maybe they're a pass first. What do you do if you're a Mike Tice and you got a whole new line? What do you tell them first? Let's work on pass protection. Let's work on run protection. How do you position yourself?
That's a good point,
Ron. I have a theory on that, okay? And my theory is that if Mike Tice wants to go really into a passing game and really expand the field, downfield, over the middle, etc., I don't think that will ever happen because if he tries to implement, Ron, an offense like that, he will get cut off by Lovie Smith before Thursday even comes.
And I guess, too, the other question, Ed, does he have the talent to do that? And I would go back to it. And I saw today where I thought the offensive line
I have
did
an
a hell of a lot
answer
better.
for you,
What
and
is that?
yes, he does. You listen to him. He says he does. Again, it goes. I'm not saying this. Lovie Smith's the one saying our offensive line. We got the right guys. We've got it. And again, it's just how the hell is it that you got Jamarcus Webb, Doug, on that one play I saw with about 50 seconds to go, and that kid absolutely threw him through the air backwards. The guy weighs 330 pounds.
Ed, I guess when you take a look at it, you say to yourself,
where's your personal pride?
Well, there's no question. That's a part of that offensive line with to him. But like I said today, I didn't think they were that bad. But when I'm looking at this, I'm saying to myself, okay, we want to be something different, but are we capable of being something different? Or are the coach saying, look, we have to go this other route. We got to do the Kyle Orton game plan where the only way we're going to win is defense, don't make mistakes, run the football, and then we'll call it a day, and hopefully we can win the football game.
Okay, Lovie says we have a tight end that meets anybody's expectations on any other team.
Wrong.
All right, Kellen Davis.
Wrong.
That's what he says, so he's right.
But it's wrong.
Okay, we go out and get Brandon Marshall. We pay him $9.3 million.
Right.
We've got Cutler. We've done a lot of things to move this ball down the field, Doug. And all this year, we really thought something was really spectacular going to happen offensively. It has not. What are we doing? It's the same game plan, the same damn thing week after week, and that's what it is, and that's what you're going to get forever.
Let me ask you something, Ed. If you think they changed the game plan and they went back to something else or tried to be somebody else, could they have won those football games they've won so far this year? Beating the tomato cans. Now, the good teams they can't beat.
Doug,
you can't beat what you had today. You can't beat them.
I couldn't give you an answer.
Yeah.
Because have we seen it?
No, we haven't seen it. Because like I said, anytime any good team steps up in your face, all of a sudden we're still keeping that same Kyle Orton game plan, and you think that's going to beat the better teams, and it doesn't beat the better teams.
It hasn't changed since Kyle Orton either.
No. Well, that's because what it is it's so consistent. This is what works against teams that are tomato cans. We'll beat these teams, tomato cans.
Calling the shots there?
That's
Come on, this is not a mystery, folks.
Well, the other thing, too, is, personnel. But anyway, there's so many things we could tear apart. Let's go out to Cozy in West Chicago. Cozy, on the score.
Hey, guys. Thanks a lot for taking my call. I appreciate this.
Mm-hmm.
Question for you. Help me understand, how many times do we have to hear Lovie Smith say, I did not have my team prepared? Now, is that not an indictment on a head coach? Help me understand.
Well, yeah, and again, too, the head coach is going to take responsibility for his team, and we will go back, and Ed and I really got into it, when they played Green Bay. Remember when Green Bay wiped them out?
Oh,
and he said Green Bay had
Smith that you went absolutely berserk. He said,
well, Green Bay had a purpose for that.
Yeah, he said, well, Green Bay had a purpose. Oh. I'll never forget that, Doug. You absolutely went.
What was our purpose?
Yeah.
And again, too, you said you make mistakes and you did this and you did that. Well, then, I'm glad you're taking responsibility for those mistakes. But this was a glaring error, this football game, because, again, this was a team. If you wanted to get to the playoffs, because I believe the way this team is going, if it got to the playoffs, I don't think it can win in the playoffs.
Here, it's a team that could. It was a team that we're at home. It's a team that should have been a win. Okay?
Exactly.
Period. That's the bottom line.
Let's go out to Rick in Westchester. Rick, you're on the score. Rick.
All the time, and I'm sick and tired of hearing on how good of a coach Lovie is. And this Mike Tice, when he was in Minnesota and the talent he had in Minnesota, he laid an egg up there, and they got rid of him. And then it seems like when our offense, when we score and take the lead, we get all excited and everything, and all of a sudden these offensive geniuses go into a different offense, and they say, okay, our defense is going to hold it and keep them there, and that's what we pay our defense for. I'm tired of hearing that. Our defense is good because when we started at the beginning of the season, it seemed like we were trying to get offensive production. And then that allowed the defense to get into a mode where they prevent, where they did their best.
Well, there's no question the fact that, and Ed brought it up, you think your defense could continue the way they were going at the beginning of this year? Do you think you were continue to going that they could put 14 points up, score defensively, not only score to get takeaways? You think that was going to continue? And especially you think that was going to continue against the good teams? No, it's not. That meant the offense has to take the role. And I was surprised. I mean, to be honest with you, I was surprised that Lovie went for it for 4th and inches because of the way the mentality is of this team is the fact that let's do this. We're going to be real close to the best. We're going to kick the field goal. We're going to go up by 3 points.
That's the thing I would have loved, Rick. And I thought the call was right to go for it. Personally, myself, I don't know. There's I don't know. Couple 100,000 people probably watched it. How many people watched the game? And I can tell you what, everybody's got their own opinion. But I liked it. I liked them going for it. But the play that they called was I mean, I can't even find words for it, to be honest with you. It was so easy. That was such an easy thing on 4th down to do, and we did one of the biggest. Go ahead, Doug.
Jim, I'll go out to Jim in Woodridge. Jim, you're on the score.
Oh, yeah, guys, I'm tired of the bad fundamentals. And I never see guys breaking their feet down when they're tackling. On that touchdown in regulation, what did we miss? 3 tackles on that play?
3 misses, yeah.
You're seeing guys leave their feet. You're seeing defensive end letting the quarterback and or back crossing their face. It's just all basic fundamentals. You can have all these highfalutin offenses you want, it still comes down to blocking and tackling, the basics of the game. I get sick and tired. Like I watched that Georgia game yesterday. I've never seen such pitiful tackling in my life. The lack of fundamentals nowadays is just killing me.
Well, there's no question during the course of this football game that that last play, Ed. I mean, there was 3 missed tackles. I mean, that's obvious. It was in front of you. You saw it. We all saw it. But you guys.
This is a game of where a couple of people really played wonderful.
Yeah,
I mean, not a lot of them, but Cutler. But then again, it was like a team breakdown, offensive breakdown, defensive breakdown. But there was also a lot of individual breakdowns.
And here's the other little tidbit. We were spoiled tremendously offensively. We were spoiled tremendously that we got a lot from our special teams. In other words, returns. And we didn't have that field position like we had.
No.
When we won those football games, look where we were.
You go back to
football.
05 and 06.
Yeah.
Phenomenal
Think
defense.
about it.
And special teams absolutely destroyed people. All the offense had to do was get on their back
field
and then float right through it, pal.
They averaged on the 40-yard line. I forgot which game this year they were gone. They had the ball in the 40. They wouldn't even kick us the football. Remember?
Yep.
They wouldn't even kick us the damn football on the kickoffs. Now I know Hester is out, but the fact is, that's why they got spoiled. They got spoiled because the defense was so damn good. The defense took the football away. The defense scored. The special teams put the offense in great field position. Now, when these things are not happening, what happens?
Yeah, Doug, you know what? We've got 4 games left here.
Yeah.
What, 1 at home against the Packers and 3 away? Am I correct on that?
Mm-hmm.
And you talk about a season, Dougie, this is
it's tough, but there's guys that are this.
Oh, what? Marshall, is he in the studio or he left? Okay. Oh, he's gone. Go ahead, Ed.
No, go ahead. No, I said my.
Yeah.
Okay, excuse me. This segment is sponsored by Wild Foot and Ankle. For the latest treatment in athletic injuries, for the foot or ankle, call Wild Foot and Ankle today at 877-390-7666.
Let's go out to Robert in Rockford. Robert, you're on the score with Ed and Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight? I'm just listening to everyone. I didn't hear no one say about Major Wright closing the game. All he had to do was make the interception, make the play.
Mm-hmm.
Players got to be held accountable. The game's over. Just like the guy dropped the ball and got his head smashed in the ground. Bennett, you got to make the play. You're at this level. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Well, that's what games come down to, Robert. I mean, that's why you say and you talked about different guys. Sure. Let's just look at this. Okay, Wright should have had an interception. Adonijay should have been on the outside where he didn't continue to go outside. There was missed tackles in between that. There was 3 missed tackles going for the touchdown. That's what we're talking about. That's what football's all about. So you try to get at least the mistakes you can possibly make. And we're making them all the time. And we're making them, here's the bad part, in crucial times. There comes a time in a football game when we call you have to man up. The one time the man up was the fact we couldn't get a first down on 4th down and try. The other times is we couldn't make a stop on them driving the football 98 yards and coming back and driving it 80 yards. And that in itself tells you what kind of a football team you are.
Doug, I would have come after him on the 80-yard drive.
Absolutely.
I would have come at him with every blitz known that we had in the book.
I'm here. It beat me.
I would have come after, and everybody getting a gap. And whoever, if it's the Mike Blitzen, the Will linebacker, it's the Sam line, it doesn't matter. The strong side safety, who's ever coming, everybody takes a gap, and let's go after this kid. Keep him, who's got containment, force, and fill, and let's go. Let's be aggressive. Let's go after him. The last time I checked, Seattle doesn't have any barn-burning receivers on their team, and I would have went after him because we just gave him up 97 or 98 yards and let him go down the field. We're not going to spy him. We're going to come after you, and we're going to destroy you.
As you know, playing enough defenses as you played in the National Football League in the 14 years I put in, I know defensively when you get out there, if you become defensive-minded defensively, you've got to become offensive-minded. You have to go after people. You have to build up the stuff. You have to get the steam going. You have to get fired up. You have to get rolling. If you sit there and stay there and be the punching bag, you're going to get punched.
Doug, what happened? He would just feint to his right a little bit, feint to his left. He had time to do that. Then he would wheel out either to the strong or to the weak side. He had all kinds of time. Why the hell didn't we go after him? There's a multitude of blitzes that you could have used, and we really, Doug, we really didn't go after him. And I'll tell you what, you could have shut down a lot of lanes and forced that kid, maybe forced him into a turnover or a fumble. But you sat back, and for the most part, and let him go down.
Those 2 drives, you were a punching bag on both drives. Instead of saying to this kid and say, look, you want to do this? I'm going to show you what we're going to do.
That's what we're going to.
And you're going to pay the price for it if you think you're going to come out of that pocket because we're going to be here waiting.
Pal.
Exactly. Let's go out to Colin in Algonquin. Colin, you're on the score where it'll be in Doug.
Hey, nice to talk to you guys.
Hey, Colin.
This game, also San Fran and Green Bay games, is why Lovey will never win anything important as a Bears head coach. Little things like sitting back on defense early on and letting the other team gain tons of yards and momentum, or running on 3rd and 15 with only a 7-point lead in the first quarter. I think this is the reason why he'll never win a Super Bowl as a coach in the NFL. He's not aggressive on offense, not aggressive on defense, and also DJ Moore can't be as bad as Kelvin Hayden. Nice talking to you guys. I love your show.
Yeah, getting back to what you were talking about.
Colin.
Yeah, good call, Colin.
Good call.
I mean, it really is. I mean, there comes a time. See, this is what we all have to sit down and understand. And again, I'll go back to it, and I know I keep using that word tomato can. But the fact is that the Bears can beat the tomato can with the Kyle Orton game plan. They can do that. They can do that, Eddie. I mean, just like you said, but one day it's going to come back and bite him in the ass.
The frustrating thing is, Kyle Orton is here. It's Jay Cutler. And guess what? We're still doing the same thing.
Exactly.
Brandon Marshall is here.
But, Ed,
we're still doing the same thing.
He won with that game plan with Kyle Orton. Don't you understand what's happening? It's sinking in his head. This is how you win. We take possession. We own the football. 39 cents. The defense will come on. The defense will make this play. This will happen. That'll happen. It didn't happen.
It's not going to happen.
And it's not going to happen. The team's a little bit better.
Long enough, you don't have an offense that's going to be spectacular for 16 games, nor you're going to have a defense that's going to be spectacular, or special teams. Okay, sometimes they have to be coached up, and some damn times the players have to man up.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to Seattle. Seattle 23. The Chicago Bears 17 in overtime.
Takes the snap, looking left, guns it open at the 10. Running inside of the 5, breaking tackles, down to the 2, into the end zone, gives up the ball, covered up by Stelz. And then the Seahawks wind up with it. Touchdown, Seattle. Seattle the touchdown and a Rice fumble recovery.
So the ruling on the field is a touchdown.
This will be officially 46 yards. Manley on the ball. Podlish kneels down, ready for the snap. Extends his right hand. Snap made. Placement made. Kick by Robbie Gould is good for the tie. No time left. Robbie Gould. Good as gold. Lynch on the left tip of the quarterback, and it's going to be a quarterback keeper again. Now pumps once, twice, throwing. Rice at the 1, into the end zone, gives up the football. Touchdown, Seattle. Bears are on it, but touchdown went up.
Well, calls have been changed before. The receiver did not finish the play with the ball in his hands. After review, the ruling on the field stands. The score, the game is over.
And so the Seattle Seahawks get the touchdown, and they win it 23-17 here at Soldier Field with 7:33 left at overtime. It's a touchdown, Russell Wilson to Sidney Rice for the victory.
It's tough, but there's guys that are this hungry. You have Joe, our guy on our practice squad that works really hard, and he's really hungry right now. I can't wait to see him. You got guys that's not here. It's free agents that are hungry. Guys like Mike Sims Walker. My best friend, my brother. So maybe he gets a shot.
That's tough one of the season. We thought we had the game in hand there. Up 14-10 with 4.5 left in the game. They're on the 5-yard line. Especially to make a good play for us, and then we don't stop them on defense. And then we go in overtime, and we just make a field goal at the end. At least our offense has a chance to maybe go down and score, kick a field goal, tie it up again. But we just didn't come through for our team.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug and OB, only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's radio home for Bears fans.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the guys. Yeah, sure. You're right. Urlacher, the fact is that, he should have stopped him. Once again, you gave him the 98-yard drive. You gave him the 80-yard drive, which should have been done. And now I'm hearing, I don't know exactly, what Marshall was talking about, but bringing some other guys in. Is that what he was saying about bringing in other wide receivers? And I think that's kind of interesting, him saying something at that point right now.
It's tough, but, there's guys that are this hungry. You have Joe, our guy on our practice squad that works really hard, and he's really hungry right now. I can't wait to see him. You got guys that's not here. It's free agents that are hungry. Guys like Mike Sims Walker.
Wow.
My best friend, my brother. So maybe he gets a shot.
Wow.
And so, What are we saying here?
Here,
saying the fact is, I can't be the only guy. You got to give me help.
Doug, I'm just looking. After the Carolina game, and this is a quote from our head coach, I'm looking at it as you look at it for the team, said Smith. Our offense has allowed us to get to a 6-1 record. Let me repeat that. That's his quote. Our offense has allowed us to get to a 6-1 record. Really?
Your 6-1 is due to Cutler and Marshall. I mean, that's what you got. Yeah, that is your offense, by the way. That's what you have. And even Forte has not really been burning it up. I mean, there are times you'll come in there and they'll use him. But all said and done with, that was kind of interesting what Marshall just said. I mean, to mention guys not only on the taxi squad, which is one thing, but to come out and say guys that were just free agents that were out there, that he basically saying we could plug these guys in to give us a little help offensively to move the football.
Doug, let me read you another little quote after the Carolina game, if I may, okay? This is from Lovey. I'm looking at ball security, and each week, what does it take? What do we need our offense to do in order for us to win a football game? I've been pleased with that, or we wouldn't have 6 wins.
Again, too, that's the conservative game plan. It's playing into the best.
Offense.
Yeah.
My point is, the point of this whole thing is he's happy with it. This is these are his boys, and this is how we're going to win a Super Bowl.
If his defense comes up with 2 scores and intercepts the ball 3 times.
I just read you the quotes after the Carolina game.
But he should have extended on her. If our defense continues to play the way it has played, our offense the way it's set up now with the game plan, we'll win.
Yeah, and you could put about another 20 more ifs in there, too.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go out to Jeff in his car. Jeff, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, I've been watching you. I was watching you guys back in the day when you guys had Andy Livingston. That's the name from the past, huh?
There you go.
Big guy, fast guy.
Yeah, I got a question for you. I'll ask it, and then I'll hang up and maybe listen for your answer. I need an explanation of something. Lynch fumbles the ball. You really can't tell if he's down or not. You can't really tell from any camera angle whether his knee is down. He fumbles the ball. The Bears recover it, and the refs say it's the Bears' ball. A couple weeks ago, Matt Forte gets tackled. He's not even near the ground. He's probably in the middle of the pile. Absolutely no whistle. He lets go of the ball. The defender picks it up and runs for a touchdown, and the refs call it no fumble. I'm going to listen for maybe a possible explanation because I don't understand what the difference was. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, the difference is this. The fact is what was the call made? The call today was a fumble called. And so you challenge it, right? So that means the guy upstairs, when they look at it, have to come down and say, yeah, what says that this wasn't a fumble? Well, they couldn't prove anything with the tape. So they couldn't prove it. So the call stands. The same thing with Forte. The whistle wasn't blown. So really what it is, all that is upstairs is to try to reconfirm what's happening on the field. Now, if they can't change the field call, then the fact is the call stands with the referee.
The whistle, I don't know. That gets to be a confusing thing, Doug.
If you don't hear the whistle.
Was the whistle blown or wasn't it blown? Well, did he throw a flag? Didn't he? Well, I mean, it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo.
Well, the fact is, though, again, too, that's why they have it upstairs. And the whistle call, I don't quite understand myself, when I take a look at it. But I know this.
As I'm to understand it, Doug, when the ref blows a whistle, I don't give a damn what happens. That play's dead.
It didn't blow it, though, with Forte.
Right. Okay.
So that's what happened there. Let's go out to Ed in Maywood. Ed, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Good evening. I think the Bears need to win 3 out of the last 4 games to make the playoffs because there are a lot of 6-win teams out here. And 6-loss teams, and Seattle now has the tiebreaker against the Bears. So I think 11 wins is going to be necessary.
And the Packers have the tiebreaker against us also.
Yeah, they're in first place. I mean, in the division,
same record, but they're ahead of us,
right? Because they beat us. So yeah, there's no question. I think 11, but again, too, you don't know what's going to happen to other teams in those last games either. I had thought the Bears could win and get to the playoffs as a wild card, winning 10 or 11 games.
But we got teams we can beat.
Yeah. Well, no, that's what we got coming up.
4 games, we got teams we can beat.
Except Green Bay. And I don't know if we can beat Green Bay, but I got to tell you.
We're playing Green Bay here, pal.
Yeah, and Peterson today ripped them up pretty good. We're running the football, Minnesota Vikings. Let's go out to Roger on the south side. Roger on the scoreboard will be in Doug.
Hey, what's going on there, 8755?
What's up, Raj?
I want to cut right to the chase.
Go.
I like Tace.
Mm-hmm.
But he needs to ask his quarterback coach, his offensive line coach, and his head coach, and for God's sake, the defensive coordinator for help. You know, what do you guys see? What should I change or adjust to? And if he's already done this, and this is what we have, we're screwed. Mm-hmm. Bring on the Bill Cowher era. You guys have a nice night.
Well, you know what? You're probably right. We're screwed. Because if I can give you what I feel should be done, and they can give you what he feels should be done, and we both feel that it should be done more on offense than anything, but do we have the ingredients to make it better, to do it? And I don't know.
The sad thing is, we both agree they don't have the ingredients.
Right.
But the head coach and obviously his assistants believe they have the right ingredients.
You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. Talking to Chicago Bears lose to Seattle. We'll be right back.
That's the way they play. You watch them on film, their linemen are downfield, jumping on the pile, cutting guys. I didn't see a lot of cut blocks today, which is good for them because they're always on your knees. But they're around the pile, they're pushing you. We got to be aware of it. The refs let them get away with it. They're going to keep doing it. So we got to be aware and just watch ourselves.
That was Brian Urlacher talking about cut blocks, and again too, he got today with a horse collar, which I never didn't understand. I mean, you grabbed the guy from behind him, and you grabbed him right around the jersey, and this is the second one because he got called last week. I think he got fined for it, like $7,500. And so today they got him another penalty for a horse collar, which I thought wasn't a good call. He just went after him and just grabbed him by the shirt. Let's go out to John in Algonquin. John, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, long-time listener. Just got a question for you. How are we going to keep up with the Green Bay Packers this season, even with an injured certain Clay Matthews and a certain Chuck Woodson? I just want to know what you guys think about that. Thank you.
I got to tell you, John, it's going to be tough. Let's face it. Our wide receivers were getting depleted. Bennett come in. It was wonderful to have him back. He had a nice touchdown, but I don't know if he has a concussion now. How long he's going to be out? Jeffrey, we know, was out with the knee. He didn't see much of Sanzenbacher out there. Hester, we know, was out with a concussion. So what kind of ammunition do we have?
Well,
now the other fact with Green Bay, they lost Nelson today, didn't they?
I believe with hamstring.
Was it Nelson or Jennings?
No, I think it was Nelson.
Was it Nelson?
I believe.
And then the other thing you had to look at, the fact was that they got the running backs are hurt. They had obviously they have Clay Matthews hurt, so they're beat up too.
Cedric Benson there calling.
Yeah,
he's done.
He's done. So can they do that? I don't know. Green Bay pulled one out today. They went up and beat Minnesota. That's what we have to do, and we're going to have to win some of these games coming down the stretch here.
Johnny, I don't have a magic answer for you. All I can tell you, with 4 games to go, and the people that we have on both sides of the ball, they're still in it. They're 8-4, and again, this is there's not any really super barn-burning teams out there. So the reality of it is, do we have a shot? Yeah, we still have a shot. What can we do better? Obviously, we can't find better football players, okay? But what can you do? There comes a time, again, I've said it a million times, and probably tired of hearing about it, but there are no magic answers. And, John, what you have to do, you've got to look deep into yourself as an individual, as a unit, whether it's offensive line, receiver, whoever, and you somehow got to rededicate yourself, and that includes the coaches.
And again, too, I think you hit something on the head there. Do you have the material to do that? I mean, there's no question.
Well, they don't, Doug, so where do you go? You got to look within yourself.
You ask Marshall to take all the pressure and all the passes and all the stuff. The fact is that Cutler will get to them, and they are great together, but they need somebody to take some of the pressure off. So maybe you start thinking about Forte being out there like they had him in the slot sometime to throw him the football. I know the tight end situation is terrible with our team.
That's where Devin Hester should have been when he tried to make a receiver like 3 years ago, right in the slot.
Eddie, thanks to Ethan Shaw, Matt Rodewald, Brendan McCaffrey.
Our crack producer.
Adam Harris and Chuck Baker. Lawrence Holmes is on the air next until 6:30 p.m. until our coverage of the Eagles at the Cowboys. See you next week.
Good night, folks.
With the Minnesota Vikings.
Peterson standing up through the middle of the line and into the end zone for his 9th touchdown of the year, and the Vikings strike fast and furiously. Adrian Peterson's 51-yard run sets the table on the first snap of the game. Ponder takes turn, sticks it in the belly of the back. Peterson barrels in from the 1, touchdown Vikings. Through Conti and Nick Roach.
That is the end of the first quarter.
104 yards rushing on 12 first-quarter carries and 2 one-yard touchdown runs. The NFL's premier back has the Vikings up 14-0. Cutler in the gun, takes the snap. Pocket holds for a bit. Now it closes. He runs right into number 97, Everson Griffin, for the sack. Takes the snap. Pocket's tight. Zips it down the sideline. Into the end zone. Leading Alshon Jeffrey into the end zone for the score. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. 23-yard score. And the Bears are on the board. Here's the snap. Potter in a tight pocket. Now going to go deep down the field. He's got right down the middle of the field. It's intercepted by the Bears. It's intercepted by Major Wright. He goes down to the 20-yard line in a collision with one of his own guys. Chris Conti, slow getting up. Intercepted by the Bears. They take it away from Christian Ponder. 3rd and 2 from the 39. Jay to throw. Over the middle. It's intercepted. Overshot. Marshall intercepted. Harrison Smith running right. The 45 of the Bears to the 40. Sideline 30. Escort to the 10. To the 5. To the end zone. Touchdown Vikings. And that's a pick 6 that will count. Shotgun. Cutler with 2 on the play clock. Gets the snap from the goal line. Launching deep sideline right. Pass is thrown and caught by Alshon. I don't know how he caught it, but he did on Josh Robinson at the 39-yard line of the Bears. That's a 30-yard Cutler has to step up against pressure. Shovels it to Marshall. Makes the grab at the 33 and gets near the 31, but he's short by 2. Snap is back. Cutler to throw. Cutler stepping up. Cutler looking. Cutler, he's had Tester over the middle for the pass, but he dropped it at the 11. He was open, going to run for a touchdown. No question. Wide open over the middle.
And now it's time for the Majestic Star Casino post-game show with Doug Buffone and filling in for Ed Obradovich, Dan Hampton. It's a Chicago tradition after every Bears game and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. No, Ed Obradovich is not on vacation in the south of France. Ed just had a hip replacement. He's getting well, getting good. And we'll probably see him next week. Good luck to you, Eddie. We'll talk to you this week. Anyway, Chicago Bears get burned by Minnesota 21-14. And I got to tell you, the ship is going down, Dan. Is the ship going down? Are they taking water? Are the wheels coming off? Mayday, mayday, somewhere along the lane. All those cliches, but things don't look good. I mean, they do not look good for the Chicago Bears, obviously.
Well, get the paint bucket and start bailing water. Mm-hmm. We got trouble. And it started right at the outset. First play of the game, everybody in the stadium knows what's going to happen. The Minnesota Vikings struggling in a must-win situation. What do we expect? Well, they gave it to the man, Adrian Peterson, who was phenomenal today. First play, and you got to give Bill Musgrave, the offensive coordinator of the Vikings, an awful lot of credit, Dougie, because they ran right at Geno Hayes, busted through on the very initial play of the game, set the tone. And, we were down 14-0 before we could even get into the conference room and get the television on. So it's so disappointing. So disappointing. We talked in the pregame all day about, this is a one-dimensional offense that will beat you one-dimensional if you let them do it. And the first play of the game, bam. I hate to say it was a brilliant idea to, run right at the backups. Obviously Roach going to the middle, Hayes over at the strong side, and we weren't prepared.
That being said, and there's no question about it, in 3 minutes, 14 points are scored for Minnesota. But once again, and I know we scored 14 points, but our offense is designed not to score. I don't know what the hell's going on there. It looks like street ball. And there's nothing wrong with street ball, I guess. Throw the ball up, you jump it, you catch it. There's no kind of coordination there. And I got to tell you, when you play this game, It's not how many catches you make, it's when you make that catch. For example, that going on the last drive, Kellen Davis. Again, the Bears have no tight ends. If this offense is going to succeed and go forward and be better, it's got to have a tight end to catch the damn football. And then you have Hester coming out there wide open, coming across the slant, which could have been a touchdown. He drops it, Dan. I mean, these guys are not making these plays. They're not making the damn plays when they're supposed to.
And, they're professional football players.
Yeah.
Everybody, saying, oh, well, Devin Hester, he doesn't get the opportunity. Well, he had a lot of opportunities today to stand up, be counted, especially when we needed him. And I made the point in the pregame. Everybody in the league knows that Brandon Marshall is the essence of what we're trying to do on offense. The other receivers, they should have carte blanche. You're going to have single coverage. Find a way to beat the coverage, get open. Cutler will get it to you. Nobody else can catch the ball, apparently, except for Alshon Jeffrey and Brandon Marshall, who was, again, phenomenal today.
Yeah, he was great. There's no question he made some great plays. Jeffrey's made a nice catch. But again, too, go back to that offensive line. I don't know what Webb is doing. Here, example. If you know you've got a chip block on your outside, right? You explain it to me, Dan.
Four different times it happened.
Yeah, and the guy comes inside, beats you inside. What are you taking, stupid pills? You know you got help on the outside, so you take away the inside. Twice it. And then the other time it ended up with him holding and a false start. You name it. All the mistakes they're making on that team.
Well, and again, all season long, it has been a parade of mistakes, missed assignments, and just plain stupid.
Exactly.
And I'm so happy you brought that up, because when you align yourself to realize that we're going to dedicate a chip to that defensive end to make sure that he doesn't beat you with the speed rush, offensive tackle has got to know inside has got to be taken away first and foremost, because that's what the chip's for. But no, Jamarcus Webb takes a conventional set. Jared Allen beats him inside, forces all kinds of problems that gum up the offense, and 2 steps backwards, not even 1 step forward.
Yeah, exactly right. All it takes is coordination on that play. A guy, anybody would know that. Anybody would look at it and say, look, if I got help on the outside, I'll take the inside, and then I'll be able to bounce out if I have to. But, yeah, all in all, and again, too, we're getting back to this offensive ours, even though, and Cutler looked terrific on some of the passes. He threw the football down the field. They were making some moves. But still, when it's all said and done with, they put 7 points on the board until Campbell come in there. So whatever's happening with our offense, it's not there. It doesn't seem like it's in sync, Dan. It seems like, okay, fine. I understand about playing jump ball, throwing the football down. Good, you can do that at certain times. But that does not make this offense where it makes it's concise and gets to the point and starts to make drives happen and things like that. Plus all the mistakes that are made by the offensive line, the drop footballs, and I still say, and I'll go back to it again, that tight end is needed on this football team for the Chicago Bears. It will not go anywhere until he gets a tight end. All you have to look at the best teams out there that are playing, they're playing for playoff positions. Green Bay. You're talking about New Orleans. You're talking about New England. You're talking about San Francisco. You're talking about Atlanta. You're talking about all these teams. They all have a tight end. And we do not. And then when Kellen Davis does have a chance to make a big play, he misses the football, drops it. One other time, Cutler missed him. Okay. But the fact is, when it's all said and done, there's not enough to go around with this football team. There's certain things I like to see in offense, too. I like to see more screens. They ran a nice screen to the tight end, which was good with Kellen Davis. There's certain things I would like them to do. But when it's all there, our offense is not there. It is not there. I don't care how you look at it. We still scored only 7 points. 7 points, basically, because the other 7 came at the end when Campbell came in the football game, and all that was the fact that they was a give up 7 points. So where do you go from here? Now, do you say they still have a chance to go to the playoffs? Well, sure they do. We got a chance to go somewhere, but not the way they're playing like now. They've won one game out of the last 4, something like that. What kind of team are you talking about here? And if you did go to the damn playoffs, well, who are you? What are you?
Well, what about in the fourth quarter in a must-drive situation where we've got to keep the sticks moving and score points? We have Bush go and get 6 yards and first down. Then he comes out, Forte and he are on the sideline. Armando Allen in on 2nd and 4. He doesn't, he gets a couple. But then it's 3rd and 1. Instead of bringing back in either Forte or Bush to pound out the first down, we throw a pass on 3rd and 1, and it's tipped up for a pick 6 that basically seals the fate of the game.
That I didn't understand.
It's crazy.
That I didn't understand.
It's crazy.
You went out and got Bush for a particular reason on third down short yardage. You were 3rd and 1. You think you can hammer out how much do you respect Bush? Do you respect your offensive line? Maybe I can understand the offensive line, but still that call. And still with Allen in the football game, he's not going to get the first down for you. You're going to get it with a bigger guy. I just, I'm beside myself, Dan, thinking about what the hell this team is going to do. And here's the other thing, too. And this is something I was in a column today in the Sun-Times. Mark Potash wrote it. And he was talking about Lovie Smith. All right? The Bears obviously are 1-4 against winning teams. We know that. But under Lovie, the Bears are 64-44 in the first 3 quarters of the season. Now, when the last quarter comes of the season, they are 15-17 in the final quarter. They cannot finish. They cannot finish, and we're seeing it here. We're seeing what's happening here. I understand in Minnesota, okay, we're playing there, and Minnesota was 5-1 up at Minnesota. But this
now
is
6-1.
6-1 now. So these are teams, though, we should beat, or they should have beaten Minnesota. So what the hell do they do from now on? What goes on?
And it begs the question of preparation. Last week,
there you go. Start with that one
against Seattle. This is, and that's why I was, screaming from the rooftops. Hey, this is a game we've got to win. We do not need to look past the Seahawks because they're more than capable of beating us, and we know what happened. And then we go up to Minnesota, and as we talked about, the one-dimensional offense that has one weapon that will beat you. And he gets 100 yards in the first damn quarter. Now that's unacceptable. Unprepared is no matter how you slice and dice the way this game was set up, we were unprepared to play first quarter football.
Not to mention 100 yards in the first quarter, but 51 in the first play? Like you said, you didn't even tell me that when you're not lining up, you're going to expect, him to get the football and be ready for the damn football game, and you want to stop him early? And they couldn't even come close to that. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 6-7. Dan Hampton, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Minnesota Vikings beating the Chicago Bears 21-14. We'll be right back.
That's it. Ponder takes an knee. That'll wind the clock down. The Vikings go to 7-6. The Bears drop to 8-5. They have now lost 4 of the last 5 games, and they were down 14 in the first 6 minutes and 18 seconds of the game. The first snap went 51 yards on a run by Adrian Peterson. They managed to slow him down over the course of the day, but just not enough firepower offensively to get it done.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug Buffone and filling in for Ed Obradovich, Dan Hampton on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton and Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to Minnesota Vikings 21-14. And this segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended. Let's go out to the phone lines, Danny. Let's go out to Mr. Sharp in Oak Lawn. Mr. Sharp, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Dan. How you guys doing?
What's up, Sharpie?
All right. Well, I don't really have much to add. I know our receivers really have to start catching the ball. They're costing us the games. And Danimal, you said something too about game preparation. It doesn't seem like they're prepared to go out and play what's important to them. And if you're not prepared, you're not going to go far. You might get to the playoffs, but you're not going to go far. And Danimal, you still playing the bass guitar?
On occasion.
Okay.
Here's the thing that really is, in a way, it's hard to put your hands around or put your head around what's going on with this offense. And it's almost like a LeBron James basketball offense. Everybody stands around waiting for LeBron to do it, right? We know that those are kind of like a phenomenon that happens and everybody on this offense is like, whoa, we don't really have to block that hard. We don't have to really grind it out on the ground. We don't have to really catch the ball. We got Brandon Marshall. He'll make a play. Jay will find him, and that's not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it. And at some point, as an offensive coordinator, Mike Tice has got to be more in tune to what we have to do to tailor this offense to be able to not only capitalize on that great street ball concept of Jay pitch and catching with Brandon, but we don't do anything. And I'm looking at the stat sheet: 18 rushes, 118 yards. That's 6.6 yards per attempt. We only ran it 18 times. And I got it. We were playing from behind. But when you're down 14-0 in the first quarter, you've still got a world of game left. Don't abandon the game plan. Don't abandon what you can do. Don't play into their hands. Don't get into have to drop back 53 time type of ball game that plays into the Vikings' hands. And it's almost like a novice is making decisions. In the third and one on that drive when we're down 14-7 that results in the pick six, that's still one that I don't care how you cut it. You don't call that play, let alone expect the offense to pull it off.
Yeah, again, too many mistakes. You're talking about the receivers. Sure, there were some great catches, but look at the ones that were missed. Jeffrey should have had a catch, could have been a touchdown, went right through his hands. We talked about Kellen Davis. One goes right through his hands. Even Marshall dropped one.
He dropped one right on the goal line.
Right on the goal line. So, I mean, these are times when you have to make these plays. And then on top of that, you come back with more aggravation. How about that one drive? There was a false start by Karimi. Then there was the James Brown holding. Now you've got 1st and 25. So where the hell are you going?
After you drove the ball all the way down
the field. Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is you're a professional here. You've got to do the right things. It's not like, okay, well, I got this one, but I missed 2, or I caught 2, I missed 4. You've got to do it more consistently. There is not any consistency whatsoever with the Chicago Bear offense. Let's go out to Sean on the south side. Sean, you're on the score.
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing, man?
What's up, Sean?
I'm just hot, man. I don't understand how football, I call these coaches and these players football dumb. They are football dumb. How you let Green Bay come back and win the division? Basically, they're going to win the division because they're not going to beat Green Bay next week. I guarantee you that, playing the way they play. But how you let them be behind you 3 games? They were 7-1. 7-1. And all of a sudden, they caught up with you and passed you in the division? How is that even possible, man? Lovie Smith and his coaching staff, they're not preparing these guys. They're not making in-game adjustments. The wide receivers are not catching no passes. What are they doing during practice? They're not going through the jugs machine. They're not going through defensive schemes. They're not calling no blocking schemes. What are they looking at down on that field? Mike Tice can't call a play. These wide receivers can't catch. And now all of a sudden they in jeopardy of losing the playoff hunt. They going in reverse. They're not going to be able to make the playoffs. How in the world are they going to do this? And they got one man on offense, Brandon Marshall. Everybody and their mama know that Jay Cutler is looking at Brandon Marshall, and he's throwing into triple coverage to Brandon Marshall. And this guy, man, I can't understand it. He's making plays, but Jay Cutler not even looking at no other receiver because they dropping the ball. I don't get this team. This team is just killing me. I hate this football team.
Well, you talk about you hate this football team, and again, I gave you those stats at the beginning of the show, talking about the Bears under Lovie Smith. The first 3 quarters of the season, they're 64-44. They're cooking, they're moving, they're doing everything. Take the last part. They're 15-17 in the final quarter of the season. They fall apart. And somebody says, well, Doug, they got a lot of injuries. Don't tell me about injuries. Go look at all these other teams with injuries. Everybody has injuries. I don't want to hear the damn excuse anymore. And you're right about one thing. You got to make the damn plays. Hester has to make that catch. Jeffrey has to make that catch. Kellen Davis has to make that catch. But it just seems like, well, okay, fine. We'll get it the next time around. Your defense is not as strong as it used to be. Dan always replied on the defense. Okay, the defense will get it for us. Don't worry about the defense will be there. I'm sick of that. I told you about this before. I'm sick about hearing that story, too. The defense is not as good as it was before. There's no question about it. So come on, offense, step it up here. Put some points up. Score 30-some points. Catch the damn football. Do something.
All right, well, and I predicted that Minnesota would prevail today for a lot of reasons. But if you would have told me that we were going to rush the ball 18 times and throw it 53, including a backup in the fourth quarter, chunking it around, what would you have said our chances of winning are? And then in hindsight, you look back and say, what the hell are you doing? You played right into the Vikings' hands. And the Vikings are a sloppy football team, too. And we made them look like geniuses today.
Yeah, again, we come out with 438 yards. The Vikings come up with 248 yards. But again, like I said, it all depends when you get those yards or when you get that first down.
What is our winning percentage when we rush the ball 30 times a game or something? It's way over 50%. But
absolutely.
We ran it 18 times today? 18? Are you kidding me?
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton and Doug Raffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose to the Minnesota Vikings. We'll be right back.
You go on the road. We know what type of, it's going to be a hostile environment and all of that. Talking an awful lot about starting fast. You have to do that on the road. That opening drive really put us on our heels, and we never really covered.
That was Lovie Smith talking about starting fast. Well, it didn't happen, Lovie. No question about that. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton and Doug Raffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose to the Minnesota Vikings 21-14. And this segment is sponsored by Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611 or visit FazioInsurance.com. Danny, let's go back out to the lines. Let's go out to Rashad in Hyde Park. Rashad, you're on the Score with Dan and Doug.
What's going on, gentlemen? Thank you for taking the call.
Thank you for calling.
Well, I basically want to touch on, I was going to make a different point, but the statistic that you brought out about the fourth quarter and the Bears and Lovie Smith pretty much sums up my point totally. Preparation, execution, and sense of urgency. To finish each season that I've seen in the last several years, we got rid of Angelo because we thought we didn't have the talent. But this team continues to come down the stretch. Don't execute. Don't look prepared. And the players don't execute. That's on the coaches. That's absolutely on the coaches. And week after week after week, Lovie Smith never holds anyone accountable. He gives us the same spiel week after week, and we're supposed to accept it. Next week is the end or the beginning of something special against Green Bay on Lakefront. I wanted to see what you guys thought about that.
Well, I don't think we have a
lose
chance
to Green Bay. It's over with.
I don't know how in the hell we beat Green Bay. What I saw, what I've been seeing with the stupid things, with what happens with the offensive linemen and the false starts and all the things that come back. I mean, how do we beat Green Bay? You couldn't even take care of Minnesota. And so I look at this. I think we played how many teams, Dan, that are winning teams? Winning teams. We've won one game out of what? 4?
I think we've played 5. Look at our losses.
Yeah.
The 5 losses are against winning teams.
Winning teams.
And now you could count Minnesota.
Right.
As a winning team. It's 7-6 that we lost to today. And the other funny thing about it is the Indianapolis Colts with their rookie quarterback and a coach that's ill and patched up coaching staff has gotten that team to 9-4.
Yeah.
Tell me coaching doesn't make a lot of difference in this league.
Difference.
Hey, and let's talk about Mike Tice. Okay, he's the offensive coordinator, and yet our offensive line's technique has been horrendous in most every phase this season. We talked about the simple technique and discipline of when you have someone chipping, rule 1, take away the inside, and we didn't do it all day. So how can we expect Mike Tice to be competent as far as calling plays when he can't even get an offensive tackle to understand the basic fundamental blocking techniques of being able to chip and take away the inside?
You know what's sad about that? You know how many times this has happened? You know how many times this has happened with the chip block and with Webb taking the outside along with the chip block and letting the defensive end come inside and make a play? This has happened so many damn times. That's what I'm saying. You make mistakes. We all make mistakes. But you cut it out. They just keep doing the damn thing.
Over and over and over again.
Over and over. And it's
And we had a caller talking about the Packers. The Packers are laughing right now, getting dressed. They're gonna play the ragtag Lions, okay? They're 8-4. I expect them to have a great effort tonight. They'll be 9-4, leading the division. Now, they've got to come here next week. We know we'll talk more about that. But then they finish at home against the Titans. Well, there's another win. Then they have to go to the Vikings. Now, I'm not expecting the Packers to play into the Vikings' hands and let them run their type of offensive game plan like we allowed them to do today.
Let's go out to John in Algonquin. John, you're on the score with Dan and Doug.
Hey, guys. This team today was disgusting.
Yes,
the
sir.
whole team on all three phases. I blame the coaching. They play with no sense of urgency whatsoever. They play conservative like they were playing a last-place team, and they had a lead for all 3-4 quarters. And on top of, I understand we have injuries, like you said earlier. Every team has injuries, but they played with no heart.
I agree with you.
I'm sorry. You know what? I don't care if you're in a playoff spot or not. Right now, the way this team looked today, I don't want them in the playoffs. I don't want them in the playoffs. I'm a diehard Bears fan, and I don't want my team in the playoffs if they're going to look like this.
There's no question about that. I mean, there's no question. When I hear this from Lovey, well, our preparation, we weren't ready. Why weren't you ready? You're talking about one of the biggest games of the season. What do you mean you're not ready? How could you not be ready? Like Dan said, how did you not know that Adrian Peterson will get the football on the first dive play, get up there and rack him up and say, listen, it's going to be a long day for you, instead of saying, here, why don't you run 51 yards so it makes yourself feel better? I don't know why they weren't ready. I don't know why a lot of times when they go to play, Dan, they're not ready.
And this isn't coming off of 3 weeks of laughers where we had everything go. We got our ass kicked right here in the backyard.
Just continue.
And then we go up there and start catching on blocks.
Exactly.
Sickening.
It was just continued from the overtime from last week, from the fourth quarter from last week, into the first quarter in this one. It all just backed up to each other and say, here we are. We're going to take it. Don't worry about us. I'll be a punching bag. I'm okay. The hell you are. Let's go out to Jim in McHenry. Jim, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Rough day. I'm 61 years old, been a Bear fan since I've been 10. Okay? And the lack of heart, the lack of urgency, it all boils back to this coaching staff. I feel they should blow the whole coaching staff up at the end of the year. I know it's tough. Players got to learn a new system and everything. But this coaching staff, I've seen enough of these guys. I'm sick of not being prepared. I'm sick of not running a game plan. I'm sick of people not being coached properly. This clown Webb that's playing at tackle. How many times? How many games? 2 holding calls and a false start today. That's 25 yards. Okay, 1 takes us right out of the game, takes all the momentum away. We were down at the 20-yard line. The time has come to blow up this coaching staff. Thanks, fellas. I'll listen to you.
You know, the other thing you talked about Marcus Webb. This is the bad part of the whole thing. The bad part of the whole thing is the fact that Mike Tice was saying this guy is going to be the best whatever since sliced bread. I'm sorry. But the fact is, when it all came down to it, the guy does the same things over and over. They said, well, Mike Tyson, this guy's got big. He's big, he's strong, he's this, he's that. He's not a tackle. He's not a tackle. I don't know what he is, but he can't keep making these same dumbass mistakes that he's making and still play for the Chicago Bears or play for anybody, of that matter.
When you strip it all away, if the Bears do not make the playoffs, at 8-5, they're still in it. There's lots to do. Lots of lifting before we can say, okay, we're in the playoffs. And I want them in the playoffs because I think Jay Cutler, Alshon Jeffrey, Brandon Marshall gives you a chance against anybody, anywhere, anytime. But if we don't, after collapsing now, losing 4 out of the last 5 games, it goes back to leadership. And that is what the coaches' jobs are. They have to lead. And how do they lead? By proper preparation. That means putting a game plan together that basically lets you do the things you do the best and camouflage your weaknesses. We didn't see that today, did we? And motivation. I didn't see anybody wild-eyed ready to get after the Vikings and make a statement. So if you look at leadership on this team, it's sorely lacking. And, everybody can, say what you want. It goes back to the head position, and that's Lovie Smith. And last week in the postgame, we're going to get some comments here in a minute. He said it was put this one on him. He did a bad job of preparation. Well, no kidding. Well, guess what? He can replay that speech again because it has to be put right back on his desk after what we saw today.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I mean, even with your
and Tice,
all of them.
All of them.
I mean, the whole thing. The fact was, the before in the past, the offense was spoiled. You know why they were spoiled? Because, hey, listen, our special teams will put you in position, which they did for all these years. So they got that. They got the defense with the interceptions and the fumble recoveries and the touchdowns. They got that. And then what happens is the fact that we played a bunch of tomato cans all year. We played weak teams, and the strong teams we played, San Francisco, Houston, what did they do to us? They beat us. Green Bay, they beat us. And so what I'm saying to you is that, there's something wrong here. There's something that's going on that has to be changed and changed real quickly because you can't continue this way. And the fact is, when it's all said and done with, I don't want to go. I'm going to be like that other guy. I don't want to go to the playoffs. What, to get slapped around?
Well, right now, they don't deserve it. I've seen an awful, you saw the Packers. They struggled at the beginning of the year. They beat us, but they struggled. Lost in Indy. They lost in Seattle. But they've righted the ship, and now they're making plays that put them in a position to once again win the division.
Let's go out to Julio and Elgin. Julio, you there, buddy?
Can you hear me? Great radio today. You guys are outstanding, and really, if you break it down, win-loss, you beat Luck and the Colts the first game of the season. You're supposed to beat a rookie. You're embarrassed by the Packers. Barely scraped the Rams. That was an ugly game. Romo had 5 interceptions against the Cowboys. The Jaguars, awful. Barely beat the Lions. I mean, you can go down the list. You beat the Panthers by a point. And it's no surprise that the Bears are playing this way. It's inconsistency from top to bottom, coaching staff to players. We have lack of depth when everyone is getting injured late in the season. You just said it earlier, Doug, about other teams with players that step up when others are down. We're not really seeing that with the Bears. Offensive line has been a struggle for God knows how many years, and the general manager for the coaching staff hasn't addressed that issue enough.
Yeah, different positions. And I'll take the offense because I want to work the offense over a little bit because I'm sick of it. And the fact is, when we
don't have enough time for you, Doug.
I'm sorry. But the tight end has got to be a big part of this offense because the way this offense is designed. I mean, just look throughout the league. I keep saying this. I've been harping on this for 2 years. Give me a tight end. Take some of the pressure off on the outside guy. Give me somebody to come across the middle to make the catch. Not drop it when the time comes. I'll tell you what, it's so disgusting when you watch these football games. And once again, like I said, anybody that's any kind of football team that's on that day, we have no chance against them.
And time again, it happens. The Dallas Cowboys, when it was crunch time, they had to make plays. Who did they throw it to?
Witten. Exactly right.
Play after play after play. And they've won a lot of games by just doing what they do best.
Take Houston. Who do they throw it to when they have to? Daniels, the tight end. You've gone all the way from New England. I don't even have to talk to you about there. They got 2 tight ends that do it. New Orleans has the tight ends. The Giants have the tight ends. Does it take a real genius to figure out how do you want to help Cutler? How do you want to help this kid? How do you want to help Marshall? I don't know how to help him. Give me a tight end. No. Let's just go with this because you know what? I think Kellen Davis is going to be a hell of a ball player. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, the Majestic Star Casino post-game show. Dan Hampton, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears' loss to the Minnesota Vikings. We'll be right back.
Missed a couple opportunities there where we dropped some balls there late, but we did finish and just really kind of ran out of time. As I said earlier, we knew it would be a race to the finish, and that's what we're going to have.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug Buffone and filling in for Ed Obradovich, Dan Hampton on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's home for Bears fans.
That was Lovie Smith talking about running out of time. You could have gave him another week and you still wouldn't have won that football game, Lovie. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And this segment is sponsored by, Foot and Ankle. For the latest treatment in athletic injuries for the foot and ankle, call Weil Foot and Ankle today at 877-390-7666. And we're going to go to David Schuster, who is live in Minnesota. I hope he's live. Is it snowing on you, David? What's going on there?
Well, I'm just about to walk outside and find out. I will tell you this, and this is weird. The state of Minnesota has issued a snow emergency of all places. I know a lot of the flights have already been canceled this evening, maybe even the airport closed down. So I think the Bears' punishment might have to walk home tonight.
I got to tell you, I saw it on the tube. It looked like it was coming down pretty good. So good thing you guys were playing indoors, or maybe it should have been played outdoors. It would have been maybe a different outcome.
Well, but, also, when it snows real heavy here, there's a tendency for the roof to cave in. Now, it didn't cave in today, but it might have caved in on the Bears for the rest of the season. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, David, I got to tell you something. Disappointed? Yeah, all of us are. Even fans that are calling in, Dan, myself, by how they attacked this football game, how they started out this football game, how it looked like they were not prepared, the drop passes, the stupid mistakes by the offensive line. You're trying to tell me this is a team that's ready to go to the playoffs? I don't think so.
No, nor do I, but yet if you talk to them, they seem to find the silver lining. It's funny, they don't find it on the field, but they do find it in the locker room 5 minutes after the game is over. And I agree with you, Doug and Dan. I mean, this is 2 weeks in a row. This team was not ready to play a football game. That's coaching, folks. And, Adrian Peterson, they did a fairly good job after the first quarter. But in the first quarter, he had a franchise record, 104 yards in that opening quarter, and he made it look easy.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
No, David, did anybody talk about our unwillingness to run the football? I know it was 14-0. We got back in at 14-7 at the half, but we still rushed the ball 18 times the entire game. Yeah, 13-14. That should be a first half.
Absolutely, I can't agree with you more. Now, I will say this: if you take a look at the final numbers, the Bears did have 434 total yards to Minnesota's 250, so they were able to get yardage. Unfortunately, when they needed the short yardage, much like a couple of other times in previous games, they just didn't do what they needed to do in those situations. So there's a lot of fault here, Dan and Doug. I mean, you can blame the coaches in certain instances. You can blame the quarterback for throwing off his back foot. You can blame, some of the guys in the front line not doing the job. Chris Conte was burned a couple of times on those long Peterson runs. Equal opportunity for the blame, but bottom line is it's a team effort, and unfortunately this team, the Bears, have now lost 4 of their last 5.
You know, what's happening here is we're seeing a trend, not only this year, last year, and many of the years, that at the end of the year, the last maybe 5 or 6 games, the Bears fold up the tent, and everything bad happens, and they always have an excuse for it. Well, I got an injury here, I got an injury there, I got this, I got that. But I don't know, it's a trend that's going on right now.
It's a bad trend, Doug. I mean, last year when their quarterback went down, they were 7-3, and they folded the tent the rest of the way. This year they are 7-1, and now they've lost 4 of 5. And who knows what's going to happen in these last 3 games? They're obviously not going to be favored to beat Green Bay next week, no matter what Green Bay does this evening. And then they go out to Arizona, and really a junior varsity team should beat that team, especially with their quarterback situation. But the way the Bears are playing right now, they're no gimme against anybody, home or road. And then the last game of the season, they go to Detroit. And even though that team is dead for the season, they might just get up so they can knock the Bears out of the playoffs, depending on what that game means to the Bears at that point. So, a lot of things are going wrong. Everybody's all of a sudden on all the message boards are saying who's going to be the next coach. That's where it is with the fan base. Right now, this team is concentrating on one game at a time, like they say, but it's just not a good trend for this team right now, as you alluded to, Doug.
Well, the fact is, when you take a look at this team and you take a look at the offense, there's no question in my mind and most people's minds that there isn't any consistency involved here. You may get a spectacular play, but then you'll get 2 or 3, 4 bad ones after that. And you make 2 stupid mistakes like the offensive lineman, like the one time, Karimi was a false start, then Webb gets one for a holding, and now it's 1st and 25. I mean, dumb things like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's across the board, Doug. Like we said, I mean, the offensive line, a lot of holding penalties, Cutler throwing off the back foot, Devin Hester running sideways continually and dropping a couple of big passes.
Huge.
One of them should have been a touchdown.
Absolutely.
His best play of the day was when he took his helmet and bounced it off the turf and it went about 30 feet in the air. That was his best play of the day. But other than that, his game has so regressed over the last couple of years. Not that it was that good at the wide receiver, but as a return guy, he hasn't done anything of note for the last 2 years. So I don't know how else to put it. This team is just finding ways of losing games, and then the injuries are starting to mount. Henry Melton in the locker room after the game, he didn't want to admit it, but I heard him talking to Israel Adonijah saying, my shoulder is cracked. So, I'm sure we'll find out definitively over the next couple of days, but he might not be around for the next couple of weeks with that injury. And McClellan went down with an injury, and the list goes on and on and on.
David, Lovey said there was something wrong with Cutler's neck. It was a neck strain. That's why they brought him out. Is that what it is, or could it possibly be the C word?
Well, it could be, Danny. They're really close-lipped. You can't get any information out of them definitively on injuries until maybe Wednesday. So we're just going to have to wait and see. But he got clobbered on that one play that Webb was holding, and then, he was sacked after the fact, and he just got creamed. And he took a lot of punishment today. So I think they, discretion being the better part of valor, they got him out of the game. I will say Jason Campbell looked pretty decent in his short stints out there. And Cutler was schizophrenic again. He was horrendous in the opening quarter. He had a QB rating of 7 in the opening quarter. Then he comes back in the second quarter with a QB rating of 145 and looks like an all-pro quarterback. And then he gets clobbered in the second half and basically doesn't finish the game. So, he's just a schizophrenic kind of quarterback.
Well, that's not going to work either, by the way. And I know he made some great plays today. And then he ended up with his quarterback rating of 57. And Ponder ended up with a 53.8. So, again, Ponder's not going to take you to Hollywood either with those kind of numbers. But once again, I don't know what they're going to do about all this. And I know what's happening out there, and you could see it out there. Jay Cutler's made up his mind. There's no question about it. He made his mind up.
Brandon Marshall.
That's it.
That guy all the time. It's really amazing, guys. They are double and triple teaming the guy. And sometimes he just takes it away from 3 guys. Now, a lot of times I will admit he's pushing off. They should call offensive interference on him. But he is amazing. If you watch him in person and on TV, how he's able to get the ball away from 3 guys. And everybody knows the ball's going to him. So he's all pro for sure. But after that, there's really nothing on this offense.
Well, there's nothing. It's just Cutler and Marshall, and that's it. That's why we're trying to say, hey, hold it. Maybe if you come in there, Hester, at the slot, maybe you'll catch one for a touchdown. Or maybe Kellen Davis, you'll catch one for a touchdown. And I got to tell you, Jeffrey dropped one and should have been a touchdown also. So all in all, they're all making mistakes offensively. And defensively, we started out very soft. The defensive line really wasn't playing that well that first quarter, especially. And I don't know, how much did they miss Urlacher? What was that? How do you think about that?
Nah, I don't really think so, Doug. I mean, to be honest with you, he's been really slow most of the season, and certainly over the last few weeks for sure. So, it's not like they were hurting in the middle of the field today on the cover 2 or anything. It's just that Peterson, especially in that first quarter, he was getting through the line of scrimmage, and then Conte just did not have the angle on him on that long run, and the rest of it was sort of history. Now, I will blame the coaching staff because Minnesota's going to go to Adrian Peterson. Much like Brandon Marshall is the Bears' offense, Adrian Peterson is the Vikings' offense. And you got to stop this guy literally right at the beginning of the game. And they didn't, and they were swimming upstream from there.
Well, there's no question that was part of the game plan. But I got to tell you, Lovey's teams, for some odd reason, it seems like in bigger games especially, they get off the mark very slowly. It's almost like, you know what, well, you got to slap me around a little bit. You got to punch me to get me going. They shouldn't be that way. It should be, they're the ones should be more of an aggressor, especially because they needed this football game.
Absolutely. And it's been well documented that Lovey in the month of December, especially now the last couple years, has got a losing record. And against the better teams, he definitely has got a losing record. So, if upper management at the end of the season, depending on where they end up finishing, if they're looking for reasons to get a new coach, they can certainly look at his record at the end of the season when, in theory, a team is supposed to be playing its best football.
David, thanks a lot. Have a safe trip back and get out of the snow.
All right, I'm going to go build a snowman in your guys' honor.
Good luck getting him back.
Yeah.
Hey, see you, boys.
Get him a seat.
Hey, I don't know how much time we have here, but, it brings up, I'm looking at the stats. Kellen Davis was targeted 8 times, 3 catches. Hester targeted 8 times. He came up with 5. Alshon Jeffrey, 6 targets, 3 catches. So, of the other 3 primary receivers, other than Brandon Marshall, they were targeted 22 times. They only caught half of them for 11. Now, that is versus single coverage. We know Brandon Marshall's getting doubled and tripled, and he was 19 times targeted, and he caught 10 of them. So 50% won't cut it versus man-to-man coverage. We have got to be able to be better than that.
There's no question. And then again, to target someone else, because a lot of times when you have somebody drawing all the attention, the other guy should help him tremendously. And I'm talking.
You got to step up. Got it.
If you're a wide receiver or even a defensive lineman, if you're Pepper, if someone's coming in after you, somebody else has got to be out there. You double team certain guys. So whoever the guy that has the pressure is the guy they're doubling. Somebody else around has to make a play. And that did not happen, is not happening. And that's part of the biggest problem with this offense. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Hampton and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Vikings' 21-14 win over the Chicago Bears. We'll be right back.
Got the coverage we wanted on both of them. Alshon got tangled up, fell. Easy pick for them. And then the second one, couldn't really follow through with it. Got the coverage we wanted, trying to get beat across the middle, and sailed on me. So it wasn't anything they were doing. It's just they happen sometimes.
That was Jay Cutler talking about the interceptions. And like I said, Jay made some nice throws in this football game, but ended up with a quarterback rating of 57. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton and Doug Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And this segment is sponsored by Northwest Community Hospital Medical Group. For more information and locations, visit nchmedicalgroup.com. Let's go out to the phone lines, Danny Boy. Let's go out to Ricky in Northbrook. Ricky, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. This is not a trick question. Do you know why teams win and lose in NFL football games?
No, why?
Because time runs out. Not that you're outscored when time runs out. So I was really annoyed through the fourth quarter when we're chasing 2 scores. You should be in a hurry-up offense, especially our offense. We don't have the quick strike capability. So they blew so many seconds wasting time in the huddle. A great example of them being bad coaches. Later, towards the end of the fourth quarter, there was actually an incomplete pass where the clock is stopped now, so time's not an issue, and we ran up to the line with a hurry-up offense. And I don't think that was by design. I think it was just stupidity, not realizing, hey, we don't need to do that now. Cutler had a decent game. He missed some wide-open receivers, but he threw a couple of the wide-open receivers that they couldn't catch the ball. But it just annoys me. Their clock management is god-awful. Thanks.
Well, again, too, and I'm a firm believer in this, the fact of hurrying it up and getting to the line of scrimmage, not only when you have to, not only at the end of the half or end of the football game, but a lot of other times it's just get the rhythm going better and more and faster and quicker. And but the Bears don't do that. Again, too, even at the end of the game with Campbell, I thought it should have been quicker stuff that they should have been calling and getting into it. And they finally got a touchdown, but yet again, you no time left.
It was prevent defense. And And by the way, I know Dave Taub is a great special teams coach, but how long can you be considered a great special teams coach if your kicker is 0 for 8 on onside kicks? I think the league average is 25%.
Yeah.
Okay. That annoys the hell out of me too. But let me just say this, and the defense, you got to throw them in. They're culpable in this deal. But you say, well, they basically held the Vikings scoreless for 57 minutes after the first 3 minutes. Yeah, the first drive, the Vikings drove it on us, and then the pick that went back to the 5, right, Doug? Mm-hmm. And then, we gave up another time. There was a 5-yard drive. But those 3 prior drives, this defense was on the field. The last 2 against Seattle was a 97-yarder and then an 80-yarder to win the game by the Seattle Seahawks. And then the opening drive of this game was an 80-yarder. And all of those contributed to losing the last 2 weeks. So, yes, you can throw the defense in the box of, dumb losing football that we're playing because we've lost to 2 inferior teams because we did not have either a sense of urgency, a better plan, or the motivation to go about doing the things that we have to do in order that we will not be in a game that we get backdoored last week or play from behind all day, and we're very ill-equipped to do that.
Let's go out to Scott in Oswego. Scott, you're on the Score with Dan and Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call, Doug, Dan. Hey, you said something, Doug, about the hustle. It just seems like every game it's the same old thing.
Yeah.
There's no incentive, no hustle. There's no sense of urgency. And I've been watching Levy over the years, and he don't sound like a head coach to me. He sounds like a politician. Every game, it's the same old thing, lackadaisical answers, whatever, whenever we get around to it. It didn't turn out that way again this week. And I think a lot of the frustration, and I know myself, it's like, where's Ditka? I want to see some fire in the coach. I don't want to hear some politician explaining off how bad they played. What do you guys think?
Here's what I think. Whatever works for you, you do that. I do believe this in football. I really do. I understand, again, to be calm, composed, know what you're doing, don't make mistakes, fill your gap, do this, be here. That's all part of it. I understand that. But there comes a time when you get tired of getting your ass kicked. When you have to stand up, at least show me something. And then again, the beginning of the game, the first play of the game. The first play of the game, let the guy that's supposed to hurt you run for 51 yards. Come on. And again, too, you're walking into the daze, and it's okay. Now you come out of the daze a little bit, but by that time it could be too late. You've got to be ready, and it was too late. You're right. You got to be ready from the time that ball is kicked off, especially on the road. And they weren't ready. And whose fault is that? And Lovey's got to take responsibility for that. He's got to take responsibility for that. Let's go out to Chip in Glenview. Chip, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, Lovey does take responsibility. Unfortunately, where's that gotten Bear fans? He takes responsibility. They were not ready for this game. This is a despised division rival. And for them to come out, I had to walk away. When it was 14-0, I said, I can't watch this. And I tell you, I was disappointed. They came out with the same type of emotion their head coach has. This is a reflection. They practice like they play. They practice with little handheld dummy pads. Half the guys don't participate because they're sore, and they only practice 3 days a week because of union rules. So those 3 practices, you better be hitting people, because when you come into the game and you're going up against a Jared Allen and you've been playing pussyfoot in practice, the guy's blowing by him. This is a reflection of our whole coaching staff. Going back to the draft, I mean, it's just, there's got to be changes, and we talk about it every week. We win a few games, people get excited, and then at the end of the season, the same old stuff happens. And I tell you what, that game was a slap in the face. And when Levy says the clock, they ran out of time, it's because he thinks the clock is perpetual. If you remember the Super Bowl, the same thing happened. They act like there's time galore. And you know what? I can't even take this. It ruined my Sunday, and it's ridiculous. We keep doing the same old thing. The coach keeps saying it's his fault, and guess what? What do we get? A half-ass record. That's all.
It's amazing, too, and he's correct. You should never say you ran out of time. You had the time.
Everybody knows what the clock represents.
Yeah, you're there.
60 minutes.
I told you could have played 2 more days, and you would have won this game today.
Well, you're talking about time running out. Well, I'll tell you what that means in the big picture. Some of you people that don't, think that Lovey deserves to be the coach, here's the facts. He's lost 4 out of the last 5 games. He has failed to make the playoffs 4 out of the last 5 years. Do the math.
Right now, they're challenging for this year, too, not to make it, and when they start out so well. But again, too, that record shows the fact that the Bears start out the 3 quarters of the season pretty damn good, 64-44. Then if you want to take the last quarter of the season, Lovie Smith's record there, where 17 losses and only 15 wins. You're listening to Score, Sports Radio 670, the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. Dan Hampton and Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose to Minnesota 21-14. We'll be right back.
I put all those, 8-5 record, that's all together back there. It's just now about this 3-game season and the next game. That's going to dictate what happens with us. We're still in position to accomplish all of our goals that we set out for early on.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug Buffone and filling in for Ed Obradovich, Dan Hampton on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's home for Bears fans.
That was Lovie Smith talking about the last 3 football games, and you're right, Lovie, that'll tell you what kind of football team you have. That is why a lot of us are guessing that maybe it's going to turn out the way it always turns out. that we do not make it, that we do not do well in the last 3 or 4 football games. And that's our biggest concern right now. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton and Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And again, we're talking about Ed Obradovich, who normally is with me, and Dan stepped in for him today because Ed just got a hip replacement. And so, yeah, he's out and doing well. With the operation was very well. Everything went well, and hope to see Ed next week. And like I said, he is not and destroy this rumor of vacationing in the south of France. Let's go out, which that's what everybody's saying, but I'm not. It's not
He's
true.
In the south of Palatine.
South of Palatine. Right. Let's go out to Rocco in his car. Rocco, you're on the Score with Hampton and Buffone.
Hey guys, how you doing tonight?
What's up, Rocco?
All right. I feel this about the Bears. We're talking about the coaching staff. We're talking about the players and so forth. I personally feel, I have to preface this by saying that I've seen the Bears going all the way back to the Ditka era. My brother and I used to sit in Soldiers Field and watch games from '77 all the way on. And I think as long as the McCaskies own this team, you're going to see the same thing year in and year out. It seems like, when they took over the team, after Hallis passed away, it just seems that they're just more content on using the Bears as a cash cow. They give you, a few marquee players just to keep the fans interested, but they're really not interested in like putting this team over the top and making it part of the elite NFL. And, you just don't see them going position by position and comparing what they have at left tackle with what the teams have at left tackle and all the way down the line. It just seems that they just give you just enough just to keep you hungry. And we always just seem to get these second-tier coaches, players, everything. And I think as long as they're the owners, we're going to see this year in and year out, and that's all I got to say.
Rocco, a lot of times a lot of people feel like you feel. But I got to tell you, what they're doing, the McCaskies are doing, they're letting it up to the people they hire. And the people they're hiring is not getting it done. Now, it's early now, to jump on everybody, but the fact is you're absolutely correct. First of all, the depth on this team is pathetic. Number two, there's a lot of dead weight on this team. And they did add guys that make a difference. I mean, they added Cutler, they added Marshall. That makes a difference. But once again, it's not enough because you can't consider, because you think the whole year you're going to have the same people playing for you, the same offensive line that starts out. You got to have people back up and ready to roll. And look what happened to the Bears with their offensive line. Their starting offensive line wasn't that damn good. Now they're going to try to find guys to back them up, in the middle of the season. So you got to be prepared for that. That has to come from organizations, from guys that's supposed to know football. And so I think that's where that's lacking. And again, too, and once again, I'm not going to compare Lovie Smith and Mike Ditka. I played under different guys that would do that. One was a yeller, one was not. But the point is, the bottom line is the whole point. And the bottom line to this is not getting done with the Chicago Bears.
No, it's not. And let's go back to my assertion off the very top, which is, what the hell are we doing throwing the ball 53 times on the road? And you say, well, we were down. At some point, common sense has to prevail. We gave the ball to Matt Forte, our franchise running back, 13 times in this game. That's it. We only attempted 18 rushes. Our offensive line. And you say, well, we only got sacked once. Actually, Cutler was besieged.
He saved about 3 or 4 sacks.
Oh, yeah. And he was hit 11 times. He was hurried 11 times, somewhere late in the third quarter. So it only got worse. So my point is, why are we playing into the hands of our opponents so easily? Just because we got down 14-0 doesn't mean we abandon the game plan. If you just grind out 3 touchdowns a quarter, 1 touchdown a quarter, do the math, you win. But it's like we lose our mind and we start doing asinine things. And at some point, everybody knows what has to happen. It's going to be Jay Cutler, Brandon Marshall playing street ball. And if it works, it works. Everybody's happy. But sometimes it doesn't work out that way.
Well, again, too, the thing is you want consistency, and I don't think you can get consistency with street ball. You'll get some good plays and great plays. There's no question about that. And you saw some nice catches by Marshall. They're phenomenal. Nice throws by Cutler. But when the smoke clears, you're talking about a quarterback had a quarterback rating of 57. And that did not do that team that much to make them score points. And so everybody's got to pitch in here. And here's the other bad part about all of this. We talk about Lovie not preparing these guys get ready to play. Maybe they are not preparable. There's maybe some of these guys they're not good enough.
I'd hate to think that.
I mean,
really.
Too, but
and leadership, from the top down. I mean, okay, Urlacher, he's not the fire and brimstone kind of leader like maybe Butkus or Mike Singletary or you were, but I'm expecting some guys to step up. Nobody steps up. It just defies logic.
You saw that especially in the Seattle game and in the overtime play and in that fourth quarter. That was really irritating. To tell me you're going to keep letting me punch the hell out of me and beat me up, and I'm not going to do nothing about it.
Nobody did anything.
Exactly right.
Right down the field.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. The Minnesota Vikings 21, the Chicago Bears 14. We'll be right back.
I mean, right now we just have to win out. It doesn't matter. Forget the X and O's. Forget what the first 11, 12 games of the season. All that doesn't matter at this point. We have the guys in this room that can get it done, and we have to get it done.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears' loss to the Minnesota Vikings 21-14. Let's go out to Lou in Berwyn. Lou, you're on the Score with Dan and Doug.
Dan and Doug, pleasure to talk to you. Privilege.
Thanks for calling, Lou.
Yeah, I just make a few comments. I know a couple of the other callers had kind of covered what I wanted to, but just to let you know, I'm a lifelong fan. I've been a Bears fan since my father had season tickets and we went to Wrigley Field. And I can remember watching Bill Wade quarterback. Mm-hmm. And I just think we need a total coaching change, top to bottom. And it might be the McCaskies that are causing the problem. I don't know. And I just feel Lovie Smith has no passion or inspiration of these players. And I've talked to Bernstein and Boers on this, and they completely say, well, it doesn't matter if you're very vocal or you yell or scream. I'm not saying you have to yell or scream or intimidate people, but you have to show some kind of passion. But I don't see that. I just see him standing there looking around, and you look at like Coughlin and Ditka, and he's even back to Lombardi. They're like, cheering these guys on, and I just don't see that. So I respect your opinion. I just wanted to see what you thought.
Lou, the way I look at it, and I had explained it a little bit before, the fact is, to me, results. I look at results. Now, whether you get it by jumping up and down, carrying a tomahawk, screaming and yelling, jumping on some guy's throat, or choking him, and you get results, that's fine with me. Or if you get it by prayer or by sitting there in the sidelines and being very quiet and being very calming, that's fine with me. But what I want to see is results. And I'm not seeing the results. And that's part of the problem. Whether a guy yells or doesn't yell, it doesn't matter. And so what really gets a team going? That's not my problem. That's Lovie Smith's problem. That's the Chicago Bears' problem. But when I look at it and say, okay, fine. This is the way this person is. That's fine with me. But tell me about the results of the way he is. How does it go over to the football team? Is the team better? Is the team improving? Is the team be able to go to the playoffs? Well, the final answer to that is no. It's not happening. And so that's what we have to look at. That's the only thing you can judge it on. You can't judge it on what Mike Ditka was. You can't judge it on what George Hallis was. You can't judge it on what Lombardi was. What you can judge it on is what are the results that this person that is now the coach. And I'm not seeing the results.
It's a violent, physical game, and that's best played in an aggressive, animated, passionate manner. Because if you don't, you're going to wind up on your backside. And there's been coaches that have been successful very successful with the calm, cool demeanor. And we all know who they were, Tom Landry, all that. But they had great leaders on the team that weren't passive. They were violent and aggressive and passionate. We don't really have that. And, Urlacher, for the great career that he's had, has never been a great leader, de facto leader, that you say, hey, I don't care what the score is, we're going to go out and lay it out. And I agree with you. I played for coaches that were passionate, that let you know in no uncertain terms what that game meant. Not only to you, but the team. And yeah, it's lacking. It really is. It's lacking. I'll never forget, what was it, 2009. We're in our traditional December swoon, and all we had to do is go down and beat the Texans when the Texans weren't very good. And we had, I think, a 10-3 lead, and we wind up, wrecking that deal and falling out of playoff contention. And then, and I was saying, who? And it looked like the team was going through the motions. Why wouldn't you be excited about winning one game? One game. And you heard Lovey say, hey, we're in a 3-game season now. Let's see if we can get it done. Well, I'd be lighting fires come 7 a.m. tomorrow morning because it won't be easy. The Packers smell blood. They're 8-4. They're going to be 9-4. Count on it. It's going to be harder than we thought from this point forward.
But again, too, and you're right, the fact is I've heard this story too many times, whereas the last 4 games, and we had said it before, when you look at it and say, I heard this story about our season will be decided on the last 3 or 4 games. I know that, and that's why I'm scared to death, because it has not worked out 5 out of 6 times. So somewhere along the line, something has got to change. Let's go out to Bob in Westmont. Bob, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, Doug? How you doing, Hamp? Good to talk to you guys.
What's up, Bobby?
Thanks for calling, buddy.
Hey, I go way back to the 60s, and I'll tell you, Kellen Davis and Jamarcus Webb make me appreciate Robin Earl and George Seals.
I'll tell you on that one.
But a couple things I got to say. I mean, first off, I thought the defense, other than that first drive and the one time what I wish they would have stuffed them on the 1-yard line, but other than those 2 things, I thought they played their hearts out for playing shorthanded, and they did a great job. And then that 3rd and 1 interception, where was Michael Bush? I mean, we got a guy for short yardage. Where is he? You're throwing a low percentage pass 30 yards down the field. I don't understand it.
Okay.
Well, Dan talked about that, and
you're exactly right. Bush comes in, and he's first down and gets 6, and then we bring Armando Allen in, and we and we get a couple, but it's 3rd and 1, and they leave Armando Allen in, and Bush and Fortes watching from the sidelines. Here's a shocker. Don't think they're going to throw it to you. Well, guess what? Cutler drops back, throws a pick 6 that was a 7-point swing. Now, 3rd and 1, instead of us converting it with the conventional means of the big back that we signed, Michael Bush, we do something stupid and we throw the ball, make a bad throw, they intercept it, return it for a touchdown. Look at the week prior, 4th and 1, and we decide to go for it, but we run behind a 6'7" guy that's never played guard before, especially on short yardage. Never taken a short yardage snap. I'll guarantee you that at guard. Never. And yet, both of those plays, instead of kicking the field goal that could have put us in a position to win that game last week, we lose the game on 3rd and 1 this week. There's no rhyme or reason. What are you doing? What are you doing?
And obviously not doing it right, because if it was right, more of these football games would be won, and special during the 4th quarter. And that's why I think a lot of fans are upset. And I think that's why I'm upset and you're upset. The fact is that you just don't understand all of this. I just don't understand it. I can't comprehend. Especially, I can't comprehend a fact that you cannot get a game started with ball players that really know the necessity of that football game or that particular football game, that they're not fired up and ready to roll on that first quarter or that first play.
First play. Yeah. And how do you explain our $8 million running back gets it 13 times in the course of the ball game? And we don't call a screen until 22 seconds left in the first half. against a team that loves to come rushing the passer when we're throwing it 53 times. It makes no sense.
And they did the screen to the tight end, Calvin Davis, in which, good, maybe cut one pass, and that's the one pass he did catch was off of a screen, but I wanted to see more screen passes. I mean, I guess we could go a lot deeper into this, but I you know what? I get frustrated, and I get frustrated watching it. I get frustrated listening to all the answers to it. I get frustrated, to be honest with you, with Lovey, with some of the answers, and, they're not acceptable to me. And so that's why I think, especially after a game, I can sit down and maybe cool off a little bit, but I just don't want to hear it no more.
And let me just say this. Part of your job as an offensive player is to go find the guy that intercepted the ball and get him on the ground. Now, we know that Jared Allen put Lance Lewis out of commission for the season on an interception return 2 weeks ago. It looked like maybe some guys are thinking about that because nobody went and tried to tackle. I mean, they were all running and trying to get in the way, but nobody was like a heat-seeking missile trying to get the interceptor on the ground. They ran it back to the 5, and the other one they ran in the end zone. And you can't tell me that maybe some of them were thinking in the back of their head, oh, well, this is how you can wind up on IR for the rest of the year.
Well, if you had to ask, let me ask you, you look at the Chicago Bears and you sum it up, can you say the Chicago Bears are a very physical team?
And see, I would say we have the capability to be physical, but about one drive a game, we get physical on offense. The defense, they played physical, especially the third quarter. They were coming off the ball really well. But we're not as physical as we have to be.
That's my point. My point is why everybody talks about a defense being physical. And my point has always been, I want to see an offensive line that's physical. I want to see an offensive line that will tear your jaw off your face. I want to see an offensive line just like the San Francisco 49ers have. I want to see them eat people alive. That's what I want to see, just like everybody wants to see defensive linemen do that. What is wrong of expecting an offensive line to do something like that? And that's why I don't understand this damn football game anymore.
Well, because the offensive line coach is now trying to be the offensive coordinator. It's not working out so well.
No, it's not. Let's listen. Welcome back. Later on, we're going to talk more about this football game, and it's going to be talking about the Chicago Bears and the Minnesota Vikings, and maybe we can give you better reasons for it, which I really can't. I really can't do that at this point in time. Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton and Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose to the Vikings 21-14. We'll be right back.
We're not finishing the plays. I had a crucial drop. Could have possibly had a chance to score, but I dropped it. What else? You got any more questions?
Devin Hester talking about the drop, and you're right, should have caught it, Devin, and that would have been maybe a turnaround point in the football game. Because it looked like it could have been a touchdown. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Hampton and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to Wiley in Logan Square. Wiley, you're on the Score.
Gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening, Wiley.
Hey, I'm listening to after this recap after the game, and everybody's talking about the state of the franchise and the lack of leadership and so forth. But how about leadership on the field? How about guys who, as Hamp says, step up when it counts? I mean, if you're going to talk about the franchise, don't you have to start with the franchise quarterback who's wildly inconsistent? And, I don't hold him responsible solely, but he's got to get you to the playoffs, doesn't he? And I'm not sure he's doing the job, like they were to have to say.
All right. And invariably, this is always going to be a topic with Jay Cutler. Love him or hate him, you still have to assess him in this very, very important category. Now, let me just compare them to what's going on in Denver. What's the hottest team in the NFL today? It's the Denver Broncos. They've won 8 in a row. Now, this was a decent team last year. Remember, we gave them the game when we stumble-bummed around at the end and Tebow beat us. They made the playoffs. They actually beat the Steelers. So they weren't completely devoid of talent. But the leadership of Peyton Manning. And see, I have made this comparison. See, part of the reason that Jay Cutler isn't as good as he could be, in my estimation, is he doesn't have anybody telling him no. He's like a petulant child that gets his way because he's ultra talented. He's the man. He makes $20 million a year. Who's going to question him? All I can tell you is Peyton Manning had a great influence by his father, but when he got to Indianapolis, hey, he didn't win the national championship at Tennessee. He was a good player, but when he got to Indianapolis, Tom Moore, the old offensive coordinator, I know because I've talked to people, basically said, come in here, sit down in my office. And they said, hey, listen, you're a pretty good player, but if you sit down and shut up and listen to me, I'll make you a Hall of Famer. And guess what? Peyton said, you're right. And I will do everything I can to prepare to be the best player I can be. Nobody's ever done that. Cutler has had, 4 different offensive coordinators the last 5 years? There's all these excuses, but he's never had a positive influence that is someone that he respects. Jeremy Bates was brought back as a quarterback coach, but obviously he's not having much of an effect. But at some point, Jay needs to assume the leadership role, Doug. Will he? I don't know if it's in his nature. That's not the way he's wired. He's a hired gun that's wildly erratic. We know that. But if he could be put in a position where he understands the importance of him being a leader in all phases, then a Peyton Manning, a Tom Brady type of an individual, the sky's the limit for this kid. But right now, and you can call the coaches weak or whatever you want to, or ineffective, they obviously haven't had a great deal of influence on him.
Well, if you take a look at Jay Cutler, and again, where would the Chicago Bears be without Jay Cutler? And I think you have to look at that part, too. And I know you know that. And I know you know how his abilities and what he can do.
Oh, he's unbelievable. Yeah. Where would we be?
Where would we be? It would be really bottom.
Look at the second half of the Frisco game if you want to peek at it. Or go back and look at the Caleb Haney saga last year.
We'll be nowhere.
No. So, on one hand, he's the best thing we got going for us. On the other hand, it could be a lot better.
Again, too, and for it to be a lot better, and I still believe this, you're going to have to add some people to this mix to make it better. You know, I mean, I know you guys are tired of hearing me talking about it, but I'm going to tell you something. I played long enough to know that you give me a tight end on an offense like the Bears have, they can do a play-action pass and you can hit him and you got a guy on the outside that's outstanding. I am telling you, your offense is going to jump up almost 30%.
A Dallas Clark type of individual.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be, a Gronkowski or any of these Pro Bowlers. Just a functional tight end that knows how to play the position and open himself up, present himself to get Jay Cutler somebody that he can relieve the pressure.
Exactly. And that's somebody that makes even easier for him to hit Marshall and for Marshall to make plays. Somebody that's inside that Cutler could depend on and say, look, this guy's the guy I can go to. But again, I keep saying it, and Dan, I know you guys get tired of hearing this, but I want you to just go look. It's a copycat league. Go look at all the teams that are on top and tell me what they have. They've got a quarterback, they got a wide receiver, and then on top of that, they got a tight end. They can catch the ball and take some of the pressure off of some people. And that's what I'm talking about. And a lot of times, if you just plug that in there, it makes your offense look a hell of a lot better than it looks right now. Let's go out to JC in Oak Lawn. JC, you're on the score.
Going on there, Big Doug and Big Dan.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, look, man, I agree with both of you guys. And let me add, now, you have some folks that talk about all of this emotionalism. You think about it, the Bears, right before they played the 49ers on TV, they were jumping up and down, and, they were all emotional. But one thing about the 49ers that I remember about Dan Hampton and you guys, you had confidence. You had the quiet confidence. Now, Dan, I know this is going to have you laughing because when you all were over at Dallas, you all will be on the line, roof, 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 roof. And you all had folks intimidated, and the reputation spread around the league because you guys had confidence, and that comes from the infusion of talent at certain positions, as you said, Doug, that ups you 30, 40%. And then you get a new middle linebacker like that big guy that's with Dallas and moved like over the outside linebacker. You got a defense now that's got speed, and now it's a different look at defense. And you get some more offensive linemen. Oh man.
That makes a difference, JC. There's no question about it. Right now we're going to talk to Lawrence Holmes, who is in the studio. And Lawrence, what do you think, Lawrence? I mean, did you get your tickets for the playoffs?
This was bad.
Bad is not the word for it, but go ahead.
This was bad today, where if I looked at the last 4 games and just kind of doing it from a mathematical standpoint, this was the game I felt like you had to have, because then you knock Minnesota out. They can't take your spot. Even if they were to win their next 3 games and you lost your next 3 games, they can't take your spot. What the Bears have done over the last 5 games have allowed all of the kind of stumble bum teams that have been hanging around at under 500, now above 500, to get back in this thing. Dallas is back in this thing now. Tampa's back in. Washington's terrifying, because you look at the end of their schedule and waiting to see what happened with RG3. But they're going to have to fight. And now Seattle's winning that game. They go ahead of you. They win today. They go ahead, and the Bears end up in that 6th seed spot now. And it's precarious. I believe, and I have to do the math, but I believe the Packers, with a win today and a win next week against the Bears, win the division. Think about that.
We're fighting all the poodles off. All the ankle biters trying to get in the playoffs. Leave us alone.
And, Doug, you couldn't be more right about the tight end position. 8 targets today for Kellen Davis. 8. He made 3 catches.
He dropped one, would have turned this game, been outstanding. You see, Lawrence, I don't understand. And I understand about Marshall, and I understand about it's street ball. There's no question.
Sure.
Cutler's eliminated timing, limited all that stuff with this kid. He's throwing it up in the air, and you go get it. Maybe that's his only choice at this point in time. But just think if you had something inside that could help. Somebody could make a catch inside. And like I said, it doesn't take a genius to figure it out. All you have to do, look at all the teams that are in the playoffs, are going to be in the playoffs and win the Super Bowl. Every one of them have a good quarterback. Every one of them have a good wide receiver, and they got a tight end. He's going to make a lot of catches.
They got something going down the middle of the field that opens things up on the outside, and it's just disappointing. And you can point in a lot of different directions today, and if you want to point at Lovie Smith, you're well within your rights to do that, because this is the guy that had this team at 7-1. Let's not forget that. Yeah. The Bears were 7-1.
It happens all the time, though. It's every year. It's the same damn story. It's the same story where you come out of the gate, you're shooting, and you got the lead, and you got about your 10 furlongs on it, and here comes Swampy. Somebody comes up beside you. Here comes Swampy. Oh, you lost by a nose. It's happened how many times?
Hey, listen, before we go, just thanks for welcoming me, Doug. And, again, we send our best to our beloved leader, the fearless legend.
Fearless is the word.
Ed O'Bradovich.
Hampo, go put on a suit. I'll see you in a couple hours.
I'll be there.
Yeah, OB, we'll see you next week, pal. Lawrence, you're up next, right?
Yeah, I'm going to hold down the fort until about 6:30.
You better watch your outside with fire sticks, and they got
the torches and the pitchforks that are ready to go.
Be careful. That's all I can tell you. Thanks to Ethan Shaw, Adam Harris, Wayne Randazzo, Brendan McCaffrey, and Rick Camp. Coming up next, as we talked about, score is Lawrence Holmes. He'll be on the air until 6:30 p.m. before we've got the coverage of the Detroit at Green Bay, and Green Bay should demolish Detroit, right, Lawrence?
You would think. They don't win in Green Bay, and it's snowing. It's snowing up there. I don't think they've won in Green Bay in 20 years.
21
years.
21 years. Can you imagine that?
I think the Packers will have them tonight.
Thanks for listening. Thanks for calling.
Rodgers takes the snap on 3rd down. Tight pocket. Hit. And down he goes. Julius Peppers in on the scene. And Corey Wooden, the Bears bring down Aaron Rodgers for the 2nd time. Sack of 5 yards. Snap is back. Here comes the pass rush. Clay Matthews coming through, and they trip him up, and down he goes. He was tripped up and brought down by Mike Neal, the defensive end. A 3rd down sack of Jay Cutler, and the Bears have to punt the football for the 3rd time today. Snap back to Cutler. Pocket holds. Throwing over the middle. Caught Marshall. Stiff arm. Right to the 5. Marshall's in. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. And he slings the ball to the the second level of the north end zone here at Soldier Field. There was nothing going to deny Brandon Marshall from his 10th touchdown of the year. Bears take the lead. Snap is back, 3rd and 4, the Bear 29. Rodgers to throw down the right sideline. Jones inside the 5 to the end zone, touchdown. Beat Kelvin Hayden. Perfectly thrown ball over the shoulder to Jones. Slot to the left, 3 receivers. Snap is back, Bears rush 4. Pocket closes. In comes Peppers, spilling in from the right and down. He goes. Julius Peppers. A big 3rd down sack of Aaron Rodgers. Back to the 27-yard line of Green Bay. Jay Cutler, tight pocket, zips it, throws it right to the Green Bay Packers. Running left at the 45-yard line. Hayward to the 40, to the 30, runs out of bounds to the Bear 28-yard line. Hester was the intended receiver, but he had his back to the throw, and Jay threw it right to Casey Hayward. I have no idea what that was about. Rodgers gives a look right now, throws back to the middle of the field, to the end zone, touchdown. James Jones again, his second one today, as he beats the Bears to the middle of the field, and DJ Moore. 8 yards, Packers convert off the takeaway on the interception by Casey Hayward. Rodgers takes, throwing left side, back shoulder throw, touchdown Green Bay, James Jones. Tillman never spun around in time. Rodgers to Jones for the 3rd time today. Here's the snap back. Rodgers looking right. Rodgers stepping up, tight pocket, spinning. Still alive in the pocket. Now gets rid of the ball to the open man. Cobb to the 36, to the 40, to the 45, to the 49. Houdini act, Aaron Rodgers, 2nd and 9, handing off. Ryan Grant opening at the 45 to the 40, gives up the football. It's on the ground, Roach is on it. Bears have the football. Ryan Grant cuffs it up on a big run up the middle, of the Bears have taken away the ball for the first time. Snap, Cutler looking right, throwing right, touchdown Bears. Penalty marker. Alshon Jeffrey may have shoved. It's on the Bears. He shoved the man to get open. On 4th and goal at the 1. Jay in the gun. 3 on the play clock. Takes the snap. Pressure coming. Jay launching. Going deep. Down the left side. It's Alshon Jeffrey. Makes the grab. Another penalty marker. This time, who's it on? Oh, again. 3rd time in this second half. Alshon Jeffrey.
Pass interference. Number 17. Offense. 10-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
And it was a big play inside the 25-yard line of Green Bay.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. That is just ridiculous.
How would you describe that other than that? Like, actually, what happened?
It's not. It's just... It doesn't do any good to defend up here because the call's already been made. You got to get in the huddle and try to get the play called. The play clock has 25 on it, and they're going to start the clock right now.
It's 3rd time this half on Alshon.
The officiating is embarrassing.
He did extend his left arm.
And now, live from Real Time Sports, 1180 West Devon in Elk Grove Village, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug Buffone and Lawrence Holmes filling in for Ed Obradovich, a Chicago tradition after every Bears game. And only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, presented by UV Vodka. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Lawrence Holmes and Doug Buffone. Ed Obradovich is recuperating. We will talk to him today about what he thought about this football game. Our telephone number is 312-644-6767, and those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Goliath slaps the Bears around a little bit today. McNeil and Spiegel get out the pitchforks and the torches, ready for the attack on Lake Forest. Because this game, when you take a look at this football game, and so many damn things bad happen in this football game, but what offense are we talking about? There is no offense. And the other part you take a look at, if you're down on the 5-yard line with an offense with 4 downs and you can't score a touchdown, you don't deserve to win, Lawrence.
Doug, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about that series of downs. It was really interesting to see that the Bears took their best offensive player off the field during that time. They went to triple tight end sets and weren't able to get the yards that they needed. Now, Michael Bush, I know a lot of people are going to ask, because people were asking me on Twitter, Michael Bush was active for this game. The problem is that ever since he hurt his ribs, and put that in quotation marks, the Bears haven't used him a lot. And Lovie Smith said a couple games ago, well, he took a pretty good shot. So it makes me wonder if, even though he was active, if he was really available to them at all. In short yardage situations like that, you expect the Bears to be able to win. They weren't able to win, and it may have changed the game. If you can get 7 there after some really stupid football by the Green Bay Packers in this game. It's amazing that they won with some of the things that they ended up doing towards the end with that throwback punt that they tried. But more than anything, now the Bears find themselves in a really bad spot. Washington is up in their game. Minnesota is up in their game. The Bears are going to have to scratch, claw, and fight their way just to get to that number 6 seed now for the wild card. Things are not good in Bears land, Doug.
There's no question they're not good, and the thing that really aggravates the hell out of you is the fact that you got a third down situations for the Chicago Bears, and they were 0 for 9. That's the last time I looked. Now, I don't know what happened at the end of the game because I couldn't watch it anymore, and I came out here. But 0 for 9 on third down situations. The pass from Cutler to Hester, where did that come from? Who was it? Was it Hester running the wrong pattern? Was it the fact that Hester, Cutler eyeballed him and said, okay, I'm going to throw the football anyway, but it seems like he had plenty of time to, not throw the football. So that cost him right away. That was at the beginning, toward the end of the first half. And then you take about the defense, you say, okay, fine. What you're supposed to contain. Where's the containment? And you're letting Rodgers roll out and do what he wants to do. And then, you talk about Jeffrey and those three plays. Now, I don't know if they're all 3 of them that were offensive, interference, but obviously they're going to call him on Jeffrey right now.
Yes.
They're not going to call him, on Marshall, but they will definitely call him on Jeffrey.
He's got to learn that he can't extend his arms. If you watch what Brandon Marshall does, he does a lot of that hand fighting and cheating against defensive backs all the time where he gets a little bit of a push off. But it's like a quick jab when Marshall does it. When Jeffrey does it, he extends his arm.
Right,
and the referee has no choice but to call it. They should have called, by the way, a defensive pass interference on Shields on the next play down the field where he had
his jersey.
Yeah, he had a hold of Alshon Jeffrey's jersey. It was the whole thing, though, was ugly. The offense didn't do what they needed to do. They kept moving parts around on the offensive line. Again, in this game, Gabe Karimi starts at guard, and then he's benched. Chris Spencer comes in. Then Jonathan Scott gets hurt at tackle, and Karimi goes in at tackle for a little bit. The whole thing, this last 6 weeks of Bears football has been really troubling. They were 7-1 6 weeks ago. And now they're a team that's on the edge of being out of the playoff scenario right now.
Lawrence, you take a look at the offense, and I know the defense screwed up too. It took their turn too today, by the way, screwing up. And a lot of times I couldn't understand why Conte and DJ Moore weren't playing inside of these receivers. Again, too, the fact that they let those completions go on. But the continuity of the offense, it's not even close. You're talking about, it just looks like they're just picking plays out of the air. There's nothing in there that says anything. There's no drives. There's no getting the first downs. It just looks terrible. Absolutely terrible. And I don't know why. I don't have the answer to it. But even Cutler sometimes when he throws the football, they say, where's he throwing it? And that was a huge mistake to the Hester deal. Huge. That was right before the half. The game is tied, and you're going to throw the football to nobody and nowhere in the middle of the field. There wasn't pressure on him. It wasn't like a guy was hanging on him. He just threw the damn football. Was Hester supposed to be there? And if he was supposed to be there, even if he didn't even read it, why did Cutler even throw the damn ball and just not eat it or just throw it away?
He's a see it and throw it quarterback. And
Absolutely.
You and I were dissecting that play. And as weird as it sounds, Devin Hester may have done the right thing on that play. If you look at the coverage, the safety's on the hash mark on the other side. He ran to daylight on that play. Mm-hmm. With the corner fronting him, he ran to the empty part of the field. Cutler, he misfired, he cocked the ball, and then threw it after he saw that Hester was going the other way. I'm not sure what he saw. I'm sure that Jay will have an explanation. He was pretty mad on the sidelines. But when we were watching the game, said that's the one thing you can't do in that situation. You can't turn it over. No matter what else happens in that situation.
You and your big mouth.
I know, it's my
you
fault.
And your big mouth.
You can't turn it over.
He says to me, we can't turn the ball over. Next thing you know, they turned it over. You're right. And the other thing, too, which just kind of really eats at you, how can you be 0 for 9 on third down conversions? 0 for 9. I mean, aren't you learning something? Isn't this team learning something, what they need to do, and Cutler and his wide receivers? Oh, once again, another tremendous day for the tight ends. I believe there was 0 catches for the tight ends.
And they didn't have a great day blocking either.
No.
What you said earlier, Doug, it hits home because there isn't a setup. When you look at the Bears' offense, there doesn't seem to be a setup.
No rhyme or reason.
They're doing something to set something up later. We don't see a lot of that. And then the Packers effectively made Brandon Marshall a non-factor in the second half by adjusting. They started with a little bit of man, a little bit of two-man, and then they moved to double coverage. They treated him almost like he was a gunner on the punt team, where they had inside and outside guys at the line of scrimmage on him in some of their looks. Other than the ridiculous punt throwback thing, I thought that there was some good coaching that was done by the Packers, but that play could have lost them the game, and if the Bears were more effective on offense, they would have been able to turn that turnover into 7 points.
Why Continental Audi of Naperville? Because that's where you'll find high performance and the best automotive value in today's luxury automotive market. Visit ContinentalAudi.com. Let's go out to the phone lines, Lawrence. They're lit up. Let's go out to Bill in Mount Greenwood. Bill, you on the score with Lawrence and Doug?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. You know, Doug, you mentioned they were 0 for 9 on third downs.
Yeah.
If you remember the first third down, it was 3rd and 1, and they were in Green Bay's territory. And obviously they're not going to try a long field goal with their new kicker. And then they get the false start or whatever that was by Garza. I mean, to me, I would think that coaching staff would have plays already called for situations like that during the week. And they get up there, the play was late to get in. It's 3rd and 1. You watch a team like the Patriots, they hurry up to the line, and they do a quarterback sneak, and they get the first down. This team, I wonder what they do all week, because that offense looked like they hadn't practiced all week. They were that organized. And I realize that there's injuries, and the offensive line is not that good. But, my God, you've got 2 guys in Smith and Tice that what do you pay them for, really? Because they were that bad today.
There's no question. And this is what Lawrence and I were talking about, continuity, setting something up, looking like an offense that you've practiced. I know they didn't practice Wednesday because everybody was hurt. I understand that. But you've been playing this damn game for how long now? This year. And so when you get out there, try to do something right. Try to be precise in exactly what you do. It's called precision. And we don't have it. We don't have precision. It's hodgepodge. It's going out there and whatever we do, we'll throw it. You try to screen one damn time, you get 16 yards, you don't see it again. And then you figure just because you run the football doesn't mean I'm going to come off the bus running it. You got to be more effective with it. You got to do something with it. Again, too, I understand our tight ends are terrible, but when you have this type of offense, you got to find a way to make where you can find a way to get the ball to the tight end. Did you see Finley make 3 or 4 catches in crucial situations? We're not even using that. You're playing with one arm behind your back.
The precision extends to the coaching staff, too.
Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about.
How many games have we seen, Doug, where the Bears have to burn timeouts because they can't get a play in, or they've got the wrong play in, or the wrong personnel is on the field? That type of stuff should stop by now. At this point in the season, you're at game 14. Guys should know when they're supposed to be out there. The Bears have a 12-man on the field situation with Blake Costanzo not knowing what he's supposed to be doing since he's playing more reps defensively in the game. A lot of troubling things come out of this game. The most troubling thing, of course, being the loss.
There's no question. And I think you take a look at it and you say, okay, fine. Players, their fault. Not good enough? Okay, I'll buy that. Then let's go back at the coaches. Let's go back and see what the hell they're doing with this football club, and let's see what the hell they're teaching them and what they're supposed to be. We're not talking about the second game of the season, the third game of the season.
A preseason
game. That's exactly what it looked like today, was a preseason game. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670, presented by UV Vodka. Lawrence Holmes and Doug Buffone will be right back.
It's back to Cutler. Cutler throws over the middle of the map, Forte to the 10, to the 15, to the 20, and that's it. Packers win it 21-13. They're 6th in a row. They have now beaten the Bears 8 out of 9 times, and the Packers are the NFC North Division champions here on Soldier Field's turf. And they lock up a playoff spot today. And they beat the Bears on 3 Aaron Rodgers touchdown passes to James Jones.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670, presented by UV Vodka. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Lawrence Holmes and Doug Buffone and my partner Ed Obradovich, who is recuperating. In fact, I think is Ed on the phone right now. We want to talk to him about this football game. Eddie, are you there?
I'm here, Dougie.
All right, what do you think? I mean, after watching this debacle, that I know you were back there probably throwing coffee cups against the wall. But, I mean, their offense, and Lawrence and I were talking about it, it just didn't click. It's just not clicking. Not only this time, but even in the past.
Well, Dougie, first, before I jump into that debacle today, I got to make some big thank yous. I'm going to tell you something. I got to thank Dr. Eugene Lopez, his staff, and Midwest Sports Medicine, and Alexian Brothers Hospital, especially the third floor in the TC unit. They did a great job. And my family doctor, Dr. Pat DeSillo. The operation, everything went well, Doug, and I'm feeling better. Now, get to this game, right? Doug, I got about a half dozen pages of notes, and the conclusion is this. What did you see out there today? You saw the Green Bay Packers represent the NFC North champions, and they played against a team of coaches and players who resembled a ship of fools.
Well, you're being kind, I think, at that point in time. I mean, the fact is, when you take a look at this, and you and I talked about this many times, about the offense especially, there's no continuity whatsoever. And the mistakes, how can you have a third down situation for the game to be 0-9? And how could you not score from the 5-yard line with 4 downs? I just don't get it.
Well, Doug, how do you start out your second possession on the 49-yard line? Okay, not only can you not, you can't even convert again. Obviously, on a third down, but that's your starting position in the first quarter of a game. Again, you go back to game, Lawrence, and it never ends. We've got Brandon Marshall, we've got Cutler, we've got so many football players that are supposed to be difference makers, and the Bears ownership has given Lovie Smith the freelancing to go out and bring in coaches, players, whatever he wants, no matter what the cost is. This is his 9th year. This is his 9th year. And I've said all year long, if not now, when? Now, if they bring him back the 10th year, where does he go? Who does he find? Who's going to come here as offensive, defensive coordinators? What other players are you going to see? You saw the play today. Made your right hand tackle. Conti a half step slow when it counted. It was quarter after quarter of just an football and coaching, and that's what it is, folks. Make no mistake about it. Lovey's been here 9 years. New York Giants coach. He's been there 9 years, and in 9 years, he's won 2 Super Bowls. Lovie Smith in 9 years has won nothing.
I can tell you this, going back to 2005, when Ted Thompson took over the Green Bay Packers. At the time, the coach was Sherman, and this guy had the same winning percentage that Lovie had, at 56%. I also can tell you that this guy also won 3 North Division titles, which Lovie has won, 3 North Divisional titles, and Thompson fired him. You know right now what's going to happen. There's a lot of people are going to calling for Lovie's head.
Oh, Doug, there's going to be no question about it. That'll be firing on tonight, tomorrow morning, and I'm going to tell you something. He's going to have the hot poker put to him, and let's see how he handles it. My Lord, 7-1, and here we got 2 games to go, and we may not even make the playoffs. And again, looking at this game today, Doug, defensively and offensively, what the hell were they trying to accomplish? Did they ever throw the ball over the middle?
Oh, you talking about to a tight end? No, that's illegal for us. We're not allowed to throw to tight ends.
Yeah, it seemed like they were trying to use Brandon Marshall almost as like a quasi tight end, using him on some of the in routes and some of the slants. Yeah. OB, is there any hope? Is there anything that you can look at with this team this season? And looking at the next 2 games, one against the horrible Arizona Cardinals and another against Detroit up at their place, is there anything that you can give Bears fans hope to say the Bears can win those next 2 games and maybe squeak into the playoffs?
Oh, can they? Because of the way they won games before? Yes, they can. But I'm going to tell you something, Lawrence.
this game, you talk about a game that really, really meant something to these players and to Lovie Smith and his coaches. This was giant, my friend. You've got Green Bay coming. Again, it's your last home game, and you've got them coming in, and you put this pathetic performance out there with coaching and players. And, hey, guys, sometimes things are what they are, okay? There's no way that you can pretty this one up.
Well, the thing about it is that, again, you say, what if the Bears would have won today? And let's say they squeaked it out. I mean, there's a lot of people out there going, so what? Even if they get the wild card, so what? If they go into the playoffs, it's going to be one and done. Because this team has not shown any type of improvement whatsoever. That's the part that bothers me the most. It's not improved.
You sit here and look. With 2 games to go in the season, and we've had offensive linemen that have been around here a few years, and Lovie says, these are my guys. Last year, this year, last year, and the year before. And, Doug, did you see Webb, Karimi? My God, and of all people, Garza, our center, that's the worst game I've ever seen him play. When it counted, when it meant something. And where were they? They weren't there. And anybody defends those guys, you're absolutely dead wrong. And I thoroughly and completely, an offensive game plan, there was none. There was none, Doug. A defensive game plan, there was none. Aaron Rodgers, like you mentioned early, rolled out all afternoon long. Excuse me?
Where's the containment, Ed? We went through this in Seattle. It's called basic rules of defense. And every defense has a containment. They did it in Seattle. They kept doing it. And he comes back today and does it at time to get up a first down, and the next play's a touchdown. What kind of stupidity is that?
All right, I may be able to top you with that one. Remember the close of the first half? We had, 10, 12 seconds to go? I can't remember what yard line it was. Maybe it was around a 30 or something. Why not drop back? He could throw the ball pretty far and go for a Hail Mary. Maybe he catches it and scores a touchdown, or maybe there's interference called. Lovie Smith stands on the sideline, folks. Stands on the sidelines and doesn't even take a chance of trying a Hail Mary pass and have something happen. Doug, that is absolutely and completely unacceptable.
Well, for a big game, Ed, like you said, in Lawrence, for a big game that we thought this was going to be. Now, it started out great. Started out terrific. You said, okay, we're going to keep the football away from them. We're going to run the football.
Doug, we had the ball on our own 49-yard line, first and 10. And what do you get? A donut.
And I'm going to tell you something. What started this whole mess was what Cutler did. Now, I'm a big Cutler fan. And I want to know, and I want to see what the hell they say about why that happened with Hester.
Well, I'm looking at some of the tweets right now, and Hester said he ran the right route on the interception, that he did his rules correctly, that when the play broke down and cut double pumping, he broke to daylight. And that's what we both saw on the play.
That's what I saw.
That there was no safety where Hester was going. Cutler looked him down and still threw the ball.
And how about this? And it looked like Cutler was complaining or bitching about Hester, that he wasn't in the right spot. And so that started it. You're talking about you're in pretty good position here. There's only, minute and 25 seconds left to go in the first half. So, yeah, there's so many mistakes out there. And even Cutler looks like he's stepping back. I thought he was hurt in part of that game because he wasn't throwing like I thought he should be throwing.
Doug, Lawrence, and the listeners out there, I'll tell you something. If you really sat back and you watched Rodgers compared to Cutler, Green Bay Packers compared to the Chicago Bears, the difference was almost laughable, Doug. I mean, you see Aaron Rodgers handle that quarterback position in a strategic game, a pivotal game in the season, and you watch Jay Cutler. Okay? And sometimes, Doug, they have to take responsibility for this. We brought this kid in to win these games, not to lose them. Let me say that again one more time. We paid a fortune for this kid to bring him in here to win these games, not to lose them. Not that it's his whole fault of losing, but the fact of the matter is, when they win, they get credit. Guess what? When you lose, take the heat, pal.
Eddie, get well. We'll talk to you next week.
Get well, OB. We miss you.
Hey, Lawrence, I love you guys. And Dougie, I'll talk to you a little bit later, big fan, okay?
All right, take care, Eddie.
All right, kiddo. Thank you.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, presented by UV Vodka. Lawrence Holmes and Doug Buffone. And, of course, we just talked to Ed Obradovich, who just had a hip replacement. And he's back home. He watched this football game as aggravated as Lawrence and I are. We'll be right back.
We had a couple third down situations there, especially one early on, defensively where we didn't convert. But I don't know if we converted on the third down, and they converted on most of theirs. That was kind of the story. When you lose 6 straight to your rival, had opportunities early on, jumping up 7-0, even throughout. Normally we win games when we win the turnover ratio, but the one turnover that we had right before the half really changed momentum.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino post-game show with Doug Buffone and Lawrence Holmes filling in for Ed Obradovich, live at Real Time Sports, 1180 West Devon in Elk Grove Village, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, presented by UV Vodka. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Lawrence Holmes and Doug Buffone talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Green Bay Packers 21-13, and it was absolutely terrible. When I say terrible, I'm talking about that offense was absolutely, unequivocally terrible. And so I don't know what can be done about it, but again, we're at the end of the year. There's only 2 games left. Even if they go to the playoffs, what the hell are they going to go to the playoffs with? So I don't know if they can get together up there and figure it out, because it should have been figured out long time ago. Our telephone number, 312-644-6767. And
this segment on the Score being sponsored by Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611 or visit FazioInsurance.com.
And also this segment sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended. And
Doug, I'm getting word from inside the locker room that Brandon Marshall really had some pointed words in his post-game press conference. Only took a couple of questions. Usually Brandon's up there for 10 to 12 minutes. Apparently he's as upset as a lot of Bears fans are at some of the problems that they have. As soon as we get the audio in, we're going to bring it to you, because it is, from what I'm being told, it is worth hearing.
I got to tell you, Lawrence, I'd like to hear some honesty for once. I really would. From a player, from a coach, from an owner, from somebody, that's involved up there. What the hell is going on here? What's going on with this offense? What's the story? I understand the defense didn't play well, but again, too, they played well enough to be in the football game, and they made their mistakes, and they're still making the same mistakes about the containment, and I'll go through all that. But again, you take a look at that offense, and we talked about it many times, you and I. There's nothing there. There's no continuity whatsoever there.
In their last 6 games, they've lost 5 out of their last 6. In this stretch of games, they've averaged 14 points a game.
Yeah.
You're not going to win in the NFL averaging 14 points a game.
And your defense was giving up, 16 points a game?
Yes.
Where in the hell are you going doing that?
Not very far, because the NFL offense, they had the one game. Look, the game against the Seahawks, that game you could have won with 14 points if the defense holds at the end of the game. But most of these games, you're not going to win by scoring 14 points. Lovie Smith said it earlier this week, we don't score enough points. Well, they've got to figure out a way to do that. And when they're in the red zone like they were today, and last week they didn't snap a play in the red zone until their final series of downs, by the way. When you have red zone opportunities, when you have goal line opportunities, and you keep trading in 7 for 3, you're not going to win games against teams that can put points up on the board. The Packers didn't play their best offensive game today, but they played well enough. They gave their defense 21 points to play with. And even with the stupidity of the fake on the punt thing,
stupid.
They were able to overcome that.
I mean, they gave you every opportunity in the world, to get it done. If it wasn't for the one time that we saw Tillman punch the football out, but then we didn't get more turnovers that way. The other ones were kicks or punts, returns, or whatever it was. So, yeah, when you take a look at this, you say to yourself, okay, fine. Sooner or later, someone's got to step up and say, whose fault is it? Is it the fault that I don't have enough depth? Is it the fault that I have enough players? Or is it the fact the way we were coached, the way we put together this game plan? Or maybe we're being out-coached all the time? Because our offense, I don't care, and I don't know what the hell Marshall's going to say, but I got to tell you, I mean, I've had it. I've had it up to here with this offense and averaging 14 points a game. I really can't take it anymore.
Well, when we come back, we're going to hear from Brandon Marshall. He apparently had a lot of interesting things to say about the problems with the Bears offense. Apparently left the podium almost in tears, so frustrated about today's performance. So we will have that for you when we return.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on The Score, presented by UV Vodka. Lawrence Holmes and Doug Buffone. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670, presented by UV Vodka. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Lawrence Holmes and Doug Buffone talking about the Chicago Bears' loss to the Green Bay Packers 21-13.
We promised that we're going to get back to your phone calls in just a minute, but at Soldier Field a little while ago, Brandon Marshall took to the podium not happy. Now, just to give you an idea, usually when we talk with Brandon, we get about 10 to 12 minutes of his time in post-game win or loss. It's pretty obvious by this sound that he was frustrated at what happened today to the Bears. Take a listen to Brandon Marshall talking about the problems with the Bears offense.
Everybody involved should be held accountable, and even if that means jobs, everyone on offense should be held accountable. It's been this way all year. There's no excuse. We still have 2 games left. There's still hope, but at the same time, we need to be held accountable.
Brandon, you're new to the rivalry.
I'm not new to the rivalry. I played against him once already.
How frustrating is it?
It's very frustrating. You can see it on my face right now. Self-explanatory. Next question.
Anything you could put a finger on with the offense? You guys were.
It's been the same way all year. I mean, it's the same thing every single game. We need to be held accountable. What I got to do is I got to try my best to, keep it together and not let this, affect me, because it's starting to affect me more than it should. I love this game. I'm very passionate about this game, and right now it's affecting me way too much. I'm trying my all to do my job. So that's it.
An emotional Brandon Marshall talking at the podium. And let's go back to his first quote, Doug. Everyone in the offense should be held accountable, even if that means jobs. That's coming from the offense's most productive player. You could hear him get choked up at the end. He's mad, and I understand why he's mad. This offense is not doing anything that they thought they were going to be doing.
And before he even spoke, you and I really said the same thing. And the one thing also he said, which was important, it's been the same way all year. And see, that's the part that pisses me off and pisses a lot of people off, is the fact that there is no changes, there is no correction, there is no improvement, there's nothing. That's why this kid's up there crying his eyes out, because he's the one catching all the footballs, trying to do this. He can't do it all. He said, whose jobs? We're talking about coordinators' jobs. We're talking about head coaches' jobs. We're talking about players' jobs. We're talking about offensive linemen, tight ends, everybody. And most of that is all offense. And that's where this thing is directed. And sooner or later, like I said, I want to hear some honest answers from somebody. For once, that's what I want to hear. Because enough of this smoke screen. Enough of this fact that if we win the next 2 or 3, we can get to the playoffs. Not what I saw today, and not what you saw, and not what this kid saw. Because he saw what we saw. And that's the biggest problem going on up there. And again, it'll affect those players.
I'll say it again. In the last 6 weeks, they've averaged 14 points a game.
That's it.
And they were 7-1 before the last 6 weeks.
See, we bought into that situation last year. At the end of the year, it was Haney's fault. It was his quarterback's fault. Why our offense only scored, and they were averaging 14 points per game.
It's Mike Martz's fault.
It's Mike Martz's fault.
Get Tyson there.
Fault. Tyson's. All in all, we start talking about it, it's the same story. It's the same story. And again, too, I found something out about the Chicago Bears. There was a stat. I saw a stat that said the Bears in the first 3 parts of the season, the first 3
quarters
of the season, the Bears were like 64-44. The last quarter of the season, this is when since Lovey's been there, they're 15-17.
I think they're 0 for December the last 2 seasons.
They can't finish, and they don't improve. I mean, come on, let's take the blindfolds off. And you know what? And I'll start talking too. I've been holding a lot of this crap back, and it's coming out now. I mean, it's all coming out.
Hey, if it's coming out for Brandon Marshall, who has really tried hard to be a
He's busted his ass
good
for
soldier,
his team.
and I can appreciate him being frustrated and letting it be known how frustrating things are with the Bears offense.
Yeah, and I don't want to hear either Webb, the left defensive tackle, what on his website he's putting on there, I'm going to really rock. This is what he said. I'm going to rock, the left right defensive end for the Green Bay Packers. You rock nobody. You know what? This whole situation is so terrible, is that sooner or later somebody, like he said, who is responsible? Who is accountable? Who can be held accountable? And how do you start doing that? It starts with Lovey, and it works its way down to Tice, and it goes down to the coaches, then it goes to the linemen.
Goes to the quarterback.
And believe me, the quarterback's taking a bunch of this too. I've been a big fan of Cutler, but I'm seeing some crap there I don't like either. Let's go out to DJ in Madison, Wisconsin. DJ,
let it go, man. Let it go.
What?
Let it go, man.
Are you saying that Lovey's gone?
Yeah, Lovey gone.
Okay. Is that it? That's all you got for us, DJ?
Oh, no. Actually, I got something good to say. His coaching staff and his scheme, you've been playing Green Bay for years. You know exactly what they run on offense. So many third downs. It's the same slant, same nonchalant, no blitz in defense. And, you say you came here to be Green Bay. As a coach, you have a staff. You need to get in your coaching staff if you're slacking on. Get in Mike Tice's tail.
Here, you know what? When we take a look at this offense, and I don't know, like we said, I don't know any rhyme or reason for what it represents. There's no continuity whatsoever. There's things out there you think they're just grabbing the play out of a hat and they're just doing it. But now I do know this. They make a ton of mistakes. I don't know who they're reading. I don't know what's going on is what the offensive line are talking about, even the running backs. Even a lot of that stuff that they're doing. So what I said is, and this is what Marshall's been saying, who's accountable? Someone's got to be held accountable. And they're making
Why
jobs.
hasn't this changed?
Exactly.
We've seen the same thing for 14 games. Why hasn't it changed? That's really essentially the question that you're getting from the Bears, a number one option on offense, Brandon Marshall. And the Bears are 0-7 in their last 2 Decembers.
See, this is the first time the players have said it. We've been saying it all along. Why isn't it changed? Why isn't this different? Why isn't that? And everybody laughs. Oh, don't worry, we got 3 games left to go. Now all of a sudden, a player said, jobs are accountable. Why hasn't this changed? This is the way it's been all year. Now let's see what happens. I'm going to hear the answers to that. I don't think he can bench DJ Moore like he, bench DJ Moore.
Bench Brandon Marshall. No, he's not, because that's the only guy that's doing something for you offensively.
Let's go out to Russ in Orland Park. Russ, you're on the score.
Oh, there's a couple things. The thing that gets me, 4th and 6, I have so much confidence that I'm going to pick up this first down. What does that tell you? The punt, where he throws the backward pass. Sure, it sounds ridiculous. It looked ridiculous. But what empowered them to do that? We can do anything we want to this Bears team. And that's what's upsetting.
Yeah, the Packers with that play, it was kind of a screw you play that they ran. It was 7 minutes left in the game, or 8 minutes left in the game when they tried that. It made no sense considering field position, considering time of the game, and the score of the game. And yet they went out and tried it, and it didn't work, and the Bears weren't able to capitalize on it. They did make it a one-possession game, but that's not good enough. It's been like this for all season long, where they've traded in 7 for 3, and you're just not going to win games like that.
That was like last week when Lovey said, we were still in it. We had that, we tried to,
Yeah, that was my question, Doug. And because I was asking him about the level of urgency where
onside kick,
where they look like they're supposed to be in hurry up.
Yeah.
They're down 2 touchdowns, and he's telling me about them having a chance to win the game when they're down 7 with an onside kick.
You know what really aggravates me the most? They must think we're stupid.
They do.
They think we're absolutely stupid. The fans are stupid. You and I are stupid because we ask these questions, and these questions are stupid. They don't sound too stupid to me. This segment is sponsored by Northwest Community Hospital Medical Group. For more information and locations, visit nchmedicalgroup.com.
And it's brought to you by Wild Foot and Ankle. For the latest treatment in athletic injuries for the foot and ankle, call Wild Foot and Ankle today at 877-390-7666.
Let's go out to Chris in New Jersey. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, what's going on, guys? A pleasure. Let me say this. Our offense is really conservative. And it's conservative because of Jay Cutler. He just does not know how to take care of the ball. And let me go back to when Giants won their first Super Bowl. Tom Coughlin was on the hot seat as well as Eli. Eli, those last string of games he put together were, almost perfect. Got him into the playoffs, ended up winning the Super Bowl, and Tom Coughlin saved his job. Now, let me say this. A quarterback makes a difference. You watch that game between Aaron Rodgers and Cutler out there, and come on. It's a huge difference between the two. And you know what? We're just not going to win a Super Bowl with this guy. So you know what? We can talk about Lovey all we want, but it still falls on the man that wears that C on his chest called the captain, Jay Cutler.
Again, too, Cutler didn't play like I thought he could play this game. I thought there were some times, that he wasn't there. But that's not where all the problem is. You better take a good look at what's going on out there. Not only the quarterback. You're talking about the whole mess. You're talking about how an offense is set up, how an offense is designed. You're talking about a strategy of an offense. You're talking about how they don't, the tight end. And I don't know if they can use the tight end, but Lovey told me, he told Lawrence too, hey, Kellen Smith is one hell of a tight end. I didn't see it. We had 0 catches today for the tight end.
I don't think there was anyone who made a catch, any wide receiver or tight end that made a catch today other than Brandon Marshall. I think the only other catches were for Armando Allen and Matt Forte.
And Allen's was a screen pass. That was it.
What does that tell you? Yeah, I'm looking at the stats right now, and you're receiving for the Bears. 6 catches for Brandon Marshall.
Right.
5 catches for Matt Forte.
Good.
1 catch for Armando Allen.
Oh, I see.
12 completions for Jay Cutler. None of them to wide receivers or tight ends not named Brandon Marshall.
And when he did get the 3 completions to Jeffrey, there was offensive interference.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, let's face it. I hope, and this is what I really hope, I hope those words that came out of that kid's mouth, Marshall's mouth, starts a bonfire up there. And I hope that they start taking things apart and find out what the hell the problem is. And this belongs to Phil Emery, by the way.
Absolutely.
He has to be the one that steps in and finds out why this kid start this fire. And I'm going to tell you something. Maybe he knows.
He's been biting his tongue for weeks, Doug. He's been trying. Hey, look, I work with the guy every week. He's been biting his tongue for weeks, trying to play the role of the good soldier. Yep. Today, he had enough, and I don't know if there's a Bears fan out there that can blame him.
I won't blame him. He's Lawrence Holmes. I'm Doug Buffone on the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, presented by UV Vodka. We'll be right back.
Everybody involved in the offense should be held accountable, and even if that means jobs.
Welcome back to Majestic Star Coast postgame show, Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, presented by UV Vodka. We are live at Sports, Real-Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Lawrence Holmes and Doug Buffone talking about the Chicago Bears loss, 21-13. And again, just to recap a few things here, I guess the gist of the whole thing is the fact that we were talking about at the beginning of the show, how awful the offense looked, how they feel like they don't do anything that makes much sense as far as continuity. And then we get talking to Brandon Marshall, what he said, kind of backing up the fact that, everybody's got to be held accountable. And if that's the case, then somebody, even if they have to lose their jobs.
Well, you got some other guys going the other way. Chris Connie saying that that they need real Bears fans, and Brian Urlacher getting on the fans for booing today. I don't know if that's the right tone that you want to set. I think Brandon Marshall set the right tone with what he had to say, where it's him pointing the thumb at himself and at the rest of that offense instead of them pointing the fingers out at the fans who kind of seen a lot of this stuff coming from the time when the Bears were 7-1.
Well, Conte better get his head out of the sand, and so did Urlacher. Get his head out of the sand. Because what this kid said was true. Talking about Marshall. And Marshall has contributed 5 times more than Urlacher and Conte this year. So he has the right to say something about what's going on up there. And maybe he has more balls to say what's going on up there. And I've been there, trust me. And I've been in that locker room, and I've been there where, silence would take over. And sometimes I would just choke myself to death because I couldn't tell the truth what was going on. And so finally somebody did step up and say it, because it's down to the point now. Because it's so damn obvious. You can't lie anymore. You can't tell them something that people, like I said, are not stupid. Fans are not stupid. Reporters are not stupid. I know everybody thinks we're stupid, but they see it. And somebody stepped up and, but Urlacher and Conti will go along with the program. Go along with the program. Everything is fine. The sun will come up, and there'll be nice and there'll be daisies in the field.
All is well. All is well. Everything's fine.
All is not well. Let's go out to Russell in Reedsburg, Wisconsin. Russell.
All right, Russell isn't there.
Gone. Let's go out to Ernie in Madison. He's gone. I tried Pete in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Pete.
Pete?
Are you guys all hiding in the same room?
All right, let's try Mike in Champaign. Hey, Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, fellas, this is like watching Tim Beckman in University of Illinois football game.
Yeah.
I just don't get it, man. And can you please explain to me how a man like Mike Tice starts out as tight ends coach, I believe, goes to the offensive line maybe, and ends up in his positions all the time? I just don't understand.
I don't know, and I don't care where a guy starts, to be honest with you. And a guy works his way up. And, do an offensive line, that's the interior stuff. You know a lot about that. But what I'm saying is that he may not be the man for the job. Or maybe he don't have the players for the job. Or maybe he just said when we were down there that he don't know who the players should be for the job. Because if you remember correctly, he's the one who told us that Webb was an outstanding left tackle.
Yep.
And he also said that Kellen Davis was an outstanding tight end. So is it judging talent or putting stuff together or a game plan that suits what he has out there? But all I can tell you, something is wrong. Let's go out to Gary in Cary. Gary.
Hey, guys. How you doing tonight?
What's up, buddy?
All right. With all the callers, I agree with everything that they say. I mean, how frustrated we are. But obviously, I saw a lot of coverage with Marshall getting double teamed, so he had to make use of another guy, which is Alshon Jeffrey. He made plays. The third officials did not call the defensive pass interference when he was mugged twice, one for the touchdown and one for the play that he got pushed out of bounds. They grabbed his jersey, and they call Jeffrey for the offensive pass interference. I don't understand that.
Again, there was one time he did do that. The other time was close, and the third time we saw Shields grab his jersey.
Yeah, but the problem is that Alshon Jeffrey has got to learn to disguise his push-off better and can't get full extension with his arms because it just gives the officials an opportunity to throw the flag and make that call. He's got to learn to get those hands inside a little bit to use a quick jab to push off instead of full extension.
And once you do the full extension, they're going to throw the flag. There's no question about it. And the other thing, too, and I was looking at, again, I always had this fetish about tight ends and not getting catches or passes, but I guess they weren't even targeted. But the one statistic you came up with, the wide receivers, how many?
No other wide receiver who wasn't named Brandon Marshall made a catch.
That's impossible. It's impossible.
Think about that.
I would think of that. If you told me that at the beginning of the game and you said to me, Doug, you'll give me $100,000. If that would be the case, there'd be no wide receiver that caught a football, not catching football, not getting any catches whatsoever. That a tight end, I would have known that for sure because they won't throw to the tight end. They won't even target the tight end.
Jay Cutler had 12 completions, 6 to Brandon Marshall, 5 to Matt Forte, 1 to Armando Allen.
Can you imagine this? This is our passing game. Cutler was 12 for 21, for 107 yards?
Now, there's some pass interference penalties in there, too.
Right, we'll
there's
say that.
58 yards of penalties towards Alshon Jeffrey in there, too. But he also gave back some yardage because of the OPIs that were called on him.
But here's the killer. 0 for 9 on third down. Now, that you don't even have to look at the other stats. And all you have to do is look at that third down stat and say, 0 for 9. Boy, what a terrible day that must have been. Well, they're absolutely correct. Let's go out to Julio and Elgin. Julio, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, this is it's very frustrating to watch a team like this literally blow it in front of our eyes. Like you said, it's obvious. Even a common fan who doesn't even follow sports much, if you watch the Bears today, especially, you can see what's wrong with them. And the play calling is not there. You're 1 for 3 in the red zone, and you can't even punch it in from the goal line. That's embarrassing. Cutler, when he had his interception that led to the Packers score 14-7. It looked like he was trying to blame someone on the sidelines instead of taking responsibility for that. The defense, you can't make adjustments. And Doug, you're a defensive guy. You cannot make adjustments as you see going into the half that the Packers are going to take advantage of that slant pattern up the middle of the field. The Bears didn't do that. The Bears, you look at the playoff picture. The Vikings, they're at 7th place right now. They have the Texans and the Packers both with wrapping up the division.
Technically, they're in 6th place right now because they own the division record tiebreaker over the Bears.
So where does that leave us, Lawrence?
7th.
7th, yeah.
Right now.
But we got 2 games left.
And maybe 8th. I need to figure out the tiebreakers between the Bears and the Redskins, but maybe 8th. But they've got 2 games left. Both games are winnable games. Now, I know how angry everyone is, and you have a right to be angry. The next 2 games, especially the next one, Doug.
Hey,
you, and the folks here at Real Time Sports could go down to Glendale, Arizona next week and beat the Cardinals.
Exactly right.
Now, the game in Detroit, I'm not willing to go that far just yet.
Yeah.
But the game next week, if they don't win that, they don't really deserve to be in the playoffs.
I'll tell you something, Lawrence. If they don't win that one at the next week.
Oh, and the Redskins have the tiebreaker, so technically the Bears are 8th right now in the conference.
Mm-hmm. You got to beat Arizona, don't you?
I don't know how you can.
I mean, how do you know? I mean, first of all, how demoralized will this team be? Now we heard what Brandon Marshall said, but here's what you also do know. That's one player that stepped up and said it, and you know it. In that locker room, they all may be saying it, but nobody has the balls to get up and say this is what's going on publicly. And so they all withdraw within. If that's the case, and if they're all thinking the same thing, and let's say Cutler's thinking the same. Let's say Cutler's thinking that the calls that are coming in are not right. Let's say whether true or not, but he believes that, okay? And let's say him and Chumley are not getting along without us knowing about it, and without him controversial about what plays are called and who's getting the ball and where they're throwing it to. And saying to him, okay, fine, I'm not going to throw to my tight end because he can't catch the ball. Right. So I'm not even going to target him.
Which makes sense.
Well, sure it does.
I mean, the game last week, how do you have any confidence that Kellen Davis is going to make a play for you after the game he had last week?
You don't. You don't have any confidence in that. And so that starts eating away in the back of your head, just like you heard Brandon Marshall say. It's starting to affect me.
It's been the same all season.
So this all came out now. And so it's been the same all season. And that's exactly what we all been trying to say. But nobody wants to listen. They won't listen to you, me, or all the fans or anybody else. They'll get up and up on top of the podium and say, we got 3 games left and we could win all 3 and we'll be in the playoffs. No one's listening.
I'm curious on how Lovey is going to try to spin this
he'll
tomorrow.
Spin it. He'll spin it in 16 ways on Sunday. There's no question about it. Let's go out to John in LaPorte, Indiana. John, you're on the score.
Hey, yeah. I just want to make one point. Brandon Marshall, he's absolutely right. The front office needs to be held accountable for what they've done. And Lovie Smith he's just an awful coach. Bring up a point. 2006, Ron Rivera was the defensive coordinator, and Lovie kind of shoved him out of the Bears organization. And you know what? Look at his defense now. It's awful. He hasn't been good in years, and it's just awful. And that the call on Julius Peppers that was awful too. This league has turned into a cream puff league basically.
They're going to make those calls. I mean, there's no question about it. And when Julius Peppers, I'm not going to condemn him for that because he was trying to make a play. I mean, that's just exactly what happens. But that's not the problem here. When we look at it, they're going to make mistakes. I understand the defense. I know my biggest concern, like what Bradovich and I talked about, and you too, Lawrence, is the fact that, where's your containment? Where's your guy outside? When you know that quarterback likes to roll out. You let him roll out. Now you can run it or you can throw it. You can do a lot of things. That didn't happen. Also, Conte. Also taking the DJ Moore. Take away the inside of these players coming off the slot. They're not doing that.
DJ Moore had a horrible
game.
And he made the one play on the blitz where he knocks down the pass from Aaron Rodgers. And then after that, he was peeking inside on play action.
All the time.
Was checking Rodgers' eyes instead of watching the guy that was going by him.
Right.
And Green Bay ate him
alive.
It was unbelievable.
When you start peeking in that backfield instead of digging in and trailing the receiver, normally from the slot receiver, he wasn't doing that. And also Conte, I watched him go from man. And that wasn't taking away Cobb. And Cobb's a hell of a receiver. Don't give him the inside, that kind of a deal. So there's a ton of things that has to be corrected up there, but they should have been corrected by now. We shouldn't be going through all this by now. We shouldn't be talking about this. Because you say, why not? Well, the fact is we expected you to be a playoff team. When you were 7-1, and when someone called me up and was jumping all over me, a woman was coming all over me saying about the fact that, I'm too hard on the Bears, and that's when I called her a loser. That's exactly what I meant by this. You didn't see it coming because we only beat the tomato cans. We didn't beat St. Louis. We didn't beat San Francisco. We didn't beat Houston. We didn't beat Green Bay now twice. And then we blew the game in Seattle.
Doug, 3 weeks ago, the Bears were in position to be the number two seed in the NFC.
Correct.
As it stands right now, if the playoffs started tomorrow, they would not be a part of it.
That's sickening. That's absolutely sickening. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score 670, presented by UV Vodka. Holmes and Buffon will be right back.
Jay Cutler, tight pocket, zips it, throws it right to the Green Bay Packers, running left at the 45-yard line. Hayward to the 40, to the 30, runs out of bounds to the Bear 28-yard line. Hester was the intended receiver, but he had his back to the throw, and Jay threw it right to Casey Hayward. I have no idea what that was about.
It came out of my hands. I'm responsible. Those things can't happen. That's how you lose ball games against good teams like that. I'm not going to get into it. It's my responsibility, and like I said, those things can't happen against teams like this because that's how you lose ball games. You follow me. I'll take full responsibility for this offense, for this passing game, and didn't get the job done, and we lost the ball game.
Okay, Jay. Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. It's the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by UV Vodka. Now, how can somebody take the blame? And when he's taking the blame,
put the blame
on somebody else. I'm going to tell you something. That boy should be a politician somewhere.
Yes, Santa Claus, Indiana. Yeah. Can run for mayor.
Yeah, UV Vodka. When you celebrate with UV and look for the 3 new flavors coming soon. Real-time sports in Elko Village. Lawrence Holmes and myself talking about the Chicago Bears loss to Green Bay. I think it was 21-13. Let's go out to Jack in Pontiac, Illinois. Jack, you're on the Score. Jack.
Lawrence, Doug.
Jack.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Thanks
for
taking my call.
What's up, Jack?
You there?
Yes, we're waiting on you to say something.
Well, meaningless game. We got to win the next 2 games, and we can get into the playoffs, and hopefully we can learn from our mistakes. The only way we can look at this.
Here's the thing, though. That's not a given. I appreciate the phone call, but it's not a given that the Bears win their next 2 games and they're in the playoffs. Now, it's rare that teams at 10-6 don't make the playoffs, but you have to start now. The Bears need help now. They were in a position this week, last week, and the week before where they could have locked themselves into a spot. Now they need help. Now they have to scoreboard watch. They have to wonder what Washington, what the Giants are doing, what Minnesota is doing. They need help now for those teams to get out of their way because they've got to leapfrog those teams. We'll see what happens in the Dallas game today, although they hold the tiebreaker over Dallas. But that's what we're talking about now. The Bears went from 7-1, a potential number 2 seed in the NFC 3 weeks ago, to now sitting here at 8-6, 2 games left to play, and if the playoffs started tomorrow, not in it.
That's amazing. I mean, most of us thought this. Well, listen, the Bears may not be up there with the upper echelon football teams, but you know what? They're good enough to win at the end here of the season and get to the playoffs. That's what we thought. We thought that was going to be it. But if we really look honestly at this football club, you say to yourself, there's a good possibility that they won't beat the Lions in Detroit. I mean, that's a possibility.
Sure,
a real good possibility.
The Lions put together a fantastic first half against Green Bay last week, and then kind of fell apart towards the end.
Which they've done all year.
But it's tough to play there. The sound is an issue. What Lions team will you get? Will you get the team with the great talent that shows up to play, or will you get the team that's like, you know what, this has been a bad year.
Yeah.
We're ready to pack it in. But again, the Bears have to rely on that, Doug, instead of being in a position where they're pretty much locked into a playoff spot. It's been a spiral downward for the last 3 weeks. Had they won that Seattle game after the loss, I think a loss that week that San Francisco had to St. Louis, they would have been the number 2 seed. They've been sitting in that spot. And now here they are at 8 right now in the NFC.
Well, what was our record last year when Cutler went down?
7-3.
7-3. Now they imploded.
They have not won a game in December in the last 2 years.
2 years. And we said they imploded. It was Mike Martz's fault. It was the fact that we lost our quarterback. We lost our running back. And so we accepted that. We accepted they imploded. What are we going to do this time if they implode? Which they already started to, which means that they're probably going to implode. What are we going to say? Whose fault? Nobody got hurt. We said, well, yeah, come on, Doug. This guy got hurt. That guy wasn't there. Yeah, well, why don't you take a look at Green Bay and see how many guys are hurt there? Why don't you go take a look at the Pittsburgh Steelers and see how many guys are hurt there? Why don't you go take a look at New England and all these teams, see how many guys are hurt? No more excuses. That's what Marshall meant. Accountability. And it has to start now. Let's go out to Art in Southern California. Art, on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Art?
Oh, I'm doing good. Hey, Doug, the last time I talked to you was at the Score's 10th birthday party. Anyway, kudos to Marshall for what he said, because he's absolutely right. Secondly, Levy, I think last year made the wrong choice in offensive coordinator. He should have gone with Dave Toub. He's got vision, he's got smarts, and he's football smart over Mike Price. And thirdly, I want to know what you guys see in Jay Cutler, because to me, what I see is Bobby Douglas all over again. A guy with a rocket arm who has absolutely no football acumen when the game is going on.
What I see in Jay Cutler when he first got here, I thought this was the greatest thing again since sliced bread. And I believed in it, and I really do. And I still have a belief that, you know what, you're not going anywhere without him. The Jay Cutler that I know, that I thought when he first came here, when he started playing. But again, too, I don't know what's going through his mind. What if the same thing is going through his mind that it's going through Marshall's mind? Aren't they pretty well connected?
They're about as tight as two teammates are going to be.
So think about it. If one of the best guys that your friend is thinking this way, do you honestly think that you're thinking another way? And when you start mentioning words about jobs and accountability, you honestly don't think that's going through Cutler's mind? And if that is going through his mind, then he doesn't believe what the hell is going on here. And if that's the case, put a fork in it.
Is there any way, Doug, that they can dig out of this over the next 2 weeks? Can they put together solid game plans and execute? Because execution's been a problem too. As much as we get on the coaches, and we should, the execution of the players has been an issue, and it was definitely an issue in last week's game. Do you feel like there's anything there that you can look at and you can say, all right, I'm confident that the Bears can do this moving forward?
The only thing I see in my mind would be that defense would go back to what it was at the beginning of the year.
Get nutty and get all the takeaways
and score touchdowns.
Hey, defensive guys said it this past couple of weeks. They're trying really hard too. They're trying really hard to not say it's the offense's fault. But I've talked to a couple of defensive players who have said, we need to score. We need to score. Special teams needs to score. So what does that tell you? They're worried about the offensive production they're getting, and we've said it over and over in this show tonight. Last 6 games, from the time they were 7-1 to where they are right now, they've averaged 14 points a game.
I know, because I went through it. And I remember, I'm not saying anything to the press, and I remember huddling up in different rooms, and the defensive guys talking about, calling the offense 11 sticks of dynamite, and talking about them and saying, you know what? I got to tell you a quick story. We played Denver, right? I think we had like 8 takeaways defensively. I think we lost 7-6 or something like that. Right?
In a game where you had 8 takeaways?
Something like that. Yeah, we were beating the hell out of them. So we come back, and Ed Gibran is the head coach. And so we go out to practice. And so as we went out to practice, with the we formed our own offense. You know how they go up and down the field?
Yeah.
We formed our own offense. Butkus was the center. I was the tight end. Gary Lau was the quarterback. So we did everything. We did it, and we were running plays up and down the field. And Gibran screaming at it, "What the hell are you guys doing?" And we turned around. We said, and I remember saying this, if we're going to be on that damn field all the time, give us a chance to score some points. See, that's what goes back in your mind, but you won't bring it out. You won't say it. Because the fact is, it's sitting there, and it lays around, and it just festers, until somebody kind of explodes a little bit.
Here's what I want to talk about after we're done with the scoreboard update, because I want to ask you on what Brandon Marshall had to say, if there's a positive to come out of it, and how that positive kind of manifests itself. We'll do it because I want to get your thoughts on it, because it was strong stuff, and we should probably play Brandon Marshall again before we get out of here. But after the scoreboard update, I want to ask you about that.
I got to again, it affected me, because you don't hear too many times a player come out and actually say what is the truth. Not too many times. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, presented by UV Vodka. Lawrence Holmes and Doug Buffone will be right back.
Jay in the gun, 3 on the play clock, takes the snap, pressure coming. Jay launching, going deep, down the left side. It's Alshon Jeffrey, makes the grab. Another penalty marker. This time, who's it on? Oh, again! Third time in this second half, Alshon Jeffrey.
Pass interference, number 17, offense. 10-yard penalty, still third down.
And it was a big play inside the 25-yard line of Green Bay.
The bump and run press, they let him play early on, and then they started calling it later. I don't know for what reason. Alshon's a big receiver, and whenever he bumps the guy's going to move. I don't know. I'm at a loss for this one, and I'm like, you're baiting me into things. I'm not going to fall for it.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino post-game show with Doug Buffone and Lawrence Holmes filling in for Ed Obradovich. Live at Real Time Sports, 1180 West Devon in Elk Grove Village. And only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. The Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by UV Vodka. When you celebrate with UV. And look for 3 new flavors coming soon. Real-time sports in Elk Grove Village, where Lawrence and I are, and talking about the Chicago Bears lost to Green Bay.
All right, Doug, how do they take what Brandon Marshall had to say in the postgame, talking about accountability and whether people should lose jobs over it? How do they take that and turn it into a positive? What would be your message if you were a part of this team? How do you use that?
As a player or as a coach?
Let's go with you as a player.
As a player? Like I said, here's how I'm thinking. I'm thinking that he is not the only one that's thinking this. I'm talking about Brandon Marshall.
He's just the only one who said it publicly.
Who said it. Now, let's even go one step deeper. Isn't he very good friends with Jay Cutler?
Very tight.
No. Could Jay Cutler be thinking that way?
It's very possible.
Okay.
Although Jay didn't say it.
He didn't say it.
And he kept saying today he didn't want to be baited into bad
Whatever.
stuff.
But that's how you got to think. Then you think to yourself, you say, well, people could lose jobs. Wait a minute. Isn't Bates real close to Cutler?
And Marshall.
And Marshall.
Yes.
So you see what happens here. And this is when you start thinking, because I know. I've been there, and I did 14 years of this stuff in the locker room. And I know how certain things start to evolve, how certain groups form, what's going on. But let's say that's there. Let's say that's the thought process. Let's say they don't respect what's going on, the plays that are called offensively, the players that are being played. Let's say all that stuff is there. But one guy spoke out. See, when the one guy said, lose jobs, and you have to be accountable for. Now, we could be talking about coaches. We could talk about players. He's talking about somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's there, Lawrence. It's embedded now. But my theory is he's not the only one. He's the only one that said it. Because let me tell you something. Him and Jay Cutler are pretty close friends. Do you not think that he would spill his guts out to what he thought what was going on and what's happening? And maybe Cutler would spill his guts out to Bates, what's happening, what's going on. And so, like I said, you could start seeing these things in front of your eyes and saying, wait a minute. Maybe they don't like Chumley. Maybe they don't like Lovely. Maybe they don't like exactly what's being called up there. Maybe they don't like the ball players they got for them. Maybe they don't like the tight end. Maybe they don't like the offensive line. So all these things, and now you're asking me, how can they turn this around? If that's the case, you're not going to turn it around. You won't be able to turn it around unless they all come to one conclusion and say, look, let's get these football games and let's forget about what's going on, and we'll go do this, and I'm the leader. Cutler's got to be the main guy. Without Cutler, they're dead. Without Marshall, they're dead. That's a fact. So those two guys have to be the ones they're going to have to come down to and tell the players, all right, let's go. We're going to go for it. We know the things aren't the way we thought they should be. We know there's a lot of people are not being accountable. We know a lot of guys should lose their jobs. But let's take one ride at this. If those two don't say it, and that's why you really heard Marshall say it's starting to affect me.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where he started weeping a little bit.
He was furious. He had to leave the press conference because he was tearing up. He was so mad.
I've been there. And I know. And I felt that stuff before. And it's terrible. And you tried to overcome it because you always say, I've got to be the player. I got to be the guy. I'm the man. I got to show leadership. I got to do this. I got to do that. Sooner or later, it knocks on your ass. And so that depends how much is going on up there, how much of those guys are all involved. Now, can Lovey pull them together? This was supposed to be one of Lovey's strengths, which it has been in the past.
Players coach.
To call them in the meeting room and give a heart-to-heart. And this is where we are. And normally what happens with a heart-to-heart is the absolute truth to a player. Not bull crap. Not a bunch of, get one for the Gipper, but honest to God truth. And maybe that will do it. Because like you said, Arizona, sure, they should beat Arizona. And if they're running well and if they're doing well, they should be Detroit. But are they going to be that? Are they going to be that football club?
It's really, really frustrating to see what's happened over the last 6 weeks and now understand that when you're talking about the Bears and the possibility of the playoffs, they need help.
That is, I would never thought, prior to this game, that I'd hear something like that.
Now, they might get it. Minnesota, I think, has Houston and the Packers left on their schedule. I think that's right.
Yeah.
They go to Houston and go to Green Bay, I think, to finish the season. But they're not the only team you're dealing with now.
No.
See, that's what happened last week. They let everyone back in.
That's right.
But with the loss to Minnesota last week. Now, Washington's on top of the NFC East, so the Giants drop down to the wild card. You got to deal with them now. You got to deal with the Dallas Cowboys, who are leading Pittsburgh right now.
Seattle.
10-3. You got to deal with Seattle.
Right.
You let everyone back into this thing now.
You had the opportunity to put your foot on their throats and take this thing over. This is why I'm kind of aggravated. I know you're aggravated. I know the fans are aggravated. You had that shot. It wasn't like you didn't have that shot. It wasn't like you were coming on at the end of the race.
And you ran out of games.
Dead. That's it. Oh, boy, I tell you, we ran out of games. You were there. You had the lead. You were the one. All you had to do was do certain things. You had to beat Minnesota, beat Seattle. Hey, hold it. Do this. Maybe take a shot at Green Bay. But now you're in a position you got to win both coming out.
You have to. And get help.
Get help.
And you got to get help. That's the most frustrating thing.
You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. 670 presented by UV Vodka. Holmes and Buffon will be right back.
We hung in there and got ourselves back in position late where it was a one-touchdown, one-score game, but just couldn't pull it out. So, again, it's disappointment. They're the NFC North champs. We have to get to the playoffs a different way, and that's the only thing we can think about right now.
Yeah, you got to beg.
He loves those hypothetical scenarios.
We're in it, you know.
We had a chance to win it. We would have needed a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to tie it.
Yeah.
But, hey, we were right there.
Or maybe an onside kick.
That's the head coach of the Bears.
Well, at least he has, you know, he's not giving up. I mean, we got to go. We have
His
to go that
glass
far.
is always half full.
Yeah, I would say that. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, presented by UV Vodka. Holmes and Buffon talking about the Chicago Bears' loss to the Green Bay Packers, 21-13. Let's go out to Patrick in Chicago. Patrick, you're on the Score.
Hey, how you doing? It's got to end. I'm tired of Lovie Smith. He needs to go. He's an incompetent fool. 12 men on the field, 2 timeouts to get plays in. I'll bet any money the Bears lead the league in blowing the play clock and not getting plays in on time, and 12 men on the field, and I'll bet they lead the league in having to call timeouts to get plays in. He's incompetent, and that's who Marshall's talking about when he says someone needs to lose their job. He needs to lose his job. Tyson needs to lose his job, and that other idiot Marinelli needs to lose his job. And you know what, Chris Conte, he can kiss my ass. I would pay for Bear tickets before he was born. And tell me I got to sit there and watch this crap and be happy about it? No way. I'm tired of this stuff.
I'm glad you put it that way.
Yeah, Chris Conte tweeted out a little while ago. And
What did he say this time?
I just want to make sure
tap dancing again or no?
No. Well, a little bit. Kind of blaming the fans for some stuff. But I want to get the quote correct, and I don't want to misquote him. But he sent out a tweet a little while ago that read, in part, if you aren't with us, then you're against us. Real Bear fans, bear down. Chris Conte.
Well, that's pretty stupid. Because I'm going to tell you something, Chris. These guys out there are paying the fee for you to go out there and play. And they're not asking for something that can't be done or shouldn't be done. All they're asking for is for you guys to perform. And to perform and to go out there and do the job the best you can. If this was the best you could do was today, then they have a right to bitch at you. They have a total right to say what's on their mind. And don't give me this thing about the fans because they boo, and if you're a good fan, you don't boo. Baloney. I never bought into it. I never bought into it when I was a player. If I deserve to be booed, if the team deserved to be booed, so be it, because that's the way I played. So I wouldn't get too high and mighty about the fact that the fans are disgusted the way you guys played today, because you did play disgustingly. So start admitting it, then maybe you'll be able to play better. Let's go out to Pete in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Pete, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, can you hear me this time?
Yeah, I got you, Pete.
All right, great. Listen, if you give me 60 seconds, I waited over an hour to talk to you guys, so I called with one question for you, but before I propose that question, the comments of Conte and Urlacher versus the comments of Marshall feed into my question, and my question is this. Can you give me 10 players/coaches that should be here next year? I got 2 coaches and maybe 8 players. And also, I want to say that you put an image in my head about pulling plays out of a hat. I picture Lovie on the sidelines with the rotisserie bingo ball and pulling plays. It's just ridiculous to me.
Yeah, there's no question that we all are questioning what's happening here. And you talk about coaches, and let's face it, if something should happen to Lovie Smith, then they're all gone. Whoever comes in here is going to come in with his own people. You don't absolutely think that they're going to keep any coaches, because they won't.
There might be a couple they keep.
Maybe a special teams.
Dave Tobe, I could see
exactly.
sticking around and surviving it, for example. Maybe John Hoke, the defensive backs coach, I see maybe surviving it. But Phil Emery, look, he's not attached to Lovie Smith.
No.
They told him the only thing was that Lovie was going to be the coach for this season. And if he doesn't think that the Bears are moving in a general overall direction of winning a championship with Lovie Smith, he's going to be allowed to let him go. Now, we're talking about a lot of money. We're talking about $5.5 million next year for Lovie Smith if he were to be let go. But make no mistake, Phil Emery is not tethered to Lovie. Now, I don't know what he thinks. I haven't had an opportunity to talk with him about it since the Bears have gone on this slide, but he may have his own guys in mind. He may have a short list of guys that he wants to see coach the Bears. He may also think that Lovie is the right coach, but maybe there needs to be some tweaks on his staff. But the thing I come back to, and I talked about it this week, Doug, let's start looking at how many guys Lovie has been allowed as far as coordinators go. You look on the offensive side. Came in Terry Shea, guy that he didn't really know, but they tried to make that thing work. Ron Turner, Mike Martz, Mike Tice. Are you really going to allow him to have another guy as your offensive coordinator? If you make the move and maybe you switch it to Bates, you're going to let him do that. On the defensive side, Ron Rivera was here. Bob Babbitt he had defensive coordinator. There was that weird time where he was kind of the de facto defensive coordinator, and now Rod Marinelli. You're talking about a guy getting over his 9 years of coaching, almost as many coordinators as per year he's had with the Bears. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense going forward, that you think that you couldn't do better looking outside. I think Lovie Smith is a very good coach. I don't know if he's a great coach. I don't know if he isn't a football version of Doug Collins, where he'll get you from A to B. He'll get you from where they were when Dick Duran was let go to being a respectable team in the NFL. Is he the guy that can win the Super Bowl for you? He got to one and didn't win it.
See, I believe he's a good coach.
Me too.
But I also believe he's not good enough to take you to the promised land. And I really do that. And I think part of that problem is the fact that offense is his weakness. Defense is his strength. He put together his defense with Marinelli. But he's not taken that offense, and he's not brought somebody in who's going to do the job for him to make that offense. Like you said, and this is Obradovich always says this all the time. How many guys are they going to bring in? How many offensive coordinators do you want to put in the system? And he keeps doing it, and there's no success. There's nothing says it. You saw that thing on the TV set where it showed
where the offensive ranks, and there was only been 1 year under Lovie Smith where they were in the top half of the NFL, and they were 15.
15. That's the highest they've been.
2006.
What does that tell you?
That's the year they went to the Super
Bowl. But they were 15th.
And you see 32, 29, 24, 28.
And this year they're what, 31 maybe? 30? Something like that? So that's where the problem is. When Emery's got to look at that. Phil Emery's got to say to himself, you know what? There's something wrong here. There's something the way this thing is going.
I want to play another cut for you, Doug.
All right.
Apparently on Brian Urlacher's show on Fox, Chris Conte isn't the only one that's kind of lashing out at fans. Brian had some things to say about the way the Bears were treated by the fans today at Soldier Field as well.
It's sad because we're now need some help. Even if we went out and those other two teams went out in front of us, we're not in. So we're going to need some help now, and that's our fault. We haven't played well enough to be in position for those games, obviously. But all we can do is win out, and hopefully someone else loses.
With the 6-game losing streak to the Packers and the second half collapse this season, there's a pretty strong cry out there by the fans and the media for a coaching change.
Two of the people I don't care about, fans or media. They can say what they want to about our head coach, about our players.
Does it bother you when you hear that stuff about Lovie Smith? It does bother me because those people don't know what they're talking about, obviously. I know there's a lot of experts in the media, and I know there's a bunch of smart guys out there who know exactly what they're talking about all the time, but they don't know what they're talking about. Lovie's the head coach of this football team, and hopefully he will be for a long time.
Well, yeah, Brian, the fact is we do know what we're talking about because you don't give us credit to let you know what we see. Because you'd have to be a blind man to see the fact that you guys are blowing it. That what's going on with that offense, what's happening there is problems in River City. Now, you don't have to admit to it, and I don't care either if you admit to it. But I'm not blind, and I got to tell you another thing, Brian. I played the game. And so I understand it. You're not talking to a guy, that's out in the corner somewhere. I played it, and I know it, and I understand it. And you're not doing it. So accept that. And you want to talk to fans? What do you want the fans to do? To bow down because you came close? You want them to say, one for the Gipper, good try, because you know what happened? You didn't give it a good try. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the Chicago Bears. You didn't give it the right try. The coaches didn't give it the right try. The ownership didn't give it the right try. That's what they want. And they've been asking for it for a long damn time. So I suggest you give it to them. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, presented by UV Vodka. Holmes and Buffon will be right back.
Can you put some blame on the refs for this?
Oh, we lost the football game, since you asked me that question, Jerry. The Bears lost the football game, but we damn sure didn't need any help from the refs. We didn't get any. The same guy calls 3 penalties on Alshon. The same damn guy calls 3 penalties on Alshon.
Very odd.
And then late in the game there, I thought he could have called one on the other guy, but he didn't call it. I don't know, maybe Alshon beat his school up in college. I don't know. Maybe he didn't like him. He has something against him.
That was courtesy of Fox 32. Holmes and Buffon, the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, presented by UV Vodka. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village.
Can I just say something?
Sure.
I've covered Brian Urlacher for most of his career.
Mm-hmm.
I really like Brian. I've never had a problem with him. But for him to start calling people out saying stuff that they know and they don't know, was he not in Minnesota last week? Because he said that they're the only team in the division that gets booed at home. Was he not in Minnesota last week when Christian Ponder got booed almost every time he stepped on the field? And he'll hear boos in Detroit from Detroit fans next week. That's just he's smarter than that. He should know better than that. That's not the problem that the Bears have right now, is the fans or the media. The problem is they were 7-1, and now they've lost 5 out of their last 6 games. They've lost 3 straight. So there's a lot of blame to go around, but none of it should go to the fans of the team that are upset because the team went from possibly being the number 2 seed in the NFC to not in the playoff picture right now.
Lawrence, that was well put. Why should I bet the fans because I stink? Why should I say it's the fans' fault that I stink? You know, they're the ones paying the money to come to see you play. They're the ones that's cheering you on when everything is going good. They're the ones that take care of you guys and get you appearances and talk to you and endorsements and everything like that. When things go sour, they're disappointed. I'm talking about the fans. And so they express themselves that they boo. How could you be upset with that? I'd be upset if they were booing me specifically and I didn't deserve it. Yeah. No, you deserved every bit of it today, you being the Chicago Bears today. But the fact was that the slide's starting to come. And they're starting to remember, the fans are, about the slide last year. And it's all adding up here.
They haven't won a game in December in the last 2 seasons.
What does that tell you?
Not finishing strong, Doug.
Exactly. And I think that's why a lot of people, a lot of Bear fans are agitated. And they're expressing themselves. How can a player get upset because they're booed because the fact is that you didn't play well?
All I ask is that if you're going to hold everyone to the standard of getting things right, that you get things right yourself.
Right.
And he's dead wrong about this. Dead wrong.
He's absolutely dead wrong. And I know Brian better than that. But a lot of times what happens is the fact that you hear those boos, you get aggravated at yourself because you know the real reason. And the real reason is you're the one doing it. Talking about the football team that's creating the boos. No one says anything when they cheer like hell, do they?
No.
You say anything when they cheer?
No.
No one say, hey, thanks for cheering. No. Don't say a damn word. Because you know why you're cheering. I know what they're saying. I'm kind of me. I'm out here playing. Well, good. Now I'm booing on kind of you that you're out there playing.
How about this? Watch some film and fix it.
There you go.
And Chris Connie. Instead of pointing out at the fans, saying that it's their fault and that they're not good fans, go fix the problems that you've had over the last 6 weeks that took you from 7-1 to 8-6.
Absolutely. You know, take the words that Brandon said. Be accountable.
That's all people want.
That's all they want you to do.
And another
be accountable.
thing, maybe if people up there answered questions honestly, then people would know what's going on up there, Brian. Maybe if when we ask you a question about what's going on with the team, that it wasn't just the party line, then people would know.
Thank you, OB, for calling in. Lawrence, thank you, buddy, for spending your afternoon with me in discouragement.
Doug, it was an absolute honor and a pleasure to sit here and do the show with you.
And Connor McKnight, thank you for the updates. Ethan Shaw, Chuck Baker, Mike Peterson, Matt Santamaria from Promotions, Matt Heiser from Promotions, and our guy, Rick Camp, on site. Next up, Connor McKnight We'll take all your questions and talk about the Chicago Bears. Thanks for listening. On behalf of Lawrence Holmes and myself, wait till next week. We'll see what happens.
Another handoff for the Bears all over it. They stop him, fumble the football. They may have recovered for a touchdown.
It is the one official to the Bears sideline is signaling touchdown.
Brian Urlacher applauding on the sidelines. The Bears have a fumble, takeaway, and a touchdown. 8th defensive touchdown.
The ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
Touchdown Bears, and a 6-0 lead over the Arizona Cardinals. Snap Jay, give it to Matt Forte, off the left side, walks into the end zone, tackled once he gets there. The Bears have extended lead. Matt Forte in from 4 yards. Touchdown, touchdown Bears. Cut in the gun, takes the snap. Going to zip the pass into a wide open Brandon Marshall, right side of the end zone, near side. Touchdown, touchdown Bears. 11 yards and the 11th touchdown this season for Brandon Marshall. Bears are up 20-6. Snap Lindley throwing from his own end zone on the comeback. It's intercepted. Charles Tillman 5, end zone, touchdown, touchdown Bears. And there is your pick six, Tom. 9th defensive touchdown this season. Incredible. Takes the snap, pressure coming up the middle from Wooten. Throws it, picked off. Kelvin Hayden running right to the 45 to the 40. Kelvin Hayden with a blocker out front. Gets by Hoyer and he's brought down inside the 10. Kelvin Hayden with a pick, was hoping for that pick six.
And now, live from Stormy's Tavern at 1735 Orchard Lane in Northfield, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich. A Chicago tradition after every Bears game. And only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton, Ed Obradovich, under the weather with a hip operation. We'll be back probably next week. So it's myself and Dan Hampton. I'm Doug Buffone. We are live at Stormy's in Northfield. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And another tomato can bites the dust. Bears staying alive. Beat Arizona 28-13. And a Viking loss to the Packers next week. And a Bear win over the Lions will put the Bears in the playoffs. Now, we take a look at this football game, and Dan and I watched it very closely. Well, a couple times we nodded off and went to sleep. But it was a game that we had to have. That's what we did. We went out there and won that football game. But still, if you take a look at the game, the Bear offense really only scored 14 points. You know, the other defensively come up with the 14 points with the interception by Tillman. And we're talking about Bowman getting the fumble recovery in the end zone, which was 14 points. So I look at this game and I say they did what they had to do. And that is the key in the National Football League. You do what you have to do. They had to win this football game, and they did do that. Now, again, once again, you go back to how the Bears have won at the beginning of the year when they were 7-1. And how did they do it? They do it by takeaways, and they do it by scoring on defense. You can't ask your defense to keep doing these things. Now, they did it today, and I got to tell you, Arizona's a bad football team. I mean, that's exactly how you got to look at this football team. It was a bad team. But when I say that, a lot of times, these bad teams jump in and bite you in the ass. And so what you have to do is beat those teams, and that's what they did, Dan.
Well, you hit it right on the head. I mean, it was ugly but effective. Nothing pretty about what we saw. All I can tell you is a win is a win. And appropriately, the tomato cans had the right color jerseys on today. Yeah. But, hey, it wasn't that long ago we had to watch that kind of garbage at quarterback that we had to see, the Arizona Cardinals trot out there. But all I can say is, what did we learn today? Well, the Bears are serious. But who else is? Well, it's obvious. The Vikings, the Redskins, they're still in it. The Giants, Dallas, they're done. So another day forward, and we're basically what you said. We're on the verge of one win to get into the playoffs, and that's exactly what we all want as Bear fans.
And the one thing I looked at, with Forte, he had a 36-yard run. He had a 19-yard run. He averaged 7.7 yards per carry, which is what they need to do. They need to get back to their running game. Now, that being said, the Seattle Seahawks ran for over 280 yards rushing against Arizona. So obviously their run defense is not that good, but their pass defense is pretty damn good. And Cutler started out slow. He was 0 for 6, came around, made some nice passes. They had some nice drives. Marshall made some nice catches. And that one drive, we saw Bennett getting involved. And you have to start getting, Jeffrey involved. And they start doing that. Even the tight end, Callan Davis, caught a pass and caught a screen pass. Again, too, like we said and we keep talking about, I know that when I walked up here, someone said, well, we still suck. Well, we may. But the fact is, though, we're winning and sucking at the same time. And that's what the key is. The key is still to win. Now, next week, you're going to have to go up and beat the Lions. I think the Lions have packed it in. I've seen them play the last couple games, and it looks like they're ready to hang them up. But the Bears have to go up there to take that football game. Now we got to ask the Green Bay Packers to do us a favor, and as to beat the Lions next week. Will they do it? I would hope so. I would think they would. Today they slaughtered somebody, didn't they, Dan?
Tennessee, they killed him.
Yeah.
But, there were some good parts about this. And, Cutler was 2 of 12 at one point. And overall, the offense was a grab bag. But the defensive line, especially Julius Peppers, really stepped up. We know the guys that he was playing against was rookie offensive tackles. Mm-hmm. But they have to. We talked in the pregame. Your stars have got to play like stars. Brandon Marshall made a number of big plays. And, say what you will about Jay Cutler. It was pretty ugly in the beginning. But at the end of the day, they scored 2 touchdowns. It created a pretty breathable situation where, it was a laugher at the end with the meaningless block returned for a touchdown. But all in all, when you got on the airplane as a team and said, what are we going out to Arizona? Well, it wasn't to get style points. It was to get a win, and that's what they did.
And they did. And the thing they have to look at is their special teams. Like you said, you were talking about at the end of the football game there, they block a field goal, they run it in for a touchdown for 82 yards. Don't forget, too, also on a punt coverage. A punt return. DJ Moore lets the ball hit him in the head. The ball rolls down. Of course, Arizona gets the football. So there's some things they need to work on. But the main thing, the thing they wanted to do in this football game was to win it. And that's exactly what they did. Dan, let's go out to get some phone calls. Let's go out to Shep in Oak Lawn. Shep, you're on the score. Mr. Sharp.
How you guys doing? Okay, don't lose sight of the prize. They have to still stay focused, and defense still has to work hard. And it's sorry to say that they have to work hard, but you like to see the offense produce a little bit more, and I know they did. But let's just keep focused on the prize and keep winning the games, and game by game.
Well, that's what you have to do, Sharp. I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, as a ball player, as a fan, you want, and you say, okay, fine, it could have been better, this could have been better, that could have been better, but the outcome is the only thing that really matters. Now, when you go against the Lions next week, of course you're going to have to get better. You're going to have to play better. The Lions are a better football team than Arizona. But once again, though, they did what they had to do. They didn't go out to Arizona like Dan was talking about and say, hey, here we are, we're here, where everything is bad and everything is low and woe is us. No, they went out and won the football game. And that's exactly what you want them to do. Let's go out to Paul in Wheaton. Paul, you're on the score.
Hi.
Hi, Paul.
I just had a comment. Right now, Brandon Marshall is getting about 50% of the targets, and it's kind of a one-dimensional offense in the passing game. Do you think that's contributing somewhat to our struggles on offense recently? And also another thing, I was just wondering, it seems to me that Alshon Jeffrey and Jay Cutler aren't on the same page. Do you see that too?
Well, there's no question that Alshon he's going to get better. And he was better today than last week. And we know that, the old maxim is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so far, Brandon Marshall has been, an exemplary wide receiver for the Chicago Bears this year. You don't want to get into a situation where you're trying to force things. But you're exactly right. The other guys, Earl Bennett caught a pass. Davis, a couple of targets and catches. So little steps mean a lot. But when it all comes down to the nut cutting, you know that Jay Cutler trusts what Brandon Marshall is capable of, And we see it week after week. It almost looks arduous that he's forcing it in all the time. But guess what? It's working.
You're listening to Majestic Casino postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton and Doug Buffon. We're live at Stormy's in Northfield. That's right. A lot of happy fans out there. 312-644-6767. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton, Doug Buffon. We're live at Stormy's in Northfield. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears win. They beat Arizona 28-13. And this segment is sponsored by Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611 or visit FazioInsurance.com. Let's go back out to the phone line. Let's go out to Black Physicist. Black Physicist, you're on the air.
Hello, gentlemen, and happy holidays.
Hello, Physicist.
Hey, first of all, I want to put out this. You've got good and bad going on. Yeah, the Bears won. Let's say the offensive line, they didn't do the dumb mistakes. They didn't have any, offside or early calls on running before the ball was snapped. Then we have Amobi Okoye. Special teams, he did great in the second quarter. We named him Amoeba Okoye for swallowing up that tackle that Seattle tried to make on
Way
that.
to go.
No, the field goal. Yeah.
Right. And then you also have Major Wright. He had that blocked pass that set up that touchdown interception by Peanut Tillman. Kelvin Hayes, another unsung hero, with his interception. And finally, Julius Peppers, he's just it. Now, what I have to be pessimistic about is Matt Forte and Mike Bush hurt. Do you think we can make it? That is the Bears.
Well, I got to tell you, the fact is that Matt Forte, in my personal opinion on Matt Forte, I thought he ran harder today than I've seen him in a while. My idea of a running back, and no question, he had a 39-yarder and a 19-yarder. But even remember last week when he had chances to get to that first down or get that touchdown, whatever, 3rd and 1. I believe he has to run hard. I believe he has to really come out smoking. And I thought I saw it was better today than I've seen him in a while.
Well, on the 36-yarder, nobody touched him. I mean, it was a great cutback. That's what that's it. His, no pun intended, his forte is. And he was able to bust it off. And at some point, we did see him run through traffic with his pad level much better. But, is he going to be able to play next week? We know that the last time he had that ankle, the high ankle sprain, he was out, 2.5. I mean, we're a better team with Matt Forte. There's no question about it. I don't know what the extent of it was, but he didn't come back.
Yeah, again, you got Allen can come in there, obviously, and they rehired Bell. But you need Forte. And I'd like to see Forte also get more involved in the passing situations and catching the football. Now, they've tried some screens today, which I was shocked, with their Chicago Bears. I mean, they need to do more of those screens. And I like the one they can do with the tight end with Kellen Davis. Because let's face it, our tight ends have been non-existent. We've not seen them. I don't even know if we have a tight end. I'm not quite sure that we have one playing there because we don't use them. Last week we had tight ends were targeted 0 times. And every good team you see in the National Football League, every good team, you throw their tight end. And they need to do more of that. I thought maybe they started to get into more of that, Dan, and get into that tight end.
And I think a lot of it has to do with trust. At some point, the great quarterback tight end combinations, Brady to Gronkowski, Breeze down in New Orleans, they trust the fact that their tight end is so much more physically gifted than the safety or the linebacker. They throw it into right now. It looks to me like Jay Cutler doesn't trust anybody but Brandon Marshall.
Yeah, and that's a part of it. And the other part is, again, too, the Bears will go with their maximum protection. In the maximum protection, they've got the back chipping and they got the tight end blocking. So what does that mean? It means you don't have that many guys out there to catch the football. So a lot of that's been going on, too. Again, today, the offensive line. Now, I'm going to tell you something. Arizona's defense was ranked 4th in the league. They had 32 sacks. And so they were, decent defense. There's no question about it. And I thought the offensive line played not bad today. Gave Cutler time to throw when he had to throw. But the fact is, they would be able to run the football, although I said that's one of the weaknesses that defense has. They're ranked, I think, 28th or 29th. Arizona is against the run. So, yeah, there's some things, the ups and downs here that you look at. But the main thing is you traveled all the way across the country. You go into Arizona. Now, don't forget. Now, I know they had a quarterback then, but Arizona won their first 4 games. They beat New England at New England, So I think they beat San Francisco, too. So, I mean, there's something there. There's some players there that can play. Now, they've fallen apart, obviously, the last maybe 5 or 6 games. Well, actually, 9 games. They lost 9 in a row. But the fact is, though, the Bears did what they had to do. Now, was it good enough? I don't know. I don't even know what this team can do. I really don't. I'm looking at this team, and I'm saying to myself, who are they? And what are they?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
And let me just say this. Your point is dead on. They were 28th against the run, 4th against the pass. Mm-hmm. So what does the genius Mike Tice do? We throw the ball 5 out of the first 6 plays of the game. And Cutler's 0 for 6, going into the third series that we had. So, why would you want to play into their hands unless you think you're a genius and you're going to surprise them?
Well, that's shocked me too, Dan. Because first of all, what you need to do and what you want to do is obviously say, okay, we get off the bus running. That's what Lovie Smith says. So other teams look at that.
Not anymore.
But the fact is, you want to use those play action passes, which I think is your best weapon you have. The play action pass with Cutler on the rollout to the outside, and you hit the tight end coming across, which they don't do. So they'll use Marshall as the guy coming across. But I was surprised by that too because of the fact what you just said. The weakness of the Arizona defense is, their run defense.
And we screamed all year, play action. Nobody respects the play action. And it goes back to the fake field goal. Last week, the Packers, had that throwback on the punt return. Apparently, they're not respecting what we're doing because the only time you see teams do that is they have an arrogance and they think, well, we can pull this off against the Bears. And, to our credit, we've made plays. But back to the play action situation. The only way play action really sinks and sells it out to the linebackers, the safeties, makes it a big play opportunity is once you get the running game established. And here we are trying it without even running the ball. It's crazy.
Yeah, and you got a kid, Forte, who was averaging 7.7 yards per carry in the first half. So it was there. But like I said, there's a lot of things, and you look at this football club, it'll come to fruition next week when they play the Lions. But here's the scary part. The scary part is what if they do make it? That's the scary part. And that, I want them to make it. You got to go. They're going to have to play either San Francisco or Green Bay. If they get that 6th spot. And what does that mean? Well, what it means.
0-3 right now against those two this year.
Yeah. And the one was a slaughter, if you take a look at it. So, but anyway, that's down the road. We'll worry about that when it comes up. We'll complain about that when it does happen. But right now, what we can say is, okay, we got a shot. We're going to get into the middle of this thing if we can beat the Lions next week, which they should do. And the Packers should beat Minnesota. Now, I never thought in my wildest dreams that Minnesota could go down to Houston and win that football game. Did you?
No, I didn't. And I'll tell you this. The Packers, you'd think, well, they want to win. They want to move up the chart as far as home field advantage in the playoffs. Will they? McCarthy, remember, he set Aaron Rodgers down 3 years ago, and that's when the backup guy had a
big mistake.
Yeah, all I can tell you is, we don't know what's going to go on in Minnesota next week. All I can tell you is it better go on for the Bears in Detroit.
Let's go out to Eric in Phoenix, Arizona. Eric, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, Eric?
Hey, after the last call, I'll call myself the white mathematician.
There you go.
All right. Hey, I'd like your. First of all, you just said that the Packers are playing Minnesota in Minnesota. I thought they were playing in Green Bay.
I said Minnesota lost to Houston down there, and for us, we have to have Minnesota. Yeah, well, they got to play Green Bay, right?
Yeah, in Green Bay, though, right?
Yeah, in Green Bay.
Okay, hey, I'd like your thoughts on three things. First of all, I'd like your thoughts on the judicious use of timeouts in the first half. I'd like your thoughts on Lovey's challenge of the Michael Floyd fumble. And I was wondering if you could comment on how Kellen Davis whiffed on two defenders or two guys on the field goal attempt that was blocked.
Well, let's start with the number 2. And this is what Dan and I looked at each other, and he looks at me, and I look at him and said, what the hell was that all about? A timeout? We saw the guy's leg was down.
Talking about the challenge Lovey threw the flag.
Threw the flag, and I don't know why. Lovey's not good at that. I mean, that's one thing he's not good at is making
really
those
bad.
calls with that flag. And I don't know. I don't know why he did that. It was so obvious to where it was. So I don't know who the hell's upstairs telling him, hey, Lovey, make a move. Somebody upstairs had to say, hey, that he wasn't down. Well, he was down, and everybody saw it, and it was a waste of a timeout. Now,
and what compounded it was we had just taken 2 timeouts in a drive where there's no need to take a timeout, but it was the same old problem that drives Jay Cutler nuts. He couldn't get the play in on time and get it called and get to the line of scrimmage.
And that was the last timeout for that half.
Exactly. That's you don't challenge when you only got one left.
And the other one about Kellen Davis whiffing, well, that's kind of normal. I mean, I've not seen that much out of Kellen Davis. Now
he's getting good at it.
Yeah, he's practicing it. You have to practice it. That's something that doesn't come naturally to you. But the fact is that Lovey said it. He said Kellen Davis is our tight end. He's worth everything. He's the best. One could be one of the best in the NFL, and they paid him $3 million. But I just don't see it. I don't see it, and hopefully maybe, who knows? Come next week against the Lions, the guy catches 10 passes. Who knows? You listen to Majestic Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton, Doug Buffon. We're live at Stormy's. That's right, in Northfield. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Game in which the defenses and special teams outscored the offenses here. And the Bears will win and go 9-6. The Cardinals 5-10.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino post-game show with Doug and OB live at Stormy's Tavern, 1735 Orchard Lane in Northfield, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino post-game show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton in for Ed Obratovich and Doug Buffon. We're live at Stormy's in Northfield. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And Dan and I had a tremendous lunch, if you want to call it lunch. Unbelievable barbecue at Zier's. What a guy. Old-fashioned butcher in modern time. And it was just fantastic. And we appreciate it that you served it to us. Dan ate 2 calves. All by himself.
Hey, and they were smoked, too.
They were smoked.
They were smoked when they got here, and I smoked them.
Let's go out to Jerome in Aurora. Jerome, you're on the Score.
Hey, gentlemen, how are you tonight? Good to hear you.
Good.
For starters, I'm really glad we actually got the chance to get the 10 wins. That's really just it's a beautiful thing for us, isn't it?
It is. It really is. I mean, no matter what you thought of the game, how ugly you thought it was, we got a shot to get the 10 wins.
Yeah, 10 is what a standard we set for ourselves. It's unbelievable. And then I just want to talk about the offensive line because I thought the offensive line today, I was really impressed, especially when the running backs. Not so much Forte, but when Allen came in and Bell, when Bell came in, I thought we really did a nice job. We sort of opened up some holes for them, and Forte did run really, really hard today, which I don't understand why he hasn't been running that hard all day, all season. So I don't know. I guess I'll get upset at some point in time because I think the offensive line should have been a lot better all year, but it is what it is. We got a chance for 10, and I guess we had a chance to go to the playoffs. So, go Bears. But before I say go Bears, I just want to say the coach.
Well, the coach, no matter who you want to say, who you want to talk about, the fact is what happened today, what was supposed to happen. You lay it down on paper, and there you say. The fact is you said the offensive line did well. They did. They blocked well. But don't forget, you look into it, and Dan and I talked about this, the fact that the Bears should be able to run all over Arizona because everybody else ran all over Arizona. And they were the best in their pass defense. And so, yet again, we had Forte ripping off 36 yards, a 19-yarder, bouncing out, doing certain things, but end up getting hurt. And we do know that we do need Forte as part of this offense. And I still think a lot of this offense, not only running the ball, but getting him the football, passing the football to him. So if we can get some of that done, I think that next week we should be in pretty good shape. Let's go out to Mark in Antioch. Mark, you're on the score with Dan and Doug.
Hey, you guys. Hey, listen, Doug, thanks for being a hero of mine when I was a kid. And Hamp, you are a hero of mine when I was in the 80s. And I just want to say a win is a win, and you guys have a great insight of what's going on. And I just want to say a win next week will certainly help us. And that's all I got to say. You guys are great. Thanks very much for...
Well, the thing about it is that, again, you look at this, and you could tear this thing apart 6 ways from Sunday, this football game. You can jump on this, you could jump on that. But again, like Lovey said, and it is the truth, the idea was to win the football game, and they did do that. Now, there are certain things that happened, Dan, that you and I don't agree with, but, I mean, that's just too bad.
Well, I've had issues with the play calling all year. Mm-hmm. I think everybody does. I think, truth be known, that Brandon Marshall and Jay Cutler, they've got issues. But that being said, and you look at the offensive line, which has been the whipping boy all season long, they were functionable today. Did they dominate the line of scrimmage? No, but they did a good enough job where we were able to protect the quarterback. He didn't withstand the onslaught that we see off and on. You got to think that Karimi held his own at right tackle. One of the things, I was watching most of the day. It wasn't pretty, but he was getting in the way. But at some point, you do have to look at some of the stats, Doug. Mm-hmm. We were 3 out of 13 on third down. And you say, well, what does that matter? When you combine it with last week's stats of 0 for 9, well, what are they? 3 of 22 the last 2 games on third down. That's abysmal. And you got to get better. And if you don't get better next week in Detroit, what are you going to do? Fix it in time for the playoff game? You got to. These things matter. And you got to stay on schedule, and you can't be in third and long all day. You got to do some smart things in first and second down.
That's the problem that I see, Dan, is the fact that once again we went back to what the Bears do well, and that's play defense and get takeaways. Do you know they were 7-1? When they were 7-1, they were plus 16 turnover ratio. When they lost the next 5 games out of 6, they were a -3 turnover ratio. You do not want to get in the habit of the fact that your defense will take care of you. It just won't happen all the time. It so happened today.
It didn't.
It didn't happen.
That's against the Houston Texans. We couldn't generate points off of turnovers.
Right.
Against the Packers, we couldn't generate. So the offense is going to have to, take the training wheels off, stay on schedule, get somewhere around 50% on third down, keep drives sustained, do the little things, and if they don't, then it's going to be, Dick Stockton said it when Bowman recovered the fumble at the goal line for the first touchdown. He said that's exactly how they got to 7-1.
Absolutely.
Now think about that. How many times you see some idiot back drop the ball at the goal line? Think about it. And that's how we got to 7-1? In a way it was. We can't expect or depend on that.
But see, here's the deal, and it's all history. The fact is, if you take a look and go back, let's say 9 years that Lovey's been here, the year we went to the Super Bowl, our offense was ranked 15th. That's the best it's ever been ranked under Lovey Smith. After that, 25, 26, 28, 29, 30. That's it. Our offense.
Including this year. The average is 26th ranked offense for 9 years. 26th. Maybe we do need to expect the defense to score.
Well, you're going to have to because that's what they count on. What I'm saying is you can lean on that all the time, but they've always leaned on that. They've always leaned on the defense. They've always said, here, the defense will get it for us. They'll get us the ball. They'll score. But when you get against the good teams, I told you, the tomato cans, you'll get away with it. You will not get away with that against the good football clubs, Dan, and it's impossible. Now, against the Lions are in between here, tomato can and maybe could play well if they wanted to, but I don't know if they really want to. And I think that's going to be the big problem. That's going to be a big problem for the Lions, not for the Bears. That's going to be a plus for the Bears. Let's go out to Jerry in St. Charles. Jerry on the score.
You guys, I love the fact that I can be driving and talking to two studs like you.
There you go.
All right, Dan, I had my LASIK with the same doctor you did. All right, I'll get real quick. So you got these scenarios that take place at the end of the season. You got Minnesota possibly winning, going to the wild card. You got the Bears, blah, blah, blah. How much do coaches, how much do teams implement that thought strategy into the next season? Like Houston losing to Minnesota today makes me feel like there's a little plan going on. Am I wrong? Am I right? In the history of you guys playing the game, does that stuff exist?
When you say exist, what are you really talking about? Is this what coaches and themselves taking a bad football game and talking about it? Maybe it's going to wear off and be part of you next year?
No, I'm saying that could they set up the playoff? Could if Green Bay loses to Minnesota?
Oh, I see.
You got it?
Yeah. Well, the thing about
conspiracy theory.
Yeah. You think it's
yeah, it's all everybody's against the Bears getting in.
Yeah. The Packers are going to take a dive, and but here's one thing the Packers have learned: they can't do that anymore. They got themselves caught by messing around, not on purpose, but the fact is they thought they were going to set Rodgers down and they were going to do all this and all that. And Flynn came in and had an outstanding football game, and they were resting their guys. Do not rest your guys. I'm going to repeat it again. Do not rest your guys. You know why? Take a look at it. Then tell me how in the hell wild card teams win the Super Bowl. How do they make a drive to win the Super Bowl? Pittsburgh did it. Green Bay did it. Teams do that because you keep yourself sharpened. The ones you pull out, the ones you set them on the bench, I think you lose that drive. And they say, I don't want my guy to get hurt. That's not good enough. You want those guys out there playing. And I saw the Bears do it against Minnesota the time they were going to the playoffs. So, again, play your guys. Go out there to win that football game because it makes a difference. And it costs you at the end. I'm a firm believer in that. I will not change my mind on that whatsoever. Let's go out to James in where is he in? Amboy, Illinois. James.
How you doing, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Speak with both of you. Listen, I want your assessment on something. And I'll set it up with Emery. I heard Herb Arkush last week talking about how Emery elevated the scouting department and kept the same people that failed for 10 to 12 years with the Bears. Now, that's a discouragement, and now I'll come to my point. I saw a kid on the Minnesota Vikings today, number one pick safety, that was all over the field. He was making play after play. He was a difference maker as a number one pick. And we picked McClellan. Now, what I want is, if you guys will, could you assess Shane McClellan for me? Because I see another number one bust in the making. I don't see the guy making a play. He doesn't make a difference. And I'll hang up and listen to your guys' answers.
All right. Let me just say this. I think the guy's name is Ballard, and he was promoted up to director of scouts. And he's the same guy that fell in love with Cedric Benson. He's the same guy that thought that Chris Williams was a steal.
0 for 2.
I don't know what he thinks about Karimi, but it's obvious that he had a high opinion of him, as well as Shea McClellan. Now, you're looking at 4 number ones, and we ain't got, spit out of any of them. Think about it. Karimi's playing in self-defense. If we had somebody else that was healthy, I don't think he'd be on, the offensive line right now. And Shea McClellan, he's been virtually a non-factor. So your point about number one picks being drafted and put in, and they not only, don't sink, but they thrive. It's been a long time since we've seen that here in Chicago.
Yeah, there's no question. McClellan, I look at him as a linebacker. When they drafted him, I said, wait a minute, they're going to make him a middle linebacker after Brian Urlacher leaves. That's what I thought. And I thought maybe even at 3-4, he's a linebacker. I don't think he's a defensive end, even though he wears your number 99. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, you're going to have to start getting ball players in there if you draft her high as number one. For example, San Francisco 49ers, their offensive line, 3 number ones. 3 number ones. Now, we say, well, Doug, we had 3 number ones. Yeah, but none of them were not any good. And that's the difference. They got 3 number ones that were good. We got 3 number ones that were not any good. So we have to change that. And maybe Phil Emery can do that. I really don't know.
But, again, why did he draft McClellan to play a position that we don't have?
Well, maybe that's my guess.
Crazy.
That's my guess. But, again, they're going to say, no, we draft him as a defensive end. I just don't see him as a defensive end. You listen to Majestic Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton, Doug Buffon. We're live at Stormy's. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton, Doug Buffon. We're live at Stormy's in Northfield. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. We're going to give another shout-out to Ed Obradovich, my original partner. And Dan was so gracious in coming in and taking Ed's place. But Ed has just come back from a hip operation, and he's doing well. He told me the arrow is going up, but still in a lot of pain. But OB... Before the smoke clears, we'll be back, and thank Dan for stepping in, because OB just loves Dan Hampton. In fact, he introduced you to the Hall of Fame, didn't he?
Inducted me, yes,
Yeah.
he did, and we, as you say, only wish the best for the legend.
It's what we call him the legend.
He's getting better.
Yeah. Let's go out to David in, this is David Schuster. I thought, David, we were going to go out to you, and I thought you were a phone call coming in, but you're in Arizona, right?
I'm in Arizona. That's correct. First of all, let me wish OB also a speedy recovery, happy holiday, happy New Year, and the same to both you and Dan, Doug.
Yeah, to you too. And once again, I tell you, it's there's pros and cons about this football game, Shoes. And we look at the game, and then there were some ugly parts of it. There were some things that didn't add up maybe. But the fact was, they won the damn football game, and they won it convincingly too. By the way.
Yeah, they did, albeit against a horrible football team.
Well, we know that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Bears have played some really bad football teams this year, but it doesn't make a difference in the long run as long as you get into the postseason, which they now still have a chance. And you guys got to be put in sort of a weird position yourself. You're 2 of the all-time great Bear players, and you have to root for your all-time rival, the Green Bay Packers, next week to beat the Minnesota Vikings for the Bears to get in. Bears obviously have to win in Detroit. It basically boils down to the 2 games. Bears win in Detroit, Packers beat the Vikings, Bears are in the playoffs. It's as simple as that. So next week, not only are you rooting for the Bears, you want them in the playoffs, you're also rooting for your old rivals, the Green Bay Packers, to do their thing against Minnesota.
What was the reaction of Lovey after the game? Did he say anything?
Well, a couple of things, actually, from Lovey. First of all, sidetracking away from the game, he talked a little bit about Brian Urlacher, who did do some running prior to the game, and apparently there's no pain in that hamstring, and it looks like he might be able to go in that game next week. He'll try and practice up at Hallis Hall Wednesday or Thursday and give it a go next week. So that was the first thing. He also said, as he always does, whenever you win the turnover battle, the Bears tend to win a game, of which they did. He said the offense certainly didn't play all that great, but it did enough, and it came on. If you take a look at Cutler's numbers, I mean, talk about schizophrenic once again. He starts out 1 for his first 11, then finishes off 11 for his last 15. So, like with Rex Grossman, you get good Jay Cutler, you get bad Jay Cutler. Matt Forte was in a walking boot after the game. Point blank, I asked him, are you going to be ready for next week? He gave me a very stern one-word answer, yes. But that obviously remains to be seen. It's the 3rd time now he's injured that ankle this season, so he'll at the least be a game time or a questionable decision all week.
Yeah, well, the one thing you take a look at, like you said, they won the football game, and I got to tell you, and I agree with you 100%, and Dan and I talked about this, we know Arizona's a brutally bad team. I mean, there's no question about it. Now, but their defense is not too shabby, though, because you're talking about, a defense that's ranked 4th. But their offense, they can't do anything. And that quarterback, Lindley,
Yeah.
I mean, that was awful. That was totally awful. And I knew coming in, the guy had a 45 quarterback rating. He had six interceptions, Dan? And
zero touchdowns.
And
still has zero touchdowns.
Still has zero touchdowns.
Thankfully.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's all part of the mix. But the fact is, test next week. I think it'd be a hell of a lot stronger test next week, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and the Lions will, have a chance not to salvage their season because they're not going anywhere, but at least they can finish off in their minds the right way by knocking the Bears out of the playoffs should they win that game, meaning Detroit. So, yeah, I mean, and it's a divisional game, obviously. So I'm just happy that there's some relevance to the game. If the Bears would have lost today, that game next week in Detroit would mean absolutely nothing. Now it obviously means everything to not only Lovie Smith for maybe his coaching tenure here, continuing in Chicago, but all the players and all the fans in Chicago and even the show here. So I'm just happy that there's some relevance in the game. But the Bears will have to play better because Detroit, even though they lost to Arizona, hard to believe, they're a better football team than Arizona. So, again, I think it'll be a good matchup next week, and we'll see what happens, and we'll see what guys are healthy to go. Now, Charles Tillman played a great game here today, got into the end zone, third pick-6 on the season. He had 8 tackles overall, but he was complaining of his elbow. I'm not sure if he was kidding or not, but he said after the game, he goes, I think it might be broken, but I think he was kidding when he said that. But he was in pain. Again, Jennings coming back. Zach Bowman played well getting into the end zone. Julius Peppers, even though he had the 3 sacks today and 5 overall tackles, he said it wasn't one of his better games. He said he's had better games in the season when he didn't have any sacks. But the bottom line is that he did what he needed to do, and that was to get to a bad quarterback and put him on the ground 3 different times.
And the other thing, too, and it's not amazing, but it is something that you're kind of really happy for the kid, and that's Marshall. He continues to do and make great catches.
Yeah, he did, and Jeffrey made a catch that was very similar to what the catches that Brandon Marshall did. One of those upper grab, over-the-shoulder things. And I think he's going to be a good receiver if he stays healthy and with more reps down the line. But you're right, Brandon Marshall is an absolute all-pro. I've watched a lot of receivers this year. In my book, he's the best of what I've seen all year. So he's going to be in the Pro Bowl. And Jay Cutler should be really happy that when he throws the ball a lot of times up for grabs, this guy comes down with it as opposed to defense.
Shoosh, before you take off, any injuries, anything that will hurt us next week?
Well, again, Matt Forte will be the real one to watch for very closely. He was in the walking boot after the game. He was limping. I thought it was obviously the smart thing to get him out of the game. The game was over at that point. I don't know if they would have brought him out if the game was of more relevance. Let's say, for instance, next week if this happened at that juncture of the game. But they got him out of the game. We'll have to just really watch for him because he's the big one to watch for this coming week.
David, thanks. Have a safe trip back.
All right, guys.
That was David Schuster talking about the Bears win over Arizona, and David is in Arizona. Let's go out to Palatine Bob, I think. No, Frank. We're going out to Frank and Kenosha first. Frankie.
I wanted to ask you guys, what's wrong with Devin Hester back there in the punt and kickoff return? It looks like he's very hesitant and like he's...
you noticed it too, huh?
So, thank you.
Yeah, and that's been a little bit of a concern, When the receiver project started 4 years ago, when we were told he's the number one receiver, then everyone assumed, well, he's great at... kick returning, he doesn't really have to concentrate on that, and it really didn't pan out as a receiver thus far in his career, but he has regressed as a returner. And if you notice, there's an awful lot of situations where he's very unsure of not only fielding the ball, but which way he wants to make his first cut. And that indecision in this game with guys that are, really speedy, coming at you, you can make a bad decision. And quite honestly, I think he's lost confidence. I think he's got questions about, what's going to happen if he makes a bad step, and invariably he does. And again today, he had one decent kick return, but then after that on the punt return, he was running back towards the end zone, and I'm screaming at you, Doug, get the hell down.
You did more than scream. Let's go to an update.
Of course, we will. And, Minnesota's played good football, of course. The Packers have. We have a tough division. But we can't, as we said this week, can't do much about that. All we can do is get a win against Detroit.
That was Lovie Smith talking about getting that win next week. against Detroit. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, Dan Hampton, Doug Buffone. We're live at Stormy's in Northfield. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And talking about the Chicago Bears win 28-13 over Arizona. The defense, and this is a kind of an amazing stat. Rushing attempts by Arizona, 19. They got a total of 29 yards for a 1.5-yard average. Now, that's anemic. I mean, that is unbelievable. You wouldn't think that would even could happen to a professional team, do you?
And with some contributions by Beanie Wells giving us a touchdown with a whiff on the goal line. But, they held him to 6 points, 4 sacks, 3 turnovers. That's good stuff.
That's
really
good stuff. I mean, that's called domination is what that's called. Let's go out to Palatine Bob in Palatine, obviously.
Hey,
Bob,
Doug.
what's
And
up, buddy?
couple issues, a couple of good things I noticed. It was good to see the Bears go back to their old scheme of takeaway. And number two, I don't think Jay got sacked more than once this afternoon.
Just once.
I see an improvement there.
Yes, sir. And we talked about the offensive line as far as the running game. We averaged 4.6 yards per attempt. That's good. That's good. But more importantly, Cutler didn't face the onslaught of a pass rush.
Right.
And this Arizona Cardinal defense led the league in knockdowns and hurries, which is an important stat. I mean, a lot of times, those cause the interceptions. Those cause the strips. So there were some steps forward by this offensive line. And James Brown at left guard, I'd keep him there for a little while.
Hey, Dan?
Yes, sir.
Dan, don't forget now we got a better quarterback next week in the person of Stafford compared to the quarterback we faced today, so we got to turn it up a notch.
Yeah, and
Stafford's a big one.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Pass rush can win that game next week. That's what they do. That's what they want to do. They want to throw it all over the field. It's hard to do that with Julius Peppers and Izzy hanging on your quarterback's neck.
Thank you, Dan.
You saw what Calvin Johnson did in breaking Rice's record, and he's going to get close to 2,000 yards or over 2,000.
Let's hope he doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I guess you would imagine though that kind of a ball player, you want to take him away, and how you could take him away. But when you get these bigger guys, and you notice that you and I watch the wide receivers quite closely, and how they can finagle, how they can get away with stuff coming off the line of scrimmage. When a guy comes close to them, if they're big and strong enough, they can push people away.
Well, if you watch the Bulls play, Stacey's always saying a mouse in the house, and that's when you got a 6'8" forward on a 6-foot guard. Get him the ball. Well, that's what our Brandon Marshall and Calvin Johnson do best. They get position. It's impossible to defend.
That's what Jeffrey has to learn more of. In fact, a lot of our wide receivers probably need more attention. To teach him, because you're talking about Marshall. I think he was already made when he got here. I think a lot of times you have to develop guys, when they do get here, and that's the coach's responsibility.
Well, and you show me a receiver that has gotten better since they've gotten here. Darryl Drake is a receivers coach. I'm saying, okay, show me. Devin Hester, Earl Bennett, name one. Mm-hmm. Name one.
And that's the key. I mean, you got to draft them, then you got to teach them, and you got to get them ready to go and get ready to play. And that's all part of coaching. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Dan Hampton, Doug Buffone, live at Stormy's in Northfield. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 28-13 over Arizona. We'll be right back.
Lindley throwing from his own end zone on the comeback. It's intercepted. Charles Tillman, 5, end zone, touchdown, Bears, and there is your pick six, Tom. 9th defensive touchdown this season. Incredible.
And I like courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. You are listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, Dan Hampton, Doug Buffone. We are live at Stormy's in Northfield. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And Dan, you were talking about the offensive line, how they were together. They seemed like they were playing pretty good. Now, you got to imagine this. The Cardinals, defensive line, they had 36 sacks with 56 hits. Now, they combined to 2. When you combine the two, you figure out who's the best in the National Football League. So they had 36 sacks and 56 hits. They were number 1 in the NFL. So little kudos go toward our offensive line. Let's go out to Matt in West Chicago. Matt, you're on the score with Dan and Doug.
It's a pleasure and an honor to speak with both of you.
What's up, Matt?
I wanted to expand on 2 points. One that from a couple callers ago about Devin Hester's return game. I'm one of Devin Hester's biggest fans. I have an autographed jersey, but it's just so clear that he has lost it as a return man, and he's obviously not a wide receiver. And it's not a fine line when a guy goes from a great returner to just another guy catching the ball. And my second point was, I think I finally figured out what Mike Tyson's been doing wrong all year. Pages 3 and 4 of the playbook must have been stuck to 1 and 2, and he finally got them undone. I'm seeing tight end screens up the middle. I'm seeing running back screens. I'm like, where have these plays been all this year?
Well, when we're up 28-6, then all of a sudden, he wants to relax and make some more creative calls, which we have to have. We got to have, and ultimately, you got to be smarter, especially how we started. Again, the first 2 series, we threw the ball 5 times and ran it once against maybe the worst rush defense in pro football. So, why would you want to do something that plays into their hands? I want to beat my head against the wall.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, with Hester, too, and if I was making him a wide receiver, it would have been a slot guy. I mean, that's where I would have played him. But again, too, maybe it took away from his returns. Maybe the fact that, he was trying to do certain things that he can't do. But, they looked at the speed. And Lovey loves speed. There's no question about it. But it just doesn't fit in. This hurts us when we don't have that special team return. Don't forget, our offense has been spoiled for a couple ways. They've been spoiled by the defense because the defense sets them up, a short field, interceptions. Now they're scoring touchdowns. They scored their 9th defensive touchdown, right? One more, and that breaks an NFL record. 10 defensive touchdowns for 1 year. So, again, Hester was the type of guy that gave us field position. How many times did you see that? Field position in the years past. That the Bears would get the football on the 45, the 50, the 38, something like that, which made a big difference in your offensive game plan.
And the hidden yardage is if your defense is playing well and you stop them on the first series, then they're punting from the 25.
Exactly.
And then if he gets a 15, 20, 30-yard return, you're not only across the field, you're knocking on the door. So those returns, we were spoiled by it. And I don't know if it'll ever happen again. To me, it looks like the genie's out of the bottle. He doesn't look the same.
Maybe he'll surprise us. And maybe there was one time today, I thought when he took a kickoff return, I thought maybe this would be it, and he did return it, I think, 25 or 30 yards. But again, too, not the same Hester that we used to see. I mean, that's just a fact, and that's just the way it is. Let's go out to John in Oswego. John, you're on the score with Dan and Doug. John. Hello, John. Goodbye, John.
Somebody's breaking into his car.
What, a hammer? No. Sound like a chisel. Zachary on the north side. Zachary.
Alrighty. Well, Merry Christmas, Doug and Dan.
Merry Christmas, Zach.
Same to you, sir.
Thank you. I've been waiting a while, and I've never thought I would ever get through, and I wanted to tell you how honored I am. I know everyone says it. Doug, I'm 51 years old, and I used to be very negative with you and Ed because I remember listening to you, which I enjoyed, and you would say, and I tell my wife, I thought it was pretty humorous. You would say, if I have to listen to Lovey again and his excuses, I want a dull pencil and stab myself in the neck. Well, I'm ready to borrow that pencil from you. I'm at the point where I can't deal with Lovey, and I'm sorry to be negative, gentlemen, but the final straw for me was that guy from Notre Dame, the wide receiver, that Lovey challenged the call on. Now, I'm at a bar drinking, and I'm pretty out of it, and I could see that his knee was down for 5 seconds.
Michael Floyd, yeah.
Floyd.
Where's his supporting cast that tells him, Lovey, hey, don't do this? And then the last point, and I'll hang up and listen, is Jay Cutler, gentlemen. I know he's been a trooper. I'm so not impressed with him, and I'm sorry to be negative, but take that boy from Cincinnati or San Francisco, that Kupnick or whatever, and I rest my case. Jay Cutler is not the future. God bless both of you.
Thank you, Zach, and thank you for your opinion. Again, too, myself, I'm pretty, well, maybe it's because of Cutler's arm. Maybe it's because the way the kid could throw the football. But, you know, I hate to say this, but it seemed like he's digressing since he got here. In other words, it seemed like he was better before. Now, today you saw him throw some passes that I don't know where in the hell they were
First
coming
quarter,
from.
yeah, he was on Mars.
I don't know what he was doing.
And as far as Lovey, he's historically bad. If you look at the ratings of the coaches, with game situational calls, timeouts, all those things, he ranks really low, and his challenges are notoriously bad. So it is what it is. Like you said, Doug, it is what it is, and you move on.
Yeah, and talking about Lovie Smith, Zachary, what I said was the fact that if you had to listen to Lovie Smith for more than 6 minutes, you will lose your will to live. And that's what I said, and I didn't, he's not the type of coaches that I used to play for. I've got George Halas in my face or a Mike Ditka or that type of guy, but that's not the point. That doesn't mean I'm right. What is right is the results. What are the results of his football team? And I'm telling you, when I take a look at this football team and you take the 9 years and you see what was going on with this offense, and to find out that this is a trend. This isn't like 1 year like last year. You said, well, okay, we lost our quarterback, we lost our running back, we lost this guy, that guy. But the fact that you're seeing a trend, and what did you say was the average offense?
26th.
26th.
9 years.
9 years. And I got to tell you something there. So take a good thought, and think about what that all means. Let's go out to Tim and Roselle. Tim, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and Dan, I love you guys, and I don't mean to pile on. And let me preface this by saying, if I was to teach my son to be like somebody in sports, I would love him to be like Lovie Smith as a human being.
No
He's
question.
a wonderful man, and I don't think you guys would deny that. But as far as this particular team, I think the team has outgrown Lovie because on the post-game interview, he had said, I asked the defense prior to the game to step up and take control. Well, how about telling a quarterback, a Pro Bowl quarterback and a Pro Bowl receiver and a young offensive line and potentially explosive offense to step up and control? He's not an offensive man. He's just a defensive coordinator. That's all he is. And then after the game, Cutler said, he was asked, what about this offense? What about the identification? He goes, I don't know what their identification is. And that falls on Lovie Smith's onus. I'm sorry. This team has outgrown him. This offense has potential, and they need a coach that can come in and take control of this offense. The defense has kind of outgrown itself, and I would just love to see somebody else come in now. I think it's time.
I think a lot of people have your opinion. And, but the thing about asking the defense to step up, and I used the quote, Dick Stockton, today, after we recovered the fumble at the goal line for a cheap touchdown, and Dick Stockton goes, that's exactly how they got to 7-1. Well, Lovie knows his 5th-ranked defense is more of a thoroughbred than the 29th-ranked offense. And on the road, you got to think defense and special teams. And even though the special teams were pretty shaky, the defense was able to score 2 touchdowns, and it was enough to basically put this in the laugher file. But all in all, you got to also think that Lovie knows, he knows what that offense is. He knows that there is big problems with not only the design, but the game plan implementation. And nobody knows what the hell is going to happen play to play. I don't have any rhyme or reason with this offense. Nobody does. And I've watched the game 33 years.
That's the problem, though. The problem with that, the fact is that that's the history of the Chicago Bears. Example, 1963, Ed O'Bradovich. Football team. Defense outstanding. And they used to say, and they used to scream at the offense when they come off the field, hold them. I used to call them the 11 sticks of dynamite. Because once again, what happened with the Chicago Bears, our defense will take care of us. 85, our defense will take care of us. Our defense will take care of us. Our defense will take care of us. I'm tired of hearing that. Even when I played. The defense, the defense, the defense, the defense. We'll do this, we'll do that. Give me an offense. Give me somebody who can put points on. Then I'll show you a damn defense. That's what they got to get in their head.
And that may have been great back when the defense had the rule structure where they could dominate. Today, it's about the offense. It's about scoring points, and we're not doing it. We're not doing it.
That's exactly right, Dan. You got to put points up. There's a key. Yeah, sure, you could play a game like today like we did our offense because your defense put 14 points up. You're sitting on top. What happens if you get behind? What happens if you have to start scoring? What happens if you don't get a takeaway? I'll tell you what happens. You're going to lose. And we saw that happen when after that 7-1 routine. When we didn't get the takeaways, when we didn't get the touchdowns, what happened to us? Well, we didn't change. Nothing changed. The change was we didn't get the score. And then you saw what happened today. You saw the defense come up with 2 touchdowns. A fumble in the end zone and also an interception by Tillman. That's 14 points. What did we score, 28?
Well, that was half of what
we scored.
Yeah.
So,
and it was enough to beat them, without the offense doing anything.
Like I said, you can beat tomato cans that way. You cannot beat the elite ones that way. I'm going to take a break. Fernando, we'll be right back to you. Ron, Patrick, Tom, you're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show. Dan Hampton, Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670.
Another handoff, and the Bears all over it. Fumble. They stop and fumble the football, and they may have recovered for a touchdown.
It is the one official to the Bears sideline is signaling touchdown.
Brian Urlacher applauding on the sidelines. The Bears have a fumble, takeaway, and a touchdown. 8th defensive touchdown.
The ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
Touchdown Bears, and a 6-0 lead over the Arizona Cardinals.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino post-game show with Doug and OB live at Stormy's Tavern, 1735 Orchard Lane in Northfield, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's home for Bears fans.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670, Dan Hampton and Doug Buffone, and Dan had to leave. Getting ready for his TV show tonight, so I'll be here alone for the next half an hour. We are live at Stormy's in Northfield. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. I want to give a couple of shout-outs here, and one is to Debbie Gilbert. Now, Debbie Gilbert is the mother of our promotion girl who works here, who is very, very good, the lovely Stephanie Gilbert. And we want to say hello to you, Debbie Gilbert, and everybody here is applauding for you, Debbie. And also, I want to send another shout-out to my Aunt Emma. My Aunt Emma is my mother's sister, beautiful lady, a big Bear fan, listens all the time. And I want to tell you, Aunt Emma, thanks for listening. And thank you for your prayers for the Chicago Bears to win that football game today, and they did do that. Fernando on the southwest side. Fernando, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. I'm a first-time caller.
Well, thank you, Fernando.
Before I touch my topic, I wanted to thank you. Back in the early 80s, my father used to work at one of your restaurants when he first came to America, and you made him a Bears fan. You gave him a couple of tickets, and he went to the game, and he fell in love with the game. He passed on the tradition to me, so I just wanted to thank you for making my father a Bears fan.
Fernando, is he still a Bear fan?
Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit mad at Lovie Smith, but he's still a Bears fan.
Attaboy. Okay, what's on your mind, pal?
The topic I wanted to touch was, it's a quick one. In terms of the Bears offense, I was watching the Packers game, and I've been watching them as well, and I see that Aaron Rodgers usually has a quick dump-off pass when the big plays are not open, but I see that Jay Cutler, he usually is always just looking for the big play, just looking for Brandon Marshall. Is it more the Bears offense, or is it more Jay Cutler that we don't have a dump-off pass or a quick, second option, to gain a 4 or 5 yard gain? And I just wanted to hear what you wanted to say and what you think.
I think it's more the quarterback. I think all teams, they'll come up with an offense that has what we call an outlet. In other words, once you read your progression, your first or second receiver, if things get tight or if there's a lot of pass rush on top of you, you're ready to get hit, you dump it to the back. The worst scenario is the back usually, maybe gains a yard or two, or maybe sometimes a guy misses a tackle and down the field you go. That's why I would like to see Forte more involved. As far as getting rid of that football. You can't make the big plays all the time. It's impossible. So it's a matter of taking what our defense gives you. And once you learn that as a quarterback, you'll get your shots downfield. And I think that's a big part of moving the chains and getting that football where you're going to go down the field, you're going to eat up some clock, you got a chance to get yourself in good field position. So, Fernando, yes, I think you should be throwing a little bit more to the backs on checkdowns. Let's go out to Ron in Glendale, Arizona. Ron, you're on the Score.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, Ron?
Well, first off, you guys got nothing but Bears out here for you. So, it was good to see us win against the Cards.
Uh-huh.
But my question to you is, even if we win with Detroit, do we actually have the manpower to keep going on? Seems like we're just losing the guy, left and right here.
Well, that's a good question. Again, what could happen? But I don't think you can look that far down the line because the fact is the idea is to get there first.
Well,
you know what I mean? I know what you're talking about because, trust me, if you had all your manpower in, we all question ourselves. What happens if the Bears do get in? Will they embarrass themselves? Will they embarrass themselves against San Francisco or embarrass themselves against Green Bay?
I mean, do we just cut our losses?
Yeah. And but that's not the way you do it in sports. In sports, you take yourself as far as you can go. And if you're going to get a beating at the end of the rainbow, then take your beating. But you want to get there to find out. And see, I think this is very important for the Chicago Bears to see themselves matched up against good teams or great teams in the playoffs and see how they match up against them. Now, we saw how they matched up them during regular season. We saw San Francisco destroy them. We know Green Bay's beat them twice. We know Houston has beat them. But I want to see it in the playoffs, and maybe, just maybe, so they understand that this is what needs to be done for this team to be a playoff team. And if it takes a beating in the playoffs, then so be it. But I want to get there first, and I want to see what could happen.
Well, I'm a Bears fan for life. I just wish they'd use their tight ends a little more.
Tom,
I think Lovey's got to go.
Tommy, I'll tell you that tight end thing. You know what? You just hit a bad nerve with me, because I got to tell you, to me, the tight end is so important to an offense. It's ridiculous. I know the wide receivers. I know that Marshall has that, but again, I will say it, and I keep saying it. Look at all the good football teams. I want you to look at all the teams that are in the playoffs. I want you to see who's in the playoffs. And then I want you to see who their tight end is. And I want you to see how many catches they have and how many touchdowns they have. And I want you to see the teams that go to the Super Bowl. The Giants, New Orleans, Green Bay Packers. Take a look at them. New England. All of them. All of the good teams have a tight end. Why don't we have a tight end? I'm telling you, we need a tight end. Cutler needs a tight end. He needs somebody else to handle that middle part. You got a kid in Marshall who's doing an outstanding job, and you know Jeffrey's going to be a hell of a wide receiver on the other side. Go out there and get yourself a tight end. They're out there. You can find one. A hell of a lot better than what we have. Let's go out to Patrick and Bartlett. Patrick, you on the score.
Hey, Doug, how you doing?
Good, Pat.
Hey, listen, man, I'm at the store right now, but let me get over inside here. Listen,
Sure.
I got a big question for you.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we all know what the problem is with the offense. So with that being the case, my thing is this. We have Mike Tice, who is the offensive coordinator. Everybody knew that Lovie Smith had 1 year left of his contract. Nobody was going to come in here as an offensive coordinator and run this offense. So my question to you is this. If Lovie stays, do they pick up a new offensive coordinator? Because this offense, at best, is vanilla.
Yeah, and my answer to you, Patrick, is no. Because the fact is you can't get another offensive coordinator in right now. You've already gone through 4 of them. You've gone through 4 coordinators. I mean, again, too, if you say, okay, fine, and then Lovie says, well, it's the coordinator's fault. We'll get rid of Mike Tyson. We'll bring another guy in. What have you done, especially with Lovie with a 1-year deal left? And besides that, you're not going to see Lovie do a 1-year deal. Very rarely in the National Football League do they have a lame duck coach. So what you need to do is either going to be one thing or another. You're either going to sign Lovie and you're going to sign probably Mike Tice to go through the whole thing again. Or you're going to cut everybody off. You're going to clean house. You're going to just burn the forest down. You're going to bring in a new head coach. He's going to bring his own coordinator in. You know, Emery's going to bring the guys he wants in, and that's how you have to start out. But I'm going to tell you something. Don't think about, getting yourself keeping Lovie and signing Lovie for a couple of years and going out and find another offensive coordinator. That won't fly. We've tried that damn thing, and besides that, don't let Lovie pick the offensive coordinator because we've not had success with this thing. So again, when you take a look at this, if there's some changes going to be made, and if the change is made by head coach, and I'll guarantee you that's clean house. They're going to take everybody down. They're going to burn the old forest down. Let's go out to Tom in the north side. Tom, you're on the score.
Hey, Big Doug.
What's up, buddy?
Doug,
Hey, Doug, you know, it's always has been, always will be about the monsters in the midway.
Yeah.
It's about defense, man.
Yeah.
And it will continue to be defense. Lovey will get his extension. We got to give Phil a chance to bring in the talent, Doug. You know the talent hasn't been there. You and Dan was talking about the last 6 years with the offense and that. How can you explain us taking a Texas Longhorn who broke Earl Campbell's record and we turned him into a helper when he gets to Chicago? Come on. You know what time it is, Doug. You see it. You know what time
I
it is.
see it. You see it.
Exactly.
Do they see it?
Oh, they see it. The one thing on Mike Tice fell in love with Karimi because he went to school with his son up there in Wisconsin. Now, if Phil brings in the talent, Lovey can coach talent, and he'll be picked up if the Bears feel like they want to cut him. He'll be picked up in a heartbeat. He can coach talent, but we haven't had talent.
Well, that's
not on that offensive line.
Tom, you're right. Here, again, too, I don't know how much say-so Lovey has in this talent that's coming in here, but all of them, Mike Tice, Lovey, they said, Webb at left tackle, boy, I tell you what, this kid's going to be it. No chance. He said, Kellen Davis at tight end, we're going to pay him $3 million. No chance. So who's developing this talent as far as coaches, or do we have the right scouts out there to bring in the right people to play? But again, too, this is the part that bothers me. It is a defensive-minded head coach, and I am telling you, that's got to change because the league has changed. It's gone forward. We're sitting back there, and yeah, defenses will get you maybe 9-7, 10-6, but they're not going to get you all the way there. You're going to have to learn how to score points. You're going to have to go out there and put points on the board. You're going to have to run the football, but basically be able to have a quarterback that can throw the football or a quarterback that can get you from behind. Well, look at how many teams who are New England or teams when you fall behind. If the Bears ever fall behind, put a fork in it. There's no way in hell they can come back. And that's part of it in football because things go awry for you maybe in the first quarter or the first half. So I'm with you. But I want to see somebody taking a look at the fact what the offense and get more offensive minded. And I think if that does happen, then we'll start to switch a little bit what the Chicago Bears are all about. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Our phone number, I will give that to you right away, 312-644-6767. Doug Buffone, we are live at Stormy's in Northfield. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. I'm Doug Buffone. We are live at Stormy's in Northfield. That's right, Stormy fellows. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win 28-13 over Arizona. Now there was the Bears can be in the playoffs. They have to beat the Lions next week. And what they found out and what we all know right now, if the Vikings beat the Packers, the Bears will be in if the Bears beat the Lions. So we're in. Now, there was another scenario. We had to have the Seahawks have 2 losses and a Giant 1 loss. I don't think that's going to happen. It's only the first quarter. What's the score? 21-0 Seattle over San Francisco in the first quarter. So we needed 2 losses by Seahawks. It doesn't look... Well, San Francisco might come back. I don't know. But the fact is, our best bet is the Packers next week to beat the Minnesota Vikings. And I don't know. If you got any Packer fans out there, any buddies or pals that are Packer guys, give them a call. Give her a call. You know what? We need all the help we can get. Let's go out to Bob in LaGrange. Bob, you're on the Score.
I would think everybody would be happy since the Bears won today.
I would think so, Bob.
7 or 8 days ago, everybody was hating on them. They may lose, but they won, and the people still crying.
Mm-hmm.
You and Hampton crying about a win. Who called timeout? They won. The Giants lost today.
Yeah.
Nobody said anything about that. That's the great coach, Super Bowl coach. He lost. Houston lost today. They 12-2. Nobody say anything about that. And you just said the 49ers are behind. What kind of coach do they have? Great coaches?
Yeah, they did. You know, last year the San Francisco's were in the playoffs. The Giants have had 2 Super Bowl wins.
Okay.
What have we done?
The Bears went to the Super Bowl in 06, right?
They went to the Super Bowl, correct.
Okay, right. But let me ask you a question. What did Bobby Douglas' team do? 1-10?
Nothing.
Bobby Douglas' team, did they win?
No.
Did Avelina team win?
Why you want to compare those 2 teams? That's not what's going on now.
Since when do the Bears have a bunch of Super Bowls in Chicago? What other coach had a lot of Super Bowls? Mike Dicker had all pros all over the place. Buddy Ryan defense. What other coach had all Super Bowls in Chicago? Name me one.
Well, no, they don't. But that's we won one. Here, no, you're missing the point, Bob. The idea is to get the Super Bowl. The idea is to win it. Because I'm with you. I'm tired of losing, and I'm tired of not being in the Super Bowl. That is why I'm bitching. Okay?
How many have we won? Super Bowl.
No, we won nothing. We won no Super Bowl since '85. That's when we won a Super Bowl.
Act like they always in the Super Bowl. We go in the Super Bowl. You got to have talent to go to the Super Bowl.
No question. That's why you complain. Because, in fact, we don't have the talent to go to the Super Bowl.
Can I ask you one question, Mr.
Sure.
Fong?
Absolutely.
When did the Bears become big spenders? Like the Yankees or the New England Patriots. They don't spend money in Chicago. Why don't you call Ted Phillips and ask him?
Bob, let me tell you this right now.
Okay.
You can take this to the bank.
Okay.
The Chicago Bears blow money on ball players. They blow so much money on stupid players who do nothing. They put 5, 6, 7 millions to players that come in here that play dead like dogs.
I agree.
That's not that they don't spend money. They do spend money. You know what the problem is, Bob? They're spending it on the wrong people. And that goes back to the coaches, and that goes back to the scouting department, and that goes back to the GM. The Chicago Bears spend a lot of money, Bob.
The guy we got the first round from Boise State. What about Dante Culpepper? Dante Hightower, the kid from Alabama. He starts with New England.
Yeah.
He should have been picked. Hightower. And the kid Chandler from Syracuse. Why didn't they get them?
You're asking me? I have no idea why.
They want a guy from Chicken Road or wherever the guy's from.
Chicken
Road?
Good.
Yeah, wherever he's from.
The
guy from Boise State.
Oh, Boise State, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what is he's doing 250 pounds? Why did they pick him? When you go to Alabama National Championship, go get those guys. Auburn, LSU, Georgia. That's where the ball players are. SEC.
Bob, it's a mystery. It's a mystery of the Chicago Bears and their first-round picks. The guys they've taken, the offensive linemen. Oh, hey, wait a minute. They got Williams from Vanderbilt. That's a little bit south. That didn't work out, did it? And Karimi coming out of Wisconsin. That's not working out. Then they said, okay, fine. We got a 6th-round pick in Webb. He's going to work out. That's not working out. They got guards. That's not working out. They went out and got people. That's not working out. The only things I can tell you about working out is New England's got an offensive line. San Francisco's got an offensive line, 3 first-rounders, and I said this before, and I'll say it again. You know what? And Houston has them, and the fact that then here comes the quarterback. Do you think Green Bay quarterback, he's protected? Do you think the kid, Rodgers, is out there and everybody's taking care of him? He has more sacks than anybody in the NFL. He's been sacked more than anybody in the National Football League. And yet again, I want you to take a look at his quarterback rating of 105 point thing or whatever. And always in the playoffs, always in the hunt. So that's my point. My point is, yeah, you're right. I agree with you. We don't have enough talent. We got to get more talent. But don't ever say it's not because the Bears are not spending money. They're spending a lot of money, but they are spending a lot of money on people that don't deserve the money. And I can go back last year from Monty Malaluna to Roy Williams to Merriweather to O'Meal. I'll get you a list a mile long. When you want to total up the number, it's a hell of a lot of money that they're putting out there for guys that do not put out for this football club. And that's exactly what they need to get better at. How they get better, that's up to Phil Emery. He's got to figure it out. Let's go to Wayne in Racine, Wisconsin. Wayne, you're on the score.
Oh, yeah, happy holidays. My condolences to the people out there in Connecticut. That was pretty neat, what them kids did at Stony. They got the uniforms.
Yeah, that was nice, Wayne.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, that was cool. Let me say this here right quick. Here is another rookie quarterback the Bears face. They faced like 3 rookies this year, I'm sure of.
Yeah.
That Wilson guy, man.
Mm-hmm.
Here they is, man. They lay there and shut this rookie down the way they're supposed to shut him down. Now, what happened to the Seattle rookie and then the San Francisco rookie? You know what I'm saying? And this is the thing that we was waiting for. We should have ate those rookies up, man, like kibbles and bits, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a doggone shame, man, that they couldn't contain Russell Wilson how they contain this guy here. I mean, come on, Doug, and you know what I'm saying? What's up, OB? I see you out there, but yeah, this is the type of thing that I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can't set down a rookie like a Wilson and stuff like that. And let me make another point too, man, about this coaching thing. I mean, Lovey, he served his cause good. I mean, he was a true soldier, a true warrior. Okay, I'm gonna give him all that. He came out there for that Mike Marsh system, and he come up to Chicago from St. Louis and everything. Fine and good, Lovey, no problem with that. 9 years, wham. Okay, 1 Super Bowl appearance. Let me make this brief. I know y'all busy. Look, we can look at the guy out there. If we want to get a bag up for Cutler, what about that kid out there in Northern Illinois and Dennis Green? We bring in that kid and Dennis Green and a couple of offensive linemen. But OB, that was your guy, Karimi. I'll never forget that. Okay, let me see what you think about that.
Well, no, here. Well, Wayne, OB's not here right now, but I'll answer for him. The fact is, yeah, you're right. I mean, you talk about the rookies. There's rookies and then there's rookies. Do you think Kaepernick and you think that this guy Wilson, the kid that they play against today, has any kind of ability that these 2 guys have? He doesn't have that ability. He can't run. Cannot run. What makes this difference is the option read, and that's what's happening now in the National Football League. Some of these guys are coming up, and it's Kaepernick and it's Wilson, what they call the option read. And they can run. The kid they played against today can't get out of his own way. He's going to try to be a drop back passer, but he's not that good at doing that even. I'm talking about the guy they played against today, Finley, I think his name is. And when it's all said and done with, some quarterbacks have more than others. Take a look at Washington's quarterback. Take a look at what's going on with Carolina. You get those kind of quarterbacks. Well, that's something the Bears are going to have to take a look at down the road and try to maybe draft one. Did not, once again, you saw this kid, this quarterback Cousins come up and start playing, and everybody bished the Green Bay Packers. How could they draft a guy named Rodgers in the first round when they had Favre there? How could they do it? Well, they did it, and they did the right thing. So the quarterback is the key to the National Football League. You've got to have that quarterback. You go find him. And once you find him, buddy, never let him go. Let's go out to Richard and Country Club. Richard, real quick. We got to go, buddy.
Okay, Doug. How you doing?
Good.
Happy holidays.
Same to you.
I'm 70 years old. Go back to 1953 with the Bears. And I know some of these brothers, you all calling in here, you're angry because how they saying things about the coach.
Yeah.
But look here, I know what you mean, but it's time for him to go. It's time for Hester to go. It's over. So, I don't give a damn if the coach is blue, green, or whatever color he is. It's time for these 2 to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. You know what it is the fact that, it is correct. You were hired to be fired. And I'll tell you what, you put 9 years in any place. And Lovey's done. I mean, Lovey is one of the greatest guys. I'd love to have my son play for Lovey. But the fact is the Bears are running a business here, and they've got to get themselves in order real quick and get themselves going and start being on that track of what's happening in a modern-day football, and that's scoring points. Again, thanks to you. Thank you for everybody. Matt Rodewald, they're doing our updates. Mark Joliffe, our producer. Dave Miskua, engineer. Stephanie Gilbert, the lovely Stephanie Gilbert, the daughter of the lovely Debbie Gilbert, who is an electrical engineer, by the way. And, this is Stephanie, mother. Debbie is electrical engineer. I can't even turn a light switch on. Tell her that, okay? And also Rick Camp, our great producer. We want to thank everybody here and Stormies for showing up, for listening. The Chicago Bears win. It's great. Next week, we'll take on the Lions, and we're heading for the playoffs. Good night, everybody.
Cutler, little shoulder shrug, finds Jeffrey over the top at the 50 to the 40 of the Lions. He beat Houston out inside the 30-yard line. And it was a double move and a pump fake by Cutler to make it happen. Big play to outshot Jeffrey. Snap to Stafford, one step, lost the football out of his hands, and it's loose out to the 30-yard line. Bears think they've recovered the fumble. Bears have recovered. He just simply lost the ball. And welcome back to Ford Field. No fumble recovery. It is fourth down. An incomplete pass ruled in the replay. Quick snap and a throw left. Bennett gets the ball at the 40. 45 now races away from the Lions. They're not going to get him at the 20. 10, 5, end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. 60 yards on a little floater left. Bennett got by the defense and streaked down the sideline to the end zone. Bend over and enjoy Bell. From inside his own 2, takes the ball to the 5, to the 10, to the 15, breaks tackles again to the 20, and then bang down to the ground. Big collision there. Joe Anderson gave him the hit at the 25-yard line, and the Bears have recovered the ball. Joe Anderson threw a big hit into Joyke Bell, and the Bears say they've got it inside the Lion 25-yard line. In the shotgun, a snap is back to Stafford. He's hit. The ball is out. It's on the ground. It's scooped up by the Bears. Inside the 10-yard line. Julius Peppers has the Bears inside the Lion 10. Matthew Stafford stripped, and the Bears take over. Huge play right before the break. Jay from center. Roberto Garza takes from the 4. Jay going to throw behind Marshall at the 1, incomplete. And a penalty marker comes out. Penalty marker late from the far side official. Brandon Marshall on the slant pass. Will it be first and goal at the 1?
I think so. Pass interference, number 32 defense.
It is.
Ball will be placed at the spot of the foul.
Snap Jay giving, turning, handing off. Here is Matt Forte standing up in the end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. And they extend the lead over the Lions to 16-3 here in Detroit. The Bears are bringing a blitz. He throws left side, going long, and it's intercepted. Threw it right to him. It's Tim Jennings with his 9th interception. He's at the 45, running back to the 30. Jennings to the 25, down to the 23 of Detroit. Bears with another takeaway. He threw it right to Timmy Jennings, the Pro Bowler with interception number 9. It's back to Stafford. Pressure coming from Peppers. Throwing left side of the end zone. Touchdown. Chris Durham got behind Tim Jennings for 6 points with 12 seconds left in the first half. Back on his right hip. Takes the snap from Mariota. Now sets to throw right. He's caught. Johnson makes the grab. Tillman the tackle at the Bear 35-yard line. Another first down for Detroit. 18 yards. Matching the longest pass reception for Johnson on the day. 3 for 41. Here's the snap. Stafford. Tight pocket. Zips the pass to the end zone. It is caught for the touchdown. On major right, it's Will Heller. Touchdown Detroit. Game is now tight. 20-16 Bears. Garza sends it back. Jay to throw. Jay in a tight pocket is sacked and dropped. Loss all the way to the 17-yard line or so. Let's call it 5 yards. Cutler has a back on his left hip. They're coming. He's throwing. He's got the slant at the 6. And Marshall lost his feet, but he's got a first down to the 4. Lost his shoe. I think the second time today.
2 weeks in a row, no. It's 2 weeks in a row.
If he didn't lose the shoe, was he getting into the end zone?
I do believe that he still had the ability to pressure the defensive back to make a tackle.
On the 9-yard line, Mariota back to Stafford. Going to throw to the end zone. Pass is caught. Rubisky. Touchdown. Penalty marker thrown, but it's a touchdown Detroit.
They're going to call another penalty on major right. And it's making the tackle against the receiver catching a touchdown. That's ridiculous.
Cutler fakes the throw. Cutler going to run it himself. Cutler's got the 45 to midfield. Cutler to the 40 of the Lions. And he stays in bounds with a feet first slide at the Lion 34-yard line. First down, the biggest of the season. Picked up by Jay Cutler. And that is, my friends, a Bears first down.
It's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich. A Chicago tradition after every Bears game. And only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's radio home for Bears fans.
Highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. And he's back. Ted Obradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 644-6767. Chicago Bears 26. The Lions 24.
Hey, Dougie, you sure those were highlights?
I don't know. I got to tell you, for winning a football game.
My Lord.
You still say to yourself, what happened out there? And you take a look at this football game, and very simply, again, it's the same problem as the offense. I don't know what to say about all this. I know the Bears had 4 takeaways, but certainly there should have been more than 26 points scored. And also, on top of that, you had the ball on the 12-yard line, the 23-yard line, the 24-yard line, and really didn't take advantage of it. And again, I'll go back to it. And these are just some of the problems, and the problems the Bears have had all year in the red zone. And part of that problem, a big part of that problem, the Bears do not have a tight end. That's a big part of the problem. If they had a tight end, I am telling you, their offense would be 30% better. And we saw Kellen Davis go up for one in the end zone and didn't make the catch. Most of the tight ends, or maybe all of the tight ends that are in the playoffs, would have made that catch. So that's part of the problem, Ed. Other than that, though, they still won the game, 26-24. The defense did the same thing as they've done in the past. The only way they're going to win is they got to come out on top, and they had 4 takeaways, and I believe that Detroit had 0.
Doug, you saw for 4 quarters, the Bears got, the bounce of the ball, if it was a fumble, it went their way.
They need all that.
They had all the breaks you can, and they win by 2 points. Now, you had mentioned when we get down, we're in the red zone there, Doug, and we really don't put 6 on the board. And you talked about using the tight end. And I take it just like to take it a little step further, Doug. I want to talk about stupid play calling, okay? In the third quarter, I think roughly around 4 minutes ago or so, Doug, it was 3rd and 1. And the Bears try, I believe it was either a lead block or a kick-out trap block.
Up.
Okay? And who do the Bears choose to run at and behind? They choose to run at Dominican Suh behind Gabe Karimi and Scott. Have you lost your mind? Doug, they've got blown up so bad, the left guard that was pulling, you couldn't tell if he was going to be a lead block going up there or if it was going to be a kick out, because who did he run into? His own 2 offensive linemen going backwards.
They got blown up. There's no question about it. The other call, too, which they had, Ed, was
Doug, you can't make calls like that. You're going to run at a Dominican Suh, probably the strongest defensive tackle in the National Football League, 3rd and 1, and you're going to take Karimi and Scott, and you're going to overpower that side of the line. Have you lost your mind?
You got to question other calls. The other one I was just talking about, it was 3rd and 4 at the end of the game. At the end of the game, it was 3rd and 4, and they run a play action. Who in the hell's going to bite on a play action? That's one good thing.
Nobody.
Cutler took off and got the first down.
Thank God for Cutler.
Exactly right. He saved the game there, in my mind. But again, you say to yourself, what is going on? And you hear it from everybody. It's just not us or maybe people calling in. Even the announcers, they're saying it. Well, you know what? The Bears could go to the playoffs, but that's as far as they're going to go. I heard it from the pregame game, the postgame, everything. And they're absolutely correct. You haven't shown me any damn thing with this offense. I don't care. You got 26 points up, but that 26 points, you need all those takeaways for that to happen.
Doug, last year, when did we lose Cutler? Was it a year ago?
Last year.
Last year, we lose Cutler. What happened with our offense? Nothing. We have Cutler healthy so far for 16 games with Brandon Marshall. Okay? And we struggle to put 14 points on the board. Where's the problem, Doug? Where is the problem when our last 4 offensive coordinators, Doug, when we got into the red zone, each time it was on the 20, the 12, or like the 7-yard line, what would happen? After 3 tries, on the 4th try, we would do what? Kick a field. Not one time, Doug, did any of them try to go to the end zone and score 6 points. Now, how is that possible, Doug, on, again, in the middle of the field, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7, and we would throw a 2-yard out to the tight end or to the back, hopeful that they will break the tackle and get a first down. Now, I could see one offensive coordinator, outside 2, 3. We've had 4 offensive coordinators call the same game in the red zone and the same plays. My point is this. Who's running the offense? Who is really running the offense? Is it Lovey with his conservative play? How do you not go in 3 downs when you're on the 7, 8-yard line and not one time try to throw the ball into the corner to one of our receivers?
You know, Ed, since 2004.
I mean, Doug, it's unbelievable.
Well, it's a trend. Since 2004, the Bear offense...
It's a stupid trend.
...has averaged 291 yards per game, right? You know what that averages in the NFL? That's the 31st in a Chicago, and that's in the NFL. 31st they average. Their quarterback average rating is 72.9. The Bears have, since 2004, 279 turnovers. They rank 31st. They have been sacked. Their quarterback has been sacked 375 times. That's fourth highest in the National Football League. So what we see here is a body of work.
And there's not a problem. There's not a problem. Exactly. Is that correct?
And the other thing, too, is we know that the average ranking for the Bear offense since that time, that period of time, was 26. The best they ever had, was 15th. 15th when they went to the Super Bowl. That's a big part of it. The other part, and you say to yourself, then why do they fall apart at the end of the season? Here's another stat for you. 66-44 on the first 3 quarters of a season. That's what they are. 66 wins and 44 losses.
Okay.
And the latter part, in the past quarter, usually December, they are like 15-19. So when you say the Bears are faltering, last year we gave them a break because you said they lost their quarterback, they lost their running back, right. So that was a problem. So when you take a look at this, though, you say to yourself, wait a minute, is it lack of depth? One, or is it what you're talking about? But all I know is I see a pattern here, and I don't like the damn pattern.
Doug, how many times are you going to change position coaches in 9 years? How many times are you going to have 4 offensive coordinators? 4, plus all the position coaches changes. And really, where is the problem? Where is the problem? How is it possible that 4 different coordinators can't get the job done, position coaches fired one after another, and we have a head coach here that's been here 9 years and has never won a Super Bowl?
Well, that's the question, and that's the big question.
I believe that's why you play this game, don't you?
Well, sure.
To be a world champ?
But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, you can't argue with results. And I tell you, take a look at this, like I said, body of work. And you look at the body of work, and the body of work offensively is not good. It's terrible. And today, we're acting like we lost. We won the football game, but we're saying to ourselves...
But it's how we won, Doug.
I know, Ed, and that's exactly how we won all year. We've won that same way all year. It's been the same point. Give me my defense out there. Let them get the takeaways. We'll win the football game. Yeah, that's correct. What if your defense can't do that against a top-notch team, which most people think that cannot happen if the Chicago Bears get into the playoffs? I want Green Bay to wax Minnesota.
Green Bay beats Minnesota. We go out and play the 49ers, right?
Right. What do you think our chances are?
None.
Compared to what I saw again today. Now, the first play started off with that looked terrific. 55 yards to Jeffrey, right? We got 55 yards to Jeffrey. We're good, great shape, good. All right, so second down, there's a screen pass. No gain. The third down, okay. Oh, got to call timeout. Play didn't come in. This is the other problem with this offense. Play doesn't get in there fast enough. So they call timeout. Then they have a false start. Then they get a penalty. Now it's 3rd and 13, and Cutler goes back to throw. He fumbles the football. Luckily, we recover. We're out of field goal range. We have to punt the football. So all those things offensively, they're happening. And again, how do you correct those things? And I will say this to the day I die. The fact is, we got to have a tight end. We have to have a tight end. We got to have somebody that can make the catches inside there that take some of the pressure on the outside guys. And we don't use Forte enough coming out of the backfield, coming across the middle. We've got to have somebody inside. I looked at every top team that's playing on the offense right now that's going into the playoffs. Ed. Every one of them has a tight end that can catch the football. They've all caught at least 40 passes or more, and we take a look at our tight end, we've caught 19. And we saw what happened today, why they won't go to him, because the fact is they threw the one in the end zone, and he doesn't make the catch. They got to have a tight end. So, I mean, this has been going on for a long time now.
Dougie, I have an answer for you. Now, whether you like it or not, or our listeners like it or not, it is what it is. Lovie Smith, the last 3 years, has been asked about his offensive line going into the season. Those are my guys. These are the guys that are going to get it done for us. Okay? So if you think they have, fine. If you think they have, if they haven't, fine. His tight end, he raves about this kid like he is...
They're paying him $3 million.
Second coming of Ditka or Mackey or somebody, $3.5 million. And by the way, last week on a field goal that got blocked and brought it back for a touchdown, he was the up back on the blocking. 2 guys, one on the inside, one on the outside. He touched nobody, and he's in there to block. He's 6'7" and weighs about 270. That's a disgrace.
Well, the fact is, like you said, Lovey said he is the man. That's why they paid him $3 million.
That's my point is that Lovey said that the line, those are his guys. Fine, Lovey, is that the way you see it? Fine. Your tight end, he can run with any tight end in this league. Fine. You're wrong.
Chicago Bears 26, Lions 24. First step is in. I know we're not talking like it, but they did win. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio. Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Dougie, it's just aggravating. They win the game, and we're glad the Bears. They won.
Glad.
But it's how they win from week to week to week. How they play football at this level. It's amazing.
Well, you want to see improvement. You want to give you something hope that this offense is really going to come around. There's going to be something. And again, too, I'll say it real quickly. You get the ball on the 12-yard line, the 23-yard line, the 24-yard line of Detroit, and you can't do much with it except for kick.
Doug, that's every week.
We'll be right back.
It is fourth down coming up. The Lions cannot stop the clock. Fade to black in Detroit. Bears are still alive for the moment. And we've all become huge supporters of that team to the north. And we're rooting for the Minnesota Vikings to lose. And then the Bears will be the NFC Wildcard 6 seed.
And I like courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak talking about the win. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win, 26-24. And this segment is sponsored by Fazio Insurance in Joliet. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611 or visit FazioInsurance.com.
This segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended, Douglas.
I like the way you say highly.
Highly.
You bring it right up.
Recommended, that's it.
Let's go out to Paul in Wheaton. Paul, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi. How you doing?
What's up,
All
Paul?
right, Paul.
I just had a question or a comment, an observation about Devin Hester. And he's really frustrating to watch on the punt returns this year. It just seems like he's always running backwards, and his downside this year is greater than his upside. I was just wondering if I think that Eric Weem should return the punts instead of Devin Hester and just have Devin Hester on the kick returns because there's more space in front of him, so he's less likely to run backwards. Do you think that's a good idea?
Well, there's no question, Paul, that Devin Hester has gone backwards in his returns. Now, again, he started out the second half, which was really a huge mistake. He takes the ball into the end zone and hesitates. And as soon as he hesitates, you're dead. He comes out and the Bears, 5-yard line. That's where they get the football, on the 5-yard line instead of going down to one knee and getting it on the 20. So, yeah, he's definitely, he regressed at Turner. And I'm sure they're going to look at that and possibly look at it real closely for next year. But this year's too late.
Yeah. Dougie, let me ask you a question. Paul, I hope you're still on, you're still listening. Would you trade Devin Hester? Do you, if you wanted to trade him, do you think you could get a 1, a 2, or maybe even a 3?
No chance.
Let's say draft choice, a lineman, or just a draft choice, or trade him for a top lineman or guard somewhere along the line in the National Football League?
No 1, no 2, no 3.
No nothing.
No nothing.
Okay.
And the reason for that is, the time has passed. See, if Hester was going to be traded, it should have been like 2 or 3 years ago to make that move. Right now, everybody sees where Hester is, not the same as he was before.
What's amazing, Doug, all the time the field position, when he was on, field position the Bears had were unbelievable.
Yeah, and they got spoiled.
Even without him, Doug, the last 2-3 games, the Bears have had great field position and still can't put points on the board.
That's a great point. In the past, there was 2 things that kept this offense alive.
Oh, my God.
One was the position that Hester gave them on the kickoffs. In fact, teams wouldn't even kick off to them.
That's right, week after week after week. Unbelievable.
They were getting the ball on the 35, 40-yard line. Great field position, plus the takeaways. And this year, the Chicago Bears lead the league in takeaways.
And then they come up with this brainy idea, Doug, that, we'll get him over on offense. We'll make him our number 1 receiver. When in high school and in college, if they followed, they tried him doing everything on offense, and it couldn't work. Okay? And then when they bring him over, Doug, they try to put him at a wideout. There's only one place. Bingo.
Should have been
That's
in
the
slot.
Only place. Guess the only position he hasn't played. Slot.
So that's, again, all those things are happening, and the fact is that when it's all said and done with, there's certain things they have to take a look at and they have to change. But we can't change it now. It's just too late.
How is it going to be changed when you see what you see week after week, year after year? Who's going to change it? Who's going to change what the hell's going on out there?
My point is things have to be changed. And how are things going to be changed?
And you mean by what?
I mean burning the forest down.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
And I'm taking a look at it. Burn the forest down.
Are there any survivors?
No survivors.
No survivors.
I'm not taking one survivor.
Burn it down.
I'm burning it down. That's it.
I love it.
You have no chance with that fire because I'll tell you what, I've had enough. And I'll tell you, and for years, you and I know, we all played defense so much, and defense. I get so sick and tired of hearing that. And the fact is, if the defense doesn't show, you don't have a chance to win. What if the Bears would fall behind? What if they fall behind in any football game?
Dougie.
What chance do they have of coming back? Zero.
Dougie, this is year after year after year. This goes on and on and on, and it's the same thing. And whose problem is it? Why can't we be a world champion? How many years does this have to go on? Do we go another year? Do we go another year? And what are you going to do to change it?
Well, Ed, we'll talk about that more when we come back because I got some ideas. And I know you do, too. And I know the fans out there have some ideas,
I bet you they're willing to get on and fire it a little bit, Dougie.
Yep. You're listening to Majestic Star post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears did win 26-24 over the Lions. Now we need the Green Bay Packers to whip Minnesota. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And Eddie, once again, let's real quickly and take time out to thank the Majestic Star for all they have done, and John Sheldon.
Oh, absolutely.
Being a sponsor of our show, plus all the stuff they do during the course of the year on this Score. And the Majestic Star for New Year's Eve. 2 live bands, huge balloon drop, party favorites, champagne toast at midnight, play the latest slots, thrilling table games, explore a world of flavors at the Passport Buffet. Visit MajesticStarCasino.com. Call 219-977-7777 for more information because they have done an outstanding job.
Doug, I tell you, the games, the monies that they put up
giving away
on slots.
You were down there. You saw it.
Absolutely. I've been there 3 times. Ann and I, going up north, Ann and I have stopped there 3 times. And by the way, their steak, Doug, their steak is as good as any steak I've had anywhere, and that includes all the top-name steakhouses in Chicago. And you go there, and they can't do enough for you over there. So, Big John,
good job.
Thank you, and Majestic Star, thank you. You guys have been phenomenal.
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to have dinner with them this week, and we're going to go back down there because it is a terrific place, terrific food, and a good time.
Doug, when you go there, could you ask him to point me to the right slot the next time I go there? I've been picking.
I can't. Trust me, Ed. I couldn't even help you direct you to the right slot. The way my luck is going.
Let's get back to the football.
Let's go to Chris in Jersey. Chris, you're on the Score.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Chris?
I keep hearing people want to talk about getting rid of Lovey, and I can understand why. Prior to Lovey, what coaches did we have? Prior to Lovey, what coaches did we have that won? Under Lovey, we have at least 3 players that's going to go into the Hall of Fame. 3 players. Not many head coaches can say that. A defensive guy. Now, I understand the offense is bad, but let's look at the problem. People say, well, we need to make this offense more modern. Well, we hadn't.
Well, I understand what you're saying, Chris, but again, too, let me ask you something. I gave you some results for the Bears for the last 9 years offensively. Who has to take the blame for that, Chris?
What? Say that again, I'm sorry?
Who takes the blame for that? Who takes the problem that the offense is having? The defense has been outstanding. You're absolutely correct. There's no question about the defense. The defenses hold this football club together, as they did today, as you ask them to do every year. When is the offense going to take over and stand up and put the big boy pants on and start scoring points and making plays?
Okay, well, let me answer that by saying this. If you have a quarterback and your quarterback is a coachable quarterback, anyone will want to work with that guy because it's a friendship, it's a relationship. You want to work with a guy that's coachable. And the fact that Jay Cutler, I don't think is that coachable, I think that hurts us because who wants to come here and be the offensive coordinator? Mike Martz was the only one that wanted to come here. And then when he left, who else? We didn't have any other options.
Oh, Chris got cut off. Again, too, Chris, take a look at it.
Nobody wanted to come here.
Yeah, exactly. Because the fact is, when you take a look at this, now we can talk about Jerry Angelo. He's part of the problem because we didn't get the guys. Do you know how much money that was spent on football players who were brought in here? And everybody says to me, well, Doug, the McCaskies are cheap. They're not cheap.
No, they're not.
They're not cheap. You know what the problem is? They spend money on ball players that don't belong here. That's not their call. That's the call of the people there and the head coach and the scouts and all those people. Mano Maliuna, right down the line. You've got Roy Williams you brought in. You brought Merriweather in. You brought Chester in. Chester in cost you $7 million for 1 year. Mano Maliuna cost you $6 million. You're talking about all the way down the line. The guys that came in here and didn't do squat. We spent all that money on them. It's not the Bears are cheap. They're not getting the right players. And this is why we get aggravated, because someone told me, told Ed, and told the world that Kellen Davis was a hell of a tight end. He could do anything else anybody in this league can do. He can't. You saw that today. You see that what's going on. That's hurting the quarterback. It's hurting Marshall on the outside. There's got to be somebody inside that can help. And the other thing is, I think they missed Johnny Knox also. They missed a guy that can go off down the field. Hester can't do that. So there's a lot of problems, but who picks these guys? Who brings these guys in? Who's all part of it? And someone's got to take the shot for that, and it's got to be Lovey.
There's two people, Doug. Two people. Chris, there's two people. It's your GM and your head coach.
Both those
When it
guys.
comes down, those two sit and have a meeting. Then if they need a tiebreaker or whatever, 9 times out of 10, it's the owner. Sometimes it's not. But when they have to come on an agreement. One does not overrule the other. You don't have a general manager telling Lovie Smith, hey, you're taking this guy and he's going to make him a halfback and you're going to do this. No, it doesn't work that way. Okay? They both have a say and they come to a mutual agreement, or they move on to another player. And so that tells you right there, who is the guy that's bringing these people in here? Lovey's still here. The GM is gone. Sometimes things are what they are, gentlemen.
And that's why they brought Phil Emery in, because they think this guy can be a draft guru. They think this guy could bring some young kids into this football field. Again, too, I could question some of the things that he did. I'm sure at the third-round pick that Phil Emery made last year for this kid, Brandon, and the guy was hurt all year. He was hurt. He's a safety. He's hurt. Brandon Harden. And so he's hurt, and yet we bring him in, and now he got hurt again this year. So, that's a third-round pick. Maybe that could have been done with an offensive lineman or somebody that could help the offense. You got to have some people to help the offense. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino Postgame Show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
With the game on the line, you wanted to put on your back on the defense to do it again, and they were able to do that. Just an outstanding job. We're really trying not only to take the ball away, but we were within reach of the touchdown record, defensive touchdown record for a season, and came up a little bit short on that.
You believe that?
I was Lovie Smith
believe that?
Talking about the defense, and you're right, Lovie. Again, you want to put the Bears on the defense's back. Well, let me tell you something. It's not going to work.
He just said it there, Doug.
I know he said
He's
it,
talking
Ed.
about the defense week after week. You have an offense there.
Not that he thinks.
You have an offense.
And so they said, the defense took the initiative to win the football game. They can't do it all the time. That's why you start out 7-1, and that's why you lost 6 or 7. The fact is, you're going to have to come get some. You got to be concentrating on what has to help this team. What will help this team would be an offense that can do something. Your defense is going to be there. It's always been there. It's there. And it won your game today, too, for you today, like it's won last week.
You hear him, Doug? He's talking about getting a ninth touchdown for record. It's my defense. My defense. The game is won today. Basically, you want to win a world championship. You want to be a Super Bowl champ. You better have an offense. Score. You better convert on third down. And what are the things that we do? We don't have an offense, and we don't convert on third down, and we don't put points up. That's just a fact.
Again, too, that's going back a couple of weeks. We were 0 for 9, and we're 0 for 13 or something like that. It was ridiculous. We have not done it offensively. But again, too, you're going to put, and he said it. See, I think he knows. He put all the emphasis on the defense. The defense is going to have to win this game. If the defense doesn't go out there and get takeaways, we won't win. And that's a fact, because you won't win unless they get the takeaways. And then there are some games you want them not only to get takeaways, but also to score. And that's what they're looking at. But it won't happen against good teams. That's just a fact.
Doug, again, we win a game. You know, and I've always told you, third down is the most important down. I've been yelping it ever since I've been playing this damn game. Again, they were 4 for 14 on third down, Doug. 4 for 14, and we won a football game.
That's, like I said, and we had, 4 takeaways, right? And we gave up not one. So our, the turnover ratio was outstanding. But do you think you're going to get that all the time? I don't think so. And we know it's not the truth. The fact is, though, and again, let's get back to it. The Detroit Lions have lost 7 games or now 8 games in a row. We're not talking about a juggernaut here. We're talking about the Detroit Lions like we talked about last week against Arizona.
That's unbelievable. You see the luck of the draw that this guy gets? Yeah. He gets the Cardinals,
and I tell you,
he gets the Lions for the last 2 games.
Let's go out to the Black Physicist. Black Physicist, you're on the air.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello,
and
physicist.
Happy New Year.
Same to you. Healthy one.
Right. This was a great win, but I agree with you that there are good things. Let's bring out the good things because you guys kind of spooked me with a lot of pessimism. Let's get with some good stuff. First of all, you had Matt Forte coming off of that sprained ankle, and he had a hell of a game. Okay, he got a touchdown. He set up actually the first touchdown that the Bears got. Then you have Alshon Jeffries, who also did some great stuff, as a wide receiver. Now, let's just say you also add into the mix the defense, which you said, yes, they did win the game. You had Julius Peppers' fumble recovery from Izzy Donage's sack and strip. You had Jennings' interception. Now, on the negative side, if they go into the playoffs, they're not going to proceed further because, first of all, they have the bad clock management. They burned out 2 timeouts in the first half. Come on, what is that?
Why is that, Black Physicist? Why do they?
I don't know why. To me, maybe what is it? Is it the offensive coordinator going against the quarterback coach? You tell me. You're the professionals, gentlemen.
I'm going to tell you why. Because, first of all, here's the deal. The fact is that offense is slowed down by that procedure, what they do on the sidelines. Whoever's making those calls, they're not concise in their call. They have to get that into the quarterback so the quarterback can tell those 10 guys looking at him to get up to the play. The tempo is all wrong. There is no tempo. That team works better when there's no huddle. That team works when there's a sense of urgency. Anytime they become methodical and plugging along, and they're not going to do it. So that play has to get in. And I can understand why Cutler would get a little aggravated. Because if that play is not in, he's got 10 guys looking at him asking, where's the play? Where's the play? Where's the play? Timeout. Where's the play? Timeout. So that's got to be done. There's something wrong here. There's something wrong with what's going on with the communication with this football club. Now, they started out and they probably scripted those first plays, but that was a beautiful thing that Jeffrey caught. That was a great call in the first down. I guarantee you that wasn't sent in. That play was set on paper. This is what we're going to do the first play. So that's what they need to do. Somewhere along the line, there's got to be some kind of communication between that quarterback and that guy calling the plays on the sidelines. Is it Lovey? Does Lovey have the last say-so, or has he turned it all over? What's going on to Mike Tice? Or Bates has something to do with it. All I know is that I used to call defenses. And I know one thing. When I'm out there in the field and I'm in a huddle and I got 10 guys looking at me and that defense is not coming in and it's not coming in and I got to do this and I got 10 guys, I got chaos on my hands. It's not run smoothly. And that's what has to be done.
Well, that's a simple answer for me. What I've seen over the years here, one thing that I can see, Doug, and if you point to one thing, there's so many different things you can. One thing about this coaching staff that I think jumps right out to you, there is no sense of urgency. None. Sense of urgency on either side of the line.
And I can understand people saying, look, Doug and Ed, you're very pessimistic. It's not being pessimistic. What I'm being is truthful. What I'm talking to you about is what we talked about 6 games ago. That we talked about if you Bears don't watch themselves, you know what? There's going to be major problems. And they did not. They did not correct the offense. They can't correct the offense. Maybe they don't have the players to do that. I'm not quite sure how it goes. I know their offensive line is bad, but I'll tell you, again, too, you think Green Bay Lions offense is very good? I mean, Aaron Rodgers has been sacked 42 times. I mean, there are problems that you have to adjust to what the hell's going on out there and try to come up and combat it. And I'll say this, you know what? Again, they start out this game terrific, and then it just fell apart. It fell apart with the false start. It fell apart because they had to call timeout because they didn't get the play in. It just fell apart. Then Cutler fumbles. It's Cutler, he's part of this problem too, by the way.
Let me tell you something. What we do on this show, and we've done it since, the past, I don't know how many years, Doug, 16, 17, 18 years.
Yeah.
We talk about what went on the last 3.5 hours prior to us coming on. We talk about what went on in the football field, and if the coaches and like anybody else, if they do a good job, we will tell you they did a good job and why. And if it just happens to be a bad job and things that we see that are not right, we're going to point it out. And if we offend some people, I'm sorry for that. But I'm going to tell you what, we're not changing the format of this show. We see what we saw out there is Doug's opinion. It's my opinion. Are we right all the time? Probably not, but we're damn close.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 26, Lions 24. First step. Next step, we'll have Green Bay beat Minnesota. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I think this is a veteran team. We stayed focused all week. Didn't really let the distractions or anything outside mess up our focus. So came out, didn't play the best ball we could possibly play, but got the win, and that's the most important part.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino post-game show with Doug and OB, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's radio home for Bears fans.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. This segment is sponsored by Weil Foot and Ankle. For the latest treatment in athletic injuries for the foot and ankle, call Weil Foot and Ankle today at 877-390-7666.
Football fans, Sunday is not the biggest day of your life. It's your wedding day. Look your best with a tux from Formerly Modern Tuxedo, located in Orland Park, Schaumburg, Lincoln Park, Aurora, Countryside, and formerlymodern.com. This segment is sponsored by Northwest Community Hospital Medical Group. For more information, locations, visit nchmedicalgroup.com.
Let's go out to Jim in Pardeeville, Wisconsin. Jim, you're on the Score.
Hello.
Hello.
Doug.
Hello, Jim.
OB.
Hey.
OB. Nice to have you back, OB.
Thank
Hope
you.
You're feeling better.
It's good to be back, believe me.
All right. All I wanted to start by saying is, once again, the Bears tried their best, but they won anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not a Green Bay fan. I was born and raised 33 years on the southwest side of Chicago. I moved up here about 18 years ago.
How?
But the thing is, I'm sorry, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
You were saying something before of let's burn down the house.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get rid of everybody.
Burn the forest.
All right. Where would you start?
Well, first of all, if you're going to burn the forest, there's only one thing to do. That means everybody has to go. And again, too, if you want to take a look at it, now, unless Phil Emery's got somebody in the back of his mind, it's going to be hard to fill that position, to find the right guy you have. Because now...
Does that mean...
Go ahead.
Does that mean Marinelli, too?
All of them.
Marinelli, too. I don't think Marinelli is doing a bad job at defense.
It doesn't matter.
With aging personnel.
No.
Do you think they...
What I'm saying, though, and you're right, he's not doing not a bad job. He's doing a great job. But the fact is, anytime a head coach comes in, he brings his whole crew and his own crew in.
That's just the way it works.
That's just the way it works. And you're right, Marinelli's done the job. The defense has done the job. They've done the job forever. There's not even a question about the defense. The question is about the Chicago Bear offense. Now, someone's got to figure it out what the hell the problem is. Because it'll be the same story every year. And every year we're going to get into it. It looks like now, you got the Packers are are losing to Minnesota, so that may knock us out of being a playoff spot. When there were games there in between there that we just took for granted we didn't win and we should have won. Let's go out to Jim and McHenry. Jim, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, OB, nice to have you back.
Thanks, Jim.
Hey,
Appreciate it.
I'm all for what you just said, Doug. I'm all for blowing everything up, okay? Because if you keep Lovey, you're going to get the same thing. There's a tremendous trend developing right now in terms of not doing well in the second half of the year and not having a good record against teams that are going to the playoffs. If it was me, here's what I would do. I'd get rid of Lovey. Let the GM go out and get his guy in here. Mm-hmm. And the first thing I would do is I'd go into free agency, find the best tackle, the best guard, the best tight end, and sign them because they're going to be better than anything you got now. I'll hang up and let you guys talk.
Yeah, Jim, listen, Doug had touched on it earlier about the McCaskies, okay? And about, people think, well, they're cheap. Well, they're not cheap, and they haven't been. And they're, as a matter of fact, one of the better paying teams, I believe, in the league the last several years. And I'll tell you what, though, Doug's got a list here, and I'd like to see if Doug, if you got it ready, Doug, you read it.
Yeah, I got a list
I mean,
here.
you can't believe the misfits that were brought in here by the GM and the head coach and how much money's been paid out to these people. It's incredible.
If you take a look at the list, we'll start with Marion Barber. They gave him $4.5 million, but he settled for $2.5 and then left. Chris Williams, number one pick.
Number one.
Ton of money. I don't even know what the hell it was. Okay, they got brought in Roy Williams from Dallas. Couldn't play dead. They gave him a ton of money. Chester Taylor. Wait a minute here. He gained 267 yards. He walked away with $7 million. Figure that out. Divide 267 into $7 million and see what he got per yard. Mano Maliuna. 5 years, $15 million. Oh, he didn't play the 5 years. He played 1 year.
No,
he got
he
$6.1 million.
He played dead.
Yeah, he played dead. Couldn't play dead. Right. Franco Milla, another guy they gave about $3 or $4 million to. Hurd, who's the guy who's in jail for delivering drugs.
I think they gave, I want to say something like $6.8 million.
Exactly. Rachel, he's gone. He left. Haney, they got him. Archuleta, remember when he first came here?
Sure.
Whose guy was that? Archuleta. That was Lovie Smith's guy.
That was Lovey's guy.
And there was a tackle, too, Lomas Brown, by the way. They brought in, paid him millions of dollars, too. And so they said, wait, what about Callan Davis? Let's pay him $6 million. Okay, that's $3 million a year. So you're trying to talk to me about the Chicago Bears being cheap. That's a bunch of crap. What is wrong here is you're bringing in the wrong people. And the people you're bringing in here are not living up to the dollars that you're paying them.
You know what, Doug? It wouldn't be so bad if maybe there was a mistake or two here or there or whatever have you.
There's a ton of them.
But there's a ton of them, and it doesn't end.
No. And, my fault, Ed's fault. All I'm trying to tell you is this. This is what we see. And it's got to change. If it doesn't change, you're going to have 9 more years of this stuff. And you'll be there and you'll be knocking on the door and say, if we could have, we might have. Wait till next year. We could have, we might have. Wait till next year. I'm tired of waiting.
Doug, they have given this guy just unlimited to go out and to get Cutler and to pay what they paid, to go out and get Peppers. This ownership has given this head coach and coaching staff everything they wanted. They haven't backed down from anything. They haven't shied from anything. Has given this coach and his coaching staff everything, Doug. And you've got one part going for what? 9 years? There's special teams. That went well for so long. You've got an offense that has never hit it, has never clicked, has never worked. What's going to happen next year? What's going to happen? How are you going to change it?
And let me tell you something. Your defense, again, is starting to get a little older. Your defense, your Chicago Bear defense.
It's coming, Doug. It's coming.
It's kept this thing alive. It's kept this thing going. It started you out at 7-1. I'm sorry. Listen, we need takeaways, but if we're going to really win, we got to score defensively too. What kind of attitude is that? And then today was the same story, defense. What was the story last week against Arizona? Defense. When are you going to put, and say, hey, hold it. Our offense is not cutting it. You won't hear that said, but it's the truth. And if you don't want to listen to that, then fine. Go into Dream World and figure something else out. Let's go out to Jerry and Gary. Jerry on the score.
Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure listening to you throughout the whole season. I've enjoyed your post-game show, and
I'm glad to see you back, OB. I hope you're feeling a lot better.
Thank you. I am. I had a terrific Dr. Eugene Lopez, and I'll tell you what, he did a hell of a job. Oh, my God. I put him through his paces, but the arrow's pointing in the right direction. I'm feeling pretty good.
There you go.
Thank you.
Doug, a comment earlier on the show, amen to you on the tight end. As far as comes to the money situation, Kellen Davis, he doesn't show up at all. He hasn't made a clutch catch in any clutch situation. He makes catches, but not at third down when they really need him.
Jerry, he only has 19 catches for the whole year. I told you, if you're at the beginning of the show, I deliberately went through all the playoff teams and then further beyond that, and we looked at every tight end. There's tight ends that are catching 40, 50 passes. Witten caught 103. I've got to from the Pettigrew from Schaefer to Allen, from Tammy, from Denver to you name them. We have nobody that's going to help out. If you do not help that wide receiver out somehow with somebody in the middle, you got a major problem. I don't understand how they don't see that up there. I don't understand you don't see, say, hey, hold it. You really want to improve this team. Obviously, we know we need linemen. But again, you give me a good tight end that has good hands that can make the catch. Or at least during the course of the year, Rodriguez, try somebody you brought in, or try Adams. Do something. Just because you're paying a guy $6 million doesn't mean he has to play.
Here's Doug. The head coach has said,
I know.
We have the tight end. We have him. He can do everything that any other tight end can do. He does one thing better.
That's a fact, Ed, and I'm not going to even comment on that.
And the one thing better
it's just getting to the point where it's so obvious that I can't even get into it. And then the other thing, too, I hear Lovey talking about after the game. Well, the defense did this, the defense did that. No, one thing about what did the offense do?
My God, where are you? Where's your strategy? What are you thinking about?
I guess
this is going to come to an abrupt halt sooner or later, Doug. You can't go on like this.
You got to face the damn music to get better. Let's face it. Take a look at it, Ed. The Chicago Bears lost to San Francisco, right? They lost to Houston, right? They lost to Green Bay twice. They lost to Seattle. All those teams are five top teams.
Right.
They can't beat a top team.
They struggle to beat tomato cans. So who in the hell
are you kidding?
They struggle to beat tomato cans. They
so
struggle.
Somebody say, well, you're pessimistic. No, I'm pessimistic. I'm truthful. I'm taking a look at what the hell we have here, and I don't see much. Put it that way.
Realistic.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Phone number 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And right now we're going to go out to David Schuster, who covered the game for the Score. David.
Doug, OB, I got to be honest with you. I just came up from the locker room, and the team is on its way back to Chicago as we speak. So for anybody who thought they were going to watch the entire game here, that's not the case. They're getting on a plane very shortly, and we'll be home not too long after that. But I got to tell you, it was interesting. I've watched games with you guys before, of course, in the past, but I've never watched a football game with these guys at the same time where they had a vested interest in the Packers-Minnesota game like they just were. And you know what? They act stupid just like we do when we watch football games. It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
They were cussing and slamming, because Minnesota's been playing awfully well to this juncture, although Green Bay might be threatening here finally. But, while Minnesota was dominating early in the game and Adrian Peterson was running wild, they were slamming things all over the place. So it was pretty comical watching that.
What did you think of today's game?
I thought the Bears were mediocre for the most part, to be perfectly blunt. And if it wasn't another team like Detroit, if it was a good team, they probably would have lost this and last week both. But you got to give them a little bit of credit because, they did know that they had to win at least the final two regular season games on the road, even against mediocre competition. And somehow, some way, they found a way of doing it. But still, the same bugaboos all year long for the most part were there. The red zone inefficiency, stupid penalties at different times. I will give a little bit of credit to the offensive line. They finally seemed like they had a little bit of continuity here today, and Earl Bennett showed you what he could add to this offense. But again, the Bears are just a mediocre team.
Well, that's it. The fact when you take a look at it, and again, too, I was disappointed in the offense. The defense came around. They gave you the ball 4 times. They gave it to you in the 12-yard line, the 13-yard line, the 24-yard line. They should have had at least 30-some points during that course of that period of time. But I guess what I'm discouraged about is the fact that there is no rhyme or reason for that offense. And they started out pretty damn good. That was a hell of a call. It was a hell of a catch by Jeffrey down the sidelines. And then the false start, then calling the timeout. Again, too, the problem with getting the plays into the quarterback, calling the timeout, all those things. I just don't see improvement.
Same old bugaboos.
Same old thing, right.
You know, and something else bothered me, and I mean, when you have a 3rd and 2, while you're throwing a deep fade pattern down the sidelines.
I'm glad you brought that up.
You know, you almost have no chance.
None.
I know Marshall is great at that play, and Jeffrey's probably going to get better, but on a 3rd and 2, if you can't open up a 2-yard hole for a running back or something shorter yardage in your passing game, I just don't understand it.
Yeah, and the other play they called the third. It was 3rd and 4. They do a play action. No one's going to bite on a play action, but thank God that Cutler ran football and got a first down.
Yes. That was not a planned play. If anybody thought it was not. But he was smart enough to finally recognize, and he had other opportunities, by the way, to do the same thing earlier in the contest, but he was smart enough in that situation to say, thankfully, I'm not going to throw it up for grabs like he does often, and he got the seam, on the left side and just ran down the sideline.
And again, too, you take a look at the defense. Somebody says, well, they were calling in and saying, well, look, you guys are jumping all over the offense, not the defense. Well, hey, they held that team to 255 yards passing. That team last week against Atlanta had 450 yards. What did Calvin Johnson have today catching?
I'm taking a look as we speak, and Calvin Johnson, by the way, did not get the 2,000 yards he was looking for. He was targeted 14 times, caught 5 balls for 72 yards. So, again, you got to give a lot of credit.
To
Tina
defense.
Tillman, who once again was covering him one-on-one, and Tillman is hurt. He's got a bad rib injury. He's got an elbow injury. You could see him almost grimacing on the field during the game, but yet he stood up and covered this guy one-on-one. So Charles Tillman has earned his Pro Bowl bid for the 2nd straight year.
And we saw some nice inside play with Donahue, Melton. We had some pressure, going with Peppers and all that stuff. So that's good. And the question was never about the defense. I still have this huge burden on my back saying, what's going to happen with the offense? Why isn't the offense better? We know the tight end is dead meat. We know that's not even part of the offense. They should just play with 10 guys. The way I look at it.
Well,
so
Doug,
there's a major problem here.
Yeah, Doug and David, you could go and stretch that a little bit further. Why is it that this offense, we can't play from multiple formations? Why is it that we can't come up with a no-huddle / or hurry-up offense? Why is it that we can't put Devin Hester, if you're going to still use him, put him in a slot, put him in the backfield, put him in a motion? Why is it that we still can't sprint out or basically bootleg? We drop everything. I don't understand this. At this level, we cannot run a no-huddle or a hurry-up offense. And David, year after year, the one thing that really jumps out at me, I don't know what it is with other people, there's absolutely no sense of urgency here. No sense of urgency.
Eddie, what's really frustrating is they're back to square one when it comes to the offense, whether they play, well, they're not going to be able to put anything new in for next week, even if they are playing. But going into next season, whoever's the coach, whoever's the offensive coordinator, and I can't believe it'll be Mike Tice again, that's for sure.
David, we play scared to death football on the offensive side.
Yeah.
We do. We play scared to death. We're afraid inside the red zone to throw the ball 18 yards, 10 yards or whatever into the end zone and get a touchdown. We'll settle for the field goal. We play scared to death and hope and pray special teams and defense wins the game for us. That's going to come to a halt sooner or later.
Eddie and Doug, I'll ask you this question that we were just sort of pondering up here in the press box. It seems like whenever the Bears do get into the red zone, and obviously they don't get there often enough, and they certainly don't come through, every team's got to have some kind of signature play where they can go to that's their bread and butter. And unfortunately, no matter where the Bears are inside the 20, their one signature play, and it doesn't work hardly at all, is the fade pattern to Marshall in the end zone, and he's usually double covered. And again, his great athleticism allows him to catch some passes, but if that's going to be your bread and butter when you're 3rd and 3 and you're throwing across the entire field, to get a fade pattern or whatever you want to call it, a jump play in the end zone, you're not going to be successful. So again, it is back to square one, whoever the offensive coordinator is, and whoever that may be, if they can once and for all fix this timeouts in the first quarter or when you don't need to use them, it just drives everybody crazy.
Yeah, and the fact, too, is the fact that maybe there's, a lack of faith when I'm talking about the tight end situation, Kellen Davis had a chance to make a play for a touchdown in the red zone area and go for it and make the catch. He didn't make the catch. And so the fact is they stopped targeting him. They don't use him. Mm-hmm. Then my point is this then, good, you drafted Rodriguez, then put him in there. You've got this kid Adams, put him in there. Try something different, put Spaeth in there. What is this, the allegiance to the tight end that's not doing the job for you? Because I am telling you, and I've been saying this whole show, without the tight end, your offense is not going anywhere. Every one of these teams' playoffs, I'm going to say it again, they have tight ends that make big plays. We do not. Our tight end has 19 catches, David.
We used to have a tight end that could catch the ball and used to be able to get open downfield, but for whatever reason, the GM and the coaching staff didn't want him anymore. You figure it out.
By the way, he caught 64 passes this year so far.
That's useless.
Yeah. But again, too, we wouldn't have got Cutler if it wasn't him being gone. So anyway, you take a look at it. It was a win. We give him credit for that, the defense going up there. Now we got to figure something out here with this Green Bay team and see if they can put some points up and maybe score and beat Minnesota.
Yeah, I'll leave you with this also because Henry Melton, he has the last word in his personal battle with Dominic Raiola. I asked him after the game, there's a lot of chatter during the week. Was there chatter during the game or even after the game? He said very little, so I guess they were more professional than not out on the field between the two of them. And then I asked him if he shook hands and wished him New Year's wishes at the end of the game. He looked at me and said, "Are you crazy?"
Yeah, so, he had a nice play at the beginning of the game.
He did.
You know what, David? Again, we talk about on the O side of the ball about certain downs and situations and the calls that they make. And one of them is like 3rd down and 1 or 3rd down and 2, and they basically keep running the same play.
Yep.
That situation in the third quarter, approximately 4 some odd minutes to go when it was 3rd and 1, and they run into probably the strongest defensive lineman in the National Football League. They run right at him behind Karimi and Scott. That got blown up so bad, the offside pulley guard crashed in to Karimi and Scott flying backwards. I mean, what are you thinking about?
Eddie, I will.
This you're paying coaches, offensive. You're paying these people millions of dollars. That's the last person you want on 3rd and 1 to run against.
Sounds like a fiscal cliff up at the Bears training camp. But I will leave you with this also, guys. Lovie Smith says he looks forward to fixing the offense. That's what he said in his post-game press conference.
Oh, he's forward. So that's automatically we should give him another year, another extension, and go on because now he knows that we have to fix the offense. We're 9 years. You had a defense that could have taken you to Super Bowl and won several Super Bowls. Now all of a sudden, I give me some more time. I can fix the offense.
I knew that would get
Give me a break.
Ed, you're too pessimistic.
You're damn right I am.
Okay, I'm just telling you. You're just too pessimistic. Thanks, David.
Hey, guys, a happy and healthy New Year to
you. Same to you, buddy.
Right back at you, David.
Let's throw prosperous in there as well because that's pretty important, too.
All right, buddy.
Take care, guys.
David Schuster up there in Detroit. And, a good thing they played indoors.
Now David said he's going to fix the offense.
Well, again.
After 9 years.
The thing about it is that, what's so sad is the fact that, if you had any kind of an offense, this defense has been good enough all these years to take you somewhere to believe. I don't know what I would be.
In the beginning of the season, I said, I really believe that they have a shot Super Bowl. First of all, there's really no juggernauts in this league anymore.
Right.
And with the Bears' schedule, when I saw that schedule, hey, they can do it. They got Cutler. They can get lucky. They can get there.
They ended up 10-6, and I don't want to brag. I put them at 10-6, okay? And thinking the fact that, again, that 10-6 would be enough to get in. Again, if Green Bay wins today, that would be happen. But I thought that at least they would win maybe one game out of the 5 big ones they're going to play. 2 against Green Bay, 1 against Houston, 1 against San Francisco, 1 against Seattle. Did not. Lost all 5 of them.
It shows you.
What the hell does that tell you?
It shows you exactly where they're at. Exactly where they're at. That's what it shows you.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino.
But he's going to fix the offense,
on the Score. Well,
he's going to fix it.
We better do it in the offseason. Well, Bradovich and Buffon, we'll be right back.
No, we have some things to correct, but and we're always trying to get a little bit better, but you can't be. We scored enough points offensively to win the football game against a team that was really well-elected players. So this isn't the day to have that approach to much going on, really.
That was Lovie Smith talking about the football game and also the win. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And Eddie, go to the Majestic Star for New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve, Majestic Star. 2 live bands, huge balloon drop, party favorites, champagne, toast, which is one of your favorite at midnight. Play the latest slots, again, your favorite. Thrilling table games, one of mine. Explore a world of flavors at the Passport Buffet. Visit MajesticStarCasino.com. 219-977-7777. Ask for John Shelf.
Yeah, and you see Big John. He's quite a guy. I tell you what. You talk about a guy putting his heart and soul into what he's doing over there.
He's doing a great job.
Oh my God! I'll tell you what. And again, if you go there New Year's Eve or whatever day you go there,
where's
feeling
John?
Hungry? Yeah, where's John? / I need a steak. It's good, folks.
Let's go out to Arizona Jack. Arizona Jack on the Score.
Hey, how you guys doing? Happy holidays, guys.
Same to you, buddy.
Jack.
Hey, listen, I've been a Bear fan when Johnny Lucic was quarterbacking and all them old guys.
That's a long time, Jack.
Yeah, I just turned 73 Friday.
God bless you.
Yeah, I'm healthy as a horse. I don't even look anywhere near my age. I'm ready to wrap my ankles up and go out there and help the Bears play. But anyway, here's my. I don't live by a block Wrigley Field. Here's my question. Remember back in '85 when was doing some short yardage runs?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why don't they do the same thing with Henry Melton? You know?
Just to run him in short yardage plays?
Yeah. I mean, that guy was a running back in high school or college or whatever. And, I think they should do that. My second question is, let's just say they don't get rid of Lovie Smith. Do you think Emery can hire his own offensive coordinator, a professional offensive coordinator, to hire by the Bears? What do you think?
I don't know. I really don't know.
As far as I'm concerned, they should blow the whole thing up.
Jack, first of all,
blow it up and get somebody new, like Sean Payton or John Gruden or
those guys are all gone. Yeah. See, that's the problem is who are you going to bring in? And the fact is that, you bring another coordinator in and then you got to start from scratch again. I don't know. I don't have the answer to it. I really don't. All I know is a major problem, and they got to face it somehow.
Yeah. Hey, Jack, I like your idea about Melton. That's a good one.
Well, think about it. And here's the other thing why I didn't like what the Bears did. I didn't like them taking a fullback like Klutz and getting rid of him and not having a fullback and trying to put a tight end. Quote,
well, they want to get the big 6'7", 275, 175-pound tight ends and bring them in because they can really block, Dougie.
Oh, and catch the ball. Yeah.
Oh, yes, they are. Very proficient.
Let's go out to Alec and Lamont. Alec, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Good.
All right, Alex.
Oh, hey, guys, how's it going?
Good, Alec.
Good. One thing I want to talk about Lovie Smith, like everybody's calling for his head.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's a bad coach.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's saying that.
No, but he's a defensive-minded coach, and our
Right.
defense is great.
Right.
Now, I mean, could you guys imagine today if our offense those turnovers, they scored, 1 touchdown and 3 field goals?
Yeah, wasn't much.
They should have got 28 or 35 points
Correct.
off of that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we actually had an offense that could put up points, the Bears would be a Super Bowl lock.
Absolutely.
And like I said, again, Lovey's not a bad coach, but I think he's run his course, and the Bears need a change. There's got to be a change.
Alex, Lovie Smith, defensively, he has basically done the job.
He's outstanding defensively.
He really has. But unfortunately, there's a couple other phases to this game. And the way the rules go, it favors the offense, of which we have none.
Exactly.
We have none.
Exactly.
And this is going on and on and on. And he apparently just said after this game, he's going to fix the offense. What do you want? Another 9 more years? Enough is enough.
And that's the problem here, Alec. The fact is the guy is a good defensive-minded coach.
Yes, he is.
And I'm thinking to myself, maybe we should have a good offensive-minded coach because our problem has not been the defense. Not even close. Our problem is the offense. We can't score points unless we put the football down in the 2-yard line.
You got a healthy Cutler. You brought in Marshall. You've done everything you can to upgrade that offense, and guess what? Even when Cutler, missed half the season last year, I think we're as bad, if not worse, than when he wasn't playing than he is playing now. How is that possible? How can that happen?
And lose all those games and go 7-1, and because of the fact that you put so much pressure. Here's Loving talking, and again, he's a good coach as far as it comes to that defense.
You mean a good defensive coach?
Right. Here's what.
Right.
Did you hear what he said? The defense really was out there.
He was all over. Never mentioned the offense. Talking about the defense.
Defense. Sure, Lovey, that's what they do all the time.
We want to get ninth. We should have got our ninth touchdown. And that would have broke the record and everything.
Yeah.
When he's talking about winning the game by 2 points to a team that's won 4 games.
Yeah. To a team they lost 7 in a row. The Detroit Lions.
And he's talking about breaking a record, scoring a touchdown on the defense.
It's a tomato can. Let's go out to Mark on the south side. Mark, you on the score.
Yeah. Hey, OB, I just want to say, like all the other callers that called in, it's glad to hear you back on the radio.
Oh, thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
Believe me, it's good to be back. good to be back.
Well, I've listened to you guys with a lot of interest here, and I just hope that, I hear you guys coming around now, because last year I called, and I think Doug at that time, this is before the Seattle game, which another tomato can they were last year, and they lost. And I think, Doug, at that time you were still kind of in Lovey's favor to keep him around.
I was. You're right, Mark.
But,
I was.
That's not, I think the point is, I hope Ted Phillips and Phil Emery and whoever else looks at it up there at Dallas Hall looks at it somewhat like you guys are. But here's a couple things I want to get to. Number one, if we played anyone other than the tomato can team today, we lose that game.
Oh, absolutely.
And last week, too.
Yes. And one team you forgot to mention that we lost to, that's a pretty good team, is Minnesota.
Exactly.
And I think they just scored at the end of the half. So
you know what? Mark, go back to the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, yeah.
You think we beat that team?
No,
they beat themselves.
How about the first Detroit game? We should have lost that game, too.
Remember, they fumbled twice, one goal line.
Here's a couple comments I want to make. That Lovey, over the years, we know he's a good defensive coordinator.
Yes,
but
he is.
He's not a good head coach, and I'll tell you why. One of the things that spoiled him 2006, 7, and 8 was Devin Hester.
Mm-hmm.
Put that offense in great field position so many times where they only had less than a half a field to get either a field goal or a touchdown.
Correct.
If you watch him today, he's done. I mean, he nearly cost us a game on that kickoff return that he can't run up the field anymore. I don't know what he's trying to do, but he shouldn't even be out on the field, but they keep putting him out there. And you talked about Greg Olsen. I know you, Doug, you said we got Cutler because of Olsen. I think it was Marshall.
Oh, Marshall. I'm sorry.
But
Marshall.
Who knew that was the case?
Nobody
we're
did.
assuming that they needed that third-round draft choice to get Marshall, but...
Right.
You don't know that, but did Lovey have a lot of say-so and get rid of Olsen? I think he did. I think he said, we got Kellen Davis, we don't need Greg Olsen. And I'm just looking at that offense. If you had Jeffrey, Marshall, Greg Olsen, and Bennett in the slot, you can't do anything with that.
You got a problem.
But I know it's all wishful thinking at this point in time, but I really think Lovey had a lot of say-so in that Greg Olsen trade.
Mark,
I can't believe he sat there and said nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And if he did, he's not a head coach. He either didn't defend the guy or he thought he misjudged so badly Kellen Davis. I'll tell you one thing that I don't know if you saw that play. I can't remember what part of the game it was. Kellen Davis went in motion to the left and tried to block that end. Did you see what that end pushed him right into the I think it was Forte, and tackled him for like a 2-yard loss.
Mark, he cannot block. He cannot go the week before. On the field goal? On the field goal? 2 guys, one in the inside, one on the outside. And you always take the first guy inside and then try to grab the guy running out. Nothing. Didn't even touch him. Blocked, brings it back for 6. If we'd have lost that game, that kid would have been hung. What he's doing around here is a tight end. And, of course, Lovey thinks he's a tight end. He can do anything any other tight end can do. How wrong can you be when you analyze tight ends? How wrong could you possibly be with this kid Davis? How wrong?
He brought up another interesting point. You and I talked about quite a bit, is about the
By the way,
fact
Mark, that was a hell of a call.
Yeah, it was. And Mark, about the special teams and how they were spoiled, how the offense was spoiled because of the field position when Hester was hot 3 years ago.
Year after year.
Year after year, he was there. And year after year, the defense would set you up also with the takeaways and interceptions.
You had field position.
Short field all the time.
All the time.
And now, when you don't have that, you can't do anything about it. Today you had it. Your defense did it for you. They gave you the field position on a 12-yard line, 13-yard line, 24-yard line. But what happens when you don't have that? And that's where the problem, that's what keeps sinking in me.
They brought in, again, Cutler, Peppers. Okay? Now we have a healthy Cutler. We bring in Marshall. And we're still behind. We still can't figure it out. We still cannot run a big boy offense. It's right in front of you. You see it. And my Lord, what the hell is going on here?
And it's almost like they don't want to recognize it, that they see it. I'm talking about they being the people up there, the coaches up there. When they talk about the offense, all they talk about is how good and how great the defense can be and how good and great the defense will be if they intercept passes, collect fumbles, or, score defensively, instead of really looking at the major problem.
Exactly, Doug. And, so you don't even to dance around it or anything to come up. It's sometimes, I said before, things are what they are. I mean, my God, it's right in front of you. What are these guys talking about? What are they thinking about? This is an offensive game this year, in these years.
That's what it is.
Absolutely.
You got to score points. And you got to be effective. You got to have good third down positions. You got to move the chain. And run a
big boy offense. My God, get with it. How tough is that?
And that's where the tight end comes in to really help you out. I guarantee if you had a decent tight end, this offense would be 30 to 35% better. Let's go out to Julio in Elgin. Julio, you're on the score.
Happy New Year's to you guys and everyone listening.
Same to you, Julio.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And Obi, many blessings to you. Good to hear you back. Fiery spirit on the radio. And it's just really frustrating. I only got to see the second half, and I feel like I didn't even want to watch it. The Bears should have lost that game. Poor discipline. They had the helmet to helmet, even though it really wasn't. You never really should go with leading with your helmet defensively. You guys, we talk about it a lot offensively. It's just poor coaching. When we come, the basic fundamentals of the game is just poor coaching, and we see we have the offensive weapons, and unfortunately, we're not doing anything with it. We're one of the worst offenses in the league. If we do make it to the playoffs, it may be a depressing game to watch. And where do we go now during the off season? Is Lovie going to come back? We really are in a state of unknown. Because we don't know really what's going to happen, what's the next step, and what's going to lead us to that next level.
Hey, Julio, let me just bring, this is the thing that and Doug brought up about 2 weeks ago, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, and Doug dug up this bit of information. The Green Bay Packers, Ted Thompson, they named Ted Thompson the general manager up in Green Bay. At the time, there was a coach by the name of Sherman. And he had been there 9 years. Doug, when I get this wrong, and Doug had said that Sherman had been there 9 years, and he had won 3 North Divisional titles. Lovie Smith has won 3 North Divisional titles. He's been here 9 years. He was 10-6 when Thompson came in as a general manager. 10-6. You know what Thompson did? He fired Sherman. He fired him. Look where they're at today. So if that happens here, that's not the first time it's happened. Up in Green Bay, let me say it again. Excuse me. Doug brought this up. Sherman was 10-6, got fired. 3 North Divisional titles in 9 years, but never won a world championship.
And this year also, the Baltimore Ravens, their offensive coordinator, Cameron, in 3 games, the Baltimore Ravens lost, I think, 3 games a total by 6 points. Fired. Harbaugh fired him last week. So that's what everybody's talking about, accountability.
It's the reality of the game.
That's the game.
If the guy gets fired, he gets fired. Let's move on. Or if they want to keep him, fine, keep him. Whatever it is, somebody's got to do something. But I'll tell you this, the bottom line, Doug, is they got a problem so huge in front of them, and so far they haven't been able to figure it out. Well, they've got to figure it out. If he's coming back or they bring in somebody in there, it has to change, and it has to change now.
It's a scary part.
No more excuses, Doug.
No. The scary part of it, Ed, and the caller we had was talked about, it was a great call when he talked about the offense. But it's just not this year. It's been 9 years.
Absolutely.
We ranked 26th, 27th. This year, I think we're ranked 31st. It's not like something that's jumped up and say, oh, our offense wasn't good this year, but wait till next year.
And all right, then what do we do? Do we give him another year? You've had 9 years. They've given you, again, whatever you wanted to bring in here, that coach and his coaching staff, they brought in here. This guy, I believe, I'm correct on this, Doug, in the history of this game, this guy has hired and fired more position, or more, let's put it this way, coaches than anybody in the history of this game. And it's going on and on. We got 9 years of this. They got Tom Coughlin, 9 years, coach of the New York Giants. He's won 2 Super Bowls, and every other year they want to hang him and run him out of town. And he's won 2 in 9 years. You know what we've won? 0. Jump through it.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich back from vacation in the south of France. I'm Doug Buffon. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Majestic Star postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Yeah, Doug, it's a quick shout out here to some people that are dear and dear to you and I both. Parent Petroleum, Pete Mancini, the Patrick Auto Dealer Group, Johnny Leonardi, the Muller Auto Group, Mike Muller and his sons are just phenomenal. The Motorworks Auto Group of Barrington, Paul Tamaraz, Jim Hub, and Johnny Guido at Arlington Heights Ford, his brother and his son did a phenomenal job. And, of course, Al Pamani jumped on board, Doug, with Todd O'Reilly and Al Pamani. And Al has been a legend in this business. I tell you what, I cannot tell you the amount of successful dealers that Al Pamani has put in business. He's one hell of a guy and a good listener to our show and a good backer. So do all the people, Doug. Thank you so very, very much. And to all you listeners, have a wonderful and healthy 2013. God bless you all.
And also thanks to Ethan Shaw, Adam Harris, and Chuck Baker, and David Schuster, and Dr. Jones from Mercy Hospital, Dr. Sweeney from Mercy Hospital, and also John Sheldon from the Majestic Star Casino.
Absolutely.
Happy New Year. And
Happy New Year,
thanks to
everybody.
all of you listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show. Have a great year, and go Packers.
Good night.